After an eternity of idleness, I shall forge the mightiest family. World will, ye die. I wish to reinforce the world barrier. Could you spare some pocket money? I shall give you a foot massage. Heavenly will. Yida how. Recently, some have been surreptitiously siphoning the essence. Could you lend me some funds? Whenever people mention Suifeng, a singular phrase inevitably comes to mind. Unfathomable extravagance. Chapter 1. An eternity of idleness. Heavens, the Yi family has actually chosen a waste as their patriarch. The new patriarch of the Yi family has collapsed from blood congestion during the ceremony and remains unconscious. The greatest joke in the history of Xianxia city. The night was as dark as ink. Yi Suifeng awoke from chaos, his mind enveloped in fog. Have I finally succeeded? With faint breaths, he sensed the vital energies of the real world. In that moment, Yi Suifeng felt tears welling up. He was once a vibrant young man, striving in the land of Blue Star. Suddenly, one day, he found himself bound by an entity known as the Supreme Idler System, embarking on a journey through realms. Little did he know, during this transition, unknown forces would cause disturbances. They led him to lose his way in the chaos. Even his consciousness began to blur. After what felt like an eternity, he finally inhaled the long-forgotten fresh air. Another memory, a different life, was tumultuously clashing within his soul. Eventually, calmness returned. Yi Suifeng soon became aware of his current predicament. His predecessor was the newly appointed patriarch of the Yi family in Xianxia city. However, this patriarch was rather unfortunate. Due to his lack of strength, he faced ridicule from the outside world. On the day of the ceremony, a sworn enemy gifted him a large box of blood chi pills as a present. Blood chi pills are the most rudimentary of cultivation elixirs, suitable only for those at the initial stage of chi refinement. This was a blatant mockery of Yi Suifeng. The predecessor was also not one to withstand great trials. Under such provocation, he suffered a critical shock and perished. Why must a waste be appointed as the patriarch? Yi Suifeng pondered in confusion. Subsequently, he perused the memories of his predecessor and discovered that the Yi family seemed somewhat different from those traditional families. This family was exceptionally united. They would not treat him differently due to his low cultivation, nor would they allow any scandalous acts of insubordination from servants. On the contrary, because he was the heir of the main lineage, they supported his ascension to the patriarchal position. Unfortunately, this individual's psychological resilience was indeed lacking. How intriguing! After sorting through the chaotic memories, Yi Suifeng opened his eyes. Before him stood a quaint and fragrant abode. The soft bed exuded a refreshing aroma, akin to medicinal herbs meant for nurturing the body. Beside him sat a young girl, diligently engrossed in her reading. Upon sensing movement nearby, she turned her head, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Suifeng. "Father, you're awake." She was none other than Yi Suifeng's only daughter, named Yi Huang, age 14. Yi Suifeng chuckled inwardly. He had not yet married and already had such a grown daughter. Moreover, his wife in this life had tragically perished during the difficult birth of Yi Huang. Am I destined for solitude? Yi Suifeng smiled, feeling indifferent. What mattered was to live life splendidly. However, this smile nearly left Yi Huang in shock. "Father, you actually smiled." Yi Suifeng was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. The predecessor had worn a sorrowful countenance since losing his wife, and smiles had vanished from his lexicon. Yi Suifeng sighed. Life is fraught with difficulties, and some bear calamities far beyond one's own. To walk forward with a smile is the true path of survival. Ding! Today's idling task has been completed. Please promptly collect your idling rewards. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed in Yi Suifeng's mind. The idling system is still operational? Yi Suifeng was momentarily stunned. This system was something he acquired before his transmigration. Its functions were exceedingly simple, comprising only 2 items. Idling for mining. Mining in a super vein yields considerable cultivation resources daily. Idling for cultivation. One can harvest a day's worth of cultivation every day. During his transmigration, he activated both functions. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred during the process, plunging him into chaos. In this chaos, time was meaningless, and he lost track of how long he had been idling. Yi Suifeng opened the system panel, deciding to check the rewards accrued from idling. Instantly, he was left astounded. "Xiao Huang, please step outside for a moment." Yi Huang blinked in confusion. "Father, what's the matter? Just go outside." Yi Suifeng's tone turned stern. Though Yi Huang was perplexed, she obediently exited the room. After sending his daughter away, Yi Suifeng took a deep breath, his demeanor becoming solemn. He then re-entered the system interface. 1, 2, 3. 13 digits, my math isn't great. How much is this? He stared at the absurd numbers, struggling to comprehend them for a long time. Only after considerable time had passed was he able to tally them all up. Inferior spirit stones. Daily extraction of 100,000 pieces, currently possessing 356 trillion pieces. Medium spirit stones. Daily extraction of 10,000 pieces, currently possessing 36.5 trillion pieces. Superior spirit stones. Daily extraction of 1,000 pieces, currently possessing 3.65 trillion pieces. Spirit crystals. Daily extraction of 100 pieces, currently possessing 365 billion pieces. Immortal stones. Daily extraction of 10 pieces, currently possessing 36.5 billion pieces. Immortal crystals. Daily extraction of 1 piece, currently possessing 3.65 billion pieces. The aforementioned figures represent all the profits from idle mining. In truth, none of these amounts are whole numbers. Suifeng has rounded them off to avoid being criticized for verbosity. Good heavens! Such wealth, my pockets cannot contain it. Suifeng was utterly elated. He would no longer need to worry about financial matters. Next, he turned to the gains from idle cultivation. This was rather straightforward. A total of 1 trillion years of cultivation, now in a state awaiting extraction. Suifeng pondered briefly, then silently chanted, "Extract 1 year of cultivation." Instantly, an immense force surged into his body. This force was extremely pure, devoid of any impurities, rampaging through Suifeng's being. Initially at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he broke through 5 layers in one go, ascending directly to the 8th layer. Merely 1 year of cultivation. Suifeng, invigorated, continuously extracted cultivation. His strength soared as if aboard a spaceship, soaring through the heavens. Qi refinement, transformation of qi, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, transformation of spirit, fusion, tribulation. In the span of a single incense sticks burning, Suifeng broke through to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. When he attempted to extract cultivation once more, his vast mental strength instantly sensed swirling clouds and shifting winds on the horizon, gathering a terrifying energy of lightning. A tribulation was imminent. It was not wise to undergo tribulation at home. Suifeng hastily interrupted the extraction process, causing the brewing thunderstorm to dissipate. Oh, how intriguing. He tried extracting cultivation again, and the ominous clouds above coalesced once more, faint rumblings of thunder echoing. Whenever he interrupted, the tribulation would disperse once again. Suifeng suddenly grew playful, alternating between extracting cultivation and interrupting repeatedly. Ah, what a delightful game with the tribulation. After toying with it for a while, Suifeng decided to cease the provocations. Glancing at his cultivation reserves, he noted that he had only consumed around 5,000 years, not even a fraction. Reflecting on this, Suifeng resolved to remain at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. It would suffice. After all, if memory served correctly, the strongest individuals in Xianxia City were merely at the golden core stage. This was truly a dimensional drop. Having completed these tasks, Suifeng chuckled. Family, warmly welcome your new family head. It was now late at night. In the midst of autumn, the nights in Xianxia City had turned quite cold. Huang sat outside the door, her face etched with deep melancholy. Her mother had passed away, giving birth to her, leaving only her father as her sole kin to accompany her through life. Her father had been nominated as the next family head, a fact that should have brought her joy. Yet, who would have thought this would become the last straw that broke her father? If time could flow backward, she would surely urge her father to abandon the position of clan leader. The burdens of such a role were far too great. Her father simply could not bear it. It's all my fault. If I were just a bit more capable, I could alleviate my father's worries. Huang silently thought. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from behind her as the door opened, and Suifeng's tall figure appeared. Father! Huang quickly stood up. Suifeng, puzzled, asked, "Why are you still here? Aren't you going to sleep?" "I just worry about your health," Huang replied softly. However, upon observing Suifeng, who radiated vitality and confidence, there was no sign of ill health. In fact, he appeared much better than before. What transpired? Suifeng laughed heartily. "No need to worry. Father is in excellent health, feeling great." Faced with this vibrant version of her father, Huang was left in astonishment. Noticing her confusion, Suifeng continued, "This recent experience has led me to understand many things. Rest assured, such events will not occur again." Suifeng chuckled as he ruffled his daughter's hair. Huang stood there in a daze, but still nodded in agreement. "Go to sleep now. If memory serves, you have an alchemy class tomorrow, so don't delay. It was already late at night. However, Ye Huang's expression darkened. Father, you don't know, today the clan's alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters all departed. Ye Suifeng was taken aback, never expecting such an event to unfold. The Ye family was considerable in size. Counting both direct and collateral descendants, there were over 100 in the younger generation alone. Many masters from various fields were invited to serve as instructors. Yet a mass exodus had occurred. Clearly, they believed that with Ye Suifeng as the clan head, the Ye family would lack future prospects and thus chose to leave. Some individuals are destined to miss the express train of historical development. Father, what do you mean? Ye Suifeng smiled. I mean their departure is their own loss. Now, return to rest. Tomorrow, I will resolve this matter. Chapter 2. Family Crisis. The following day, in the family council chamber, Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at an inscription on the wall. It was an ancient code of conduct. The 3 iron laws of the Yi family. Anyone who betrays the family without cause shall be executed. Anyone who undermines family unity shall be executed. Anyone who deliberately oppresses a fellow clan member shall be executed. These 3 ironclad rules serve as the core principles that maintain the Yi family's solidarity and collective strength against external threats. Such a family instilled a sense of admiration in Ye Suifeng. Suddenly, the grand doors of the council chamber swung open, and 4 imposing middle-aged men entered in succession. Once Ye Suifeng turned to take a seat, they too followed suit, settling down in their designated places. They were the family's key decision-makers and direct blood relatives of Ye Suifeng, his cousins. To his left were Ye Suiyun and Ye Suiyu, the 2 sons of his second uncle, responsible for overseeing the family's internal and external enterprises, as well as managing financial matters and resource allocation. To his right were Ye Suihu and Ye Suibao, the 2 sons of his third uncle, tasked with safeguarding the family's martial strength and competing for external resources. Ye Suifeng had a 4th uncle, but his son was still quite young and lacked the qualifications to assume a leadership role. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th uncles had retreated to the background, revered as family elders, only to emerge for the most significant decisions. Indeed, it was a large family. Ye Suifeng cleared his throat. Now that everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting. Ye Suiyun, sitting nearby, expressed his concern. Elder brother, is your health all right? I am fine, and in fact, I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities, Ye Suifeng replied, surveying the group. Our family shall not cower before anyone or any challenge. If you have any questions, feel free to raise them so we may address them collectively. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Ye Suifeng turned to Ye Suihu. I have heard that several of our esteemed instructors departed yesterday. Ye Suihu nodded solemnly, responding, Indeed, those traitors. We have never treated them poorly, yet they all ran away. From now on, I shall deal with them harshly. Beside him, Ye Suiyun sighed, adding, This incident was instigated by the Li family. They lured the instructors away with more generous offers. The Li family was the Yi family's sworn enemy. The 3 prominent families of Yinxiao City were the Yi, Li, and Tang families. The Tang family possessed the greatest strength, often remaining aloof from the fray. Meanwhile, the Yi and Li families were embroiled in constant conflict, verging on a deadly rivalry. The abduction of the instructors was akin to kicking someone when they were down. What are your plans? Ye Suifeng invited. Ye Suibao interjected. At present, we must urgently seek other masters to replace them. Otherwise, the growth of the younger generation within the family will be adversely affected. A strong youth leads to a strong family. The development of the younger generation must not be delayed. It will be challenging. Ye Suiyu remarked, in recent days, due to my elder brother's ascension, the city has been rife with rumors. I have attempted to engage with several masters of equal standing, yet they all maintain a stance of cautious observation. Even if we were to raise the remuneration, the situation remains unchanged. For a moment, the council chamber fell into silence. The expressions of those present grew pensive. This matter indeed posed a considerable challenge. If all else fails, we may have to lower the standards for hiring masters, Ye Suiyun suggested. Surely someone will come forth. It is an act of desperation. However, Ye Suifeng would not permit such a scenario to unfold. If my memory serves me right, the 3 masters who left were all of the 5th rank, correct? The ranks of alchemists are categorized from low to high, spanning 9 grades in total. 5th rank masters are already considered among the elite in Yintian City. What is their asking price? Ye Suifeng invited. Well, they're all quite similar. Approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per month, Yi Suiyin replied. It was understood that this referred specifically to low-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones constituted a substantial reward, sufficient to support daily cultivation and afford a comfortable lifestyle within Yintian City. Yi Suifeng glanced at his own purse, which contained a 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones. That is manageable, he mused. Have you had any dealings with those above the 5th rank? Yi Suifeng pressed further. The group exchanged incredulous looks. Elder brother, there are only a handful of 6th rank masters in Yintian City. They are reclusive and would not entertain any employment offers. Moreover, even if they were to agree, their exorbitant fees would be beyond our means, Yi Suiyin explained. Yi Suifeng chuckled lightly. As long as there's a price, that suffices. Rest assured, I shall present them with an irresistible proposition. They exchanged glances, yet ultimately decided to place their faith in their family head. Aside from this matter, is there anything else? Yi Suifeng inweited. Indeed, spoke Yi Suiyu, who was primarily responsible for the family's resource allocation. His expression bore a hint of distress. Elder brother, regarding the training resources for the younger generation of our clan, it may be necessary to implement further reductions. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What is the reason for this? Yi Suiyu sighed. In recent years, the family's enterprises have struggled, and the Li family has continuously interfered. Our current financial situation is insufficient to sustain internal expenditures. The Yi family's enterprises consisted of 2 main components, the resource land outside the city and their shops. In recent years, the yield from the resource land had diminished significantly, compounded by frequent disruptions from the Li family, resulting in a substantial decrease in profits. Relying solely on the income from the shops is far from adequate. What is the current distribution of resources among the younger generation, and what are the monthly expenditures? Yi Suifeng queried. Yi Suiyu pondered for a moment before responding. Let's take the Qi refining stage as an example. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of Qi refining pills, and 10 bottles of bone strengthening pills each month. The collateral descendants receive a monthly allocation of 30 spirit stones, 5 bottles of Qi refinement pills, and 5 bottles of bone strengthening pills. Including various rewards, their total monthly expenditure surpasses 100,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the resources required for alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and talisman crafting are even more substantial. Additionally, there are techniques, spiritual tools, and training grounds to consider. Overall, the financial commitment for nurturing the younger generation hovers around 1 million spirit stones each month, a staggering figure. This is the essence of a prominent family. Behind their formidable strength lies an accumulation of countless resources. However, for Yi Suifeng, financial concerns are the least of his worries. Very well, let be so. The family head's voice commanded attention, and everyone else quickly focused intently. The younger generation is the future of the family. Only by fostering their growth can we elevate our lineage to even greater heights. Thus, from this day forth, the fixed resources allocated to everyone will double. Furthermore, we shall invest in enhanced training conditions, such as medicinal herbs for alchemy and materials for forging, to ensure an unlimited supply. Upon hearing Yi Suifeng's declaration, the other 4 were utterly stunned. What did they just hear? They had prepared to reduce the family's expenditures, yet he had instead proposed to significantly increase the benefits. Was this an act of digging their own grave? Brother, Yi Suiyu's expression was near tears, feeling that Yi Suifeng was simply jesting. If his proposal were realized, the monthly expenses would rise at least 5-fold. That equates to 5 million spirit stones. Even at the family's wealthiest moments, they had never spent so extravagantly. He wanted to convey to his elder brother just how absurd this idea was. However, Yi Suifeng raised his hand and retrieved a storage bag from his bosom, tossing it to Yi Suiyin beside him. Do not worry, I possess 1 million spirit stones. You may use them for now, and if you require more, simply ask. Yi Suifeng similet risuringly. Yet, Yi Suiyu remained despondent, stating, Brother, did you not hear clearly? Even with 1 million spirit stones, it is insufficient. Before he could finish, a powerful hand grasped his arm, trembling uncontrollably. It belonged to Yi Suiyin, whose face had turned crimson. Trembling, he presented the storage bag before Yi Suiyu and slowly opened it. In an instant, a radiant light illuminated both their faces. It was not 1 million low-grade spirit stones, but rather 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Converted, that amounts to 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. The two stood in astonishment. even though they managed the family as finances. They had never witnessed such a vast sum in one instance. I mentioned that I have encountered certain fortuitous circumstances, Yi Suifeng said nonchalantly, tapping the table. Remember, from this day forth, the Yi family shall fear no one. Chapter 3. He gave too much as the meeting concluded. Yi Suiyun and his companions emerged from the assembly hall in a daze. They had anticipated that, following this gathering, the family resources would be curtailed, forcing everyone to tighten their belts. However, to their astonishment, not only were the resources not diminished, but they were also increased manifold. Yi Suifeng's generosity was indeed astounding, bordering on extravagance. Was he perhaps too liberal in his allocations? Standing by the window, Yi Suifeng pondered this. 1 million high-grade spirit stones hardly constituted a substantial sum. Yet, after some reflection, he decided to proceed as planned. Every endeavor has its process. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is no different. Bestowing too much at once may not necessarily be prudent. It would be wiser to allow them to acclimate to more favorable conditions before further enhancements. Zhang Ziming, Hu Chuang, and Dong Tianji. Yi Suifeng regarded the information sheet in his hand. These three individuals were among the few sixth-grade masters in Yinxiao City. Their extraordinary prowess rendered them aloof, even towards the three prominent families, embodying an air of arrogance. He hoped they would not be ungrateful. Crumpling the information sheet, he discarded it, preparing to visit them one by one. After a brief respite, Yi Suifeng departed from the Yi residence. The Yi family was situated in the heart of Yinxiao City, and just a short walk away lay the bustling commercial district. Yinxiao City itself was vast, with a permanent population nearing 1 million, its streets teeming with life and vibrancy. Seated in an opulent carriage, Yi Suifeng progressed slowly along the thoroughfare. Gazing through the window, the rich ambience of the marketplace transported him back to his past life. If time permitted, he would relish the culinary delights this world had to offer. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before a lavish pavilion. Yi Suifeng disembarqued. Danfeng Pavilion. Its name evoked the notion of a brothel. This was the abode of the sixth-grade alchemist, Zhang Ziming. He had resided in Yinxiao City for over a decade, maintaining an air of detachment. Various factions aspired to cultivate good relations with this sixth-grade alchemist, hoping to procure superior elixirs from him. Few would dare to offend him. Yi Suifeng entered the pavilion. The ground floor was a bustling hub for the sale of ordinary elixirs, crowded with patrons. Lacking interest in the wares, Yi Suifeng approached the floor manager and stated, "Inform Zhang Ziming that Yi Suifeng, head of the Yi family, has come to see him." His demeanor was nonchalant. After all, a sixth-grade alchemist was hardly worthy of pretense before him. However, this display of indifference irked the floor manager. Over the years at Danfeng Pavilion, every visitor had approached the master with the utmost respect. Even the head of the Tang family treated him with decorum. What distinguished the head of the Yi family? The person in charge cast a sidelong glance at Yi Suifeng and remarked, "Our master is currently refining pills. It would be best if you took your leave." This attitude did not surprise Yi Suifeng. Those who linger in positions of power for too long often develop peculiarities. A vast consciousness suddenly enveloped the entire pavilion, and Yi Suifeng immediately discerned an elderly man with flowing hair, leisurely seated at the highest level of the pavilion, indulging in translucent grapes. "I shall grant you one more opportunity to take me to meet Zhang Ziming. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Yi Suifeng stated. The expression of the person in charge darkened instantly as he waved his hand, summoning a group of formidable men at the golden body stage to encircle him. Yi Suifeng, I have heard of your reputation. Without the title of master, you are merely a waste in the qi refining stage. I shall see what you can do." His tone was brimming with arrogance. Yi Suifeng similed faintly. "Then watch closely." With that, he extended his hand and grasped the collar of the person in charge. The golden body cultivators present, witnessing this, swiftly attempted to subdue Yi Suifeng. "Get lost." However, a mere admonition from Yi Suifeng unleashed a tremendous force. The golden body practitioners felt as though they had been struck by a primal bull, hurtling backward and crashing into a multitude of tables and chairs. Panic erupted among the people in the hall, their faces filled with terror as they gazed at Yi Suifeng. Who dares to create a disturbance in the Danfeng Pavilion? That individual possesses immense strength, capable of overpowering even the golden body masters in a single clash. I remember now. That is Yi Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Yi family. The crowd murmured in disbelief. The person in charge was equally bewildered. Was it not said that Yi Suifeng was merely a waste in the qi refining stage? How could he possess such formidable strength? Yet Yi Suifeng remained composed. Now, do you see clearly? Let's proceed together. Saying this, he effortlessly lifted the man and floated up to the pavilion. The Danfeng Pavilion comprised 5 levels, each offering different grades of elixirs. As Yi Suifeng ascended, he was met with numerous attempts to obstruct his path. Yet, how could they possibly contend with Yi Suifeng? The mere aura he exuded sent them flying, blood spilling from their mouths. Before long, he reached the top floor. Yi Suifeng pushed open the door, and Zhang Ziming sensed the intrusion. However, he was not only a 6th-grade alchemist, but also a powerful cultivator in the late Golden Core stage. In Yinxiao City, he feared no one. "You are being rather presumptuous," Zhang Ziming said, his face darkening. Yi Suifeng casually discarded the person in charge and entered. "Your subordinates are far too arrogant. I am merely here to educate them." "Arrogant?" Zhang Ziming retorted furiously. "Do you truly believe that I am easy to bully?" With that, he brought his fingers together, pointing them menacingly at Yi Suifeng. The sound of a sword ringing echoed as a flying sword, shimmering with golden radiance, pierced through the air, imbued with a ferocious energy, and instantly arrived before Yi Suifeng. It was the life treasure of Zhang Ziming. He aimed to shatter Yi Suifeng with a single strike. However, he had misjudged his opponent. In the face of the approaching short sword, Yi Suifeng merely flicked his finger. An invisible wave emanated from the center of his fingertip, rippling outward. The formidable life treasure, a powerful artifact of the late Golden Core stage, abruptly altered its course upon encountering this wave, swiftly darting toward Zhang Ziming, ultimately halting at the skin on his forehead, suspended in mid-air. Within moments, everything in the room, except for the tables and chairs by the window, was reduced to dust and vanished. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened in terror. He dared not move. The strength of the individual before him far surpassed his wildest imagination. "Senior, let's speak amicably." His voice trembled. Yi Suifeng smiled, stepped forward, and took a seat opposite Zhang Ziming. The life sword gently descended, resting flat upon the table. To Yi Suifeng, a Golden Core artifact could be obliterated with but a thought. Yet, he refrained from doing so. He had come today with the intention of recruiting Zhang Ziming as a teacher for his family. Destroying the life treasure would result in backlash, requiring an extensive recovery period. There was no need for such destruction. Observing Zhang Ziming, who was drenched in sweat and visibly tense, Yi Suifeng remarked, "Now, shall we converse properly?" Zhang Ziming nodded vigorously. "Senior, please speak. I should do my utmost." He was genuinely frightened. The method Yi Suifeng had just displayed was something he had never even heard of before. Even his master, who had attained the out-of-body stage, would likely be incapable of such feats. What on earth was this person? A sense of dread filled Zhang Ziming's heart. Yi Suifeng picked a grape, placing it in his mouth. The cool, fragrant taste of the fruit from the cultivation realm was indeed extraordinary. "It is not a matter of great consequence. My family currently lacks an alchemist to instruct our young disciples. Hence I wish for you to take on the role of a teacher," Yi Suifeng stated. Zhang Ziming was momentarily taken aback, followed by a rush of anxiety. He had thought it was something significant. It turned out he was being invited as a guest elder of the Yi family. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Stealthily wiping away his sweat, Zhang Ziming replied, "Of course, it would be my honor to serve under you, senior. When shall I begin?" Yi Suifeng wore a playful expression. "So agreeable. Shall we not first discuss the matter of remuneration?" Zhang Ziming laughed awkwardly. "Ah, senior, you flatter me. Being granted such an opportunity by you is a fortune. How could I dare to speak of monetary matters?" He inwardly grumbled. "You just decisively bested me. How could I possibly dare to ask for compensation?" Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "I am not a bandit. I do not engage in oppression of the weak. This time, I am hiring you as a guest elder of the Yi family. Name your price." Zhang Ziming, perplexed, studied Yi Suifeng for an extended period, attempting to discern his intentions and ascertain whether he was deliberately leading him into a trap. Unfortunately, Yi Suifeng remained unflinching, revealing nothing of his motives. In resignation, Zhang Ziming tremulously extended his hand, addressing him. "Esteemed senior, although my strength is modest, I am nonetheless a 6th-grade alchemist. Under ordinary circumstances, I would require a remuneration of at least 500,000 spirit stones per month. However, in your presence, this figure is open to negotiation. For the families in Yinxiao City, 500,000 spirit stones monthly is not an insurmountable burden, yet they find little necessity for such expenditure, given their numerous financial obligations." Yi Suifeng nodded, responding, I shall provide you with 1,000,000 spirit stones each month. However, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to the instruction of the younger members of the Yi family. Zhang Ziming was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Yi Suifeng would lower the price, yet he was astonished to find the compensation had doubled. How affluent are you? Surely, esteemed senior, you jest? Zhang Ziming was still somewhat incredulous. I do not jest, Yi Suifeng declared, placing a storage bag upon the table and rising to his feet. This contains 3 years' worth of remuneration. After 3 years, should you wish to depart from the Yi family, you are free to do so. I shall not compel you to stay. Remember, you must exert your utmost effort. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. He added, if there are no further questions, you may report to the Yi family today and seek out Yi Suihu. With that, Yi Suifeng tossed the note aside and turned to leave, leaving Zhang Ziming alone, staring in a daze at the vast wealth of spirit stones within the storage bag. After a while, Zhang Ziming's eldest disciple arrived, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that his master intended to visit the Yi family as a guest, he was immediately taken aback. Master, did you not refuse the family's invitation? Zhang Ziming remained silent for a considerable time. The offer was indeed exceedingly generous. Chapter 4. All matters resolved. Yi Suifeng had employed Zhang Ziming for 3 years. In fact, his plans extended to 2 others as well. With Zhang Ziming's presence, the Yi family would undoubtedly flourish over the next 3 years. Moreover, he would become well acquainted with the dynamics of this continent. Even if the 3 chose not to remain, he would still be able to identify even more exceptional candidates. Master Craftsman Hu Chuang and Master Arrayist Dong Tianji. Yi Suifeng glanced at their locations and resolved to seek out Dong Tianji first, as he was in closer proximity. Dong Tianji's residence lay on the outskirts of Yinxiao City. After approximately 15 minutes by carriage, Yi Suifeng arrived at his destination. This area, unlike the opulence of Danfeng Pavilion, appeared more akin to a humble abode, albeit on a larger scale. Yi Suifeng knocked on the door. The head of the Yi family is welcome, but we do not entertain guests. Came a faint voice from within. I have come today to extend an invitation for you to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng replied. My price is beyond your means. Depart at once. The voice within was chillingly indifferent. How much do you desire? We can negotiate, Yi Suifeng responded. Get lost. Yet his politeness was met with a harsh reception. Yi Suifeng sighed, reluctant to resort to force, but these individuals were undeniably arrogant. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Beyond the door lay a desolate expanse, suffused with an overwhelming malevolence. Sinister apparitions emerged from the blood-soaked earth, howling as they charged towards Yi Suifeng. This place resembled a hellish nightmare, terrifying beyond imagination. A formation? Yi Suifeng discerned it effortlessly. It was a lethal array. Even a cultivator at the Golden Core stage would find little advantage in recklessly entering. Had the original Yi Suifeng been here, he would have sustained irreparable harm within mere moments. A flicker of anger ignited in Yi Suifeng's heart. Since you treat me this way, do not blame me. He stepped forward, unleashing an arcane aura that erupted with force, causing the crimson landscape to convulse violently. In an instant, the ground fractured and the sky, like shattered glass, developed intricate fissures before shattering completely. The world transformed, and Yi Suifeng reappeared inside the building. Before him lay a broad passage extending into the ruins. At the passage's end, a middle-aged man, wearing an expression of disbelief, lay on the ground with blood trickling from his lips. Yi Suifeng advanced towards Dong Tianji. How can this be possible? Dong Tianji exclaimed, panic-stricken. Yi Suifeng's might left him devoid of any inclination to resist. I prefer to reason with others. Yi Suifeng casually pulled out a chair and sat before Dong Tianji. Now, can we discuss your remuneration? Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to exploit the weak. Let us maintain a harmonious relationship. It brings joy to all. However, Dong Tianji's mind was in turmoil. How could Yi Suifeng be this powerful? Wasn't the Li clan claiming he was a useless fool? He felt an urge to curse. Have you ever seen a useless person who can shatter his own hellish killing array with a single step and breach multiple defensive formations, injuring himself in the process? Damn the Li clan for spreading falsehoods. Senior, I apologize for my previous rudeness. I hope you can. Yi Suifeng wave his hand to interrupt, unwilling to engage in pleasantries with such a person. As I stated, I am here to invite you as a guest elder of the Yi family. Let us discuss your remuneration. Dong Tianji's lips twitched, and, after a moment of hesitation, He tentatively replied, "Senior, my teaching methods are quite resource-intensive, requiring substantial array materials. Thus I will need at least 500,000 spirit stones each month." Suifeng, without a moment's hesitation, cast aside his storage pouch. "You need not concern yourself with the materials. The family will provide everything. This sum of 500,000 spirit stones per month is the remuneration for 3 years. And I require your unwavering dedication in instructing the disciples of the Yi family. Prepare yourself. Report to the Yi family today and seek out Yi Suihu." Upon concluding his words, Yi Suifeng similarly discarded a note and turned to leave. He harbored no fear of Dong Tianji absconding. In Xianxia City, no one could slip away under his watchful gaze, not even a master of formations. After Yi Suifeng departed, Dong Tianji stood in a daze for some time, gradually regaining his senses. The encounter he had just experienced felt akin to a dream. Alas, never mind. Receiving 500,000 spirit stones monthly, without the burden of supplying materials, surpassed the compensation offered by those large families. Furthermore, the prowess of the head of the Yi family was truly formidable. Working under such a figure did not tarnish his own reputation. He began to organize his belongings. At this moment, Yi Suifeng had arrived at his final destination. After disembarking from the carriage, he exhaled deeply. These so-called masters were exceedingly arrogant. Without imparting a lesson, even if they were recruited, they might not perform their duties diligently. He wondered if this Huchuang was the same. Yi Suifeng entered the premises, which turned out to be a blacksmith shop. Numerous young men, bare-chested, were fervently hammering iron over the blazing coals, creating a scene of industrious energy. The air was thick with the scents of carbon and sweat. Yi Suifeng was puzzled. This craftsman appeared more akin to a blacksmith. "Hello, may I assist you?" A young man approached, clad in clothing. "Oh, I am the head of the Yi family." Seeking Huchuang, Yi Suifeng replied. The young man clasped his hands respectfully. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the master." Yi Suifeng nodded, relieved to finally encounter someone relatively normal. After a while, the young man emerged once more. "Head of the Yi family, the master is in the back. Please follow me." "Very well." Subsequently, Yi Suifeng followed the young man to the rear courtyard of the blacksmith shop. Within the yard stood 3 enormous iron furnaces, where several older youths diligently added materials. Behind them stood a modestly dressed, middle-aged man, observing with hands clasped behind his back, occasionally offering guidance. Indeed, this resembles a true crafting environment. "Master, the head of the Yi family has arrived," the young man announced to the refined middle-aged man. It appeared he was indeed Huchuang. Huchuang inclined his hands in greeting towards Yi Suifeng. "This way, please." The two then proceeded to the sitting room, where a servant had prepared fragrant tea for them. "You are Huchuang?" Yi Suifeng inquired. The man appeared quite unassuming and gaunt, making it difficult to associate him with being the sole 6th-tier crafting master of Xianxia City. "Indeed, that is I." Huchuang's voice exuded an air of refinement as he remarked, "You must be Yi Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Yi family. What brings you here today?" Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Indeed, I seek your esteemed guidance as a guest elder of the Yi family, to impart knowledge on the art of crafting to our young disciples. What say you?" Recognizing Huchuang as a reasonable man, Yi Suifeng maintained a courteous demeanor. However, upon hearing Yi Suifeng's proposition, Huchuang could not help but chuckle wryly. "Your kindness is duly noted, yet I find it impossible to abandon this group of rascals." His refusal was anticipated. Yi Suifeng inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Huchuang gestured towards a cluster of young individuals outside and explained, "You must have noticed them upon your arrival. My forge is bustling with a considerable number of apprentices, and their sustenance relies entirely on me. If I were to leave, they would be left to fend for themselves, quite literally." Yi Suifeng, puzzled, asked, "Why is that the case? Is their tuition insufficient to cover expenses?" In this world, education is a costly endeavor, particularly for a master of Huchuang's caliber. Becoming his disciple without substantial financial means is utterly unattainable. With a smile, Huchuang took a sip of tea and continued, "These young lads are all impoverished children I took under my wing during my travels. They possess determination and talent, but lack the opportunity to shine on a grand stage. Thus, I provided them with this chance." Yi Suifeng's understanding deepened. It became clear why Huchuang felt so attached to them. The art of crafting is indeed an expensive pursuit, and without Huchuang, these youths would likely regress to a life of unfulfilled potential. Yi Suifeng clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Your virtue is truly commendable." Huchuang waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing worth mentioning. Therefore, I shall decline your offer to become a guest elder. Ha. Yi Suifeng shook his head with a smile, asserting, on the contrary. Under such circumstances, I believe you ought to accompany me. Hu Chuang was taken aback. What leads you to say that? Yi Suifeng posed a question. May I ask? What are your monthly expenses for supporting such a large group of young apprentices? Hu Chuang had not anticipated that Yi Suifeng would persist. After a moment's thought, he replied, considering all the materials needed for crafting, this large assembly requires at least 200,000 spirit stones each month. The art of crafting is indeed a costly venture. Yi Suifeng raised 5 fingers. Should you accept the position of guest elder in the Yi family, I can offer you 500,000 spirit stones each month. Furthermore, if you desire, we can relocate your entire forge to the Yi family estate, along with all of your apprentices. Rest assured, they will remain under your tutelage, and I will grant you complete autonomy. You need only to provide guidance to the young disciples of the Yi family as a secondary endeavor. Additionally, all crafting materials will be supplied by the Yi family. Simply inform me of your needs. As Yi Suifeng laid out his terms, Hu Chuang found himself utterly bewildered. He once doubted whether he had misheard. 5 million spirit stones each month, along with the provision of all necessary refining materials. Are you truly intent on living like this? Even the prominent families in the South cannot sustain such expenditures. Moreover, the most critical point is that he has granted himself complete autonomy. Such generosity is beyond expression. Why would you act in this manner? With such financial resources, you could easily employ a more distinguished refining master, could you not? Hu Chuang was filled with uncertainty. Yi Suifeng chuckled and replied, there are many refining masters, but one of your caliber is likely a rarity. I admire your ambition and will support your endeavors. Hu Chuang fell silent. When he first arrived in Yantian City, the 3 great families had approached him, eager to invite him as a guest elder. However, upon learning that Hu Chuang intended to care for numerous impoverished apprentices, they all withdrew. After all, the interests of the family take precedence. Yet Yi Suifeng was the first to express his willingness to support him, offering unparalleled remuneration in return. Do you truly feel this way? Hu Chuang inquired. Yi Suifeng nodded, providing him with an affirmative response. Very well, Hu Chuang declared. Then, as you suggest, I shall relocate my blacksmith shop to the Yi family. Rest assured, I will cover all expenses for those troublesome young ones. Furthermore, 5 million is excessive. I only require a mere 50,000 for daily expenses. Not too much at all. Yi Suifeng remarked. You must cultivate as well, and I hope you can take on a few more gifted impoverished youths. That is indeed far too much. Then let it be 499,000. This very well. Yi Suifeng stood up. Money, when spent in the right places, yields the greatest value. Make the necessary arrangements. It will be best to head to the Yi family today. I will inform the family's steward. With that, Yi Suifeng produced a letter and, with a respectful bow, took his leave. Hu Chuang remained, his heart swirling with excitement, unable to find peace for a long time. Chapter 5. The Chaotic Yi Suihu. How to spend such an abundance of spirit stones. Yi Suihu sat in his study, gazing blankly at a storage bag brimming with spirit stones. His elder brother had bestowed upon him 1 million high-grade spirit stones, and thereafter, Suiyun, who managed the finances, allocated 5,000 to him, equivalent to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, stating it was for this month as cultivation expenses. Good heavens, previously there was only 1 million, and now it has suddenly surged 50-fold. He was momentarily at a loss regarding how to allocate this fortune. First, let us consider the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the clan's disciples. According to my brother, let us increase the spirit stones by a factor of 2, as well as the chi cultivation pills and blood chi pills. Yet even this would not exhaust the funds. Perhaps I should purchase medium-grade chi cultivation pills and medium-grade blood chi pills. These troublesome young ones are indeed fortunate. There are also other resources consumed during cultivation. My brother mentioned they would be supplied without limit. Let us see, as for alchemy, low-grade spiritual herbs have always been insufficient. Let us increase the purchase quantity tenfold. That should suffice. Refining materials, array materials, and talisman crafting materials should also be increased tenfold. Our provisions ought to be elevated as well, incorporating higher-grade ingredients. For this would greatly aid in everyone's cultivation progress. Yi Suihu calculated meticulously, ultimately expending a total of 20 million spirit stones. Yet, there remains an additional 30 million. What should be done? It was the first time he found himself troubled by an excess of funds. Hence, he decided to purchase higher-grade cultivation resources. With a resolute heart, Yi Suihu's brush danced across the paper once more. He listed items such as marrow-cleansing pills, body-tempering liquids, yellow-level techniques, yellow-level spiritual weapons, and chi-cleansing pills. After an extended period of writing, his head spun with fatigue, yet he managed to exhaust the remaining 30 million spirit stones. Yi Suihu collapsed into his chair, exhaling a long breath. Finally, he had completed the expenditure plan for the month. Gazing at the lengthy series of numbers on the purchase list, Yi Suihu felt a sense of disbelief. With such financial investment, how could the Yi family not prosper? Whether the Li family or the Tang family, they would inevitably be supplanted by the Yi family. Just as he pondered, a sudden knock echoed at the study door. Kumin, a middle-aged man in a butler's attire, entered. Butler Wu, what brings you here? Yi Suihu invited. Third master, someone requests an audience, Butler Wu replied. Yi Suihu, being the third brother among the direct descendants, was respectfully referred to as third master within the clan. Who is it? He asked. Butler Wu paused before responding. He claims his name is Zhang Ziming and has come at the behest of the family head to serve as the clan's master of alchemy instruction. Who? Yi Suihu nearly toppled from his chair. At the entrance of the Yi family, Zhang Ziming, accompanied by 2 disciples, lingered at the door. After receiving the funds, he hastily prepared his belongings, entrusted Danfeng Pavilion to his eldest disciple, and brought along his 2 favored disciples to report to the Yi family. He moved swiftly, apprehensive of displeasing Yi Suihu. Zhang Ziming? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Turning around, Zhang Ziming was surprised to see Dong Tianji, a 6th-grade array master from Yanxiao City. The 2 were of equal standing and thus well acquainted. What brings you here? They both questioned in unison. Zhang Ziming, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, I was invited as a guest by the head of the Yi family. And you? Dong Tianji snorted, don't feign ignorance. You're here to serve as a guest elder, aren't you? They understood each other's circumstances at a glance. Likewise, Zhang Ziming chuckled. It seems you may have inadvertently offended Elder Yi, my brother. His keen eyes discerned that Dong Tianji's qi was surging, evidently the result of recent internal injuries. Knowing Dong Tianji's temperament well, he surmised that he must have spoken disrespectfully before Yi Suihu, resulting in punishment. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of relief that Yi Suihu had shown him mercy. Dong Tianji wore a grim expression and coldly snorted. That was merely Elder Yi assessing my formation skills. He even offered me some guidance, which you cannot envy. He would never be outdone in words by Zhang Ziming. The 2 harbored their own thoughts, subtly confronting each other. At that moment, Yi Suihu emerged from within the door. Master Zhang, I deeply regret not welcoming you properly. Yi Suihu repeatedly clasped his fists, suddenly noticing Dong Tianji beside him, and was momentarily taken aback. Quickly recovering, he exclaimed, Master Dong, I did not expect you to be here. He felt a bit weak in the knees. Both masters had come together. Was it possible that they were summoned by his elder brother? Elder brother, you truly outdo yourself. Zhang Ziming smiled and replied, no need for formality. I have come in accordance with the instructions of the Yi family head. Indeed, Dong Tianji added, the Yi family head is highly respected. Being invited as a guest scholar is a fortune that I, Dong, have accrued over several lifetimes. Yi Suihu gazed at the 2 masters, who were usually quite proud, and found himself momentarily at a loss. What has come over you 2? Why the sudden display of courtesy? Though puzzled, he still warmly invited them inside. Seated in the parlor, Zhang Ziming and Dong Tianji each produced a piece of stationery and presented it to Yi Suihu. It was a token left behind by Yi Suifeng, and both were considerate enough not to open it. Yi Suihu extended his spirit to read the information contained within. Suihu, this is the instructor I have found. The payment has already been made, and the hiring period is 3 years. Please make the necessary arrangements. They are merely some lowly individuals, so do not feel overly formal. Yi Suihu was taken aback, looking up at the 2 imposing masters, unable to reconcile the term lowly individuals with their presence. He wondered why his elder brother would describe them in such a manner. Masters, I will promptly arrange accommodations for you, and I will also ensure that the information regarding the young disciples of the family, as well as the teaching schedule, reaches you swiftly, Yi Suihu said, naturally not intending to treat them as lowly individuals, but rather speaking courteously. Very well, Zhang Ziming chuckled. The Yi family disciples are clearly exceptional. Rest assured, I will wholeheartedly impart my knowledge. Indeed, Dong Tianji added, I possess unique insights in teaching that will surely surpass certain others. What do you mean by that? Just wait and see. Observing the 2 masters suddenly bickering, Yi Suihu scratched his head in confusion. What has happened to the world that I no longer comprehend it? After some time, Yisuahu finally managed to arrange suitable accommodations for the two masters. With the alchemist and the formation master settled, he wondered if his elder brother had made arrangements for the weapon master as well. Just then, Steward Wu hurried over. Third master. A large group of people has arrived outside, claiming to come to the family as per the head's agreement. Who are they? Hu Chuang. Yisuahu had yet to warm his seat when he jumped up again. Another 6th grade master. Moreover, Hu Chuang's reputation in Yinxiao City was not comparable to the previous two. He hurried to the entrance and was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a large crowd had gathered, numbering at least 100. Have you moved the blacksmith shop here? Greetings. Master Yi-san, Hu Chuang said, cupping his hands in respect. You flatter me. Yisuahu quickly returned the gesture and promptly invited the crowd inside. In the living room, Hu Chuang produced a letter. Suehu, this is the master craftsman I have invited for forging. The payment for 3 years has already been settled. Please provide them with a dedicated space to serve as the new blacksmith shop, ensuring that no one interferes with its normal operations. Remember, Hu Chuang's requests must be prioritized. This letter was markedly different from the previous two. It was evident that the elder brother held this 6th-ranked craftsman in high esteem. Master Hu, I will arrange accommodations for you and present you with a training plan. If you have any additional requests, please do not hesitate to voice them, Yisuahu said respectfully. Hu Chuang smiled and replied, You are too courteous, Master Yi. I have no other demands. Simply placing that group of rascals together will suffice. I appreciate your assistance. Yisuahu quickly responded, Not at all, it is my duty. Please follow me. Soon, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were properly settled, and preparations for cultivation resources and facilities were underway. The void left by the departure of the 3 masters of the Yi family had been entirely filled. Chapter 6. I want it all. After leaving Hu Chuang's blacksmith shop, Yi Suifeng did not rush home. He wandered through the bustling streets of Yinxiao City, savoring the local customs and flavors. Naturally, he had to indulge in the culinary delights. From tofu dragonfish to green bamboo phoenix fluff and the northern banquet, Yi Suifeng sampled everything from street vendors to the city's finest tavern, astonishing the carriage drivers with his remarkable appetite. After a lengthy exploration, Yi Suifeng arrived at the towering Wanbao Pavilion. As the name suggests, it was a place for the sale of various treasures. Rumor had it that this was an immensely powerful force, with establishments scattered across the continent, boasting formidable strength and vast influence. He decided to procure some techniques to better understand the cultivation system of this world. Although Yi Suifeng had attained the pinnacle of the tribulation stage and possessed astonishing spiritual power, he still lacked a systematic understanding of the specific techniques. However, this was not a significant concern. With his immeasurable spiritual awareness, he could swiftly comprehend the operational principles of any technique. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Suifeng entered Wanbao Pavilion. He explored the first floor and found an abundance of items, including techniques, spiritual tools, elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs and fruits, and cultivation materials. Yet, most were below the yellow grade, the lowest tier among the 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. Yi Suifeng naturally looked down upon them. He approached the counter and found the person in charge on the first floor, then opened a storage bag before him. I am here to see your master. Just inform him that a significant business opportunity has presented itself. Yi Suifeng spoke succinctly. The person in charge stared wide-eyed at the abundance of spirit stones, exclaiming internally, Goodness, this must be over 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Indeed, a substantial business. He did not dare to delay and promptly invited Yi Suifeng to an internal private room, providing excellent tea and water before quickly departing to find his master. After a while, a stunning woman entered. She appeared youthful, with a voluptuous figure, and her every smile and frown captivated the heart. It seems I have failed to greet the head of the Yi family appropriately. I hope you will not take offense, she said, her voice melodious and pleasing, instantly evoking goodwill. Are you the master of Wanbao Pavilion? Yi Suifeng inquired. The woman seated herself opposite him, smiling as she replied, Indeed, I am Gu Wanxin, the head of Wanbao Pavilion in Yinxiao City. Master Gu, Yi Suifeng clasped his fists in salute. I have come today to procure some treasures, and I trust that with the strength of Wanbao Pavilion, I shall not be disappointed. Without further ado, he delved straight into the matter. You're truly a forthright individual, Gu Wanxin remarked, her cheeks blooming with a hint of color, as she retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and placed it on the table. You would not be interested in yellow-grade treasures, I presume? Here is a list of our Xian-grade treasures. Do take a look and see if anything piques your interest. Xian-grade treasures, regardless of their tier, even the most basic spirit herb, hold a value exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Wanxin evidently regarded Yi Suifeng as a wealthy patron, and she was correct. He indeed was. Yi Suifeng picked up the jade slip and extended a strand of his soul. Instantly, a plethora of treasure names and descriptions appeared before his eyes. It was akin to the first floor of Wanbao Pavilion, with a diverse array of items, truly befitting the reputation of Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Suifeng focused particularly on the techniques, martial arts, and cultivation manuals. Sword technique, feast technique, staff technique, body technique, spell technique, body refinement technique, alchemy, artifact forging. Formation techniques. Aside from certain specialized paths, everything one could expect was present, perfectly suited for Yi Suifeng to familiarize himself with this world. However, upon a thorough perusal, Yi Suifeng discovered that only mid-tier Xian-grade techniques and below were available. Are there no higher-grade items? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin paused, taken aback. Mid-tier Xian-grade was already considered high-end in Yunxiao City. Was he truly unsatisfied? Head of the Yi family, Xian-grade superior items are exceedingly rare treasures. I do not mean to offend you. Their value is immensely great. Money is not an issue. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Bring forth any high-grade items you have. Gu Wanxin's expression became peculiar. Had it not been said that the Yi family was on the decline? How could this new head so unabashedly display such opulence? However, since a business opportunity has presented itself, she will not turn it away. She once again retrieved a luminous jade slip from her bosom and placed it before Yi Suifeng. This is a treasure of the highest quality from our Wanbao Pavilion. Please, do take a look and see if anything piques your interest, Gu Wanxin offered. Yi Suifeng nodded and extended his spiritual energy once more. This time, the list was markedly shorter. After all, treasures of the highest quality are not mere trinkets found by the roadside. Yi Suifeng quickly perused the contents, and indeed, they were extraordinary. Among them was a supreme spiritual sword, exquisitely crafted and possessing formidable power, which would be well suited for his daughter, Yi Huang. He thought to inquire about her preferences upon returning home. The obstinacy of his previous incarnation had inadvertently caused her distress over the years. Are there any items of even greater quality? Yi Suifeng inquired as he set down the jade slip. Greater quality? Gu Wanxin was taken aback. What manner of person was Yi Suifeng, with such extravagant tastes? Was even the supreme treasure of the highest quality insufficient for him? Beyond this level lay the earth-grade treasures, the prized possessions of Wanbao Pavilion in Yunxiao City. Did he truly possess the financial means for such acquisitions? Gu Wanxin could not help but question whether the head of the Yi family was jesting with her. Yet, observing his unruffled demeanor, he did not seem to be the type to indulge in frivolity. Gu Wanxin shook her head inwardly. No one dared to offend Wanbao Pavilion lightly, and showing him the treasures would pose no harm. Subsequently, she produced a golden jade slip and handed it to Yi Suifeng. Esteemed Yi family head, this is indeed our prized possession. Should this not suffice, I find myself at a loss, Gu Wanxin stated deliberately. Oh, very well. Is there truly nothing beyond the earth-grade treasures? Let us proceed with this for now, Yi Suifeng replied, his expression betraying a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Gu Wanxin felt even more flustered. Her ability to read subtle cues revealed to her that Yi Suifeng was indeed disheartened. You are not satisfied even with the earth grade? She exclaimed inwardly, astonished by the wealth of this man. At this moment, Yi Suifeng had already delved into the essence of the treasures. Naturally, the prized possessions would not be numerous. There were only 5 items in total. 2 manuals, 2 spiritual artifacts, and a blue stone. Kanglin Technique, Earth Grade Inferior Manual. Divine Slayer 9 Swords, Earth Grade Middle Tier Martial Technique. An Earth Grade Inferior Jade Talisman, capable of conjuring a solid defensive barrier. An Earth Grade Middle Tier Alchemy Furnace, capable of generating its own alchemical fire, allowing for prolonged use by the alchemist. The highest quality item was, surprisingly, the blue stone. Calming Stone, Earth Grade Superior Treasure, soothes the spirit, enhances cultivation efficiency, and aids in comprehending techniques. Yi Suifeng nodded inwardly. These items were indeed commendable. Are there no treasures of even higher quality? He asked. Gu Wanxin, slightly embarrassed, replied, Truly, there are none. Our branch is rather small, and thus these 5 items comprise our prized possessions. Very well, Yi Suifeng conceded. Yi Suifeng no longer insisted and inquired, Now, shall we discuss the price? Gu Wanxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, they had arrived at the topic of pricing. It appeared that the head of the Yi family was not one to cause trouble. Which item catches your eye? Gu Wanxin asked. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss them all, as you wish. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Wanxin replied, You are aware that treasures of such high caliber, even in Su City, are exceedingly rare. The Kanglan technique requires 20 billion spirit stones. The God-slaying 9 swords costs 100 billion. The Hongfu Jade Pendant is 10 billion, and the ancient medicinal cauldron is 50 billion. As for the Tranquility Stone, it demands an astounding 500 billion spirit stones. Such staggering prices. To put it in perspective in the past, the expenditures of the Yi family, encompassing the daily needs of its members, cultivation resources, investments in businesses, and upkeep of resource lands, amounted to roughly 10 billion spirit stones annually. Their income mirrored this figure closely. Even the least expensive Hongfu Jade Pendant was beyond their means. In the entirety of Yuntian City, only the formidable Tang family could afford a treasured item from the Wanbao Pavilion. Yet, should the Tang family indeed make a purchase, their clan members would likely have to tighten their belts for several years. Which one do you wish to acquire? Gu Wanxin's face radiated anticipation. These 5 esteemed treasures had remained untouched since her arrival, and selling just one would yield a significant commission. More importantly, it would bestow upon her considerable honor in the eyes of the Su City Master Pavilion. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Bring them all to me. I shall take every single one. Gu Wanxin was taken aback, momentarily doubting her hearing. In her estimation, Yi Suifeng would most likely purchase the Kanglan technique due to its relative affordability and its substantial benefit to the family. Never did she expect him to desire them all. Is this truly the case? She felt compelled to confirm. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Indeed, it is true. However, you must provide me with several larger storage bags, or else I shall not have sufficient space for all these spirit stones. This time, Yi Suifeng intended to spend some of the lower-grade spirit stones, as their accumulation was becoming quite an eyesore. Gu Wanxin, now dizzy with disbelief, ceased to worry that Yi Suifeng was jesting. Moments later, she returned with a plethora of storage bags and presented him with a splendid ring. The 5 esteemed treasures were contained within this storage ring. Rest assured, this ring is a gift for you, and from this moment forth, you shall be our most esteemed guest at the Wanbao Pavilion in Yuntian City. Gu Wanxin expressed with utmost respect. To her, Yi Suifeng was not merely a benefactor, but also a guiding light toward her ascension to greater heights. Imagining the expressions of her peers upon her return to the Master Pavilion, having sold such a remarkable array of treasures, filled her heart with exhilaration. Very well. Yi Suifeng accepted the ring, inspecting its contents and confirming the presence of the 5 items without any discrepancies. Subsequently, he took the storage bag and began to fill it with spirit stones. The storage bags brought by Gu Wanxin were quite capacious, each capable of holding 5 billion spirit stones. Once filled, Yi Suifeng frowned slightly, as it still proved insufficient. Gu Wanxin, puzzled, remarked, Surely you miscalculated. There are a total of 14 storage bags, which can accommodate 700 billion spirit stones. Those items amount to 680 billion. A warm smile graced Yi Suifeng's face. No, you're mistaken. When I said I wanted everything, I was not merely referring to the treasures of the store. I also desire the 2 additional jade slips that enumerate the profound treasures. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapturiyidi, Yehuang Seitots. In Yunxiao City, no one knew that the Wanbao Pavilion had suddenly become impoverished, left with nothing but currency. All profound treasures and above had been swept away, transformed into 10 storage rings, now adorning Yi Suifeng's fingers. As he departed, Gu Wanxin expressed her concerns, insisting on dispatching all 8 gold core cultivators of the Wanbao Pavilion to escort him back to his family. Yi Suifeng politely declined. No one could seize anything from him. He leisurely strolled back, even indulging in 2 sumptuous meals before returning to his family, the sky nearly darkening. Yi Suifeng first visited Sui Yun, dropping off 9 storage rings and instructing him to allocate them wisely, leaving Sui Yun alone in the study. His hair tousled by the wind. He then returned to his courtyard. Before he could step inside, he heard a series of loud thuds. Upon entering, he found his daughter. Ye Huang, diligently practicing hair punches. Her hands were wrapped with layers of cloth, and before her lay a black measuring stone. This stone possessed remarkable resilience, capable of quickly recovering even after sustaining a dent, making it ideal for practice. Yi Huang struck the measuring stone with unwavering focus, each punch executed with determination. Sweat dampened her bangs, twisting them into strands that clung to her face. Truly, she embodied the spirit of a diligent young woman. And Suifeng felt a swell of pride. In his memories, this daughter had always been remarkably sensible, never causing him worry and often shouldering many responsibilities. Indeed, the children of the less fortunate mature quickly. Little Huang, Suifeng called out. "Father, you're back." Huang lifted her head, yet her fists continued their rhythmic assault. "Have you had dinner?" Suifeng inquired. "I've already eaten," she replied. "Just let me finish. I need to do 200 more punches to reach 1,000, as this is my post-meal training." Such a stubborn girl, Suifeng mused. He did not press her, standing by to watch as she diligently pursued her goal. Each punch she delivered was infused with her full strength, striking against the measuring stone before her. Evidently, she aspired to transcend her own limits. However, her approach, in Suifeng's eyes, was lacking, with slight adjustments. She could undoubtedly achieve superior results. It was time for him to offer guidance to his beloved daughter. After completing 1,000 punches, Huang let out a long sigh and smiled at Suifeng. "Guoming." The two entered the room. Once seated, Suifeng intended to discuss Huang's training, but suddenly realized he didn't even know her current cultivation level. What an unqualified father he was. "Xiao Huang, to what stage have you progressed in your cultivation?" Suifeng inquired. "Huh?" Huang's expression was one of astonishment. Her father had never actively inquired about her cultivation over the years. What had prompted this change today? "A few days ago, I just broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement," she replied, somewhat shyly. The Qi refinement stage consists of 12 levels, and, at 14 years old, Huang had just barely crossed the passing threshold in Yuntian City. However, in the Yi family, it was hardly impressive, if memory served correctly. Several youths of her age within the family had exceptional talents and had already advanced beyond the Qi refinement stage to the transformation stage. Compared to them, Huang's capabilities seemed woefully inadequate, especially as the daughter of the family head. The pressure she faced must have been immense. "Do not be disheartened. From today onward, I shall personally guide your cultivation, and you will soon catch up," Suifeng assured her. "Thank you, father." Huang beamed with joy. She had little expectation of the guidance, but the most significant aspect was that her father finally took an interest in her. This realization filled her with genuine happiness. "Well, father went out today and brought you some gifts. Now, tell me, what do you like, or what is your greatest wish?" Suifeng asked. With so many items he had brought back, he couldn't simply present them all at once. It was better to hear her thoughts first. Huang paused for a moment. My wish is to diligently cultivate and become a strong warrior, so that one day I can." As she spoke, she lowered her head. The desire to alleviate her father's worries had long been hidden in her heart, and it was not easy to voice. "So that you can what?" Suifeng repeated. "So that I can participate in the upcoming Yuntian City battle." Huang fabricated a small lie. The Yuntian City battle? Suifeng was taken aback, then recalled that such an event indeed existed. In Yuntian City, the three prominent families inevitably clashed in various aspects. To avoid large-scale bloodshed, they had convened to propose the Yuntian City battle. This contest was held every 2 years, with each family sending 5 young disciples under the age of 18 to compete. The victors would gain the shops of the defeated or resource lands outside the city. In the recent skirmishes, the Yi family has found itself on the losing side, suffering substantial losses to their family enterprises. Consequently, this has led to a tightening of their financial situation. The next battle in Yuntian City is set to occur in 6 months. To his surprise, his daughter harbors such aspirations, wishing to illuminate the family's path. Truly a commendable child. Suifeng nodded. Cultivation is an essential journey, and even if she did not mention it, he would assist her in advancing along her path of cultivation. Besides cultivation, what else does she enjoy? Huang pondered and replied, "Aside from cultivation, I suppose alchemy would be my passion." "Why do you favor alchemy?" Suifeng inquired with curiosity. "Because if one masters the art of pill making, it can be incredibly lucrative." Huang chuckled, scratching her head. Suifeng realized that his daughter was perhaps afraid of poverty before assuming the role of family head. Although he enjoyed the family's allowances, his lack of contributions meant they were modest, just enough to sustain a daily existence. No wonder his daughter is so concerned about finances. "Very well. Your father supports you," Suifeng declared. It is indeed a rare thing for the youth to possess dreams, and he would naturally extend his full support. Then, Suifeng retrieved the earth-grade alchemical furnace he had purchased that day from his storage ring. "I just bought this. It surpasses your current furnace. Take it, he said. His daughter's alchemical furnace, being of low yellow grade, held little significance. Father, you are truly wonderful. Yi Huang beamed as she accepted the furnace. Unbeknownst to her, this item was a treasured relic of the Wanbao Pavilion. Nevertheless, the mere fact that it was a gift from her father filled her with joy. Indeed, our family has recently welcomed a new alchemy instructor, but you need not attend the classes. From today onward, I shall personally guide you in the art of alchemy. Yi Suifeng announced. Oh, all right. Yi Huang blinked in surprise. When had her father acquired skills in alchemy? Yi Suifeng contemplated for a moment before asking, by the way, do you like swords? Yes, quite so, but our family excels in fist techniques, hence I chose to practice boxing, Yi Huang replied. Now, we have sword techniques as well. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng produced a premium-grade sword from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Huang. Since you have an affinity for swords, let's begin your practice. The elegant sword glimmered with a faint purple light, instantly filling Yi Huang's eyes with wonder. It's simply exquisite. I wonder what its grade is. I shall provide you with the techniques tomorrow. Oh, and the rest this. Yi Suifeng then retrieved a tranquil stone. An earth-grade superior tranquil stone, which is immensely beneficial for cultivation and coveted by all practitioners. Yi Huang stared in disbelief as she accepted the tranquil stone, still unaware of the significance of this seemingly unremarkable object. All right, you should return to your room and rest. Cultivation requires a balance of work and leisure. Relentless practice alone will not yield success, Yi Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded, her heart brimming with excitement as she stood up to depart. Yi Suifeng, with a resigned expression, understood that his daughter would undoubtedly immerse herself in her training until late into the night. It was no matter of great concern. After all, youth should embrace the pursuit of diligence. After completing his nightly ablutions, Yi Suifeng reclined upon his bed, retrieving the 2 tomes of earth-grade cultivation techniques he had procured that day. Each of these volumes, if presented, would undoubtedly incite a stir in Xianxia City due to their elevated rank. Yet, Yi Suifeng found himself unsatisfied. He yearned to refine them further. There's a clear flaw here. The flow of spiritual energy should be directed in this manner. The pathways are incorrect as well. 2 better ones ought to be substituted. Billions of years of cultivation had rendered Yi Suifeng's spirit immeasurably potent, allowing him to perceive the very essence of these techniques. Such earth-grade methods were easily dissected for their vulnerabilities, which he could then enhance. Naturally, he could not afford to be negligent regarding his daughter's training. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Yi Suifeng completed his revisions on the 2 techniques. Now, the Kanglan technique had transcended from an inferior earth-grade method to a premium earth-grade cultivation technique. Meanwhile, the god-slaying 9 swords had ascended to a mid-tier heavenly grade, capable of slaying true deities upon reaching mastery. Very well, this will suffice for now. I shall make do with these 2 for my little Huang until I can devise some celestial methods or Taoist arts for her to learn later. Chapter 8. A stir amongst the clan today marked the day for the disciples of the Yi family to receive their allowances. Young men and women, in pairs or alone, made their way to the family's service hall. A youth clad in white, exuding an air of nobility, strode down the path with a golden spear slung across his back. Longo, wait for me. Suddenly, a bright voice called from behind, prompting the young man to turn. A boy and a girl, both of similar stature and dressed in green attire, were hastily approaching. Ye Long greeted. The girl, beaming with delight, sidled up to Yi Long and inquired, Longo, when did you emerge from seclusion? 3 days ago, Yi Long replied, nodding at the pair as they walked together. How was your time in seclusion? Yi Qian asked. It went well enough, Yi Long responded. I have broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi transformation, and the dragon hunting spear technique has been successfully cultivated to a minor success. Instantly, Yi Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother, you are truly remarkable. In the upcoming battle in Xianxia City 6 months from now, we must teach those detestable Li family members a lesson, she exclaimed, shaking her small fists in indignation. Yi Long pressed his lips together, aware that among the younger generation of the Yi family, he was among the strongest. If all went as anticipated, he would secure a place in the forthcoming battle in Xianxia City. Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of uncertainty regarding his ability to triumph over the Li family. According to reliable sources, Li Qi, the eldest son of the Li family, has successfully transcended the 5th level of Qi transformation, and his mastery of concealed weaponry is nothing short of extraordinary. Should one confront him now, defeat would likely be the outcome. Yilong couldn't help but clench his fists. Rest assured, I shall strive with all my might. Indeed, I believe in you. Yi Qian encouraged from his side. You both must also exert yourselves. The Yi family cannot afford to decline in our generation. Yilong stated earnestly. The other two nodded in agreement. Brother Long, I recently received word from father that our allowance is to be reduced once more. Yi Qian, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. The three of them were all children of Yi Suiyun, with Yilong being the eldest at 15 years of age. Yi Qian and Yi Qian, the twins, were 14, slightly younger than Yi Huang. Yi Suiyun managed the family resources, thus they had access to certain information ahead of time. I am aware, Yilong sighed softly. The family is currently facing difficulties. Therefore, we must intensify our training and unite our efforts to help the family weather this storm. Yi Qian pouted and remarked. Though that may be the case, with the allowance reduced, will we not find it even more challenging to cultivate? She continued, moreover, with uncle now the head of the family, I fear we shall have little respite in the days to come. As she spoke, Yilong suddenly halted. Slap. A hand struck Yi Qian's face with force, leaving a vivid red mark. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the family head behind his back? Yilong's face was as dark as a stormy sky as he glared at Yi Qian, then cast a fierce look at Yi Qian. Startled, Yi Qian trembled and quickly said, Brother, we were wrong. You know how straightforward sister can be. Straightforward? Such candor will inevitably lead to disaster. Yilong scoffed. Regardless of uncle's nature, he is now our family head, the supreme authority of the Yi family. To speak against him is to challenge the entire family's authority. Have you both forgotten the 3 iron laws of our clan? Chastised, the two lowered their heads, silenced by the reprimand. In this household, parents held the highest authority, followed closely by the eldest brother. Brother, I was in the wrong, Yi Qian mumbled, covering her face. Yilong cast her a sidelong glance, and then addressed Yi Qian. When I am not around, you must take good care of her and ensure she does not act recklessly every day. Yi Qian nodded vigorously in agreement. After receiving their scolding, the two spoke considerably less. Moments later, the 3 arrived at the Deacon Hall. Young masters, here are your allowances and training resources for this month. Take them and cultivate diligently, the Deacon Hall steward said with a cheerful smile. The trio found it somewhat odd. Hadn't the allowance been reduced? Yet, he appeared quite pleased. However, they dismissed the thought, collected their storage bags, and turned to leave. Do you all have classes today? Yilong inquired. Yes, Yi Qian replied. The previous 3 instructors have departed, and I heard the family head sought out 3 new ones yesterday. From this point, it is evident that the family head possesses exceptional capability. Yilong remarked. Thus, let us dispel any inappropriate thoughts. Diligent cultivation is the true path. As the two conversed while walking, they suddenly noticed Yi Qian standing still, frozen in place. What is the matter? Yilong inquired. Yi Qian lifted her head, her face a canvas of confusion and uncertainty. She cradled a storage bag in her hands, which was now ajar. It seems my monthly allowance has been misallocated. Yilong furrowed his brow and replied, Do we not hear that this month's allowance would be reduced? What is so surprising about that? No. Yi Qian opened her storage bag. My allowance has not diminished. In fact, it appears to have increased significantly. What? Yilong and Yi Qian hurried over to examine their sister's storage bag, their eyes widening in astonishment. As direct descendants, they were accustomed to receiving 50 spirit stones, 10 chi refining pills, and 10 bone-strengthening pills monthly for their training. However, the quantities within their sister's storage bag were evidently amiss. After counting meticulously, they discovered 100 spirit stones, and both the chi refining and bone-strengthening pills had doubled. Moreover, there were 2 additional items. One was a vial of crimson elixir labeled body refining pill. The other was a round porcelain pill marked as marrow cleansing pill. These 2, especially the marrow cleansing pill, were of high grade. How could such treasures have found their way to their sister? It must be an error, Yi Qian stated. Such abundant resources certainly do not appear to be intended for us. Let's check our own supplies, Yilong suddenly suggested. They then opened their respective storage bags, only to be rendered speechless. Identical. What is happening? Were they all misallocated? The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting the same perplexity. After a brief silence, Yilong closed the storage bag and solemnly declared, This must be a mistake. These items are certainly meant for someone else, and we cannot accept them. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Not wishing to act against their conscience, they returned to the steward's hall to return the storage bags to the manager. Liao, These do not appear to be intended for US, Yilong stated. Oh, a mix-up? Manager Liao took the storage bags, scrutinized them closely, then handed them back. Young masters, you jest. The contents are indeed correct and meant for you, Manager Liao replied with a chuckle. The three were once again taken aback. But the quantities... Manager Liao waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Did you not see the family head's decree within? Huh? Yilong, now perplexed, opened a storage bag to find an unusual item. It was a small decree, and upon opening it, bold characters unfurled before them. Resources are abundant. Cultivate diligently. Chapter 9. Guidance and Cultivation. The Yi family was abuzz with excitement. No one anticipated that the monthly allowances would increase to such an extent. My goodness. The Qi cultivation pills this time are of middle grade, and the bone-strengthening pills are no different. After consuming the elixirs, some individuals were immediately awed by the immense spiritual energy contained within. In comparison to the low-grade Qi cultivation pills, the cultivation efficiency of the middle-grade elixirs is at least fivefold. Remarkably, the newly appointed alchemy instructor is none other than the esteemed Master Zhang Ziming, a sixth-grade alchemist. During the alchemy class, some students recognized Master Zhang. They could never have imagined that their family would invite such a luminary to teach. Moreover, in the courses on weapon forging and formations, others also recognized two sixth-grade masters, leaving them profoundly astonished. The family has truly invested heavily this time, coupled with the Patriarch's directive, to cultivate diligently, with resources abundantly provided. The Yi family's era of collective cultivation has officially commenced. Such news quickly spread, reaching the ears of the two other prominent families. Doubling of resources? Sixth-grade masters? It seems the Yi family is betting their fate on the upcoming battle in Xianxia City in 6 months. I told you, the new patriarch of the Yi family is a fool. This approach is utterly depleting their own foundation. I wonder how the elders of the Yi family could permit such reckless behavior. Who knows, perhaps the elders themselves are fools. The Yi family may not last long and will likely be defeated by Yi Suifeng. The Li family scoffed at Yi Suifeng's actions, mocking him and asserting that he is exhausting their resources and jeopardizing the family's foundation, essentially courting their own demise. Can the Yi family truly possess such wealth? Have they tapped into their ancestral reserves? That seems improbable. However, I have seen Yi Suifeng before. He does not seem particularly capable. Perhaps his mind has led him to make such an absurd decision. Yet one must consider those sixth-grade masters are not easily summoned back to a family. It is unclear what exorbitant price the Yi family has paid. Regardless, in the upcoming battle in Xianxia City, our Tang family must not be overshadowed by the other two families. Members of the Tang family are likewise puzzled, unsure of what Yi Suifeng's actions signify. The entire Xianxia City has been stirred by the Yi family's sudden and substantial investment in cultivation resources, creating quite a stir. Meanwhile, the instigator of this event, Yi Suifeng, sits beneath a willow tree in his courtyard, engrossed in a thick, ancient tome while leisurely sipping tea. His daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practices the fundamentals of swordsmanship nearby. Earlier in the day, Yi Suifeng had provided her with 2 revised cultivation manuals. However, given her rather inadequate foundation, he decided it best for her to first solidify her swordsmanship skills. Of course, Yi Suifeng has his unique methods. He has sifted through numerous sword techniques, discarding the dross and extracting the essence, culminating in the creation of an entirely new sword technique, the basic sword technique of the Phoenix. Do not be misled by its seemingly frivolous title. This book on swordsmanship surpasses ordinary introductory techniques by an immeasurable degree. It serves as an exceptional guide for a novice completely unfamiliar with the art of the sword, effectively refining their posture and even enhancing physical strength and coordination. Most importantly, it has been meticulously crafted by Yi Suifeng to suit Yi Huang's unique constitution. After merely an hour of practice, Yi Huang has already displayed commendable proficiency, a stark contrast to her initial awkwardness when first wielding a sword. Once her training had entered a productive phase, Yi Suifeng settled nearby, continuing to peruse the various martial texts he had acquired the previous day. The volume in his hands, titled Thunderous Sound Body Refinement Method, is a superior technique of the mysterious grade for body cultivation. Indeed, this method is quite promising, Yi Suifeng mused, taking a crisp, translucent apple and savoring its flavor. Having resolved to nurture Yi Huang's potential, he is far from careless. Martial techniques, sword arts, body refinement, and artifacts must all be of at least satisfactory quality. Relying solely on her own efforts would be utterly impractical. Firstly, Yi Huang is not an extraordinary prodigy, but merely a practitioner with passable aptitude. Without his intervention, her future achievements would be significantly limited. Secondly, to possess wealth and not utilize it would be sheer folly. Why are secluded families, super sects, and disciples from holy places so powerful? Is it solely due to their individual efforts? Nonsense. They have amassed strength through vast resources. In terms of investment in Yi Huang, it pales in comparison to what others might offer. Nevertheless, Yi Suifeng remains unhurried, opting for a gradual and steady approach. After thoroughly reviewing the thunderous sound body refinement method, he poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it leisurely. The technique is commendable and, with some modifications, could evolve into a heavenly grade body refinement skill. However, observing his daughter's earnest practice, he slightly shook his head. Simultaneously cultivating multiple elite techniques may not necessarily be advantageous. Perhaps it would be wiser to develop an effective body refinement liquid based on this method, as it is a more direct approach. With that thought, Yi Suifeng's profound consciousness began to engage in complex calculations, and within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, he devised a formulation for the body refinement liquid. While not the most potent concoction, the available materials would suffice, sparing him the trouble of searching for rare treasures. Yet, one crucial ingredient remained. Yi Suifeng Gazit. The essence of the thunderous sound body refinement method lies in thunder itself. Consequently, the body refinement liquid derived from it requires lightning as the primary ingredient. What could be more formidable than the thunder accompanying the culmination of tribulation? Indeed, he had his sights set on the Tao of heaven, which he had recently playfully provoked. It was merely a matter of borrowing something. Surely, it would not take offense. Practicing such a feat in plain sight would be too conspicuous. A more secluded location would be preferable. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Suifeng rose from his seat. Xiao Huang, it's time to pause. Yi Suifeng gazed at his sweat-drenched daughter and spoke. It's all right, my dear. I can endure. Yi Huang, panting and with a flushed face, resolutely gritted her teeth and wielded the long sword as instructed by her father. Yi Suifeng's expression darkened slightly as he urged. Follow my instructions. This sword technique requires a gradual approach. When I ask you to halt, it is for you to sit down and practice the Kanglan skill. This is the perfect moment. Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Huang quickly gathered herself, calming her breath before sitting cross-legged on the ground, ready to cultivate the Kanglan skill. Before commencing, she stole a glance at Yi Suifeng. Her father had recently adopted a commanding presence. In the past, he would never have offered his opinions on her training. Yet, this authoritative father brought her an unexpected sense of reassurance. With these thoughts in mind, she closed her eyes and began her earnest practice. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly, instructing, remember, for every hour of basic sword practice, sit in meditation for an hour. Then reflect on your performance, identifying issues and how to improve. Each 3-hour session constitutes a cycle, 2 cycles a day, no more. The remaining time can be arranged at your discretion. He advised her carefully. Now, take your time to practice. I shall step out for a while and return in the evening. With that, Yi Suifeng's figure slowly faded away in the courtyard. Chapter 10. Crossing the Tribulation. The Qinggu Highlands stand as a formidable chasm to the north of Cloud City. Beyond lie the northern snowfields. Legend has it that the northern snowfields are barren, with inhabitants leading arduous lives, existing in a primitive tribal state, clad in animal skins, and practicing slash-and-burn agriculture. In essence, culture is nearly non-existent there. However, these notions stem from the conjectures of the people of Lingnan, as few have traversed the Qinggu Highlands to witness the splendor of the northern snowfields. The Qinggu Highlands hinder the passage of nearly all. This region is characterized by lofty mountains and dense thickets, teeming with ancient, untrammeled areas. Countless formidable beasts lurk deep within highlands, and one misstep could cost a life. Yet, this perilous situation attracts numerous cultivators seeking to hone their skills. The treasures found among the demonic beasts are bountiful. Should one stumble upon a spirit herb of earthly quality or higher, it would lead to sudden wealth, ensuring a life free from worry. At this moment, several young cultivators cautiously traversed the periphery of the highlands. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from afar, startling them. One youth, with disheveled hair, immediately dropped to the ground to listen intently. His expression shifted dramatically. Run! A large pack of ferocious beasts is charging towards us. He shouted in alarm. only to find his companions rooted in place, mouths agape, gazing at the distant sky. Following their line of sight, the long-haired youth was left speechless. The heavens were shrouded in ominous black clouds, cloaking much of the sky. It took on the form of a swirling vortex, continually shimmering with a violet hue. An overwhelming sensation that constricted his chest, as if his heart were about to leap from his breast. What could that be? They trembled, their legs quaking beneath them. This scene resembled a portent of apocalyptic doom. At that moment, the roar grew increasingly louder, and they beheld a multitude of birds soaring into the sky in a panic from a nearby thicket. "It is a beastly tide. We must flee." The long-haired youth was the first to react, shouting hoarsely before turning to escape. The others, regaining their senses, hastily followed in his footsteps, rushing towards the mountain's edge in a frenzy. On a peak deep within the highlands, Suifeng gazed at the expanding storm clouds above with a furrowed brow. The commotion was unexpectedly great. Had he known, he would have ventured further in. He had chosen this location to draw forth the tribulation thunder, wishing to spare ordinary cultivators from disturbance. Yet he had not anticipated that the range of these storm clouds would extend so far, nearly spilling over the mountain's perimeter. "Oh, hurry up already, stop dawdling," Suifeng remarked with dissatisfaction. His tribulation thunder was the fearsome 99 heavenly tribulation, comprising a total of 81 strikes, each one exponentially more powerful than the last, with their quality increasing correspondingly. Suifeng awaited the final strike, which was why he had bided his time. It seemed as if the storm clouds sensed his provocation, suddenly accelerating their rotation. Boom! A violet thunderbolt descended from the heavens, carrying with it an inexorable celestial might, instantly arriving above Suifeng's head. Yet, with a mere casual flick of his hand, the seemingly invincible thunderbolt was shattered into fragments, scattering like petals in the wind upon the surrounding peaks. In an instant, the earth trembled and several small hills crumbled under the force of the blast. "Now, that is more like it. Hurry, hurry." Suifeng exhibited no signs of damage. The thunder continued to rain down in waves, yet before Suifeng, they were as insubstantial as cotton candy, utterly incapable of withstanding his might. Finally, the climax of the 99 heavenly tribulation arrived, the last strike. The storm clouds in the sky began to contract, yet the ferocious energy contained within surged to even greater heights. As the clouds shrank to a singular point, a resounding boom echoed through the air. "I've been waiting for you." Suifeng soared into the air, confronting the obliterating thunder with a bold charge. His right hand shifted, various arcane energies coalescing within it, while his left hand astonishingly produced a white jade bottle. In an instant, Suifeng collided head-on with the thunder. However, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. Instead, it abruptly halted like the final note of a pipa. The ferocious tempest transformed into a clear blue sky. Suifeng's figure slowly descended. In his hand, a swirling mass of purple energy manifested, careening about in an agitated manner. "Be still." Suifeng gently clasped his fingers, causing the purple energy to gradually diminish until it transformed into a small orb of liquid, suspended delicately within his palm. Subsequently, this orb of purple liquid was carefully contained within a jade bottle. With a sigh of relief, Suifeng looked skyward, where an imposing celestial gate appeared, ethereal and elusive. The gate slowly opened, casting a golden radiance that enveloped Suifeng, accompanied by a chorus of celestial melodies emanating from within. He had successfully traversed the 9 tribulations and was on the verge of ascension. There is no need to rush. It is best to return for now. Suifeng dissipated his celestial aura, stabilizing his cultivation at the pinnacle of Tribulation Crossing. In this realm, immortals could not reside. Ascension to a higher realm was imperative for becoming an immortal. Suifeng had no desire to ascend just yet. He had only arrived a few days prior, and had yet to fully immerse himself in the local customs and culture. Furthermore, he had a beloved daughter eagerly awaiting his return. As Suifeng dispelled his immortal presence, the celestial gate in the void seemed to lose its target, lingering momentarily before gradually fading away. Task accomplished. He stored the jade bottle back into his spatial storage. The primary elixir was ready, and when the time was right, he would concoct a body-tempering liquid for Yihuan. The last bolt of tribulation lightning harbored both destructive and creative energies. And even Suifeng himself was uncertain of the immense effects that the body-tempering liquid would yield. Standing atop the mountain, Suifeng surveyed the devastation surrounding him. Aside from the mountain beneath his feet, the area was left in ruins, drastically eroded by the tribulation lightning. The terror of the tribulation was unmistakable. He gazed towards the north, where his formidable consciousness extended thousands of miles, arriving at a vast expanse of icy plateau, the fabled northern snowfields. It appeared desolate indeed. As Yi Suifeng's consciousness wandered aimlessly, he suddenly sensed a powerful presence emanating from the depths of the plateau, advancing rapidly toward him. This presence seemed to merge with the entire northern highland, nearly rivaling the magnitude of Yi Suifeng's own consciousness. It was extraordinarily formidable. Such a level of cultivator existed in this world. Upon sensing this powerful presence approach, Yi Suifeng quickly withdrew his consciousness. He preferred not to engage with the pinnacle forces of this world just yet. That could wait for another time. Yi Suifeng shrugged, the sun dipping low in the west. Realizing that the 9 tribulations had consumed far too much of his time, it was time to return home. In the far north, a pair of cold eyes suddenly opened, peering into the divine realm. Are they friend or foe? Another chapter of fate lay shrouded in mist. How much longer can we endure? Chapter 11, Saving Others. A figure darted across the sky, fleeting like a whisper. Beneath, the majestic mountains stretched endlessly, receding rapidly into the distance. Yi Suifeng, capable of instantaneously returning, chose instead to behold the panorama of this world. As he journeyed, he keenly sensed the devastation wrought by beasts in numerous areas of the mountains. While some timid demonic creatures still displayed signs of panic, evidently affected by his tribulation. Suddenly, from a short distance away, Yi Suifeng detected the essence of a fierce battle, suggesting the presence of humans. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his course and soared towards the commotion. Hovering in the air, he beheld 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, engage in a fierce struggle against a single-horned blue bull, a second-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a human in the later stages of Qi transformation. In stark contrast, the 4 were merely practitioners at the late stage of Qi refinement, revealing a significant disparity in power. It was uncertain how long the confrontation had persisted, but among the 4, 2 had sustained injuries, their movements sluggish. Only a long-haired youth and the woman continued to battle fiercely. Abruptly, the long-haired youth was hurled through the air by the bull, yet he quickly regained his footing, resolutely positioning himself before the creature. Gritting his teeth, he felt the tumult of blood within him from the last strike, already suffering internal injuries. Attack its underbelly, he bellowed. Upon hearing his command, the other 3 leaped into action, their blades slicing through the air toward the bull. However, the horned blue bull was not easily intimidated. As they approached, it erupted into a frenzy, its hooves striking down to counter their assault. One individual, already wounded, failed to evade in time and was struck by the bull's iron hoof, sent crashing into a thicket, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise again. Mafang. The long-haired youth roared in fury, his eyes ablaze. Grasping a metal rod, he struck at the bull's head, yet it was the most resilient part of its body, yielding little effect, and instead unbalancing him, sending him flying once more. With a thunderous roar, the horned blue bull repelled all 4, asserting its dominance as if it were an invincible ancient demon. The ground trembled under its iron hooves, resonating with a mighty clang. It then turned its gaze toward the fallen Ma Fong, a flash of bloodlust igniting in its eyes as it charged forward. It had already attained sentience, understanding that eliminating a living human threat was paramount. The remaining ones could be dealt with subsequently. The bull's speed was astonishing, its indomitable horn poised to collide with Ma Fong. No, the long-haired youth cried out in despair. Was his companion, with whom he had shared so many moments, truly destined to perish before his eyes? Meanwhile, the prostrate Ma Fong had closed his eyes, resigned to the approach of death. Suddenly, from the thicket before him, a small sapling rose upright. As all turned a blind eye to it, it brandished its tiny branches and leaves, striking the head of the azure bull. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded. Accompanied by a storm of dust and debris, a colossal figure was hurled from the explosion, showering the air with warm blood before tumbling to the ground. The long-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief. He clearly saw that the one flung away was none other than the formidable azure bull. At that moment, the beast that had nearly claimed their lives bore a shattered horn, with a significant portion of its skull caved in, blood gushing forth. It was beyond saving. What had transpired? Just then, a towering figure descended slowly from the heavens. Indeed, Yi Suifeng had intervened. As a human, he could not idly witness his kin meet an untimely demise. Moreover, it was evident that the azure bull had fled from the depths of the mountains, startled by his tribulation. Thus, he felt a modicum of responsibility for the predicament at hand. The young men had suffered an undeserved calamity. He could not stand by and do nothing. "What is your name?" Suifeng inquired of the long-haired youth. "Feng Zhizhi," replied Feng Zhi, still somewhat dazed. The might of this figure was overwhelming. He had dispatched a second-tier beast, the azure bull, in an instant. Could he be a formidable cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage? "Go check on your companions," Suifeng urged. Only then did Feng Zhi snap back to reality, hastily rising from the ground and making his way to Ma Fong. At that moment, Ma Fong was clutching a small sapling, bewildered as he inspected it from every angle. "Ma Fong, how are you?" Feng Zhi called out loudly. Ma Fong looked up and, with great effort, rose to his feet, managing a wry smile. "This is quite a loss. I'll need at least half a month to recuperate." Feng Zhi, relieved to see him alive, soon furrowed his brow again and asked Ma Fong, "What is wrong with the sapling? Why do you keep staring at it?" Ma Fong's expression turned peculiar. "Brother Feng, you may not believe this, but it was just now that it suddenly stood up and slapped the azure bull, saving my life. This sapling could very well be an ancient divine tree. Brother Feng, we've struck it rich." Feng Zhi, observing Ma Fong's excitement, felt a wave of exasperation. "Brother, do not be foolish. It was that esteemed elder who intervened and saved us." He then carefully assisted Ma Fong to his feet. The other two companions gathered around, and the four of them brushed off the dirt and debris from their clothing before approaching Suifeng, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely rescue. If you have any requests, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them," Feng Zhi said earnestly. Suifeng, toying with the horn of the azure bull, waved his hand dismissively. "It was but a trifling matter. There is no need to dwell on it. This incident arose from my presence, and I am not so presumptuous as to seek any form of recompense." However, to the ears of Feng Zhi and his companions, the situation appeared quite different. This esteemed elder not only possessed remarkable strength and striking good looks, but also exhibited an exceptionally gentle temperament. Today was indeed a stroke of fortune. "By the way, are you all locals?" Suifeng inquired. Feng Zhi nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, esteemed elder, the four of us hail from the outskirts of Qinggu Jailing, specifically from Yinyan Town." "Yinyan Town?" Suifeng asked. "Indeed, it is a small town within the jurisdiction of Xianxia City," Feng Zhi explained. Suifeng's understanding deepened. Xianxia City was not merely a simple fortress. It possessed its own realm of influence. He recalled that Xianxia City governed an area of approximately 80,000 square kilometers, comparable in size to the direct-controlled municipality of Chongqing from his previous life. The vast jurisdiction of such a modest city was truly astonishing. However, based on Suifeng's knowledge, this was still relatively small compared to other cities of similar stature in the vicinity. "How fortunate," Suifeng remarked with a smile. "I'm the head of the Yi family in Xianxia City." He spoke candidly, choosing not to conceal his identity, deeming it unnecessary. "We have met the head of the Yi family." The others bowed their heads even lower, for to them, Xianxia City was akin to an imperial capital. The individual before them was undoubtedly a figure of great prominence within the royal court. "There is no need for formalities," Suifeng replied with a smile. "It appears we are fated to meet. Should you ever visit Xianxia City, feel free to come directly to the Yi family. I shall provide you with a splendid platform." The group was instantly elated. The promise from family head was an invaluable treasure. "Very well, it is getting late, and many other beasts still roam this area. You should hasten back to tend to your injuries," Suifeng concluded, waving his hand as his figure vanished from sight, leaving Feng Zhi and his companions in awe of the surreal encounter they had just experienced. Notably, before departing, Ma Fong insisted on taking the small sapling with him, declaring it a miracle, the ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12. Suifeng's plans: dark clouds of devastation, a surge of beasts. In the study of the family head, Suifeng sat across from Sui Yun, listening intently as he reported on the conditions at the borders of Xianxia City. "Yes, elder brother," Sui Yun spoke with an anxious expression. "Yesterday, many cultivators witnessed the ominous black clouds that nearly obscured the entire sky, accompanied by strange rumbling sounds. Shortly thereafter, the beast tide erupted. A multitude of beasts suddenly surged against the periphery of Jailing, causing varying degrees of injury to many adventurers. They have now broken through the high ridge and are heading towards the human settlements at the border. Yi Suifeng, feeling slightly guilty, touched his nose and replied, "Even so, can this truly be deemed an omen of world destruction? Elder brother, you do not understand. Sui Yun spoke solemnly. The black clouds are exceedingly sinister, seemingly manifesting only outside the borders of Yanxiao City. Some have concluded that either a great demon has emerged or evil is descending upon us. There are already those preparing to flee to other cities, and panic is spreading among the populace." Yi Suifeng wore a peculiar expression, utterly at a loss for words. It was merely a matter of overcoming a tribulation, yet had triggered such a colossal chain reaction. Indeed, it echoed the ancient adage, the lower one's cultivation. The more bizarre phenomena one encounters in the world. The Li and Tang families were already preparing to mobilize their forces towards the border, Yi Suiyin informed. Are they planning to provide support at the border? Yi Suifeng pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, Yi Suiyun affirmed. If we remain inactive, the territories governed by the Yi family, along with our resource lands, could very well face complications. The governance of Cloud Sky City was rather unique. Its domains were collectively managed by 3 prominent families, each presiding over designated areas. The Tang family predominantly in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Yi family in the northwest. The 3 families interwove, maintaining a balance of power while also collaborating with one another. A significant portion of the Yi family's income, including resource lands, stem from their own sphere of influence. Thus, any arising issues could greatly impact the Yi family. How many personnel are they planning to dispatch? Yi Suifeng inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Sui Yin replied, "It shouldn't be too many. In past, similar situations, we would send a portion of the family's middle management to oversee the situation, which typically sufficed." I see. Yi Suifeng mused for a moment before suggesting, "Let's also send some personnel. However, this time, we shall not only dispatch middle management, but also include that group of unruly youngsters from our household." Sui Yin was taken aback and asked, "Why is that?" "The fierce beasts are perilous, and they are still quite young. Mishaps are bound to occur. It is precisely because they are young that they must venture forth to gain experience," Yi Suifeng asserted. "A fledgling that has never weathered a storm can never soar high. Moreover, you must instruct them well. Upon arrival, they should not flaunt the arrogance of a grand family. It is best to foster good relations with the cultivators of the border towns. Furthermore, they should take ample resources with them, should anyone sustain injuries. We shall provide free medical care." Yi Suifeng's series of directives left Sui Yin utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? While those regions are indeed significant to our family, it hardly warrants such grandiosity, creating such a stir, fostering relationships, and offering free medical care? Brother, although we have acquired wealth, it is not to be squandered in this manner. Observing Sui Yun's perplexed expression, Yi Suifeng waved his hand and said, "Sui Yun, let me ask you, for great power, what is of utmost importance?" "Money," Sui Yun answered without hesitation. "Ah yes, money is indeed vital. But if we aspire to expand our influence, talent is the most essential resource. Therefore, in this reinforcement effort, we must not only exert ourselves, but also cultivate amicable relations with them. This will facilitate smoother expansion in the future. Do you understand?" Yi Suifeng's actions were strategic preparation for the future. Money is indispensable, yet it is not omnipotent. Indeed, with Yi Suifeng's prowess and wealth, he could effortlessly obliterate the Li and Tang families with a mere breath, while also attracting a multitude of talented individuals. But what follows? Excluding Yi Suifeng, the members of the Yi family would be unprecedentedly weakened, akin to an infant in swaddling clothes, utterly helpless. The Yi family constitutes a clan, a complex entity. Should Yi Suifeng attempt to single-handedly protect the entire family, it would lead to the family's inevitable demise. He must forge a true power. I have encountered several young cultivators from a border whose potential rivals that of certain offspring from our esteemed families. Thus, we must not regard them with disdain. They merely lack resources. They represent a latent force that can be harnessed by the clan, Yi Suifeng asserted. By the way, what is your current cultivation level under the guidance of Hu and the others? Sui Yin replied, "We are presently at the golden core stage, having remained so for many years. Since assuming our roles within the family, we have had little time to refine our cultivation, and our innate talents are rather modest." Yi Suifeng shook his head. "I instructed you days ago that the entire clan must engage in cultivation, and this applies not solely to the youth. From this moment onward, You too must intensify your training. My aspirations extend far beyond the confines of a mere cloud city. Sui you not did earnestly. If they could advance further in their cultivation, who among them would wish to lead an inconsequential life? The conversation in the study reached a conclusion. Yi Suifeng's directives were swiftly disseminated and enacted. Within a day, nearly all members of the Yi family mobilized, bearing a plethora of resources to support the border. This sudden action astonished the other two prominent families in Cloud City. Madness, it is truly madness, someone exclaimed. The new head of the Yi family certainly presented a refreshing perspective. If he is not awarded the Cloud City Sage Award, it would be an affront to his efforts. Some scoffed at the Yi family's endeavors, questioning the need for such elaborate measures, dismissing Yi Suifeng's actions as foolish compassion. However, the various rumors could not impede the Yi family's resolve. Their loyalty to their leader was unwavering. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng had returned to the courtyard to prepare body-refining elixirs for Yi Huang. The final bolt of lightning from the 99 heavenly tribulation possessed immense power, embodying forces of destruction and rebirth. Applying it to Yi Huang, who is still in the qi refining stage, would not only be a waste but also a perilous endeavor, as her body would be incapable of withstanding even the slightest touch, resulting in instantaneous devastation. It required careful neutralization. Yi Suifeng extracted a drop of tribulation liquid and began to cast incantations. The tempestuous thunder gradually softened under his soothing presence, ultimately transforming into a pure essence of energy. Extracting an array of meticulously prepared materials, Yi Suifeng conjured a cauldron from thin air, depositing all the ingredients within. After a brief interval, the materials coalesced into a vial of golden liquid. It is time for body tempering, Yi Suifeng nodded approvingly. Suddenly, his door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. A figure burst in with fervor. Father, why am I not on the list for the external training? Yi Huang demanded indignantly. All my siblings have set forth, yet I am left behind. I also wish to contribute to the family's advancement. I cannot accept this. At that moment, Yi Huang resembled a furious little lion, unleashing her wrath within the room. Yi Suifeng found amusement in this display. It was the first time he had witnessed such a spirited side of her. The young girl had finally mustered the courage to assert her rights. This was a positive development. However, when it was time for a lesson must be imparted. Yi Suifeng regarded her with indifference, his expression stern as he inquired, "Do you also wish to venture to the borders?" "Absolutely," Yi Huang replied with unwavering determination. "Then let me ask you, do you know the current cultivation level of Yi Long?" Yi Huang hesitated, replying, "Third layer of qi transformation, but..." "And what about Yi Qian and Yi Qian? Where are their cultivation levels?" "They have achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement." "Very well. Let me inquire about the cultivation levels of your two cousins from your third uncle's family, as well as the two siblings from your fourth uncle and the two sisters from your fifth uncle's family." Yi Huang fell silent. Among her direct relatives of the same age, the weakest had reached the 10th layer of qi refinement, while her cousin Yi Long and a cousin from her fifth uncle's family had even transcended into the qi transformation realm. She was, indeed, the least powerful among them. As someone at the 7th layer of qi refinement, what purpose would your presence serve at the borders, other than courting death and bringing disgrace upon me? Yi Suifeng's words struck without mercy. Yi Huang lowered her head, twisting her garments in her hands, lips pressed tightly together, silent. Her lack of strength was the greatest anguish in her heart. As the daughter of the clan leader, she found herself overshadowed by even the more distant relatives. Though no one had ever spoken it aloud, it weighed heavily on her mind. Observing his daughter, Yi Suifeng recognized that his words were harsh and hurtful. He had anticipated that she might cry, yet she bore the weight with resilience. "It seems your mental fortitude is commendable. Hence, you should remain at home and cultivate diligently. Once you have reached a level comparable to theirs, then you may consider contributing to the family," Yi Suifeng remarked with a huff. Yi Huang bit her lip, clearly disheartened. Yet, she suddenly lifted her head and murmured, "But if I stay at home, wouldn't that also bring shame upon you?" Yi Suifeng paused, taken aback. So, this child had been contemplating it in such a manner? All the clan's offspring had been dispatched, leaving only his daughter behind. She must be worried that her kin will disapprove of such favoritism. The girl's thoughts remained intricate. After a brief silence, Yi Suifeng let out a soft sigh and beckoned to Yi Huang. "Little Huang, I understand your feelings. However, nothing can be achieved overnight. If you truly wish to bring honor to me and contribute to our family, you must focus on your cultivation and enhance your strength, Yi Suifeng said. Yi Huang nodded. It was evident that she still harbored some resentment within. Yi Suifeng shook his head and continued. I promise you that if you can cultivate the sword technique I gifted you to a minor success, I will allow you to venture to the borders and train alongside your siblings. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? You would deceive me? Yi Suifeng smiled. Of course not. The 9 styles of god-slaying. If Yi Huang can master it to a minor success, there will be no need for further restrictions. By then, her combat prowess will surpass that of the younger generation in the Yi family. With full effort, even Yi Long would be unable to withstand her. But what if they have returned by the time I finish training? Yi Huang inwaited, puzzled. They won tea. This training expedition will last at least 4 months. Do you not have confidence in mastering it within that time? Yi Suifeng asked. I do. Yi Huang exclaimed, head excitement palpable. Under Yi Suifeng's guidance, she had already grasped some of the essentials. Perhaps in less than 2 months, she would perfect the sword technique. The thought of fighting alongside her siblings thrilled her. I'll start right now, Yi Huang declared, determined to begin her training immediately. Wait, Yi Suifeng interjected helplessly. Do not rush. First, you must undergo body tempering. Your current physique cannot withstand the power of the 9 styles of god-slaying. Half an hour later, a large vat appeared in Yi Suifeng's room. If a discerning person were present, they would be astounded. For this unassuming water vat was crafted from source stones, a material of medium-grade mystic quality, treasured for its use in formations. A small piece alone could cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The cost of such a large vat would be at least in the billions. It was nothing short of extravagant. Step inside, Yi Suifeng instructed. Yi Huang obediently removed her clothing and entered the vat. The deep crimson liquid nearly spilled over, and Yi Huang felt a penetrating heat surge around her, accompanied by immense energy crashing from all directions. Furrowing her brow, she recalled her knowledge of body-tempering liquid. This was an exceptionally rare spiritual liquid, concocted with various spiritual herbs. Generally, the higher the grade of the body-tempering liquid, the greater the energy it contained. She quickly shut her eyes, activating her cultivation technique in preparation to absorb the surrounding tempering energy. Such a precious item. My father must have spent a considerable fortune on it. It is absolutely imperative not to waste it. Crack! Yi Suifeng delivered a sharp slap to the back of her head. What is the matter? Yi Huang rubbed her head, a look of confusion on her face. What are you doing? Absorbing the body refining liquid? I have yet to even release the refining liquid. And you are inhaling air? Yi Huang was even more perplexed, pointing at the red liquid in the vat. Is this not the refining liquid? Yi Suifeng shook his head, realizing that his daughter was becoming increasingly foolish. This is merely some auxiliary medicine, intended to facilitate the absorption of the refining liquid. What are you thinking day by day? He then took out a vial of golden liquid. Listen, the energy of this refining liquid may be rather formidable for you. Henceforth, you must maintain a steadfast heart and diligently practice the Kanglin technique. Regardless of any external disturbances, you must not allow your focus to waver. Do you understand? Yi Huang nodded earnestly. Yet, she was somewhat puzzled. Was the red liquid simply auxiliary medicine? Just how powerful could the genuine refining liquid be? All right, close your eyes and embrace tranquility, Yi Suifeng instructed, then uncorked the vial of refining liquid. Suddenly, a golden dragon erupted from the bottle, soaring and twisting through the air. Go! Yi Suifeng pointed, and after spiraling, the golden dragon plunged into the vat. In an instant, the spiritual liquid within the vat began to whirl rapidly, forming a vortex centered around Yi Huang, with golden light weaving throughout. Cultivate, Yi Suifeng commanded, and Yi Huang promptly commenced the Kanglin technique. At that moment, the golden dragon seemed to sense an extraordinary aura and abruptly dove into her body. Yi Huang let out a muffled grunt, feeling a violent energy explode within her, instantly surging through her limbs and nearly disrupting her practice. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Yi Suifeng nodded, his hand weaving through incantations, and the golden dragon re-emerged. However, the golden radiance it emitted had dimmed slightly. Well, the next part is straightforward. Once Yi Huang completely absorbs the previous energy, the golden dragon will once again penetrate her body. This will continue back and forth. After a full hour had passed, the golden dragon had transformed into a mere illusion, and the liquid in the vat had nearly turned transparent. When it had entirely vanished, Yi Huang suddenly opened her eyes. A flicker of flame danced within them. Chapter 14. Unfair. How do you feel? After the body refining was completed, Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Huang's eyes were hazy, seemingly still lost in the process of refinement. I feel as if I am invincible. She struck the vat with a fist, unleashing tremendous force that sent a spray of water cascading over Yi Suifeng. Soda. Yi Huang covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Yi Suifeng wiped the moisture from his face. Come out, he urged. His daughter increasingly exuded the essence of a spirited young girl. After adjusting her attire, Yi Suifeng meticulously assessed Yi Huang's body tempering results, discovering them to be slightly better than anticipated. Both her strength and physical resilience had undergone a remarkable transformation, exceeding threefold of her previous state. Furthermore, the energy from the tempering fluid remained partially unabsorbed by Yi Huang, still residing within her limbs and bones, destined to gradually nourish her body through continuous training. Once that energy was fully expended, consideration for a second round of tempering would be made. Alas, due to Yi Huang's poor physical condition, he dared not employ drastic measures, opting instead for a gradual approach. Familiarize yourself with your newfound strength, Yi Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded enthusiastically before darting outside. Soon, the yard was filled with the sound of rushing sword winds. Yi Suifeng settled at the desk by the window, savoring his daughter's swordplay while perusing a thick stack of texts. These tomes encompassed various martial arts techniques, alchemical and forging secrets, as well as information about this vast continent. It was time to comprehend this world. 1,000 miles beyond Xianxia City lay an expansive plain, at the heart of which a colossal city ascended, towering majestically into the heavens. Its scale far surpassed that of Xianxia City, adorned with grand towers and opulent structures. The city walls soared dozens of meters high, their deep red hue indicating they were forged from extraordinary materials. At the city gates, people formed queues stretching hundreds of meters, entering in an orderly fashion. Above, two robust and resounding characters commanded attention. Su City. Gu Wanxin, seated in a carriage, leisurely entered the city gates. She lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the bustling scene outside, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Since being assigned to Xianxia City, she had only returned once in the past 3 years. On that occasion, her inadequate performance had drawn harsh ridicule from her peers. Ever since, she had refrained from attending the annual Pavilion Master meetings in Su City, opting instead to send her deputy as her representative, for the sting of that embarrassment was indeed unbearable. However, this time it was different. She glanced at the pile of storage bags within the carriage. Today, she would completely redeem the disgrace of 4 years. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the carriage curtain and inquired, "Pavilion Master, shall we take a moment to rest before reporting to the main pavilion?" Gu Wanxin looked up. This middle-aged man was none other than her deputy, Xiao, a master at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. In fact, all the servants in the convoy, including the coachman, were exceptional talents from Wanbao Pavilion, with abilities uniformly at the Golden Core level. She had chosen this course of action solely because the wealth being transported was monumental, necessitating utmost caution. No need for that. Let's proceed directly to the main pavilion, Gu Wanxin declared. Throughout the journey, she was filled with trepidation, but they ultimately arrived safely at Su City. She was keen to avoid any unforeseen complications at the last moment. While a Golden Core cultivator is regarded as a top-tier existence in Xianxia City, in Su City, it is merely considered a mark of advanced capability. After approximately half an hour, their carriage halted before a towering pavilion. The structure boasted 9 stories, enveloped in the aura of intricate formations. Standing at its base, it was difficult to discern the view at its pinnacle. Gu Wanxin disembarked from the carriage and took a deep breath. Let us bring our belongings and enter. Moments later, Gu Wanxin found herself in a spacious chamber. Before her sat a dignified middle-aged man, engrossed in reviewing a ledger. To the side, a strikingly handsome young man leisurely sipped tea. I pay my respects to Lord Luo, Gu Wanxin said respectfully. This middle-aged man was none other than Luo Qing, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion in Su City. Within the pavilion, he held a specific title, the Envoy. The Wanbao Pavilion is vast, spanning the continent, and features a structured hierarchy comprising positions such as Steward, Envoy, Deputy Envoy, and Pavilion Master. Strictly speaking, in the hierarchy of high-ranking roles, the Pavilion Master holds the least authority. The Envoy in Su City, Luo Qing, oversees a multitude of cities, including Xianxia City. Luo Qing set aside his ledger and looked up. It is Master Gu. It has been several years since I last saw you. Gu Wanxin clasped her hands in greeting. I have been busy with my duties. I hope Lord Luo can understand. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed from the side. To say it outright, what kind of pressing matters could there be in that impoverished place, Yinxiao City? The speaker was the young man, who lounged with his legs crossed, scrutinizing Gu Wanxin without restraint. Her expression darkened at once. This young man was none other than Song Shuang, the one who had once insulted her the most. This is none of your business, Song Pavilion Master, Gu Wanxin replied curtly. Song Shuang laughed frivolously. Wanxin, I fear you will soon be addressing me as Deputy Envoy Song. Gu Wanxin remained silent, glancing at Luo Qing. Luo Qing chuckled lightly. Indeed, Song Shuang has brought considerable revenue to Wanbao Pavilion over the years. I intend to promote him to Deputy Envoy. He will then manage Yunxiao City in my stead. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. You intend to have Song Shuang oversee Yunxiao City? Given their enmity, this would surely spell disaster for her. Lord Luo, that may not be appropriate, she urged anxiously. Luo Qing toyed with a bead in his hand, responding coolly, Are you questioning my judgment? Gu Wanxin paused, then hastily replied, No. The Wanbao Pavilion has always valued merit. How could I dare to question your decision? I firmly believe that Yunxiao City is entirely capable of self-governance and does not require the appointment of a vice-envoy. How absurd. Song Shuang chuckled lightly. You, Gu Wanxin, have not returned to the main pavilion for 3 years, and your annual profits are meager, even inferior to those of a second-rate city. On what grounds do you claim independence? Just as Gu Wanxin was about to retort, she was interrupted by Luo Qing. City Master Gu, while Yunxiao City may lack prosperity, it is nonetheless a small principal city. Your recent performance has been quite unsatisfactory. In contrast, the Xianxia City, where City Master Song resides, generates nearly 100 billion spirit stones in profit each year. Allowing him to manage Yunxiao City would provide you with an invaluable opportunity for learning, Luo Qing remarked calmly. Gu Wanxin felt her heart sink. It was evident that these two had reached some form of agreement. Indeed, her achievements over the past few years were far from commendable. But it was common knowledge that such shortcomings were due to geographical limitations. Yunxiao City was not affluent. Barring unforeseen circumstances, its annual revenue remained modest, regardless of efforts. Conversely, Xianxia City was a grand principal city, second only to Suifeng, encompassing a vast area with numerous influential families and sects engaged in frequent conflicts. With conflict, naturally came a substantial demand for resources. To be candid, generating a profit of 100 billion spirit stones annually was something she could achieve as well. Now, with Luo Qing juxtaposing Yunxiao City with Xianxia City, she couldn't help but feel a sense of suspicion regarding his motives. If there were no ulterior motives between Luo Qing and Song Shuang, how could he possibly become the master of the Wanbao Pavilion in Xianxia City? They had clearly set their sights on her. However, Gu Wanxin was not one to retreat easily. Vice Envoy Luo, should my disparity with Song Shuang truly be as vast as you suggest, I would have no objections to your arrangements. However, Gu Wanxin gestured to Mo Qiu, who understood her intent and presented a storage bag along with a jade tablet. Not long ago, I sold goods valued at 1,438 billion spirit stones, yielding a net profit of 192 billion spirit stones. Gu Wanxin declared with a resonant voice. The two individuals opposite her were momentarily taken aback. Luo Qing furrowed his brow, examining the jade tablet before meticulously inspecting the contents of the storage bag filled with spirit stones, his expression growing increasingly grave. This is impossible, Song Shuang exclaimed, springing to his feet. 1,400 billion? Unless you've sold half of Wanbao Pavilion, such a figure is unequivocally unattainable. Gu Wanxin smirked, not half. City Master Song, I sold every treasure above the Xian rank, including 5 treasured items. She added, do not presume that the other branches are as affluent as your Xianxia City. You. Song Shuang's face flushed with anger. Silence. Luo Qing intervened to prevent further escalation of the conflict. His brow remained furrowed. Even he found it hard to believe that Gu Wanxin could sell such an enormous quantity of goods. However, with the spirit stones laid before him and detailed accounts presented, he could not deny this reality. Master Gu, could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? Luo Qing inquired kindly. Gu Wanxin, wary within, replied, Master Luo, our Wanbao Pavilion does not operate under such conventions. Should it become known that a prominent entity like Suifeng exists in Yunxiao City, it would not be long before I find myself inexplicably supplanted by others. Yet, He underestimated the depths of human greed. After a moment of silence, a smile gradually surfaced on Luo Qing's face. Master Gu, your contributions to Wanbao Pavilion have indeed been substantial. I shall report this truthfully to higher authorities. However, the appointment of Song Shuang as the deputy has been finalized. You shall serve under him henceforth. Gu Wanxin's expression darkened completely. She had not anticipated that her achievements would still lead to manipulation by them. A surge of anger ignited within her. This is unjust, she shouted. Luo Qing's gaze remained calm. Abundant resources must be managed by someone with greater experience to maximize benefits. Master Gu, refrain from throwing childish tantrums. You are infringing upon my rights. Gu Wanxin retorted. Gu Wanxin, Luo Qing admonished sternly. Out of respect for your merits, I have allowed you this much leeway. Should you dare to challenge my authority again, you may as well choose another city to hone your skills. Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Wanxin gritted her teeth, yet found herself lacking in options. I will report this matter truthfully, she declared. Do as you wish, Luo Qing replied, unperturbed. Gu Wanxin said nothing further and turned to leave. After her departure, Song Shuang approached Luo Qing and whispered, Uncle, what if she truly reports this? A hint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Luo Qing shot him a glance. How many times must I remind you that not every issue can be resolved through force? Gu Wanxin is a pavilion master. If she encounters trouble, higher authorities will certainly investigate, leading to greater complications. Song Shuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. Just focus on being the deputy. With me around, she won't stir up any significant turmoil. Luo Qing scoffed to those above. Over 100 billion is merely a trifling matter. A person with no background is nothing more than our plaything. You are to accompany her to Yinxiao City and take charge of the branch there. Ensure you uncover how she managed to sell so many items in such a short time. Then, seize the control for yourself. Chapter 15. What use are you if you cannot spend money? It has been a month since Suifeng arrived in this world. During this time, he has gradually begun to grasp the dynamics of this continent and the overall methods of cultivation. This is an exceedingly vast land, spanning countless miles. An ordinary cultivator could spend a lifetime traversing it without ever fully exploring the entirety of the continent. The location of Yinxiao City lies at the heart of the northern region of the continent, slightly towards the north. This central area is governed by a powerful organization known as the Nine-City Alliance. Suifeng is one of the cities within this alliance, overseeing not only Yinxiao City, but also 5 principal cities and numerous subordinate towns. Every 3 years, Yinxiao City is obliged to pay a substantial tribute of resources to Suifeng in exchange for its protection, essentially a form of protection fee. Without these tributes, other cities would unleash unrestrained attacks on Yinxiao City, and even Suifeng might intervene out of boredom. In such a scenario, Yinxiao City would face immediate annihilation. This arrangement is reasonable. Being part of an organization and enjoying the conveniences afforded by its rules necessitates certain sacrifices. Yi Suifeng holds no objections to this protection fee. In fact, he prefers order and regulations, as they render existence far more intriguing. Otherwise, it would devolve into a brutal struggle for survival, reminiscent of primitive times, devoid of any semblance of civilization. As for the cultivation system of this world, it aligns closely with his expectations. There are 12 levels in Qi refinement, followed by foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, and tribulation, each consisting of 9 tiers. The tribulation stage represents the pinnacle of power in this realm. However, there are rumors of certain extraordinary beings who have evaded the heavenly tribulations, concealing their formidable strength beyond the tribulation stage and manipulating the world from the shadows. This is merely a popular legend, yet Yi Suifeng is aware of its truth. Firstly, he himself embodies such an anomaly. Secondly, during his last tribulation, he distinctly sensed a colossal consciousness emanating from the northern snowfields that clearly surpassed the tribulation stage. It is an encounter that is bound to occur one day. Yi Suifeng remains unperturbed. His current objective is to elevate the entire Yi family into a leading force on the continent. Today marks the day of the family meeting. Yi Suifeng, along with several key family members, convenes in a conference hall to discuss the family's affairs for the month. The beast tide along the northern border has been severe, resulting in significant disruptions to many of our resource areas. However, with substantial investments of manpower and resources, the situation has alleviated considerably. Our shops have stabilized for the time being, and we could begin contemplating expansion. Thanks to these resource allocations, many in the younger generation of the family have made breakthroughs, and our accomplishments this month are nearly equivalent to what we achieved over the preceding 3 months. Suifeng and his associates engage in spirited discussions, buoyed by the comfort afforded by the 1 billion spirit stones bestowed by Suifeng, leading to an unmistakable sense of thriving prosperity. Once the discussions conclude, Suifen hands the month's financial records to Suifeng. Eldest brother, due to our significant resource investments, this month's expenditures have skyrocketed. Please take a look, he says, somewhat sheepishly. No worries. Money is meant to be spent, Suifeng replies, accepting the ledger and perusing it meticulously. Instantly, a surge of anger rises within him. He tossed the ledger onto the table, fixing his gaze on Suifen. You spent 1.5 billion spirit stones last month. The group fell silent instantly. Suifen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, Elder brother, it is my first time handling such a large sum of spirit stones, so I encountered a few minor issues in planning. However, rest assured, I will allocate the resources meticulously moving forward, and I assure you that next month's expenditures will certainly remain under 1 billion. Indeed, Elder brother, Suihu chimed in, we have acquired an excess of resources this month. Even with the increase in welfare, we have utilized only a fraction of it. Things will surely improve. The other two nodded in agreement, assuring that future expenses would not be as substantial. Suifeng observed their demeanor and sighed deeply. It was evident to him that they had misunderstood the situation. It was not that he thought they had spent too much. Rather, he believed they had spent too little. He had provided them with 100 billion spirit stones, yet they had only managed to expend 15 billion. Glancing at the 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones in his wallet, he noted that even the remainder exceeded 80 million trillion. How long would it take to exhaust even the remainder? Truly a bunch of fools. Suifeng rapped the table sharply. Suifen, let me ask you, how long do you think the 100 billion spirit stones I entrusted to you should last? Suifen blinked in confusion. ISNT it for a year? Certainly not. Suifeng slammed his palm on the table. I provided you with 100 billion to be spent within a month, and you only managed to spend 15 billion? What on earth are you doing? Faced with the head of the family's ire, the key figures were left dumbfounded. Could they have misheard? Was that truly only a month's budget? Suifen stood in shock, having never been reprimanded for spending too little before. Elder brother, are you serious? Suifeng's expression darkened. Do I appear to be jesting? The group exchanged glances at a loss for words. Elder brother, you are indeed extravagantly affluent. Only Suifen, with a pained expression, murmured, Elder brother, spending so much in a month is quite a challenging endeavor. What makes it difficult? Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Suifen replied, the resources available to our clan are limited and have nearly reached saturation. Any additional resources would be of little use. He felt immensely embarrassed, unable to fathom that he would one day fret over spending too much money. Suifeng shook his head. You are constrained by your own limitations, still trapped in the confines of your previous mindset. Let me ask you, is it only the younger generation of the clan that requires resources? What about the clan's affairs? What about you? The elders? Do they not require cultivation? The higher one's cultivation, the greater the demand for resources. Do not tell me that 100 billion cannot be spent. Even instructors and guardians can be compensated, encouraging them to dedicate themselves more fervently to their duties. If that fails, we can always recruit talented individuals from the common folk. They lack nothing but resources. Indeed, what a dilemma, if one cannot manage expenditures. What purpose is there in overseeing finances? Under the reprimand of Suifeng, Suifen instinctively shrank his neck. It was true, such matters had never crossed his mind, as he had never engaged in them before. Previously, funds were so scarce that one would hesitate to utilize even a single spirit stone. How could he now be faced with such abundance? Even if one were uncertain about allocation, surely the act of purchasing would suffice. The wanbage stood ready, replete with treasures. That sum of 100 billion spirit stones scarcely sufficed to fill the gaps. Suifeng remarked. Suifen scratched his head and replied, Elder brother, have you forgotten? The wanbage was completely emptied out during your last visit. Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly. Have they not restocked? A month has passed, and their efficiency is rather lacking. No, Suifen answered. Perhaps this is their first encounter with such a situation, and they require time to prepare. Very well, Suifeng responded. Let us set that aside for now. I shall investigate the matter further later. By the way, is the younger generation returning from the borders soon? Suifeng inwided. Suihu nodded. Yes, They return monthly to collect cultivation resources before embarking once more until the impact of the beast tide is entirely eradicated. Excellent, Suifeng said. You may adjust resources based on their achievements during this excursion. Those who have made significant contributions must be rewarded generously. Furthermore, the many cultivation techniques and spiritual artifacts I brought back from Wanbage should not be withheld. They are to be fully utilized. What good is it to let valuable techniques gather dust at home? Additionally, encourage them to actively engage with talented individuals from the common folk. It would be ideal to recruit them under our banner to bolster our family strength. A series of commands were issued, and the responsible parties promptly took note. Lastly, Suifeng tossed a storage bag filled with spirit stones onto the table. This contains 100 billion, combined with the surplus from last month. Should you still fail to exhaust these resources, I shall seek someone more adept in this domain to manage the family's finances. With that, Suifeng rose and departed, leaving Suiyin staring at the two large bags of gleaming spirit stones, feeling quite overwhelmed. Chapter 16. Reaching an Agreement. Xianxia had been in Yinxiao City for over 10 days. In pursuit of the enigmatic affluent individual, he had visited numerous influential figures within the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. Both families possessed remarkable economic strength, particularly the Tang family, which had established a long-standing presence in Yinxiao City and amassed considerable wealth. However, based on his assessment, neither family was the mysterious benefactor. The Li family's financial capacity was somewhat lacking, unable to present such a substantial sum of spirit stones for resource acquisition, while the Tang family lacked sufficient rationale to act in such a manner. His investigation had reached an impasse. Deputy Envoy, shall we consider visiting the Yi family? A middle-aged man suggested to Xianxia. Furrowing his brow, Xianxia pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No need. According to our information, the Yi family is merely a clan that has risen to prominence in the past century. Through their unity and tenacity, they have managed to position themselves among the three prominent families, yet their foundation remains rather shallow. It is utterly implausible that they could be responsible for this. Furthermore, from my discussions with the Li and Tang families, it is evident that they hold the Yi family in contempt, dismissing the new head of the Yi family as a complete fool. There is no need for us to squander our time there. The middle-aged man nodded, not questioning Xianxia's assessment. They were acutely aware that, for any faction, a strong foundation is a critical criterion of evaluation. Throughout history, many illustrious families and sects have risen to glory, yet only those that endure are truly formidable. Therefore, we can only approach Guanxin, the middle-aged man stated. Xianxia nodded, scoffing. That damned woman is far too cautious. Since returning from Sioux City, she has made no moves whatsoever. Even the supplementary goods have been minimally displayed, clearly guarding against our discovery of her sources. The middle-aged man frowned. Deputy Envoy, Guanxin is merely a pavilion master. Can we not resort to force? After all, her actions have begun to impact the normal operations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Xianxia shot him a glance and replied, of course not. Although I am the deputy envoy, the one in charge of this branch is still Guanxin. Regardless of her actions, I cannot intervene directly. I can only report and await higher authorities' resolution. The rules of Wanbao Pavilion are stringent and intolerant of provocation. This is to safeguard those who are powerless. Very well. Xianxia sighed. Keep a close watch on Guanxin. I refuse to believe she can hide indefinitely. If new goods are not displayed within a month, I shall find a way to deal with her. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and a guard rushed in urgently. Deputy Envoy, trouble. Guanxin has suddenly disappeared. In a luxurious establishment of Zuimeng Lu, the most opulent restaurant in Yinxiao City, Suifeng sat across from Guanxin in a private room on the top floor. Why have we chosen this location for our transaction, Pavilion Master Gu? Suifeng inquired. After yesterday's meeting, he had come to Wanbao Pavilion today to question Guanxin regarding the delay in goods. But before he could dismount from his carriage, Guanxin's maid had approached him, stating that Guanxin was at Zuimeng Lu and led him to this place. With a smile on her face, Guanxin said, as the most esteemed guest of Wanbao Pavilion, it is only natural that I extend a warm welcome to the head of the Yi family. With that, she clapped her hands. A group of graceful maidens entered, presenting the finest delicacies and wines from Zuimeng Lu, filling the table to the brim. Suifeng observed Guanxin, realizing that matters were not as straightforward as she claimed. There must be some hidden agenda. However, he was not particularly interested. He had come solely to procure goods. Pavilion Master Gu, I appreciate your hospitality. However, I am here simply to inquire if there are any new treasures available at Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Suifeng stated directly. The head of the Yi family remained as forthright as ever. Gu Wanxin wore a smile and then retrieved a jade slip from her bosom, presenting it to Yi Suifeng. I have brought back the new goods. Please take a look. Yi Suifeng accepted the jade slip and skimmed through its contents. The items listed were largely similar to those he had purchased previously, with most being of medium grade and below, while only 4 treasures were of a higher grade. Even fewer than last time. This left Yi Suifeng feeling somewhat disheartened. Is this all there is? He inquired. Seemingly sensing Yi Suifeng's dissatisfaction, Gu Wanxin replied, Please forgive me. Head Yi, the goods supplied by the Wanbao Pavilion are assessed by the main hall. Although you were quite generous in your last purchase, acquiring nearly all the inventory, the main hall is unaware of your subsequent purchasing capacity, hence they hesitated to release too many items. Yi Suifeng was at a loss for words. Such caution seemed excessive. Very well, please provide an estimate, he said. You are truly forthright, Head Yi, Gu Wanxin exclaimed with delight. The total value of these goods is 12 billion spirit stones. However, as you're my most esteemed guest, I can offer you a 10% discount. Thus, the total comes to 10,800,000,000 spirit stones. A 10% discount meant a reduction of 1,200,000,000 spirit stones, a significant show of sincerity. Yi Suifeng nodded, accepting the gesture. Bring forth the storage bag. He extended his hand. Gu Wanxin's smile broadened as she promptly produced the pre-prepared storage bag. This was an extraordinarily large bag capable of holding up to 200 billion spirit stones. In no time, the two completed the transaction efficiently. Head Yi, would you care to experience the unique offerings of the Dreamy Lounge? Gu Wanxin gave Yi Suifeng a knowing glance. No need, Yi Suifeng declined. I have but one request. Please do tell. Gu Wanxin sat up straight, eager to listen. Yi Suifeng continued. In the future, please expedite the procurement process. Bring the goods directly to the Yi family without requiring me to make another trip. Additionally, I want a greater proportion of rare materials. I will take as many as you can procure. Furthermore, I require treasures of a higher grade. Inform those in the main hall that I possess ample spirit stones, so they need not worry about my capacity to purchase. Gu Wanxin nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I shall return to the main hall today, and within half a month, I will bring back the resources. As for the rare materials, that is not an issue. However, for treasures of a higher grade, I can only strive to secure them for you, as such items are beyond my authority. Yi Suifeng nodded. Very well, I shall await your good news. With that, he rose to leave, casually taking a roast duck on his way out, much to Gu Wanxin's astonishment. After a while, the door to the elegant room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Gu Wanxin, what are you doing here? Song Shuang entered with a scowl. Gu Wanxin crossed her legs with a light chuckle and remarked, Deputy Envoy Song, your oversight seems a tad excessive. Must I report even my trivial matters of sustenance and comfort to you? Song Shuang felt a surge of anger, yet he found himself powerless against Gu Wanxin. I merely came to remind you that as the sect master, one ought to be diligent rather than idling about, neglecting even the display of goods. Should this continue, I shall not hesitate to report to Lord Luo. Gu Wanxin took a sip of fine wine and rose to her feet. Then there is no need to trouble yourself. Deputy Envoy, coincidentally, I too shall return to the main hall today. Would you care to accompany me? Song Shuang's brow furrowed instantly. What business do you have at the main hall? Gu Wanxin giggled, naturally, to replenish our stock. The goods I brought a few days ago have all been sold, amounting to over 1,000 billion spirit stones. In the span of a month, I've sold over 2,000 billion worth. I trust the esteemed steward above Lord Luo would find this most intriguing. Leaning closer to Song Shuang with a playful smile, she added, by the way, given the substantial amount of spirit stones and the long journey to Su City, I hope the Deputy Envoy will fulfill his duties and send guards to ensure my safety to Su City. I will be most grateful. With that, Gu Wanxin left the elegant chamber. Song Shuang remained rooted in place, his expression darkened. How did this wretched woman manage to attract such affluent clientele? He kicked the chair beneath him in frustration. Chapter 17, The Return from Training. Yi family. A slender figure danced through the air, accompanied by the glint of a sword, flipping and soaring with grace. At times light as a swallow, at others fierce as an eagle, she adeptly maneuvered through the space. With a light shout, she struck at the black measuring stone before her with a sword. Instantly, a massive sword aura coalesced in the air, swiftly cleaving into the measuring stone. Boom! The resilient measuring stone instantly bore fine cracks, before shattering into a multitude of fragments. Excellent, excellent, Yi Suifeng observed from the side, nodding with satisfaction. Father, Yi Huang exclaimed upon spotting Yi Suifeng, rushing over with exuberance. Her cheeks flushed, she was breathless, with sweat dampening her hair and clinging to her face. Yet her spirit soared to new heights. I have mastered the 9 styles of god-slaying, Yi Huang said, striving to contain her excitement. Yi Suifeng affectionately ruflet herheuv, taking pride in her efforts and growth. He had promised her that should she attain a basic mastery of the 9 styles of god-slaying, she would be allowed to join the clan's youths on their training expedition to the borders. Since then, Yi Huang had thrown herself into relentless practice, immersing herself in cultivation, save for meals and sleep. Coupled with the aid of the Tranquility Stone, she had successfully achieved a basic mastery of the technique in just a month. Furthermore, her cultivation level had advanced 2 tiers, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. Having nearly caught up with the esteemed members of the family, one could say that progress has been remarkably swift. Father, may I gaze at Yi Suifeng with eager anticipation? Yi Huang invited. Yi Long and the others will return tomorrow. You shall accompany him this time, Yi Suifeng assured her. Naturally, he was aware of his daughter's thoughts. Father, I love you, Yi Huang exclaimed, joyfully bouncing with excitement. Her diligent efforts were all in anticipation of Yi Suifeng's approval. At that moment, everything felt worthwhile. Look at how delighted you are, Yi Suifeng chuckled, shaking his head. Come here, let me assess the condition of her body refinement. He placed his hand atop Yi Huang's head, his consciousness sweeping over her. During the last body refinement, most of the energy had lain dormant within her, gradually nourishing her physique as she practiced. A month had passed, and she had absorbed nearly all of that energy. Her strength and physical attributes had improved nearly tenfold compared to a month ago. Moreover, Yi Suifeng was astonished to discover a slight enhancement in Yi Huang's cultivation aptitude. It seemed that the transformative power of the thunderous tribulations had played a significant role. Go rest for a while. This evening, I shall conduct your second body refinement. After that, feel free to indulge in whatever whimsical pursuits you desire, Yi Suifeng stated. Thank you, father, Yi Huang replied, brimming with joy. That evening, Yi Suifeng performed her second body refinement. This time, the process was gentler than the last. Having realized the refining liquid's capacity to enhance aptitude, he shifted his focus to that aspect. The majority of the energy was concealed, destined to be gradually unleashed as Yi Huang matured, a strategy for the long term. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng gifted her the talisman he had purchased earlier, having simply forgotten to present it before. The following day, the Yi family was suddenly abuzz with excitement. The prodigal children of the Yi family, having returned after a month of training, were brimming with vitality. They recounted their experiences and the strange sights they had encountered on their journey, a rare opportunity indeed. Brother, you are truly remarkable. You took down that second-grade wolf demon with a single shot, exclaimed Yi Long, alongside his siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian returning to the family. Did you know? The name of young Master Long has become quite renowned along the borders. Everyone speaks highly of him, Yi Qian added with enthusiasm. Yi Long, however, remained composed, responding. Such accolades are merely hollow titles. The true path lies in becoming even stronger. Yi Qian nodded, then remarked, by the way, I heard that fellow Yi Xiaoxiao actually broke through to the Qi transformation realm a few days ago. Cousin from Uncle Wu's family? Yi Long raised an eyebrow. Uncle Wu, Yi Suibao, had 2 daughters. The elder, Yi Qinyao, was only a few months younger than Yi Long and had also recently entered the Qi transformation realm, currently at the 3rd level of Qi transformation, making her another genius of the Yi family. Yi Xiaoxiao, merely 13 years of age, astonishingly advanced to the realm of Qi transformation. The 2 sisters from Uncle's family are indeed exceptionally gifted, each surpassing the other. Indeed, Yi Qian remarked, she is even younger than I am, yet so formidable. Moreover, Sister Qin Yao demonstrated remarkable prowess during this expedition, earning the title of Yao Fairy. Ye Yin Potud. Her brother Yi Long was her idol, and the fact that Yi Qin Yao was deemed his equal stirred discomfort within her. That a good thing, Yi Long chuckled, adding, do not let the excellence of others incite envy. Neither should you feel disheartened. You have been at the pinnacle of Qi refinement for quite some time. With a bit more effort, I believe you will soon break through to the realm of Qi transformation. Ye Yi nodded earnestly. After a moment, she suddenly turned to Yi Qian, inquiring to Qian, "What SMS today? You haven't uttered a word." Yilong also glanced over. Yi Qian's expression appeared peculiar. After a brief silence, he sighed softly, saying, "I was merely reflecting on the plight of those impoverished children." Throughout this journey, he had finally grasped the harsh realities of life in remote areas. For those individuals, mere survival was a struggle, clinging to existence on the brink of death. Your saintly heart is overflowing again." Ye Yin said. "No," Yi Qian retorted. "I was contemplating that for our family, individuals are a form of wealth. If we possess the means, perhaps we could adopt a few of those with notable talent and nurture them. Given time, they could become assets to our family. You just feel pity for them. It's your saintly heart at play." Yi Qian rolled her eyes. "I truly do not." "Enough," Yi Long interjected, wishing to quell their ongoing dispute. He turned to Yi Qian, inquiring, "Is that genuinely how you feel?" Yi Qian affirmed, "Indeed, I believe that for a force to thrive, talent is indispensable." Yi Long nodded in agreement. "What you say is not without merit. To expand our influence, we must possess sufficient talent. However, nurturing talent is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor, fraught with complexities. You might first consult with our uncle, express your thoughts, and see how he would handle it." Ye Yin nodded earnestly. "Wow, brother, you're impressive. Even considering this aspect, unlike certain individuals who are perpetually consumed by their saintly hearts," Yi Qian praised. Yi Qian immediately widened his eyes. "Hey, I was discussing the same matter with elder brother." "No, elder brother is contemplative. You are merely sentimental." Chapter 18. The Family Head's Gold Medal. Adopting orphans? Yi Suifeng sat in his study, looking at his refined nephew with a hint of astonishment. "Not merely adoption," Yiving, clearly a bit hesitant, responded. "I wish to transform them into a force for the family's future." Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, intrigued by his nephew's thoughts, which resonated remarkably with his own. "Very well," Yi Suifeng remarked. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, staring wide-eyed as he inquired, "Uncle, have you truly agreed?" Yi Suifeng chuckled softly. "Indeed, why would I refuse? This is a commendable endeavor." Yi Qian was astounded. He had mustered considerable courage for this visit, fully aware that such an idea was an anomaly in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. The notion of squandering family resources to nurture a group of unrelated individuals would likely invite ridicule. He had braced himself for a vehement reprimand, yet unexpectedly, his uncle had readily acquiesced. The simplicity and tranquility of Yi Suifeng's response left him momentarily speechless. "Uncle, you truly harbor no objections?" Yi Qian still found it hard to believe. "Of course not," Yi Suifeng reiterated with firm assurance. Yi Qian inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Your support fills me with immense encouragement." Amidst universal disapproval, Yi Suifeng's endorsement bestowed upon him great confidence. "Very well," Yi Suifeng smiled. "Proceed with your plans. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. The act of adopting orphans and cultivating power is indeed a complex undertaking. Resource allocation is secondary. The primary concern lies in managing people's hearts, which is an art in itself." Yi Qian was still quite young, but Yi Suifeng would grant him ample space and time. "Thank you, uncle," Yi Qian responded earnestly. "I shall commence my preparations forthwith." "Indeed," Yi Suifeng nodded. "However, it is prudent to devise a plan in advance. Tell me, how many do you intend to take in initially, and how will you train them?" Yi Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. "During this recent experience, I encountered many individuals worthy of cultivation. I plan to start with 3 of the most gifted and accomplished. We will then retreat to the high peaks for training, which will also yield substantial benefits. Once we have accumulated sufficient resources, we can gradually expand our scale. What do you think, uncle?" He awaited his uncle's response eagerly. Yi Suifeng silently nodded. Under normal circumstances, this arrangement was indeed commendable and offered a high margin of error. However, he remarked, "I find it rather trivial." "Huh?" Yi Qian blinked, taken aback by such an assessment. "Your vision is too limited." Yi Suifeng shook his head. "According to your plan, how long would it take to truly establish a scale that could benefit the family? 10 years? 20 years? I cannot afford to wait that long." Hearing this, Yi Qian's expression darkened as he replied, "Uncle, if I broaden the recruitment scope, my limited resources simply cannot sustain it. This endeavor requires a considerable financial investment." Yi Qian only dared to propose this idea after observing the recent increase in exemplary cases. Expanding the scale of operations was something he had never even dared to contemplate. However, Yi Suifeng chuckled and remarked, "What a foolish young man you are. Do you think my support is merely verbal? Of course not. Ye vin bilinkit in surprise." Yi Suifeng shook his head and continued, "There is something you are not yet aware of. The family has decided to support you in harnessing external forces alongside your own, integrating them into the family. Furthermore, we will provide corresponding resources as circumstances permit. Upon your return, devise a plan. Present a detailed list outlining the quantity of spirit stones required and the types of resources needed. Just bring it to me when the time comes. Since you were the first to propose this idea, feel free to report any future needs directly to me. I have but one request. Pursue your endeavors with abandon." Dazed, Yi Qian exited the family head study. Outside, Yi Long and Yi Qian were waiting for him. "Well, did Uncle agree?" Yi Long inquired. Yi Qian turned back, appearing somewhat dazed. Observing his expression, Yi Qian scoffed, "I knew it. How could Uncle possibly agree to such an outrageous request? It's not as if there is an excess of funds lying around." "Uncle agreed," Yi Qian interjected, pulling a lightweight golden token from his pocket. The token, entirely gold, was engraved with a prominent character for wind. "The family head's golden token," Yi Long exclaimed, his face paling. As direct descendants of the Yi family, they were well aware of its significance. The golden token had but one function. It allowed for unconditional access to family resources. Whether spirit stones or techniques, anything at all. Such a token was likely possessed only by a select few high-ranking family officials. Yet now, it had been bestowed upon Yi Qian. Had the family head lost his mind? Yi Long's heart raced. "Yi Qian, what exactly did you discuss with Uncle?" "Nothing much." Ye Yin replied. "I merely share my thoughts with him, and he expressed his strong support, then handed me this golden token." Yi Long and Yi Qian exchanged bewildered glances. At a loss for words, was this not a hasty decision? Were they not concerned that Yi Qian might squander the token recklessly? Did this mean they would no longer worry about resources in the future? Yi Qian gazed at the token, her eyes nearly glazing over. For them, this symbolized boundless resources. However, Yi Qian tucked the token away, his expression solemn. He stated earnestly, "To me, Uncle's support is the most invaluable asset. I must ensure this endeavor is successful, for I cannot betray his trust. I will not utilize this golden token for personal gain." With that, he took determined steps, moving forward resolutely. He hoped that the young man would shed his obstinacy and make good use of the gold medal to enhance himself. In the room, Yi Suifeng shook his head and muttered to himself. His conversation with Yi Qian today had revealed a concern. The young individuals in the family were indeed remarkable. Yet they possessed one flaw. They were overly rigid. Alas, there was no remedy. These children had grown accustomed to frugality. It seemed that a more robust policy intervention was necessary. Chapter 19. Contribution Points. What is the dream of a cultivator? It is to possess a suitable cultivation method, an exquisite spiritual artifact, and ample resources for training. Most conflicts and skirmishes arise from these very desires. Indeed, many individuals may pay with their lives for such aspirations. Thus, from a certain perspective, most cultivators are rather impoverished. The Yi family of yore was exceedingly poor, lacking in cultivation resources, possessing only singular and inferior methods, and daring not to dream of spiritual artifacts above the Xian level. This poverty greatly constrained individuals' innate talents and limited their potential for strength. Yi Suifeng's thoughts were straightforward: to eliminate these limitations, allowing every member of the Yi family to fully realize their talents in an environment rich in resources. Suiyun, you will devise a contribution point system, establishing a cultivation hall, a spiritual artifact hall, and a treasure hall. All items within will be linked to contribution points, enabling family members to exchange points for what they desire. Yi Suifeng summoned Suiyun to his study. Suiyun took notes diligently and remarked, "I understand. This is akin to the practices of those large sects and can serve as an incentive for the clan members." Yi Suifeng nodded. "Precisely. However, we are a family, and our methods must differ from those of a sect. The sects do this primarily for their cohesion and sense of belonging, and to leverage a vast number of disciples for greater profit. But we do not require such motives. My intent is to alleviate the worries of our people regarding resources, enabling them to focus more on their cultivation. Therefore, we must carefully consider how contribution points are acquired. Breaking through cultivation levels counts as a contribution. Achieving success in a particular area counts as a contribution. Assisting fellow clan members counts as a contribution. And even marrying and having children should also be counted as contributions." Suiyun's eyes widened. Does having children really count? Why should it not? Yi Suifeng replied with a scoff. A flourishing lineage is a hallmark of a thriving family. It should not only count, but be counted generously. In summary, all endeavors beneficial to the family must be included in the contribution system. After you return, discuss the specific evaluation criteria thoroughly with Suyu and the others. Yi Suifeng delegated the specifics to the family officials, as his role was to propose policies and provide financial support. Upon their return, Suiyun and the others convened overnight and swiftly established a preliminary set of contribution point guidelines. Then the Cultivation Hall, Spirit Weapon Hall, and Treasure Hall announced their permanent internal opening. The members of the Yi family quickly learned the methods to acquire contribution points. I have an initial 1,000 contribution points. I wonder if that is a lot or a little. I also have 1,000. It seems that most people's initial contribution points are indeed 1,000. The youth gathered together to discuss the newly implemented policies, seeking ways to earn contributions. It turns out that every time one breaks through a level in the Qi refinement stage, one can obtain 100 contribution points. Yes, breaking through to the transformation realm grants a direct reward of 3,000 contribution points. Goodness, even becoming a first-grade alchemist yields 3,000 contribution points. Helping an elderly lady cross the street earns 10 contribution points. Bringing a genius into the family grants 500 contribution points. Giving birth to a child awards 5,000 contribution points. This is astonishing. As they observed, a sudden shift in tone became apparent. Some individuals, who were familiar with the contribution point standards of sects, noted that these usually accompany a task system, where one must complete a specific task to earn corresponding points or contributions. Yet the rules of the Yi family are astonishingly comprehensive. Never before had they heard that giving birth could be considered a contribution. They envisioned that, in the near future, the population of the Yi family would undoubtedly experience an unprecedented surge. However, let us not rejoice too soon. We still do not know how many contribution points are required to exchange for those precious resources. Someone doused them with cold water. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, if the costs are too high, it would serve little purpose. Let's go and take a look. Sigh. I hope my 1,000 contribution points can exchange for a mid-grade, yellow-level martial technique. The crowd began to surge towards the 3 great halls that had just opened. Upon seeing the marked prices inside, everyone was dumbfounded. My goodness, a low-grade, yellow-level technique costs merely 10 contribution points. Good heavens, there are also mysterious level techniques, which can be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, but alas, each person is limited to 2 exchanges. Be content. Such opportunities were never available before. And besides, one cannot handle too much at once. A low-grade, yellow-level spirit sword also costs only 50 contribution points. Woe is me. I am finally a person with a spirit sword. Everyone was astonished. The prices of those precious resources were remarkably affordable. It was practically like receiving them for free. All around, people began to sing praises for the family and their beloved patriarch, Yi Suifeng. Sister, our uncle is truly magnificent. Outside the Spirit Weapon Hall, a girl with 2 long braids exclaimed excitedly. She held a radiant longsword, gently caressing it as if it were the most exquisite object in the world. Xiao, that is a mysterious level spirit weapon. Be careful not to hurt yourself, another slightly older girl said helplessly. Dear Fairy Yao, I would never. Before she could finish, Yi Xiao let out a startled cry as a droplet of bright red blood appeared on her fingertip. She hurriedly placed her finger in her mouth. Yi Qingyao shook her head in silence. We only have 1,000 contribution points. You've spent them all in one go, which is quite wasteful. Yi Xiao, nibbling on her fingers, sobbed. It's not a waste. It has a connection with me, and it will surely radiate its utmost brilliance in my hands in the future. It's a pity I broke through too early. If I had delayed my breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm by just a few days, I could have gained an additional 3,000 contribution points. But it's not a big deal. I am Yi Xiao, and I will progress rapidly even in the Qi transformation realm, accumulating plenty of contribution points. Yi Xiao chattered incessantly, while Yi Qingyao remained relatively quiet, simply listening to her ramble. By the way, sister, Yi Xiao continued, her fingers no longer bleeding, I heard that Yi Long has quite a reputation at the border, and many clansmen have gathered around him, forming a vast power. There are only the 2 of us. Perhaps we should seek some assistance, or else we will surely be overshadowed by him. Yi Qingyao glanced at her and shook her head, saying, We are all fighting for the family. There is no need to compete for superiority. We should simply focus on doing our best. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao pouted and replied, You are just too indifferent to fame and fortune. Compared to the Yi family, a nunnery might suit you better. Forget it. If you want to seek help, I will. I think we could first befriend Sister Huang. Although her strength is lacking, she is still the daughter of the clan leader. With Uncle's current generosity, we might even be able to procure a high-tier spirit sword from her. Little Sister Zihan, from Uncle's family, is also impressive. She has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement at just 13, nearly half as remarkable as I am. Hee. We could form a Yi family girls team to suppress Yi Long and his gang. But let us leave Yi Qian out of it. She is too obsessed with her brother and can't be separated from Yi Long. Chapter 20. Primordial skill after a few days of rest. The younger generation of the Yi family set off once again towards the jailing border, with Yi Huang accompanying them. A couple of days prior, Yi Xiaoxiao from the Yi Suibao family had taken the initiative to invite Yi Huang and had earnestly assured Yi Suifeng of her commitment to ensuring Yi Huang's safety, urging him to feel completely at ease. She even praised Yi Suifeng for becoming increasingly handsome, showering him with compliments. Yi Suifeng understood her intentions and did not expose her. Instead, he gifted each of them a high-quality mystical bracelet. Yi Xiaoxiao nearly burst with joy. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng pulled them aside and advised them not to hold back due to Yi Huang's status. This should allow her to do whatever was necessary for her training to be effective. After the group departed, Yi Suifeng returned to his study, perusing the ancient texts. Having traded with Gu Wanqing twice, he had acquired a wealth of martial techniques and cultivation insights, gaining a substantial understanding of the cultivation system in this world. In ancient times, mortals bathed in the radiant light of the sun, moon, and stars, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thus becoming the first humans endowed with extraordinary powers. In that era, innate talent was paramount. Subsequently, as humanity's ancestors engaged in warfare against monstrous beasts and demons, they gradually discerned a path for self-cultivation. They emulated the training methods of these beasts, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of the cosmos to enhance their own strength. It was from that moment that this extraordinary essence, known as spiritual energy, officially entered the realm of human awareness. As time progressed, the path of cultivation further evolved, establishing a clear and detailed hierarchy of cultivation levels. Moreover, the various disciplines that emerged from this practice flourished remarkably, such as alchemy, formations, and talismans, akin to a garden in full bloom, reminiscent of a sky adorned with countless stars. However, amidst this flourishing, a significant issue arose. The overwhelming variety, complexity, and intricacy of practices lacked a universal standard suitable for all learners. Yi Suifeng reflected, acknowledging the uniqueness of every individual. Different practitioners studying diverse techniques inevitably encountered variances. This necessitated that each person seek the cultivation method most compatible with their own nature. If one were to discover this alignment, they could unleash their fullest potential. Conversely, failure to find a suitable path, or misjudgment in choosing an inappropriate method, could result in a lifetime of mediocrity. The uneven distribution of resources exacerbated this common plight. Were there to exist a more universal cultivation method accessible to all, every individual could unlock boundless potential. The world would surely become a more vibrant place. Lost in thought, Yi Suifeng pondered his origin from a different realm, possessing a distinctive perspective and ideology. In his time, a concept known as foundational education prevailed. Before high school, everyone received an equal education, exploring a myriad of subjects. It was only in high school that students would diverge into the humanities or sciences. Upon entering university, further specialization would occur, branching into numerous fields. Even at the graduate level, this division would deepen, akin to the myriad branches of a grand tree, each with infinite possibilities for the future. The most crucial aspect of this tree is its trunk. Yi Suifeng aspired to create such a trunk. He resolved to begin with the essence of spiritual energy itself. Extending his hand, he summoned a gentle orb of white energy into his palm, transforming it into various forms. Fundamentally, spiritual energy is a unique type of energy capable of being absorbed by any material object. Should the absorbing entity possess intelligence, it could harness this energy, transforming it into its own power. In the Qi refinement stage, the primary focus is on absorbing spiritual energy, unblocking meridians, and initially tempering the body. The transformation stage, on the other hand, involves further refining this spiritual energy, forming clouds of Qi within the Dantian, and mastering the power of spiritual energy. Yi Suifeng intended to embark on transformations from these two stages. All cultivation techniques essentially represent methods of circulating spiritual energy within the body. The variations in the pathways of meridians, even the minutest details, can lead to vastly different outcomes. Some techniques are rigid and domineering, while others are remarkably gentle, and some possess unique attributes. Furthermore, the meridians within each individual exhibit subtle differences, culminating in an exceedingly intricate system. Yi Suifeng similit feindlich. Complexity is the greatest taboo in universality. Although the human meridians resemble a celestial web, there are 9 principal meridians that every person possesses. If one were to base their practice on these 9 principal meridians, there exists a significant probability of creating a technique applicable to all practitioners. Each of the 9 principal meridians is exceptionally broad, akin to a grand thoroughfare that embraces myriad streams. However, this embrace also implies that the absorbed energy may be quite heterogeneous, necessitating the existence of a refined system. Yi Suifeng pondered it, waving his hand to conjure a massive luminous screen before him, where the 9 principal meridians of the human body became distinctly visible. Above them lies the connection to the center of the soul, while below connects to the heart of the dantian. Behind them, a faint connection to a sphere of green energy could be discerned. This represents the essence of human life. Any misstep could jeopardize this vital essence, which explains why no one has dared to concurrently target all 9 principal meridians. Yet Yi Suifeng was different. His immeasurable soul allowed him to effortlessly perceive the most fundamental aspects. The first phase would be to unblock these 9 principal meridians, directly corresponding to the qi refinement stage in traditional cultivation systems. Subsequently, he would utilize the principal meridians to nourish the physical body, refine the dantian, and extract and store energy, aligning with the transformation realm. Suddenly, the light within Yi Suifeng's eyes sparkled. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though a brilliant galaxy swirled within, continuously vanishing and being reborn. He had commenced his calculations. Time flowed slowly. Yi Suifeng remained in the family head study for nearly 2 months. The previous enhancement of the god-slaying 9 swords had only taken the time of a teacup's brew, highlighting the immense difficulty of this endeavor. During this time, Suiyun visited him several times, and Yi Huang returned once, wishing to see Yi Suifeng, but they were all obstructed by an invisible force, rendering them unable to enter the study. They speculated that Yi Suifeng had entered seclusion. After 2 months, the starlight in Yi Suifeng's eyes gradually faded, and the luminous screen before him transformed into a glowing tome, gently closing its final page. Finally, it was complete. Yi Suifeng let out a long sigh, initially unaware that the creation of this martial art would consume so much of his time. It is time to name it. With a smile, Yi Suifeng gazed at the ancient text before him, akin to a parent admiring their child. This martial art represents a novel cultivation system. The energy it harnesses transcends mere spiritual essence. It draws upon the quintessence of heaven and earth, the primordial forces of all things, as well as demonic and magical energies. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Suifeng extended his finger and inscribed 3 grand characters upon the tome. Primordial Art. Chapter 21. The Art of Commerce. In the family study, Suiyun was reporting the recent developments to Yi Suifeng. During his 2 months of seclusion, nothing significant had transpired within the clan. The beast tide in the border regions had largely subsided, with most of the core members having retreated. Only the younger generation remained, diligently purging the remnants of the beasts and adhering to Yi Suifeng's directive to foster amicable relations with ordinary cultivators. Given that no one had undertaken such an initiative before, the results were remarkably evident. In less than 3 months, the reputation of the Yi family within the cities under their jurisdiction had ascended several tiers, with some locales venerating the Yi family as if they were sacred beings. Sacred? I have no desire to transform the Yi family into some holy ground. Yi Suifeng Sikofut. His ambition centered on establishing a sufficiently powerful faction, with notoriety being a secondary concern. Are there cultivators willing to pledge allegiance to the Yi family? What is their strength? What their talent? Yi Suifeng invited. There are indeed many, Suiyun replied with a smile. Currently, over 100 cultivators have made their way to Xianxia City, eager to join our ranks. Most are at the qi refinement stage, though their talents vary. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Variability is acceptable. We are not a sect that must scrutinize talent. This world equally requires the weaker to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure that their responsibilities are clearly delineated, striving to place each individual in their rightful position. Suifeng furrowed his brow. Brother, are you suggesting we take them all? Of course, we shall take them all, Suifeng affirmed. Provide them with a nurturing environment for cultivation, and do not be stingy with resources. A strong foundation will ensure that future endeavors progress smoothly. Suifeng understood and chuckled. I estimate that in the coming years, the overall population of the family could multiply several times. As far as I know, some of the younger members are performing admirably, amassing quite a following. Some younger members? Suifeng laughed. You must be referring to that lad from your family. Before the family announced this policy, Yiqian approached me with similar aspirations. I hold high hopes for this nephew. Ha ha! Suifeng laughed heartily. It is not just Yiqian. Yi Long, Yi Qinyao, and others have also garnered many followers due to their exceptional strength. Oh, and let's not forget Yi Huang. Yi Huang, Ving Yongle, Xiao Xiao, Zihan, along with several other young women from their clan, have established a formidable organization known as the Tianluan Hall, which currently wields significant influence and enjoys a stellar reputation in the border regions. The leaders of Tianluan Hall are Qin Yao and Yi Huang. However, as you may know, the ever-humble Qin Yao tends to shun fame and fortune. Thus, it is primarily Yi Huang who manages the organization. Through their exceptional prowess, they have attracted a considerable number of wandering cultivators to their cause. Suifeng was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this group of girls from his family possessed such competitive spirits. The fact that his daughter had risen to the position of their leader indicated that her status played a role. Yet her own strength must have seen significant advancement as well. Brother, I wish to inquire about Xiao Huang. How did her strength suddenly escalate so remarkably? In just over 2 months, she has broken through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. Simply astonishing. Moreover, her combat prowess is formidable. I have heard that even Yi Long is not entirely confident of victory against her. It appears she must be considered for the impending battle in Yunshao City in a few months. Suifeng's face bore an expression of disbelief. For Yi Huang's performance was indeed extraordinary. It is merely a case of late bloomers, Suifeng replied. Is that truly the case? Suifeng chuckled. Winking at Suifeng, perhaps some other young members of our clan also harbor the potential for late blooming. I believe you should keep an eye on them. Clearly, he did not fully trust Suifeng's words. After all, the transformation in Yi Huang was too pronounced to dismiss without attributing it to Suifeng's influence. Look at you, acting like a monkey. Suifeng shook his head. Let us wait until the trials conclude. Then we can discern who possesses the potential for cultivation, and I will address them accordingly. Suifeng laughed heartily, content with this arrangement, knowing full well that his eldest son, Yi Long, would undoubtedly secure a place. By the way, I have been in seclusion for 2 months and was unable to provide you with this month's spirit stones. Has anything gone awry? Suifeng inquired. No, not at all, Suifeng responded. At that time, you bestowed upon me a total of 18. 2 billion spirit stones. Thankfully, you were in seclusion. Otherwise, I truly would have struggled to exhaust such a sum within a month. Suifeng had tasked him with spending those spirit stones throughout the month, which had left Suifeng quite distressed. There's south simply no place to spend it. Look at your lack of ambition. Suifeng decided not to pressure him further, allowing matters to unfold at a natural pace. However, this situation did prompt him to consider a concern. Should he suddenly enter seclusion again, especially for an extended period, the family's financial chain would undoubtedly face complications. It was clear that their development could not proceed as he envisioned. After some contemplation, Suifeng anded Suiyuna storage big. Here are 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Take care of them and manage them as you see fit. My only stipulation is that you strive to provide a superior cultivation environment for the family within reasonable bounds. Cultivation and expansion will be our focus for the foreseeable future, and you must exercise prudent control over it, Suifeng stated earnestly. Suifeng trembled as he received the storage bag, his hands quivering with the weight of its contents. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones equates to a staggering 100 trillion spirit stones. In all his years, he had never encountered such a monumental fortune. Fear not, my elder brother, I shall maximize its potential, Suifeng declared with utmost seriousness. He understood that this storage bag not only represented wealth, but also embodied Suifeng's trust in him and the heavy burden of responsibility it entailed. Suifeng nodded ganti inaknodet. By the way, has that person from Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin, reached out to you recently? Suifeng it. They had previously agreed to procure supplies every half-month, but just as they reached that agreement, he had entered seclusion. She has visited, Sui Yun replied, producing 3 rings. She left these behind, instructing me to deliver them to you. They are sealed with a formation, and I cannot open them. Yi Suifeng accepted the rings and effortlessly dispelled the seals, revealing an abundance of treasures along with their corresponding values. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, Yi family head. A playful thought from Gu Wanxin lingered within. How intriguing, Yi Suifeng mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. They had established a pact for Gu Wanxin to deliver resources bi-weekly, yet he had unexpectedly remained in seclusion for 2 months. To his surprise, she had adhered to their agreement and delivered the items ahead of schedule. One must consider that as merely a pavilion head. The immense pressure of managing such a vast quantity of resources without a steady influx of spirit stones must weigh heavily upon her. She certainly knows the art of business. Yi Suifeng observed as he examined the price list, which still reflected a 10% discount, totaling over 430 billion spirit stones. He emptied one of his storage rings and, using the residual thought from Gu Wanxin, crafted a new formation, a seal that only she could unlock. Subsequently, he handed the ring to Sui Yun, stating, "These 2 contain resources. You may manage them as you see fit. Also, arrange for someone to deliver this ring to Gu Wanxin at Wanbao Pavilion." Sui Yun nodded, accepting the 3 rings. Upon seeing the vast resources contained within, he felt no surprise. This was not his first encounter with such wealth. His mindset was now quite resilient. After discussing a few other trivial matters, Sui Yun rose to depart, but soon returned. "I almost forgot. Over a month ago, 4 young individuals came seeking you, mentioning that you had encountered them near the outskirts of Qinggu jailing," Sui Yun informed him. "Did they?" "Oh, right," Yi Suifeng recalled, remembering the day of his tribulation when he had casually rescued a few ewes on the brink of being trampled by a bull. Feeling a sense of connection, he had made them a promise. "Make suitable arrangements. They seem quite capable," Yi Suifeng suggested. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. "Wait." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and added, "Have them come to me together." Thus began the newly forged path of cultivation. One must first test the specific effects. Chapter 22. Encounter with the Tiger. In the courtyard beneath the willow tree, 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, stood respectfully before Yi Suifeng, their faces marked by a palpable unease. "Are you accustomed to life here?" Yi Suifeng sat leisurely at a stone table, sipping tea. "Accustomed? No problem at all," replied Feng Ji, the long-haired youth, stammering slightly. "The Yi family has treated us exceedingly well, truly, providing us with lodging and meals. Recently, while working within the family, we were even granted considerable cultivation resources." Yi Suifeng smiled, reassuring them, "There's no need to feel anxious. By the way, I still do not know your names." Feng Ji quickly introduced himself. "I am Feng Ji. This is Ma Feng, the one who nearly perished last time. He is Yu Pengyi, and she is Lu Hong." The 4 bowed respectfully. "We have met you, Senior Yi." Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "Our meeting here at Gaoling is serendipitous. There is no need for excessive formality. The reason I have called you here today is that I wish for your assistance with a matter." Feng Ji clasped his hands together, stating earnestly, "I cannot repay the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me, Senior. Whatever you require, please command us. We shall brave mountains or seas of fire without hesitation." Their gazes were resolute, embodying the spirit of the martial world. "Very well," Yi Suifeng paused before continuing. "All of you are in the qi refinement stage, correct?" Feng Ji nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I possess a cultivation technique known as the primordial technique, which charts a path entirely distinct from the current cultivation system. I hold great optimism for its future. However, as no one has ever practiced it, the outcomes remain uncertain. In essence, I require individuals to serve as experimental subjects. Consider this carefully. If you are willing, I shall personally guide your cultivation journey. Of course, if you prefer not to, that is perfectly acceptable. You may continue residing in the Yi family and engage in your usual activities." Yi Suifeng candidly expressed his intentions, choosing not to obscure anything from these qi refinement youths. Even if they declined, he could readily find others within the family. There was no need for deceit. Honesty was the best approach. However, in response to his forthrightness, Feng Ji and the others fell silent. The notion of altering one's cultivation method was a significant decision. particularly as Yi Suifeng had made it clear that this was an entirely different path. The risks were immense. Should anything go awry, their lives could be irrevocably altered. Yi Suifeng remained unhurried, leisurely sipping his tea as he awaited their decision. After a considerable pause, one stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. It was the lad named Ma Fong. Senior, you saved my life, yet my humble status leaves me unsure of how to repay your kindness. Now that you require assistance, I shall not hesitate. I am willing to attempt your new technique. Ma Fong's expression was resolute. He had made his decision. Immediately thereafter, Feng Zhi stepped forward, smiling as he declared, "A true gentleman must honor his words. Having just proclaimed my willingness to spare no effort, how could I act contrary to my promises? Senior, I am eager to embark on this journey." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi also advanced to stand beside them, their intentions unmistakably clear. Ye Suifeng, wearing a smile, felt a profound sense of camaraderie emanating from these four young individuals, a spirit of loyalty rarely possessed by those of noble lineage. "Do not harbor regrets. I trust you will not," Feng Zhi replied resolutely. "Very well, let us commence at once." Standing tall, Yi Suifeng unleashed his formidable consciousness, enveloping the group, revealing the secrets hidden within each of them. Feng Zhi, 8th level of Qi refinement, possessing moderate talent. Ma Fong, 6th level of Qi refinement, possessing low talent. Lu Hong, 6th level of Qi refinement, possessing low talent. Yu Pengyi, 7th level of Qi refinement, possessing moderate talent. Feng Zhi and Lu Hong exhibited a solid foundation, whereas the other two were somewhat weaker. Yet, in Yi Suifeng's eyes, they were all disorganized and chaotic, which was typical for independent practitioners. "Feng Zhi and Ma Fong, you both must disperse all your cultivation and start new. Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi, maintain your original methods, while simultaneously practicing the primordial technique," Yi Suifeng instructed. "I shall impart the profound essence of the primordial technique to you. Explore and cultivate it independently. Fear not, I will oversee your progress personally, so you can pursue it without concern for your safety." Yi Suifeng swiftly organized the four, dividing them into two groups, one to start from scratch and the other to integrate traditional practices. The emphasis on starting afresh required no explanation, while the integration of practices was a strategy for future practitioners. Initially, Yi Suifeng decided not to intervene in their cultivation process, allowing them to explore on their own to acquire more accurate experimental data. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng performed a soul infusion, imparting all the fundamental insights of the primary volume of the primordial technique deep into their souls, thus eliminating the need for them to decipher the technique themselves. The four then commenced their initial training in the courtyard, while Yi Suifeng stood guard, meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy and the myriad changes within their bodies. He further refined and confirmed the intricate details of the primordial technique based on these observations. This new path of cultivation gradually became clearer. It was not until nightfall that their first training session concluded. Upon returning, ensure you rest well and reflect on any issues that arose during your practice. Do not attempt anything recklessly to avoid complications. I will arrange for you a closer position soon, Yi Suifeng advised. Everything progressed smoothly. However, in the evening, Suiyin hurriedly arrived. "Elder brother, something has happened." His expression was grave. "You instructed me to send someone to Wanbao Pavilion for a transaction, and I sent Sui Hu. Yet, upon their return after completing the trade, they were ambushed by a group of assailants. All the goods brought back from Wanbao Pavilion have vanished, and Sui Hu is gravely injured and unconscious." The sudden news caused Yi Suifeng to furrow his brows. It seemed that the transaction with Wanbao Pavilion had drawn the attention of certain individuals. Such immense resources, amounting to hundreds of billions, had indeed ignited their covetous desires. "Where's Sui Hu now?" Yi Suifeng inquired. "At home," Suiyin replied. "His dantian has been shattered and all his meridians severed. Master Zhang Ziming has already examined him and declared that his soul has been damaged beyond recovery. We must locate the culprits." Suiyin's expression was filled with fury. After all, Sui Hu was the most vital backbone of their family, their dearest brother. "Hold on, let us investigate first," Yi Suifeng suggested. "As long as he draws breath, there remains a chance to save Sui Hu. As for the perpetrators, those who dare to reveal their fangs should prepare for annihilation." Chapter 23, Awakening. In the Changshan Hall of the Yi family, numerous key members congregated. Some wore grave expressions, while others were consumed by rage. "Who did this? Damn it, I will make them pay. Isn't it obvious?" It must be those mongrels from the Leaf family. I cannot coexist with them. Calm down. We cannot yet ascertain who the assailants are, nor do we understand their motives for targeting Fourth Master. Who else could it be but the Leaf family? Are you afraid? I merely seek clarity. Who dares to claim I am afraid? You. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. What is all this commotion? At that moment, Sui Yun and Yi Suifeng entered, prompting an immediate hush. Refrain from your reckless fervor. The specifics will be determined by the head of the family. Sui Yun glared at them before proceeding with Yi Suifeng into the inner chamber. Inside, Yi Suiyun and Sui Bao were present, while Sui Hu lay on the bed, his complexion ashen. Beside him, his wife had reddened eyes, clearly having wept extensively. Upon seeing Yi Suifeng enter, Zhang Ziming promptly rose. Head of the Yi family, he addressed respectfully. Yi Suifeng nodded, gesturing for Zhang Ziming to step outside. Elder brother, head of the family. Others called out, their expressions a mixture of sorrow and indignation. The impetuous Sui Bao's eyes were bloodshot. What's going on? Everyone looks as if they have lost someone. Yi Suifeng remarked, do not worry, I will save him. Apart from Yi Suiyun, the others were momentarily taken aback, having already resigned themselves to the notion of Sui Hu's demise. Sui Bao blinked and interjected, elder brother. Master Zhang just mentioned. He is merely a 6th grade alchemist, not particularly formidable. Yi Suifeng interrupted him. As the leopard was choked, a 6th-tier alchemist, renowned as the most formidable alchemist in Cloud City, found himself in a predicament. Yet, in the eyes of his elder brother, he appeared to possess little capability. After Yi Suifeng spoke, he paid no further attention and sat down by the bed. With a gentle touch of his finger on Sui Hu's forehead, he extended his consciousness and swiftly discerned his current state. It was dire, truly catastrophic. His dantian lay shattered, his meridians thoroughly destroyed, and even his bones were fractured into segments. Most concerning was the grievous damage to his soul, which had suffered over half its integrity, with the essence of life steadily ebbing away. It was evident that he had encountered a being transcending the nascent soul stage. To still draw breath was nothing short of a miracle. Yi Suifeng shook his head and once more pressed his finger against Sui Hu's brow, silently invoking, return the soul. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from his fingertip, expanding explosively in all directions, swiftly reaching far beyond the visible horizon. Suddenly, ethereal melodies filled the air, with azure and white luminescence flickering incessantly. Sui Yun and the others stood in stunned silence, watching wisps of azure smoke emerge from the void, swiftly merging into Yi Sui Hu's forehead. Such a technique was utterly unprecedented. When the final wisp of azure smoke entered Yi Sui Hu's brow, he abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling sharply as he returned to consciousness. Husband. His wife was the first to react, collapsing onto him, tears streaming down her face. Sui Yun and the others stood dumbfounded. After Zhang Ziming had declared that there was no hope for recovery, Yi Suifeng had miraculously restored Yi Sui Hu in mere moments. What unparalleled power this was! What incredible strength Yi Suifeng possessed! After a long pause, Sui Yun pulled Yi Suiyu aside and whispered, go outside and inform them that third brother is safe now. Let them continue with their affairs. Yi Suifeng's prowess remained an enigma and a secret. He wished for it not to be unveiled so soon. Sui Yu nodded and departed. At this moment, Yi Sui Hu had fully regained consciousness. Sui Hu, do you remember what transpired? Yi Suifeng inuited. Yi Sui Hu took a sip of water and began to recollect the events that had unfolded. He had journeyed to the Wanbao Pavilion with 3 rings, seeking Gu Wanxin. The two quickly engaged in a transaction, and Yi Sui Hu acquired the resources Gu Wanxin had brought. As he was about to leave, Gu Wanxin offered to send someone from the pavilion to escort him, but he declined. He felt that a large entourage would only expose the secret of his precious treasures. Thus, he chose to travel alone. However, he had not anticipated that trouble would still ensue. The adversaries were 4 formidable cultivators beyond the nascent soul stage. And as a mid-stage Jindan practitioner, he stood no chance against them. In mere moments, he was utterly overwhelmed and fell unconscious. Brother, it was my fault. I should have heeded Pavilion Master Gu's advice and allowed her to send escorts. Yi Sui Hu was filled with self-reproach. After all, that represented resources worth trillions. Enough nonsense. What matters is that we are alive, Yi Suifeng declared. With 4 nascent soul experts, which family in Yunxiao City could possibly muster such formidable strength? Sui Yun furrowed his brow. The peak combat power of Yunxiao City was merely at the Golden Core stage. Perhaps some family had concealed one or two ancient monsters who might have broken through to the nascent soul stage. But such beings were typically in seclusion and rarely took action, let alone form a quartet. Thus, the assailants were unlikely to be from the Li or Tang families. Could it be from the Wanbao Pavilion? Yi Suiyu suggested. The Wanbao Pavilion had always been a mysterious force, and no one could ascertain its true strength, making it quite plausible for them to dispatch 4 nascent soul cultivators. Brother, what should we do? If it truly is the Wanbao Pavilion, then we are in serious trouble. What shall we do? Yi Suifeng rose to his feet. Do you remember what I once told you? Our Yi family fears no one. If they dare to reach out, we shall sever their claws. He glanced at Yi Suihu and continued, leave this matter to me. You all focus on nurturing Suihu's body using the finest resources. When the time comes, I will assist in restoring his dantian and regaining his strength. With that, Yi Suifeng prepared to depart. Brother, are you really going alone? Suiyin still felt somewhat uneasy. Yi Suifeng nodded. Do not worry. Just attend to your respective duties, regardless of who they are. He is now but a dead cat or dog. With a flick of his sleeve, Yi Suifeng vanished from the room. The remaining few exchanged glances. Unsure of what to say. That second brother. Has the transformation of elder brother been a bit too drastic? Yi Suiyu murmured. First, there was an overwhelming wealth that could induce faintness, and then with a mere wave, he rescued Yi Suihu from the brink of death. Now he exuded an imposing aura, seemingly dismissing even 4 nascent soul cultivators without a second thought. Was this still the same elder brother they knew, who was always taciturn and only at the chi refinement stage? No matter how great the change, he remains our elder brother. Yi Suiyun's expression turned grave. In these past months, we have witnessed the family's transformations clearly. Without him, everything would revert to its former state, so he turned to Yi Suiyu, his voice low. In the future, do not let me hear similar remarks again. Chapter 24. The Pursuer in the Sky. Yi Suifeng walked with his hands clasped behind his back, traversing through the clouds. A gray line guided his path. A manifestation of the causal law he extracted from the aura of Yi Suihu. With this causal law, he could trace the location of the battle. Soon, he arrived at a secluded path within Xianxia city. Under the gaze of Yi Suifeng, the traces of battle and the remnants of intricate formations were clearly visible. The concealment array indicated that the adversary had come prepared. Huh? What's she doing here? On the path, several figures appeared to be searching for something, among whom was none other than Gu Wanxin, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Suifeng grandjeful descended. Who goes there? A few golden core cultivators immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, upon recognizing Yi Suifeng, Gu Wanxin swiftly halted their actions. Head of the Yi family. She approached with a somewhat complex expression. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that they would strike within Xianxia city, causing harm to Third Master. She bowed in apology. They? So you know who is responsible? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Gu Wanxin pressed her lips together and replied, I'm not entirely certain. But based on the situation at hand, it seems that only 4 formidable nascent soul cultivators could muster such a powerful formation. Speak. Yi Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind him, clearly aware that Gu Wanxin had some involvement in this matter. With a sigh, Gu Wanxin confided in Yi Suifeng about recent events. It turned out that after her last transaction with Yi Suifeng, she had established a certain rapport with a steward of the Wanbao Pavilion. The steward's rank was above that of the initiator. Thus, when Gu Wanxin met the steward, she reported the illicit affair between Song Shuang and Luo Qing. Given the substantial profits Gu Wanxin had recently generated, the steward took this matter very seriously. After conducting an investigation, the steward directly revoked Song Shuang's deputy position and warned Luo Qing against engaging in such antics again. Consequently, Gu Wanxin's crisis was averted, and Song Shuang and Luo Qing received their due punishments. However, they would not easily accept this outcome. Although Song Shuang had been ousted from his deputy position, he remained active within Xianxia city. Gu Wanxin was aware of his intentions. His goal was to locate the mysterious, affluent individual. But what he would do upon finding them was beyond Gu Wanxin's knowledge, and she could not intervene, for this fell within the normal regulations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Even if a client were to be snatched away, it could only reflect her lack of strength. Yet, Gu Wanxin never expected that Song Shuang would choose to take a desperate gamble, directly eliminating Yi Suihu, who had come a trade, and seizing the vast resources in his possession. This was utterly audacious. With an incident occurring on her own territory, Gu Wanxin could not escape culpability. Thus, the cooperation they had just established would likely shatter in an instant. Head of the Yi family, It is my responsibility for failing to protect Third Master. Rest assured, I shall employ all my means to provide you with an explanation. Gu Wanqin vowed earnestly. Yi Suifeng remained silent. He had not anticipated that Yi Suihu's attack was merely a consequence of internal strife within the Wanbao Pavilion. It was a case of deities clashing, leaving mere mortals to suffer. The individual known as Song Shuang exhibits an excessively domineering and ruthless demeanor, showing utter disregard for the lives of others. Why did you not inform me sooner? Yi Suifeng inwided. Gu Wanqin, her expression tinged with distress, replied, Master Yi, you may not be aware that behind Song Shuang stands Luo Qing, the mastermind of the Wanbao Pavilion in Suifeng. Luo Qing is protected by formidable beings in the transformation realm. I cannot disclose this to you and could only strive to navigate our dealings with them. A hint of derision played on Yi Suifeng's face. You merely wish to preserve this trade route, do you not? Ultimately, Gu Wanqin is, at her core, a merchant, driven by profit. To safeguard her interests, she concealed the conflict with Song Shuang, resulting in Yi Suihu's unwarranted calamity, nearly costing him his life. Were it not for this, perhaps the one engaging in trade with the Yi family would have been Song Shuang. However, for Yi Suifeng, he simply requires resources regardless of who supplies them. Thus, Gu Wanqin bears an unavoidable share of the responsibility. He comprehended her intentions, but could not extend forgiveness. I truly apologize, Master Yi. The situation has reached this point, and I do not wish to argue. I can only exert my utmost to provide you and the late Third Master with an explanation. Gu Wanqin declared resolutely. Yi Suifeng fixed his gaze upon her eyes. Truth be told, this woman is remarkable. She has skillfully navigated her superiors with her wit, managing to achieve victories despite her lack of background. Regrettably, she underestimated the power of absolute strength. The Third Master is not dead, Yi Suifeng stated calmly. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it myself. However, there must not be a next time. Regardless of the circumstances, should anything arise that could jeopardize the Yi family, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. Do you understand? He resolved not to lay blame upon her. Firstly, Gu Wanqin's business acumen is indeed commendable, and her proactive nature is valuable to him at present. Secondly, if another were to take her place, one could never be certain of what complications might ensue. Upon hearing Yi Suifeng's words, Gu Wanqin paused. Master Yi, I do not fully grasp your intentions. There is nothing particularly nuanced, Yi Suifeng replied. Our agreement shall continue, and as for Song Shuang, I will handle it personally. Gu Wanqin opened her mouth to protest. Master Yi, think carefully. With such immense wealth, Song Shuang will undoubtedly return to seek Luo Qing. Luo Qing is guarded by numerous nascent soul cultivators, as well as beings in the transformation realm. How do you intend to confront them? She simply could not fathom how Yi Suifeng could utter such words. The pinnacle of combat power in Xianxia City barely reaches the nascent soul stage. Yet Yi Suifeng shook his head and replied nonchalantly, Nascent soul, transformation, mere insects. Very well. Accompany me. This way, should any issues arise in the future, you will not hesitate to inform me. Upon finishing his words, Yi Suifeng reached out into the void. Suddenly, the entire heavens and earth transformed in hue, a tremendous roar resonating through the air as a resplendent galaxy materialized before the onlookers. Time rewound. The world shifted. The surroundings began to spin uncontrollably, and amidst Gu Wanqin's astonishment, her gaze fixed upon a singular figure. It was Isu, hastily striding along a narrow path. Abruptly, four silhouettes descended from the sky, blocking all his avenues of escape. One among them was slender, adorned with a magnificent jeweled longsword at his waist, his sharp brows arching skyward, strikingly conspicuous. It was Song Shuang. Gu Wanqin gasped in surprise. Chapter 25, Kneel Before Me. In the upper echelons of Wanjiao Pavilion in Su City, Luo Qing sat across from Song Shuang, who was toying with a delicate ring in his hands. Uncle, rest assured, I have already lifted the mental seal on that wretched Gu Wanqin. Even if she suspects me, she can do nothing to thwart my plans. Song Shuang boasted. Having spent months lurking in Xianxia City, he finally reaped significant rewards, immense rewards. The resources amounting to trillions would take him 100 years to accumulate otherwise. It could truly be said that he had become wealthy overnight. Furthermore, after this move, the relationship between Gu Wanqin and the Yi family would undoubtedly shatter instantaneously, possibly even branding Gu Wanqin with the label of mismanagement, reducing her to her original state. What qualifications did a peasant-born wretch possess to contend with him? Luo Qing stowed away the storage ring and inquired, "Are you certain that the Yi family is not a prominent clan with considerable power?" "Of course," Song Shuang replied with a smile. "Having spent nearly 3 months in Yinxiao City, I have thoroughly investigated the power dynamics. The strongest cultivators, they are merely at the nascent soul stage, most of whom are in seclusion. The Yi family is the weakest among the 3 major families in Yinxiao City, possibly lacking even a single nascent soul cultivator, and their patriarch is a newly appointed fool. We have no reason to fear any retaliation from them." With unwavering confidence, Song Shuang recounted how he had discreetly gathered intelligence in Yinxiao City, even locating the alchemists and artifact masters of a Yi family. According to their accounts, they had only entered the Yi family for the generous remuneration. Thus, Song Shuang orchestrated this ambush to seize a vast trove of resources for himself. But if the Yi family is so feeble, how do they possess such wealth? Luo Qing queried. Song Shuang shook his head with a smile. The world is vast, full of wonders. It is not uncommon for someone to stumble upon treasures while walking. In my estimation, the Yi family is no different. They may have fortuitously acquired a fortune, yet lack the wisdom to bide their time, opting instead to squander it lavishly. Even if I did not intervene, others would surely target the Yi family. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? Luo Qing nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment. The actions of the Yi family, regardless of perspective, resemble those of newly affluent individuals. He has encountered such people numerous times, and their fates are seldom favorable. Huh, you did well this time. Rest assured, once the commotion subsides, I shall endeavor to restore your position as deputy. As long as the Yi family does not find you, all will be well, Luo Qing remarked with a smile. Song Shuang suddenly burst into laughter. Naturally, I could never be found by the Yi family. As he chuckled, he abruptly noticed that Luo Qing's expression had stiffened. They found you. A ghostly voice echoed from behind him. Startled, Song Shuang turned around, nearly toppling from his chair in fear. Before him materialized a pitch-black portal, which slowly widened, revealing several figures. Gu Wanxin. Song Shuang recognized the woman and, overwhelmed by terror, emitted a high-pitched scream akin to that of a woman. How is this possible? His face was a mask of horror. To tear open a portal in the void required unfathomable skill. What formidable cultivator could achieve such a feat? His legs felt weak beneath him. At that moment, Yi Suifeng, accompanied by Gu Wanxin, stepped through the portal, standing before Luo Qing and Song Shuang. Is this Song Shuang? Yi Suifeng inwided. Gu Wanxin nodded, still visibly shaken. She could not fathom that Yi Suifeng had grown to such an extent, effortlessly manipulating the flow of time and space. With a mere wave of his hand, he had followed an enigmatic gray trajectory, directly locating Song Shuang in the void. It was utterly terrifying. Song Shuang, we never anticipated the dreadful entity you have entangled yourself with. Who are you? Song Shuang stammered, his legs trembling. The man before him radiated an intimidating presence and had clearly come for him. The head of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng's expression remained impassive as he spoke blandly. You dare to assault my kin and seize our resources. Who granted you such audacity? Upon hearing this, Song Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He is the head of the Yi family? The heads of the Li and Tang families had assured him with utmost confidence that the new leader of the Yi family was merely a useless cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. He now wished to seize them by the collar and demand how a Qi refinement cultivator could open a portal in the void. Please allow me to explain. Song Shuang began, but Yi Suifeng did not grant him the opportunity. With a swift motion, he struck with a hand, a force akin to heavenly wrath descending upon him, landing violently on his face. Instantly, Song Shuang collapsed to the ground, one side of his face swollen grotesquely, teeth mingled with blood, spewing forth onto the ground. Yi Suifeng's demeanor remained cold. He had no desire for idle chatter with Song Shuang. Today, he had come to deliver judgment. Today, he had come to take a life. Yi Suifeng once again stepped on his Song Shuang, his ferocious spiritual power surging violently into Song Shuang's body, wreaking havoc within. Meridians, dantian, and bones were all shattered in an instant. A cry of agony escaped Song Shuang's lips, blood speckling his face. Luo Qing, witnessing this horrific scene, trembled involuntarily. Hesitantly, he spoke, Your Excellency, let us converse peacefully. Yi Suifeng cast a dismissive glance in his direction. Who are you to address me as Your Excellency? With that, he advanced a step, and an overwhelming aura enveloped Luo Qing's head, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The immense energy erupted from Suifeng's center, shattering the protective formations like mere paper. Debris and splinters flew in all directions. The uppermost structure of the Wanbao Pavilion was obliterated, reduced to a vast, open platform. Heavens! What is happening? Everyone flee. Below, numerous cultivators and customers who had come to purchase goods were startled by the sudden explosion, panicking and rushing to escape the Wanbao Pavilion. The onlookers were left in shock, staring at the decimated rooftop. On that platform, Luo Qing trembled uncontrollably. It was terrifying. Had that energy been directed at him, he would have been instantly vaporized, reduced to mere fragments. Song Shuang, what have you provoked? Yi family master. He is our orchestrator and also Song Shuang's uncle. Gu Wanxin murmured softly. Yi Suifeng turned his gaze towards her. Oh, you are involved as well. Luo Qing's eyes widened, hastily exclaiming, no, I have no connection with Song Shuang. Yet before he could finish, Yi Suifeng pressed down slightly with his hand. Luo Qing felt as if a divine mountain had crashed upon him, causing him to spew blood, collapsing to his knees. Who dares to cause chaos in the Wanbao Pavilion? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the lower levels of the pavilion. An elderly man clad in a brocade robe slowly ascended, his expression grave, exuding an extraordinary presence. It was the aura of a transformation stage cultivator. However, a mere glance from Yi Suifeng nearly caused him to lose control of his senses. It is I. What can you do to me? Yi Suifeng replied coolly. Senior, let us speak amicably. The transformation stage elder hastily clasped his fists in respect. Yi Suifeng lowered his gaze. Kneel first. Chapter 26. Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Sucheng stood as one of the city's most iconic structures. Towering 7 stories high, it was surrounded by intricate formations. Especially at night, the uppermost layers emitted a hazy purple glow, exuding an air of opulence. Yet today, its pinnacle had been shattered. Fragments of wood and tiles exploded, littering the ground. A solitary figure stood calmly, while the high-ranking individuals of the Wanbao Pavilion appeared to have all submitted, kneeling before him. Who is this individual? Is it possible that he is a figure of even greater significance from the Wanbao Pavilion? To label him a fool seems absurd. Would a member of his own faction demolish their own abode? Clearly, this person harbors a grudge against the Wanbao Pavilion. My heavens! Does he not comprehend the depths of the waters behind the pavilion, which are terrifyingly profound? How dare he act with such audacity? Whispers filled the air as onlookers expressed their curiosity about the figure clad in white. What could possibly be his source of strength? Yi Suifeng's only reliance is himself. In this world, no one could stand against him, not even the mightiest of deities. The elder from the Wanbao Pavilion, in the stage of transformation, knelt in fear before Yi Suifeng. I did not invite your words. Silence yourself, Yi Suifeng remarked coolly. Then, with a single hand motion, 3 gray threads of causation floated from his grasp. 2 of these threads drifted towards the lower levels of the Wanbao Pavilion, while 1 ascended towards the distant horizon. They had fled far, but it was futile. A cold smile graced Yi Suifeng's lips as he clenched his fist. Suddenly, 2 gasps arose from beneath him. With a crash, a large hole broke through the lower wall, and 2 figures rushed upwards. Amidst their screams, they collided forcefully with the floor, collapsing in a panic alongside Song Shuang and the others. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in shock. Those 2 were the very assailants who had attempted to kill Yi Suihu. But why were there only 2? There had been 3 others at the time, besides Song Shuang, who were also at the nascent soul stage. As confusion clouded her mind, a terrified voice echoed from afar. Straining her gaze, she noticed a small black dot spiraling through the air, trailing along the last gray thread from Yi Suifeng's hand. With a thud, it landed at their feet. It was the final nascent soul practitioner. His expression was one of bewilderment and panic. He was clad only in a meager scrap of cloth, his upper body bare. The aura emanating from him suggested that he had been engaged in some unsavory activity when Yi Suifeng had seized him. Such a method was utterly terrifying. Gu Wanxin gazed at Yi Suifeng's silhouette, and in that moment, the man seemed to tower to unimaginable heights beyond her comprehension. Enough, Yi Suifeng stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon them. Your insatiable greed has led you to brazenly assault a key member of my clan, resulting in his meridians being shattered and his life hanging by a thread. As the head of the Yi family, I hereby pronounce your death sentence. With that, Yi Suifeng raised his hand slightly, and amidst the terrified looks of the onlookers, he decisively struck down with his palm, as if it were a blade. With a sickening sound, Head soared through the air, accompanied by a torrent of hot blood, landing amidst the crowd gathered on the street below. The spectators were taken aback, and upon recognizing the identities of the severed heads, horror gripped them, causing them to scatter in fear, anxious to avoid becoming collateral damage. As Yi Suifeng, having eliminated the 4 principal culprits behind Song Shuang's demise, turned his gaze toward Luo Qing, the latter could no longer contain himself. He exclaimed loudly, "Senior, I was entirely unaware of their actions. I only learned of them later. Had I known in advance, I would have undoubtedly intervened. I implore you, spare me." His fear was palpable. Before him stood the head of the Yi family, whose profound cultivation and decisive actions left no room for doubt. He could kill without hesitation. Luo Qing did not wish to sacrifice his life due to Song Shuang's folly. Yi Suifeng remained silent, extending his hand as a smooth ring slowly floated out from Luo Qing's embrace. Upon sighting the ring, despair etched itself across Luo Qing's face. The incriminating evidence lay within his grasp. He could not cleanse himself of this stain. "Let us inspect it. Are the contents intact?" Yi Suifeng handed the ring to Gu Wanxin. She nodded eagerly and took the ring. "They have erased my spiritual mark," she remarked with a huff, meticulously examining the ring before nodding slightly at Yi Suifeng. "Head of the Yi family, everything is here. It seems they have yet to utilize it." Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his attention back to Luo Qing. "In this world, everyone harbors greed, which I can comprehend. However, your grave mistake was crossing paths with me." His gaze sharpened, and 2 piercing beams of light surged into Luo Qing's mind. Luo Qing let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his eyes. In that fleeting moment, every meridian in his body shattered, his dantian reduced to dust, and even his soul was severed by half. He had been rendered utterly incapacitated. Luo Qing's expression was akin to that of a corpse, his eyes devoid of life as he parted his lips, his voice hoarse. "Yi Suifeng, your tyrannical actions will surely invoke the retribution you deserve. You cannot fathom the terrifying power concealed behind the Wanbao Pavilion. You and your family will undoubtedly vanish from the annals of history in the not-too-distant future. All of this is a consequence of your actions." Blood spilled from Luo Qing's mouth as he spoke. Yi Suifeng regarded him with indifference before suddenly breaking into a smile. "So, you wish to summon the elders, do you? Huh, I relish such narratives. I grant you the opportunity to contact your ancestors or even your ancestors' ancestors. When the time comes, I shall engage in a heartfelt conversation with them." Yi Suifeng released the pressure weighing upon Luo Qing. He was curious to see whom Luo Qing would summon, intending to suppress them all at once. He had no time to entertain such nuisances in the future. "You will regret this." Luo Qing nearly screamed in defiance. "Hurry and call them. Yi Suifeng, replied nonchalantly. "There is no need for that. I've already arrived." Suddenly, a gentle voice drifted through the air. He was a strikingly handsome youth, adorned in a violet robe, gracefully holding a pristine white jade fan. He alighted softly beside Luo Qing. Yi Suifeng cast a glance in his direction, noticing a certain elegance in the youth. "Are you his ancestor, or perhaps the ancestor of his ancestors?" Yi Suifeng inquired. "Master Yi, this is the esteemed steward Shen Tianming of Wanbage, whom I have mentioned to you," Gu Wanxin elucidated, subsequently bowing respectfully to Shen Tianming. "Esteemed steward. This individual is exceedingly arrogant. He has come and destroyed our Wanbage, and he ruthlessly murdered Song Shuang and the others, incapacitating my cultivation. You must avenge me." Upon seeing Shen Tianming's arrival, Luo Qing exclaimed as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. "Hush, hush!" Shen Tianming placed a hand on Luo Qing's shoulder, speaking softly. "Do not worry. I shall handle this justly." He then turned his gaze toward Yi Suifeng. Crack! A crimson line appeared along the edge of the white jade fan. Luo Qing, his face a mask of disbelief, collapsed to the ground. "A disabled person has no right to make such insolent demands," Shen Tianming said, a warm smile gracing his visage. "Master Yi, would you not agree?" Yi Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "What does that have to do with me?" Chapter 27. Intensifying the efforts. Shen Tianming appeared remarkably youthful, yet he possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage, a quintessential genius. Unlike the other elder of the same stage, Shen Tianming remained remarkably composed in the presence of Yi Suifeng, as though he had some underlying assurance. Yi Suifeng's gaze drifted toward the distant void, where he could distinctly sense a formidable presence lurking behind the emptiness, observing the unfolding events. Is that your support, merely a late-stage fusion practitioner? Yi Suifeng felt a twinge of impatience and remarked, if you are here to defend Luo Qing and the others, then do proceed swiftly. Alternatively, you may summon additional allies. Shun Tianming pushed Luo Qing's lifeless body aside with a smile, saying, Master, Yi has misunderstood. I am not here to defend anyone. Wanbage has always upheld fairness, adhering to principles both externally and internally. Particularly regarding our guests, we would never engage in underhanded schemes. Song Shuang's arrogance, having dared to target the guests of Wanbage, has already transgressed a grave taboo and deserves his fate. Though Luo Qing did not directly participate, he bears guilt by association, coupled with his previous acts of unscrupulous competition, which have led to his expulsion from Wanbage. Thus, Shun Tianming shrugged. I must thank Master Yi for aiding us in eliminating these nuisances. Yi Suifeng responded with an O, realizing this fellow possessed a degree of discernment. In that case, do as you wish. As he prepared to open the void gate, Shun Tianming hurriedly called out, Wait. What is it? Yi Suifeng asked. Shun Tianming smiled and remarked, Your wealth has garnered the attention of the upper echelons of the Wanbage. Previously, I heard from the Valley Master that you seek more, and indeed, rare resources and treasures. Yi Suifeng nodded in affirmation. Very well, Shun Tianming continued. I have come today to discuss with you the specific categories of treasures you desire. Perhaps we could find a quieter place to deliberate in detail. His countenance remained affable, complemented by his handsome features, which naturally endeared him to others. However, Yi Suifeng was disinclined to engage in further conversation. He harbored a distaste for those who appeared amiable, yet concealed a ruthless nature. Luo Qing, who lay fallen, served as a poignant illustration of this. I reiterate, regardless of the quantity of resources you wish to sell, feel free to bring them forth. There is no need to worry about my ability to afford the spirit stones. As for the specifics, you may discuss them with Guan Xin. I merely desire the items. With that, Yi Suifeng turned abruptly and vanished without a trace. Shun Tianming opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips, leaving him to smile awkwardly. What a person of character, he mused, then turned to Guan Xin, saying, Valley Master, it seems he has appointed you as his spokesperson. I am honored. Guan Xin replied with composure, neither servile nor overbearing. Yi Suifeng's departing words served as a form of protection, imparting significant information to her. Shun Tianming nodded. In that case, you shall remain in Xianxia City henceforth, serving as the liaison between Wanbage and Yi Suifeng. I must caution you, however, that under the regulations of Wanbage, this would forever designate you as a mere branch master. Guan Xin pressed her lips together and responded earnestly, That is of no concern. Today's events have illuminated certain truths for me. To remain in Xianxia City is, in some respects, a blessing. What do titles such as Deputy Envoy, Chief Envoy, or Steward matter? For individuals like Yi Suifeng and Shun Tianming, one can be killed at a whim. Only strength is the foundation upon which one stands in this world. She had seen through it all. Very well. I respect your perspective, Shun Tianming replied. According to Yi Suifeng's wishes, we shall find a suitable place to discuss the allocation of resources in Xianxia City. Thus, this episode drew to a close. The deceased lay discarded like lifeless hounds, dealt with casually by Shun Tianming. The damaged Wanbage was swiftly restored to its former glory through the combined efforts of numerous cultivators within the span of an hour. Everything unfolded with an air of calm and tranquility. Moments later, Shun Tianming's figure reappeared in the newly repaired upper chamber. Beside him stood a diminutive elder. Mu Lao, what are your thoughts on that Yi Suifeng? Shun Tianming inquired softly. He is inscrutable, came the elder's response. Mu Lao's expression grew, slightly solemn, as he remarked. That individual appears rather unremarkable at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, he is profoundly enigmatic. His every word and action seem to resonate with the essence of the Tao, a phenomenon I have never witnessed in any other elder. Young master, I advise maintaining a calm demeanor and refraining from any conflict with him for the time being. Shun Tianming nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite astonishing that such a figure could emerge from a mere cloud city. No wonder those ancient beings have foretold of significant upheavals in this realm. I wonder if this so-called upheaval pertains to the individual we encountered earlier. I sincerely hope not. I have no desire to become the focal point of storm, nor to be a tragic pawn in the hands of those who engage in such games. After dealing with Song Shuang, Yi Suifeng returned to his family. Suiyun and Suiyu remained in Yi Suihu's room, having successfully dispersed the family officials waiting outside. Elder brother, how'd it go? Suiyun inquired, her face etched with concern. It has been resolved, Yi Suifeng replied, glancing at Yi Suihu, who lay on the bed. He produced a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Suiyun. Inside are some medicinal pills. Administer one to him every 10 days. And after 100 days, his body will naturally recover. This vial of medicine was concocted by Yi Suifeng casually during his return journey. In truth, he could have fully restored Yi Suihu's injuries in mere moments, but such methods were too unsettling. He did not wish for others to think that his presence would allow for reckless disregard for life and death. Allowing Yi Suihu to rest for 100 days also served as a minor reprimand for his careless actions. Thank you, head of the family. Yi Suihu's wife wept gratefully. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng summoned Suiyun to his study. Tell me, what caliber of genius does a 20-something at the god transformation stage represent in this world? He inquired. During his encounter with Shun Tianming, Yi Suifeng discreetly assessed his bone age, merely 27. This led him to ponder the implications if all the formidable powers in this world were akin to Shun Tianming. In that light, the younger generation of the Yi family seemed woefully inadequate. Faced with this question, Suiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a genius could not possibly exist. It is absolutely inconceivable. Her reaction spoke volumes, revealing that her perspective had never reached such heights. Yi Suifeng shook his head and said, very well, I see your point. From this day forth, you must devise every possible means to accelerate the training progress of our Clan S juniors. Set up training chambers, gather spirit arrays, prepare body-tempering liquids, implement whatever can be arranged. Increase the intensity. Do you understand? Chapter 28. Conflict in the forest in the remote outskirts of the Qinggu jailing. Within a secluded and dense forest lay a pool of emerald green water. Beneath the edge of the lake, a colossal python coiled languidly. Its scales dappled with sunlight filtering through the foliage above. It lay in a state of feigned slumber, blissfully unaware of the silhouettes concealed within the dense underbrush. Gradually encroaching upon it, these were 3 young cultivators, 2 women and 1 man, shrouded in a translucent veil. When a drop of dew inadvertently slipped from their grasp, it swiftly crystallized into ice. This icy attire, originally designed for the sweltering summer, possessed the remarkable ability to insulate against temperature, offering a unique stealth against serpentine beasts. Clearly, these 3 practitioners intended to hunt the giant python lurking beneath the stone. With utmost caution, they inched closer, the rhythmic sound of the creature's faint breathing becoming audible. The foremost woman, her expression solemn, nodded to her companions. In an instant, she sprang into action, her sword slicing through the air, aimed at the python's head. Yet her movement did not go unnoticed. The python's eyes opened, narrowly evading the lethal strike, and it retaliated with a swift bite. Clang! The sharp fangs clashed against the sword, the force of the impact sending the woman reeling backward. Nevertheless, her eyes sparkled with determination. Now, she shouted, and the male and female cultivators leapt forth from the underbrush, their swords aimed at the python's body. The first woman's distraction had allowed the serpent to expose its vulnerable spot, perfectly aligning with the trajectory of their assault. It was a calculated ploy. With a resounding slash, the sword struck the python, opening 2 significant gashes from which blood gushed forth. Wei Yuan, what are you doing? Exclaimed the other woman, her brow furrowed in displeasure. I'm sorry, Ujia, I lost my aim, the young man replied, embarrassment etched across his face. Their strategy had relied on the first woman diverting the python's attention while the others delivered a decisive blow to its vulnerable area, but nerves had led to a miscalculation. Though the python appeared gravely wounded, it was far from fatal, merely sporting 2 new wounds. Be careful. The woman named who was about to reprimand him when her expression shifted dramatically, rushing to shield Wei Yuan. The python's massive tail lashed out. Bang! Who intercepted the strike with her sword but underestimated the creature's strength, causing her to spew blood and be hurled backward. Huiya! Wei Yuan cried out in alarm. Forget about her. Focus on evasion and seize the moment to strike down this beast. The first woman urged, her blade twirling brilliantly as she charged directly at the python. The clash of steel rang out, a frenetic symphony of battle. In the span of a mere breath, she struck the colossal python numerous times, inflicting several shallow yet significant wounds upon its scaled hide. The serpent let out a thunderous roar, redirecting its attention towards the woman before it. Adjust your mindset. Recall how we usually instruct you, she commanded amidst her assault. Upon hearing these words, Wei Yuan inhaled deeply, momentarily casting aside thoughts of the injured woman, named Hu, and focusing all his energy on the formidable python before him. At last, he seized a fleeting opportunity. Swiftly advancing, and with a furious thrust of his sword, he struck at the creature's vital spot, aligning his blow with the previous wounds. With a resounding crash, the python, as thick as a barrel, was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and drenching Wei Yuan. The beast let out a piercing shriek, thrashing violently on the ground, prompting the two to leap to safety, allowing it to rage uncontrollably. They knew the python was irrevocably doomed. Huwen. Wei Yuan suddenly recalled Huwen and quickly located her amidst the underbrush. She was spitting blood, one arm cradled across her chest, clearly broken. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry, he said, his face etched with guilt. At that moment, another woman approached. Engaging the python in direct combat had drained her energy, leaving her pallid and glistening with sweat. I'm fine. It's just your lack of experience. Such things are to be expected. Huwen managed a strained smile and added, It's merely a broken arm. With a month of rest, I'll be back to normal. It's all my fault. Wei Yuan continued to berate himself. Enough. The other woman interjected, helping Huwen to her feet and addressing Wei Yuan. Injuries during battle are quite commonplace. Instead of wallowing in self-blame, focus on identifying your shortcomings. Otherwise, you'll never grow. Huwen cast a resigned glance at her and said, Jiang Fei, don't be too harsh. This isn't Xiao Yuan's first battle. Jiang Fei remained stoic, letting out a slight huff as she replied, I simply do not wish to lose another companion from the Beggaress Temple. The group fell silent, taking a moment to catch their breath before returning to the water's edge. By this time, the python had exhausted its rage, lying lifeless on the ground, blood pooling around it. Oh, there are some eggs here, Wei Yuan exclaimed suddenly. Jiang Fei and Huwen hurried over. Nestled in the grass beneath a large stone, they discovered a cluster of white eggs quietly resting. Counting them revealed a total of 7. Python eggs. We struck gold. Huwen cried out in delight. In the market, a single intact python egg can fetch at least 50 spirit stones. This is an immense fortune for us. Jiang Fei's expression brightened as well. Quickly, gather them up. We need to deal with the python's carcass. The scent of blood will easily attract unwanted attention. Before she could finish, a voice pierced the air. Python eggs. We're quite fortunate, aren't we? Moments later, 5 cultivators emerged from the woods, heading straight towards Jiang Fei and the others. They were all exquisitely dressed, exuding an extraordinary aura that clearly distinguished them from ordinary cultivators. Indeed, it was the green python egg they sought. It was precisely the principal ingredient they required. The leading woman smiled, entirely disregarding the presence of Jiang Fei and her companions. Jiang Fei's expression darkened. She stepped forward and clasped her fists, saying, Esteemed friend, the giant python was slain by us, and we were the first to discover the python egg. Her tone was courteous, yet the woman showed no inclination to acknowledge her. Continuing to advance, Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and prepared to step forward again, but another cultivator blocked her path, brandishing a red token. Hey, how dare you? Jiang Fei was interrupted as she was pulled back. The token bore a prominent character for Li. The Li family of Xianxia City were the overseers of that region, and they were not to be trifled with. At that moment, the woman from the Li family had already taken the green python egg. She approached Jiang Fei, her expression devoid of emotion, and stated, I am Li Qing, a direct descendant of the Li family. Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you. Someone, give her 100 spirit stones. A small pouch was tossed at Jiang Fei's feet. A common giant python egg was worth at least 50 spirit stones, let alone this green python egg, which was of even greater value. Yet, in the end, they were left with merely 100 spirit stones, and the manner of giving was as if it were a mere act of charity. Jiang Fei and her companions felt a surge of anger, but dared not voice it. They could not afford to offend a powerful family like the Li family and were forced to swallow their grievances. Li Qing, evidently well-versed in such dealings, prepared to leave with an air of superiority. Suddenly, a voice broke through. Li Qing, as a distinguished member of the Li family, how can you engage in such oppressive acts against ordinary cultivators? It is truly disgraceful. 4 figures leaped from the woods, the leader clad in a purple cloak, exuding a spirited aura, with a deep blue sword hanging at her waist. Tianluan Pilis, Ye Family, Ye Huang. Li Qing raised an eyebrow. Chop to the Yumidokus, Ye Huang's Furi. Ye Huang, you have overstepped your bounds. Facing Yi Huang, Li Qing'er displayed no fear. Standing opposite her, she spoke leisurely. I do not care how renowned you are in Tianluan Palace. This mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the Li family. Yi Huang, Kurosit, had arms. And what of it? What of it? Li Qing'er frowned. Your reach is too long. Do you not realize? Intruding into another family's territory and displaying your might. Is this the manner of your Yi family? Yi Huang chuckled. The manner of my Yi family is to intervene when we witness injustice. What can you do about it? Li Qing'er attempted to steer the conversation towards a familial conflict, but Yi Huang was clearly unfazed by her tactics. The Yi family had always been prudent and cautious in their dealings. When had they ever become so domineering? She found herself perplexed. Yi Huang, are you not concerned that your reckless behavior may ignite a war between our two great families? Li Qing'er wore a grim expression and spoke in a low voice. She still hoped to leverage her family to suppress Yi Huang. However, Yi Huang merely smiled again and remarked, Are you foolish or am I? Do you think conflicts between families can arise so easily? Indeed, it is possible. Perhaps today I will strike you down, or you me. Only then might a conflict ensue. Are you willing to test that? Faced with Yi Huang's provocation, Li Qing'er turned pale with anger. This individual was not following the expected rules. Moreover, she was advancing relentlessly, unlike any member of the Yi family Li Qing'er had previously encountered. Yi Huang, do not presume that I fear you. Li Qing'er glared at those beside Yi Huang and coldly declared, Do not think I am unaware. The reputation of her Tianluan Hall was forged by Yi Qingyao. Now that she is absent, and so is Yi Xiaoxiao. How dare you, a mere qi refinement stage cultivator, speak so brazenly before me? Li Qing'er had recently broken through to the transformation stage, and although she could not defeat Yi Qingyao, she had some confidence against the prodigy Yi Xiaoxiao. Yet Yi Huang was merely at the qi refinement stage. Furthermore, it was rumored that she was on par with her useless father, only at the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. How could Li Qing'er possibly fear such a person? Observing Li Qing'er, se fiege de menor, Yi Huang shuk herhit. So you are one who bullies the weak and fears the strong? You only dare to challenge me now that Qingyao and Xiaoxiao are absent. How pitiable. Allow me to show you how the Yi family handles such situations. With that, she stepped forward towards Li Qing. Li Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. What was this person doing? Why was she approaching so boldly? What did she intend to do? In her hesitation, she unconsciously took a step back. This action ignited a surge of indignation within her, and she bellowed, What do you want? Yi Huang revealed a playful little tiger tooth and laughed. Nothing much. I just find you displeasing and wish to give you a beating. With that, she unleashed a powerful punch, the force creating a fierce gust of wind as it hurtled toward Li Qing. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Li Qing'er quickly raised her defenses. Channeling the might of her transformation stage, a thunderous crash echoed as a tremendous force erupted between them, causing the qi refinement stage cultivators Jiang Fei and others to nearly lose their footing. When they regained their senses, they were left dumbfounded. Yi Huang, at the qi refinement stage, remained utterly unshaken, while Li Qing'er, at the transformation stage, was forced back several steps, leaving deep imprints in the ground with her feet. How could this be? Li Qing'er was astonished. After that collision, her arms felt numb. How could this Yi Huang possess such formidable strength? The transformation stage was nothing more than this. Yi Huang pressed forward again, launching a series of strikes. The wind from her fists howled, leaving behind trails of shadows in the air. Clearly, her martial prowess had reached an exceptional level. In a state of panic, Li Qing'er could only passively endure the blows, retreating continuously, as though she were being overwhelmed in a relentless assault. A few individuals around were utterly astonished. They had never witnessed a qi refinement practitioner capable of overpowering a transformation realm cultivator so effortlessly. Why had the Yi family produced such a prodigy? Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Li Qing'er, caught off guard, was kicked in the chest by Yi Huang, crashing to the ground, leaving a muddy shoe print in the center. Stop! How dare you? The companions Li Qing'er had brought quickly surrounded Yi Huang, positioning themselves defiantly before her, their voices laden with authority. In response, Yi Huang's allies stepped forward, confronting them with an air of grandeur. Yi Huang gestured for her companions to retreat, standing alone at the forefront, proclaiming, I shall not say much more. Return what you have taken from others, and I shall refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, I will be quite willing to spar with all of you. As she clenched her fist, the members of the Li family instinctively recoiled, having witnessed the recent battle. Even Li Qing'er, a cultivator of the transformation realm, had fallen in a single exchange. How could they possibly contend with this prodigy? Ye Huang. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage erupted from behind the Li family. It was Li Qing'er, her voice hoarse, nearly biting out Yi Huang's name. You have forced my hand, she shrieked. Instantly, un overwhelming aura surgit forte, causing the Li family to hastily evade. A gray whip, shimmering with a nebulous glow, darted toward Yi Huang with blinding speed. Yi Huang's gaze sharpened as she unsheathed her longsword. With a crisp ring of the blade, she clashed directly against the whip. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, more intense than the previous encounter. The towering tree overhead was instantaneously stripped of numerous slender branches and leaves, which cascaded down. On the ground, deep sword scars radiated from Yi Huang, spiraling outward in all directions. One such scar sliced through the side of a large blue stone, creating a severed edge as smooth as a mirror. The azure longsword buzzed in the air, while the whip lay shattered in several segments, scattered across the earth. A peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen in place, gazing in terror at the violet figure, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, Li Qing'er lay half reclined on the ground, clutching the broken whip, her expression dazed, disbelief reflected in her eyes. How could this be? My thorn of poison is an advanced spiritual weapon. Why? She muttered to herself. Ye Huang sollicitated Xianxia. After more than 2 months of training, having fought dozens of battles, she was well aware that the spiritual sword gifted by her father was far from an ordinary item. Produce the green python egg, and I shall spare your life. Yi Huang stated calmly. After a moment of silence, Li Qing'er rose from the ground, though she sustained little physical injury. The pressure and humiliation inflicted by Yi Huang were far more painful than any wound. Li Qing'er produced 7 green python eggs, tossed them onto the ground, glanced at Yi Huang, and huffed, if you have the capability, participate in this year's battle of Yanxiao City. By then, Brother Li Qi will surely avenge me. With that, she dared not linger and swiftly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Huang murmured to herself, so it is the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi. Our paths shall cross. Chapter 30, The Agreement Between Li and Tang. Thank you, Fairy Yi, for your assistance. Jiang Fei and a few others approached Yi Huang, bowing deeply in gratitude. She had never anticipated that amidst the oppression from the Li family's descendants, someone would emerge to champion their cause. Such individuals are indeed a rarity in this era. To speak frankly, those who stand for justice often do not live long. Naturally, she would not voice such thoughts. It is nothing, Yi Huang remarked. I merely acted upon my own wishes. Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback, though the words sounded simple. They embodied the very essence of what everyone strives for. To act upon one's desires. What audacity she possessed to state and do so. Here, take these green python eggs. Keep them safe. Each can fetch 200 spirit stones. Yi Huang handed the eggs to Jiang Fei. While ordinary giant python eggs cost 50 spirit stones, the eggs they obtained came from a green python imbued with a hint of primal energy, thus holding considerable value. We only need to keep 3, Jiang Fei quickly interjected. Yi Huang smiled. Take them. I am not in need of such trifles. The Yi family is quite prosperous, with hundreds of spirit stones being a mere trifle. It is also good to foster a kind relationship. By the way, where do you hail from? Yi Huang invited. Jiang Fei clasped her hands and replied. We 3 are from Daka Town. Daka Town is quite distant, having long been under the jurisdiction of the Li family. I notice some of you are injured. Perhaps you should accompany me to Wudong Town. There's a dedicated healer there who offers fair prices, Yi Huang suggested, glancing at Huan. Jiang Fei hesitated. But we are under the Li family's jurisdiction, and Wudong Town is under the Yi family. Conflicts at the upper echelons often trickle down to the lower levels. The long-standing rivalry between the Li and Yi families has resulted in various tensions in their respective territories. Typically, cultivators from the Li family's domain would not easily venture into that of the Yi family. Yi Huang shook her head. What does it matter, the Li family? The Yi family? Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yanxiao City. You might not be fully aware, as you are from afar. Currently, many towns between the jurisdictions of the Yi and Li families are beginning to merge, striving towards common goals. Nearly half of the cultivators in Wudong Town hail from the Li family's domain. Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback, pondering the unexpected harmony among cultivators. Let us venture forth to uncover the truth, she mused, revealing her charming little tiger teeth. In the study of the Yi family patriarch, Yi Suifeng held a letter, a faint smile gracing his countenance. After a brief pause, he set the letter down and remarked, "Indeed, impressive, exuding an aura befitting my stature." Opposite him, Suiyun wore a broad smile. "Elder brother, Xiao Huang's recent prominence is remarkable. The reputation of Tianwan Palace has nearly eclipsed that of Yilong. Children merely engage in playful skirmishes," Yi Suifeng replied, savoring a sip of fragrant tea. The contents of the letter indicated that his daughter was no longer the burdened girl she once was. This transformation was anticipated, for he understood that within Yi Huang resided a phoenix, patiently awaiting its rebirth from the flames. He had merely ignited that spark. The situation at the borders had recently flourished, with the family's activities and policies attracting numerous wandering cultivators from afar. Many gifted individuals were contemplating joining their ranks, Suiyun conveyed. Yi Suifeng nodded, recognizing this as one of his objectives. Only by amassing sufficient talent could the family truly ascend to become a formidable power. Otherwise, they would merely be regarded as a hidden clan, which was not his desire. However, after the initial excitement, Suiyun's expression shifted to one of concern. "Elder brother, I wish to raise a point. Our recent exuberance has drawn a throng of cultivators, including many from the territories governed by the Li and Tang families. Notably, several small sects from the Li family have relocated entirely to our vicinity. Could this be problematic?" Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. "What is the issue?" "The exodus of numerous cultivators may provoke discontent among the Li and Tang families," Suiyun explained. Setting down his teacup, Yi Suifeng beckoned him closer. "Come, let me ask you this. Are you pleased with the current state of our family?" Suiyun hesitated before replying. "Certainly. The younger generation is vibrant, and our family's reputation is flourishing. I have dreamt of this countless times." "Then all is well," Yi Suifeng chuckled. "As Xiao Huang said, if one wishes to achieve something, one must pursue it. As long as we remain on a righteous path, we need not fear trivial matters. The Li and Tang families, having established themselves in Yunxiao City, have already sealed their fates. If they behave, we shall offer them a gentle resolution, should they dare to stir trouble. I shall ensure they comprehend that the Yi family is no longer what it once was." Suiyun nodded, confidence swelling within him as he reflected on Yi Suifeng's actions over the past months. Even if Yi Suifeng chose to declare himself emperor and establish a dynasty, he would harbor no doubts. "Extend your vision to the horizon." Yi Suifeng smiled and remarked, "Do you recall the 27-year-old genius at the transformation stage I mentioned to you? Let us set a modest goal to encourage the younger members of our family to strive for that level of excellence. Moreover, we, the Yi family, shall endeavor to become a formidable force capable of nurturing such prodigies. Do you understand?" As Yi Suifeng articulated this modest ambition, Suiyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The prospect of such a scenario had never even graced his dreams. Is there truly a possibility of realization? Observing the carefree demeanor of Yi Suifeng, he silently nodded in agreement. Under the guidance of his elder brother, the Yi family was destined to evolve into a super family that would etch its legacy into the annals of history. Your current task is to wisely allocate resources and invest generously, ensuring that our family members are afforded an opulent environment for cultivation. Naturally, do not neglect your own progress. I hope that within a year, you and Hu, along with the others, will break through to the golden core stage and formally enter the nascent soul realm. Yi Suifeng instructed. Suiyun earnestly in response. They continued discussing various family matters before Suiyun took his leave. Yi Suifeng sat by the window, gazing into the distance, seemingly catching a glimpse of that delightful figure blossoming at the border of the high peaks. "I simply wish to spar with you. What can you do about it?" He chuckled. This little girl is becoming increasingly intriguing. As for the Li and Tang families, he hoped they would recognize the shifting tides. For the time being, Yi Suifeng had no intention of engaging with those two families. It seemed utterly unnecessary. Both the Li and Tang families appeared too feeble to warrant his attention, so weak that he could hardly be bothered to regard them. Engaging in conflict with them would merely squander his time. However, the winds of fate are unpredictable. A few days later, Suiyun returned to the study. "Elder brother, the heads of the Li and Tang families have sent invitations, requesting your presence at the dreamy drunken pavilion." Chapter 31. The impetuous Yi Suifeng. Within the elegant chamber of the dreamy drunken pavilion, only two individuals occupied the space, Yi Suifeng and Yi Suibao. Initially, Yi Suifeng intended to attend alone, But Sui Yin insisted on bringing a few more companions to bolster their presence. Ultimately, they dispatched the most powerful among them, Yi Sui Bao, to serve as his bodyguard. One could only wonder what protection a late Golden Core cultivator, who had barely survived the tribulation, could truly offer. I say, since it was the Li and Tang families that invited us, why are we now the ones waiting for them? Yi Suifeng remarked. All the guests have arrived, yet the hosts are inexplicably absent. This is a blatant disregard for our presence. Elder brother, those two families have always treated us with disdain. Yi Sui Bao exclaimed, his voice a rough rasp, his anger seemingly more fervent than that of Yi Suifeng. As he appeared on the verge of smashing the table, Yi Suifeng quickly intervened. Calm down, fifth brother. It is prudent to reserve your ire until they arrive. Yi Sui Bao. At this moment, the door finally swung open, revealing two figures at the forefront, one stout, the other slender, each accompanied by a graceful young woman radiating charm. Yi Suifeng observed that both men were at the Golden Core stage, while the four women following them also shared the same cultivation level, albeit their energies appeared somewhat feeble, suggesting they had been artificially enhanced through the use of pills. How impressive their entourage is. Yet here I am, a rugged man with a stubbled face. A stark contrast indeed. My apologies for making you wait, dear Yi. The portly middle-aged man spoke with a jovial smile. Yi Suifeng glanced at him, curiosity piqued. And who might you be? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, noticing that Yi Suifeng was not jesting. His eyes twitched slightly as he chuckled. You have quite the sense of humor, young Master Yi. Big brother, this is the head of the Li family, Li Liusu. Yi Suibao interjected from the side. Yi Suifeng responded with a simple "oh." He had not intended to be troublesome. He genuinely did not recognize the heads of the Li and Tang families. While his home possessed their portraits and information, he had been too indolent to peruse them. Then you must be Tang Zheng. Yi Suifeng directed his gaze toward the other individual. Tang Zheng merely snorted, choosing silence as he nonchalantly settled down. Witnessing this reaction, Yi Suibao's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, Hey, my brother is speaking to you. Tang Zheng's expression darkened, fixating his gaze on Yi Suibao as if he had been slighted. Ah, Fifth Master's temperament remains as forthright as ever, Li Liusu interjected, attempting to smooth over the tension. Tang Zheng snorted again, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng remained seated, leisurely observing their interplay. In just a few fleeting minutes, he discerned several truths. In Yunxiao City, the Tang family's influence and heritage were unparalleled, and Li Liusu evidently sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with them, subtly undermining the Yi family in the process. This social stratum was rife with interpersonal dynamics and intricate schemes, and it was clear that Li Liusu was well versed in such matters. However, Yi Suifeng held no interest in the machinations at play. You invited me here today for a reason. What is it? He inquired directly. Li Liusu chuckled. Oh, there's no rush. Let us first serve the dishes. I must tell you, the cuisine at the dreamy drunken pavilion is exquisite. No need for that, Yi Suifeng interjected, halting his feigned enthusiasm with a calm demeanor. If there is something to discuss, let us do so now. I am rather busy and lack the luxury of time. Li Liusu found himself momentarily stifled. Wasn't discussing matters over a meal fundamental courtesy and protocol? How could the head of the Yi family be so blunt? Yi Suifeng. Is it? At this juncture, Tang Zheng finally spoke, looking down at Yi Suifeng with an air of superiority. You, the fourth-generation head of the Yi family, are the most intriguing individual I have encountered. With his opening words, Tang Zheng had invoked the legacy of the previous 3 generations of the Yi family, as if to assert his own superiority. I find this conversation rather unremarkable, Yi Suifeng remarked. If you have matters to discuss, please do so promptly, lest we waste everyone's time. He felt no need for politeness towards the 2 individuals before him. After a brief silence, Li Liusu chuckled and said, In that case, I shall speak plainly. Brother Yi, has your esteemed Yi family not been rather excessively active at the borders of late? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the underlying motive. Indeed, we have been quite active, he candidly admitted. Li Liusu paused momentarily and continued, since you do not deny it. Might I inquire whether you intend to provide an explanation to me and Brother Tang? Yi Suifeng scratched his head, feigning confusion. My family's activities at the borders concern you? Why should I owe you an explanation? Li Liusu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Of course it concerns us. Are you not aware that your family has extended its reach into the territories of the Li and Tang clans? I am aware, Yi Suifeng replied. Then why claim it has no bearing? Li Liusu exclaimed, his voice rising with frustration. You, Yi Suifeng, appear rather oblivious. Your manner of speaking is exasperating. Yet, Yi Suifeng remained unfazed. After sipping his tea leisurely, he replied, and what of it? Li Liusu's expression darkened significantly. Yi Suifeng, are you jesting at my expense? The ire of two formidable families is not something you can easily bear. As Li Liusu finally shed his pretense, revealing his sharp teeth, Yi Suifeng waved dismissively. Let me first inquire what precisely my family has done at the borders. Li Liusu was taken aback. Are you playing the fool with me? Your family has exploited the recent surge of beasts to attract various independent cultivators, resulting in chaos that has driven many to your side. What is your intention? To recruit soldiers? To challenge the Li and Tang families? Seeing the accusatory glare from Li Liusu, Yi Suifeng shook his head. Allow me to ask you again. What methods have we employed? Very well. Let me enlighten you, Li Liusu retorted. As soon as the beast tide commenced, you dispatched numerous personnel to assist the border cultivators in fending off the rampaging beasts. Furthermore, you invested considerable resources in providing free medical care to the injured cultivators during the beast tide. Subsequently, you offered generous rewards to the independent cultivators, uniting efforts to weather this ferocious storm. I ask you, which of these so-called methods violates the Yunxiao Agreement? The three prominent families of Yunxiao City established the Yunxiao Agreement to ensure coexistence, with stipulations designed to prevent severe conflicts among them. Yi family's actions, it seems, do not contravene this agreement in the slightest. Perhaps at that time, no one could have imagined that someone would be so extravagant as to set their sights on the vast number of loose cultivators. I, for one, am a person of strict principles. Therefore, since I have not violated any rules, why should I provide you with an explanation? Yi Suifeng inwided. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng both wore grim expressions. This Yi Suifeng seemed utterly impervious to reason. Among prominent families, matters are not so easily settled by mere agreement. Yi Suifeng, if you're truly insistent upon this line of thought, then we can no longer continue our discussions, Li Liusu stated solemnly. Yi Suifeng rose from his seat. Difficult negotiations? Then let us cease the discussion altogether. He suppressed the urge to overturn the table, stating, this is how our Yi family conducts business. If you have the capability, invest resources to persuade those loose cultivators to return voluntarily. If funds are lacking, I can offer you a loan. In short, I am operating within the confines of established rules. If anyone dares to breach these rules with underhanded tactics, they should not blame me for being ruthless. Enough said. Enjoy your meal at your leisure. With that, Yi Suifeng beckoned to Sui Bao and departed the private room. Li Liusu wore a displeased expression, casting a glance at Tang Zheng, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. However, Tang Zheng merely shook his head slightly. It is best to leave it be. We are well aware of the Yi family's capabilities, and they cannot stir up much trouble. I refuse to believe that the Yi family possesses enough spirit stones to satisfy that bottomless pit of loose cultivators, Tang Zheng remarked. Li Liusu Siga. I understand, but his relentless conduct is truly infuriating. Tang Zheng took a sip of tea and said, one must endure minor grievances to secure grander schemes. Look at that Yi Suifeng. He is merely a reckless youth. Appointing him as the head of the family is akin to courting disaster. Soon, the Battle of Yuntian City will commence, and by then, the Yi family will either appoint a new head or reach their demise. Li Liusu paused, then said, but what about the Yuntian agreement? Agreements are but ink on paper. Tang Zheng replied with a tranquil gaze. The notion of breaking an agreement is non-existent for the powerful. It is merely a matter of altering the rules. Chapter 32. Preparation and Progress. Brother, you are truly magnificent. On the way home, Sui Bao displayed a wide grin, his large yellow teeth gleaming as he rambled beside Yi Suifeng. Those two families are utterly insufferable. One is perpetually hypocritical, while the other exudes an air of superiority, which is infuriating to behold. Today was indeed exhilarating. Sui Bao's enthusiasm was palpable. Calm down, my friend. It's just a minor affair, Yi Suifeng replied with exasperation. I cannot remain calm. Sui Bao's face flushed red. You have no idea. When I used to accompany the former family head, every encounter with those two families was maddening. As Sui Bao spoke, he realized his words were somewhat inappropriate and quickly closed his mouth. The former family head was Yi Suifeng's father, Yi Zhengguang. Earlier this year, He had ventured deep into the Qinggu highlands for a mission, but tragically met his end at the jaws of a demon beast. As Yi Jingguang's brothers have retreated into the shadows, it is in accordance with ancestral teachings that Yi Suifeng has ascended to the position of the head of the Yi family. Elder brother, I apologize for my indiscretion, said Sui Bao, his face flushed with embarrassment. There is no need for concern, Yi Suifeng replied, waving his hand dismissively. His recollections of his father, Yi Jingguang, are scant, and naturally, there exists no profound emotional bond. Nevertheless, he is, after all, a blood relative of this body. What progress has been made regarding that matter? Yi Suifeng inwitted. Since Yi Jingguang's demise, the Yi family has been diligently investigating the details. However, their efforts have been hampered by the treacherous terrain of the Qinggu jailing, teeming with formidable beasts, rendering the investigation exceedingly challenging. There is a dearth of useful information, Sui Bao lamented. Based on the remnants at the scene, the late patriarch encountered a blood fiend tiger, which led to his unfortunate fate. The blood fiend tiger, a 6th-grade beast of considerable prowess, rivals the strength of those in the out-of-body stage, making it a formidable adversary for Yi Jingguang, who was at the Golden Core realm. Moreover, such a creature could not possibly be summoned by the Li or Tang families, as they lack the capability to command a blood fiend tiger. Thus, the incident appears to be a tragic accident. The only anomaly is that the location Yi Jingguang visited is typically devoid of blood fiend tigers, which is why the Yi family persists in their inquiry into the particulars. Well, what is done, Yi Suifeng said. I shall personally visit the site soon to ascertain the truth. Elder brother, please reconsider. We have only just begun to see some progress. You cannot afford to put yourself in danger, Sui Bao exclaimed emphatically. Yi Suifeng sighed in resignation. Rest assured, it is merely a blood fiend tiger. To prevent Sui Bao from continuing, Yi Suifeng swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, Sui who is currently bedridden, so you must keep a close watch on the training of the younger generation. Oh, absolutely, Sui Bao affirmed. A few days ago, our second brother sent us a wealth of training resources. We plan to construct a body-tempering pool, 10 meditation chambers inscribed with spirit-gathering arrays, numerous combat puppets, shadow training posts for agility practice, a myriad of sword formations, and a heart-refining illusion array. Goodness, at this rate, I feel the Yi family is on the verge of becoming a sanctuary. Yi Suifeng scoffed. Sanctuaries do not resemble such a disheveled state. Let us proceed with the preparations. In just over a month, the border matters will be resolved, and we cannot allow them to be idle. They must train rigorously. Sui Bao's lips curled into a grin. Fear not, elder brother. I shall not go easy on them. The two overseers of the Yi family's martial affairs, Yi Suihu and Yi Sui Bao, typically played contrasting roles, with one embodying the stern figure and the other the lenient. With the former now bedridden, the younger generation is likely to face an arduous training regimen. How amusing this scenario is. Time passed. Yanxiao City grew increasingly vibrant as throngs of cultivators flocked to the streets, their voices resonating in a cacophony of excitement. The inns and taverns were overflowing, businesses thrived, and even the alleyways of fireworks and underground gambling houses were teeming with patrons. Countless fortunes swirl within the bustling city of Yanxiao. Many are perplexed, for this period is devoid of any notable occasion. Yet a multitude of cultivators has suddenly converged here. Some, privy to the underlying circumstances, have directed their gaze towards the Yi family. It appears that the Yi family's recent endeavors across various regions have sparked this influx of cultivators, all eager to seize opportunities for advancement. However, this maneuver by the Yi family is rather unwise. I harbor doubts about their strategy. Indeed, indulging in such extravagance with spirit stones is unprecedented. And when their financial resources falter, those who once sought refuge may swiftly turn into adversaries. It is true that the young head of the Yi family has underestimated the treachery of human nature. While some express strong skepticism regarding the Yi family's actions, others maintain a contrasting viewpoint. You know nothing, scoffed a devoted follower of the Yi family. The vision of the Yi family transcends the limited perspective of you short-sighted individuals. Cough, dear friends, do not flatter excessively. The greatest benefit of the Yi family's actions lies in the acquisition of a resounding reputation and the gathering of hearts. Even if they cannot embrace all, they can still select a handful of exceptionally gifted individuals. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, remarked a rational observer. Well, I for one am grateful to the Yi family. My own family deals in spirit herbs, and last month, our sales nearly doubled. This was the perspective of a speculator. In summary, opinions are diverse. At present, the names Yi family and Yi Suifeng are fervently discussed in Yunxiao City. Additionally, two other names have gained increasing recognition: Tianwan Palace and Jinlong Pavilion. Yi Huang, Yi Qingyao, and Yi Long, the three prominent figures, are frequently mentioned. The purple phoenix soars skyward, exuding divine might. The fairy Qingyao enchants with her ethereal grace. The true dragon descends upon the world, resplendent as jade. These three are hailed as the shining stars of the new generation within the Yi family. After Yi Suifeng conducted her third body refinement, Yi Huang successfully ascended to the Qi transformation realm. The transformative power within the Thunder Tribulation liquid has ignited a divine flame within her Dantian. Once unleashed, it could devastate the heavens and earth. In terms of genuine combat prowess, Yi Huang stands as the strongest among her youthful peers. Naturally, Yi Suifeng has also imparted his knowledge to his two nephews, Qin Yao and Yi Long, each undergoing a body refinement to further solidify their foundation. Furthermore, Yi Xiaojiao, Yi Yin, along with siblings Yi Zihan and Yi Haoran from the Suyu family, and brothers Yi Wei and Yi Ba from the Suihu family, have all received special attention from Yi Suifeng, resulting in significant power enhancement. They represent the future of the Yi family. In the span of over a month, the Wanbao Pavilion has finally delivered the first batch of resources of celestial grade and above, 3 items in total. Among them is a low-grade celestial ruler with a myriad of wondrous functions, which Yi Suifeng entrusted to Sui Bao for the education of the younger generation of the Yi family. 10 pieces of lapis lazuli, reputed to be a premier building resource. A small vial of Qilin blood, an exceptional material for body tempering, was deftly poured by Yi Suifeng into the ongoing tempering pool. The mere presence of these items amassed a staggering value of 20 trillion. Yi Suifeng's reserves of low-grade spirit stones dwindled dramatically, yet he remained oblivious to any numerical changes. Aside from these, Yi Suifeng's experiment had finally yielded results in their initial phase. Fengzi, Mafeng, Liang, and Yu Pengyi had all made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation of the primordial technique. Chapter 33. The Four Guardians. In the courtyard, 4 figures sat cross-legged, each positioned in a cardinal direction, facing one another. They kept their eyes tightly shut, exuding an air of solemnity. Surrounding them was a bowl-shaped, translucent light screen, enveloping them completely. Outside the luminous barrier, 2 figures stood side by side, observing intently. It was none other than Yi Suifeng and the recently returned Yi Huang. "Father, are these the children you found in the mountains? I heard you intend to adopt them as your sons?" Yi Huang inquired, pointing at the quartet. "What?" Yi Suifeng responded, utterly bewildered. "Who told you that?" "Everyone is saying it," Yi Huang replied. "They claim you are the reincarnation of a sage, benevolent and kind-hearted, thus treating the wandering cultivators so generously and even taking in 4 impoverished orphans." Yi Huang spoke earnestly, while Yi Suifeng's face darkened with incredulity. Who concocted such a tale? His imagination was certainly running wild. He merely acted on a whim one day, and his kindness towards the wandering cultivators was motivated by future plans to expand his influence. How had it become a story of reincarnation? Absurd. Your father is no sage, and this world cannot accommodate such benevolence, Yi Suifeng admonished. "Little Huang, remember this. You may be kind, but do not be foolish. You may engage in slaughter, but do not lose your sense of self. Everything must be built upon strength. Do you understand?" Yi Huang nodded. Somehat bejildid. She was still too young and had not yet encountered the complexities of right and wrong. Yi Suifeng chose not to elaborate further. His daughter's future was hers to shape. "Father, what is this?" Yi Huang asked, pointing at the transparent dome. "The spirit-seizing illumination array," Yi Suifeng explained. "It is an ancient formation that can significantly accelerate the cultivation process." Yi Huang looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Can I use it?" Hearing the name of the formation, she perceived its apparent might. However, Yi Suifeng shook his head, replying, "There is no need for that. This array has its flaws. It is better to proceed steadily." The spirit-seizing illumination array was, in truth, a pseudo-space-time formation with subtle loopholes in the laws of the heavenly way. Such risks could manifest upon achieving great success and ascending to a higher realm. He had no intention of subjecting his daughter to such uncertainties. After hearing this, Yi Huang nodded. "Assimile unjonsjosli grajink herdips. Father still loves me. By the way, after such a lengthy period of experience, what have you gained?" remarked Yi Suifeng with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing," Yi Huang replied. I merely wish to uphold my father's reputation. Yi Suifeng, with a twinkle in his eye, acknowledged that despite being at home, he was well informed of all matters, great and small, occurring at the borders. The endeavors of his daughter could indeed be described as that of a relentless warrior, always at the forefront of every challenge. The illustrious reputation of Tianwan Palace was, without a doubt, forged by Yi Huang's own efforts. It was precisely for this reason that Yi Xiao and Yi Qin Yao had elevated Yi Huang, who was then merely at the qi refining stage, to a position of leadership. Remarkably, her tireless dedication stemmed solely from a desire to preserve her father's honor. Truly, a charming little character. After a leisurely exchange, Yi Suifeng suddenly raised an eyebrow. They have emerged. No sooner had he spoken than the transparent barrier began to dim, and the four individuals seated in meditation slowly opened their eyes. An extraordinary aura radiated from them. Master, miss, they greeted respectfully upon noticing Yi Suifeng nearby. During this time, they had grown accustomed to their role as attendants to Yi Suifeng and had encountered their young master, Yi Huang, on several occasions. Yi Suifeng raised his hand, signaling for them to remain seated. He then extended his formidable spiritual force, revealing all the secrets of their bodies. Fengji had already opened 9 primary meridians, his muscles firm and radiant like stars, concealing immense power. Ma Feng had opened 8 primary meridians, exuding a profound energy. Both Lu Hong and Yu Peng had completely transformed their spiritual energy, having opened 9 primary meridians. However, in Yi Suifeng's discerning view, Yu Peng Yi's overall condition significantly surpassed that of Lu Hong. Over a month of cultivation afforded Yi Suifeng a deeper comprehension of the efficacy of the Yuan Shigong technique. In comparison to traditional cultivation methods, the results of Yuan Shigong were more comprehensive and formidable. Whether it be elixirs, spiritual fruits, spiritual stones, or the inner cores and blood of magical beasts, even malevolent and demonic energies could be directly absorbed and converted into usable primordial force. This greatly alleviated the resource constraints that often plagued traditional cultivation approaches, rendering it more accessible to the masses. Moreover, the enhancement in physical constitution provided by Yuan Shigong was unparalleled by traditional methods. Its overall effectiveness met Yi Suifeng's expectations. Furthermore, both Lu Hong and Yu Peng had transitioned to this technique smoothly, without any adverse reactions. This augured well for future promotion efforts. Yi Suifeng felt immense satisfaction with these results. It seemed that 2 months of seclusion had not been in vain. The Yuan Shigong was now fully primed to be established as a foundational technique for broader dissemination. However, the time for such a move was not yet ripe. Yi Huang, engage them in a spar, Yi Suifeng suddenly proposed. Yi Huang was astonished. The 4 individuals before her exuded a peculiar aura, their true cultivation level obscured from her sight. Yet, based on her experience, they appear to be at most at the later stage of qi refinement. Now that she had attained the realm of transformation qi, engaging them would surely feel akin to a father sparring with his son. First, limit your cultivation to the qi refinement stage, Yi Suifeng instructed. Yi Huang acquiesced with a slight O, though she still held the conviction that these 4 were no match for her. Soon, the battle commenced. Having undergone 3 body tempering sessions, Yi Huang had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even when restricted to the qi refinement stage, she possessed the strength to fight beyond her level. Moreover, her practical experience was immensely rich after her trials. Logically, for ordinary cultivators at the peak of qi refinement should not pose any threat to her. Yet, Fengji and his companions were evidently different. Their auras were profound, and their spiritual energy robust, although their strength did not match Yi Huang's. It exceeded that of typical practitioners of their level by a considerable margin. Under the relentless assault of the 4, Yi Huang found herself struggling to counter, seemingly overwhelmed. After a fierce exchange of blows, Fengji seized an opportunity, rolling on the ground and clutching Yi Huang's calf, impeding her movements. Although she swiftly kicked him away, the attacks from the other 3 had already arrived, with a long sword poised at her throat. The outcome was clear. My apologies, miss, Lu Hong said, retracting his sword. Yi Huang stood momentarily stunned. After months of training, she had endured countless battles and had even faced practitioners of the transformation qi realm without a single defeat. Though she concealed her feelings, a hint of pride lingered within her. However, she had not anticipated that she would not only lose, but do so swiftly. It's nothing, Yi Huang replied, her expression complex. Observing from the side, Yi Suifeng wore a faint smile. Young people ought to experience setbacks occasionally, otherwise, they may truly believe themselves invincible. Very well, Yi Suifeng continued. Fengji, you four should persist in cultivating the Yuan Shigong and strive to break through to the Tongmai realm and enter the Danfu realm. Additionally, starting today, you will accompany Yi Huang as her protectors. Is that clear? In unison, Feng Ji and his companions replied, understood. Yi Suifeng then turned to Yi Huang. I have a task for you as well. Defeat them in combat within the same realm. Can you accomplish this? Yi Huang purset her lips. Determination etched on her small face. I will certainly do so. Chapter 34. Consolidating the family. The turmoil caused by the beast tide in Gaoling lasted approximately 5 months. With the end of the beast wave, the younger generation of the Yi family returned to their clan. Before their departure, they had been a sheltered flock, untested by the tempests of life. Upon their return, they had transformed into fierce beasts. The entire Yi family was imbued with a heightened spirit. In the study, Sui Yun, beaming with vitality, reported the recent developments within the family to Yi Suifeng. The group of young men has undergone a remarkable transformation. Once, they trembled at the mere mention of the fifth elder, but now they charge forward with fervent enthusiasm. Some even mock the fifth elder's training methods as suitable only for the faint-hearted, which infuriates him, prompting him to contemplate even harsher training regimens. The vitality of youth is precisely what pleases the heads of their families the most, symbolizing a vibrant future. After a period of reflection, it is only natural that prolonged experiences of conflict would leave a trace of bitterness, remarked Yi Suifeng. Sui Yin nodded in agreement, fully aware of the principle that excess can be detrimental, and they had already prepared appropriate measures. What about the resources in the training chamber? Yi Suifeng inquired. They are essentially operational now. Spiritual gathering formations, meditation chambers, practice rooms, puppet spaces, and heart-refining formations. I must admit, I find myself somewhat envious of their privileges, Sui Yun sighed. In his youth, even a single low-grade spirit stone had to be used judiciously. He could never have imagined enjoying such luxurious cultivation resources. Currently, only the body tempering pool remains unopened, as the tempering liquid is an exceedingly precious resource, and we are still deliberating the criteria for its use. By the way, brother, are you truly prepared to utilize that vial of Qilin blood? Sui Yun asked, a twinge of regret evident in his tone. Qilin blood is a heavenly resource, a true family heirloom that can be passed down through generations. Of course, it is merely ordinary mortal blood. Should we keep it as a treasure? That would be utterly ridiculous, Yi Suifeng replied. However, the Qilin blood is to be used solely on the direct descendants of the Yi family. Any surplus shall be awarded as a reward to those who have made significant contributions to the family. I'll offer you a word of caution. The more affluent the family, the more crucial it is to delineate the hierarchy, ensuring that chaos does not ensue. The direct line is the foundation of the family, and their resources must be prioritized. Resources signify strength, and strength denotes status. The status of the direct line must not be easily challenged. Furthermore, those who contribute to the family should be promoted with discernment. Generosity in rewards and penalties is an excellent motivational strategy. Lastly, apply some pressure on the collateral branches. With so many wandering cultivators entering the family, it is wise to identify and nurture those with potential, stimulating the lethargy of certain individuals among the collateral branches. As a family expands, it becomes increasingly intricate, its roots entwined and interwoven. Thus, distinguishing status is of paramount importance. Defiance against authority is a grave taboo. If servants dare to bully their masters, the family is truly at its end. The direct line must maintain an air of superiority. The Yi family excels in this regard, adhering to strict ancestral teachings, ensuring internal stability. Yet, due to the significant proportion of collateral branches, some issues inevitably arise. Some individuals harbor great ambition, believing themselves capable of infiltrating the family's innermost circle, even aspiring to supplant certain branches of the direct line. Some individuals perceive their relationships as excessively rigid, oppressing outsiders without any real capability, yet they parade around with ostentation. Yi Suifeng will not permit such a situation to persist. I understand that some people indeed require a firm reprimand, said Sui Yin. He is well aware of the circumstances at home, but previously it was not prudent to disturb them. By the way, brother, there have been some unsettling rumors circulating within Yunshao City recently. Suiyun's expression turned serious as he remarked. Some claim that the Yi family has depleted its resources and will soon reveal its true nature. Others suggest that the Yi family lacks strength, yet behaves ostentatiously, destined for downfall. There are even whispers that our extensive recruitment of wandering cultivators is part of a nefarious scheme, with those cultivators meant to be sacrificed. These rumors have rapidly spread throughout the city, dissuading many cultivators who had intended to join the Yi family. Brother, should we investigate or clarify the situation? Suiyun expressed concern, as such gossip could significantly impact the Yi family's current plans. However, Yi Suifeng merely chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for an investigation. It is undoubtedly the work of those two families. I never anticipated they would resort to a campaign of public opinion to influence us. Suiyun furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that the Li and Tang families are deliberately slandering us? Yi Suifeng nodded. Who else could be so petty? However, fortuitously, we can leverage this situation to identify those genuinely inclined to ally with us, which is a positive outcome. Suiyun nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, in a month, the battle for Yunxiao City will commence. I suspect their despicable tactics are intended to sway this upcoming conflict, Suiyun remarked. The battle for Yunxiao City is a contest determining the distribution of resources and territories among the three major families. Each family selects 5 young disciples under the age of 18 to compete in a ranking battle, with benefits allocated based on overall rankings. This method is quite clever. Firstly, it allows for a relatively peaceful resolution to familial conflicts. Secondly, it inspires the younger generation within each family, creating a win-win scenario. Have we finalized our candidates? Yi Suifeng invited. We are still deliberating, Suiyun replied. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Xianxia are highly likely to participate, while the performances of the other two are still under observation. Yi Suifeng nodded. Let us expedite the selection. Once chosen, have them come to me for some specialized training. It is time to change the Yi family's underwhelming standing. Suiyun beamed, as he was aware of his brother's capabilities. This upcoming battle for Yunxiao City will undoubtedly mark the rise of the Yi family. Now, you should attend to your duties and ensure the new members of the Yi family are settled in. Jiang Fei and the others have been at the Yi family for 5 days now. After encountering Yi Huang at Gaoling, they set off together to Wudong Town. The situation in Wudong Town completely exceeded her expectations. She had never witnessed how cultivators from different regions could unite, working hand in hand. She had never seen a member of a prominent family garner the support of numerous independent cultivators. Yi Huang's actions left her in awe and longing. After much deliberation, Jiang Fei resolutely joined Yi Huang's ranks and accompanied her to the Yi family in Yunxiao City. The initial days were indeed pleasant. The resources were abundant, and everyone was brimming with vitality. It was almost a dreamlike sanctuary for cultivation. However, just yesterday, her fears materialized. The relatively young Wei Yuan, while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points, clashed with a young man from the Yi family named Do Hua, who was rumored to be a relative of the second elder of the Yi family. By the time Jiang Fei and Huan arrived, Wei Yuan had already been taken away by Do Hua, who accused him of disrespecting the Yi family and intended to deliver him to the enforcement team. Someone like Do Hua was certainly not someone they could provoke. Realizing the dire consequences Wei Yuan might face, Jiang Fei silently lamented her decision to wade into the murky waters of a prominent family. Today was the day of Wei Yuan's judgment. Jiang Fei and Huan arrived at the enforcement hall of the Yi family, their hearts heavy as they awaited the final verdict. They only hoped that Do Hua would show mercy and spare Wei Yuan's life, or that something, anything, would suffice. Sister Fei, shall we seek out Fairy Huang? Huan suggested. Forget it, Jiang Fei shook her head. That is a relative of the second elder. It would be difficult for Fairy Huang to intervene, and it's better not to trouble her. Huan fell silent. Realizing the depths of the prominent family, perhaps even a minor incident could impose a significant cost on Yi Huang. They could not act recklessly. If there were to be blame, it lay in their overprotection of Wei Yuan. He was utterly unaware of how perilous the outside world could be. The two waited anxiously outside the enforcement hall for more than half an hour. Just then, a stout figure emerged from the hall. It was Do Hua. Upon seeing him, Jiang Fei hurriedly stepped forward, speaking urgently. Young Master Do, we were in the wrong. I implore you to show mercy and spare Wei Yuan. If you find us displeasing, we will leave the Yi family immediately and never set foot in Yunxiao City again. Young Master Do, I truly beseech you. As Jiang Fei spoke, she suddenly felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Turning, she saw Huan, who was staring at Do Hua with an unusual expression. Jiang Fei frowned slightly and looked over as well, instantly frozen in shock. Do Hua's round face had swelled to the point of resembling a ball. His eyes were red from crying, and a trail of snot clung to his lips. A large handprint was clearly visible on one side of his face. Jiang Fei was left bewildered. What transpired? In their moment of bewilderment, Do Hua parted his lips, uttering an apology, then rubbed his eyes and fled. The two were left in a state of shock. What was happening? At that moment, two figures emerged from the enforcement hall. One was Wei Yuan, followed closely by a commanding middle-aged man. Jiang Fei hurried forward, anxiously grasping Wei Yuan, inspecting him closely, and inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Of course I am," Wei Yuan chuckled. "I've already stated that I was in the right in this matter." Jiang Fei gazed at him with a complex expression before suddenly delivering a sharp slap to his face. "Do you have any idea of the trouble you've caused? Do you understand how worried we were? If you dare to act impulsively again, you shall go alone." Wei Yuan covered his face, gazing at the furious Jiang Fei, and softly replied, "Sister Fei, I realize my mistake. I've been too indulgent with you." Jiang Fei remained furiously indignant. Youth possesses an innocent heart, which is admirable. She conceded. Suddenly, the middle-aged man behind Wei Yuan spoke. Jiang Fei glanced at him and sighed. An innocent heart often serves as the key to one's demise. If he continues in this manner, he will inevitably lose his life. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely stroking his beard while offering a slight smile. "I have yet to inquire your name," Jiang Fei said, bowing respectfully. "I am the enforcer presiding over Wei Yuan's judgment," he disclosed. Jiang Fei was taken aback and quickly expressed, "I am profoundly grateful for your care. However, regarding Do Hua, he holds a significant status and is reportedly closely related to the second elder of his family. You must exercise caution." The middle-aged man paused momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. "I merely act with impartiality. It cannot be termed as care. Moreover, I am, in fact, the second elder of the Yi family." Jiang Fei. Chapter 35, Above the Nine Heavens. In recent days, the Yi family has witnessed two significant occurrences. The first was instigated by Wei Yuan. Following his altercation with Do Hua, many external cultivators silently mourned for him, for they had witnessed such events too often. A rogue cultivator, newly integrated into a prominent family, offending its influential figures. Such a fate seemed to beckon death. Yet, who could have anticipated that Wei Yuan emerged unscathed? While Do Hua, who had relied on his connections to act tyrannically, faced severe repercussions. It was said that even his half-yearly allowances had been confiscated. This shattered their preconceived notions. The Yi family, seemingly favoring justice over kinship, had never before been rumored to act so. Furthermore, following Wei Yuan's incident, several collateral branches of the Yi family faced strict punishments for their transgressions. Conversely, certain outstanding external cultivators were elevated and granted high positions within the family. In no time, the external cultivators brimmed with enthusiasm, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to their endeavors. Within just a few days, many rogue cultivators began to identify themselves as members of the Yi family, feeling a profound sense of pride in their newfound affiliation. Another significant event looms on the horizon, the Battle of Cloud City, set to unfold in a month's time. The Yi family will select 5 of the most exceptional youths under the age of 20 to represent them in this prestigious contest. Ye Huang, Ye Long, and Yi Qinyu have been unequivocally chosen. The remaining 2 candidates, however, have ignited fierce competition within the family, as no one is willing to relinquish this honor easily. Among the youths of the Yi family under 20, those in the Qi refinement stage are not considered, while there are 19 at the transformation stage. Most of them have achieved breakthroughs during this recent training, including Yi Xiaoxiao, as well as Yi Suiyu's 2 sons, Yi Wei and Yi Ba. After intense combat, the final selections were made. One of the chosen was Yi Xiaoxiao, who had broken through during the first training session. Her exceptional talent and keen understanding allowed her to ascend to the 3rd level of transformation, defeating all other challengers with overwhelming ease. The other selection surprised many. Yi Qian. His talent and strength had never been particularly remarkable. He had only recently managed to break through to the transformation stage last month. His only claim to renown lay in his character, which had garnered him a considerable following of independent cultivators, rivaling the scales of the Tianluan Palace and the True Dragon Pavilion, making him the 3rd largest force among the younger generation of the Yi family. Despite his elegant and affable demeanor, he typically shunned the limelight. Yet, inexplicably, during this election, Yi Qian fought with fervor, gradually advancing and narrowly defeating Yi Wei, who was at the second level of transformation, to secure the final spot. Thus, the 5 representatives of the Yi family were confirmed. At this moment, the 5 stood in the courtyard of Yi Suifeng. Ah, the young talents Yi Suifeng mused, observing them. They would be the first dragons to soar for the Yi family. He discerned their cultivation levels with ease. Yi Huang, at the 3rd level of transformation, had made remarkable progress. It was rather suspicious that she had been dining at Yi Suifeng's hearth yet advanced slowly. Yi Long, at the 5th level, had a solid foundation. Yi Qinyu, also at the 5th level, exuded an ethereal quality. Yi Xiaoxiao, at the 3rd level, displayed an eccentric and lively spirit. And finally, Yi Qian, at the 1st level, bore bruises on his face and seemed to have sustained internal injuries. Why exert yourself so fiercely for a mere selection? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian's gaze remained steady as he replied. Father informed me that you would personally guide the contestants this time. I cannot let this opportunity slip away, for I do not wish to be forever known as the orphanage director. The orphanage director? Yi Suifeng asked, puzzled. Father, Yi Huang interjected, during this training, many of the individuals Yi Qian took under his wing were orphans. Consequently, others have taken to calling him the director of the orphanage behind his back. Yi Suifeng nodded in understanding. Several months ago, this nephew sought him out and mentioned the matter. He recalled that he had been quite supportive at that time, and indeed, his sentiments remain unchanged. Therefore, let us strive diligently, for one's reputation is earned through personal endeavor, Yi Suifeng remarked. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the 5 individuals present. From this day forth, I shall tailor specialized training according to each of your circumstances, Yi Suifeng stated directly. I shall make one thing clear, regardless of what you encounter. Remain composed and refrain from excessive inquiries. Simply focus on enhancing your abilities. Uncle, won't you offer me a modicum of encouragement or pressure? Perhaps something like victory is the only option? Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Suifeng chuckled lightly. Why should I utter such phrases? Because when my father trained us, he always insisted on such things. He urged me to surpass cousin Yi Weitang and my sister to outshine brother Yi Long, Yi Xiaoxiao replied. Beside them, Yi Qinxiao and Yi Long exchanged awkward glances. This girl certainly has a knack for choosing her moments. Yi Suifeng burst into hearty laughter, acknowledging that with Sui Bao's personality, such comments were entirely expected. It is no wonder his 2 daughters are so remarkable. I shall refrain from such remarks, for after this specialized training, when you face the formidable Li and Tang families, victory shall be yours, Yi Suifeng declared. The group stifled their laughter, seemingly intrigued by the term formidable. How could one describe others in such a manner? I only ask that you remember, regardless of what lies ahead, your roots are here. Yi Suifeng pointed to the ground beneath them. Now let us commence. Yi Suifeng first turned his attention to Yi Huang, as he was well aware of his daughter's circumstances. Yi Huang had already taken a small step in the realm of swordsmanship. She had integrated the foundational sword techniques and achieved a minor mastery of the 9 swords of godslaying. What she now lacked was intent, sword intent. Only by honing her sword intent could she truly embark on her journey in swordsmanship. There are numerous ways to refine sword intent, such as sparring with masters of the sword or training within formidable sword formations. Many great powers cultivate their core disciples in such manners. However, Yi Suifeng would not resort to such trivial methods. Yi Huang, follow me. You all may wait here for a moment, he instructed, waving his sleeve. Instantly, the 2 vanished from a courtyard. No one noticed their figures had appeared thousands of miles above the ground. From the perspective of a previous life, one might say they were within the atmosphere. At such heights, fierce winds howled like blades, and even a cultivator at the golden core stage would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. A transparent shield enveloped the 2, standing resolutely amidst the tempest. This is the first layer of heaven, Yi Suifeng explained. Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never reached such heights before. Father, shall I cultivate here? She inquired, excitement bubbling within her. Training at such an altitude is indeed magnificent. Certainly not, that is far from the truth. Yi Suifeng lifted his gaze and slightly raised his hand as the 2 continued their ascent. Along the way, they traversed a vast sea of clouds, an expanse of mist, a golden realm, and a terrifying area filled with thunderstorms. Ultimately, they arrived at a splendid world of vibrant colors, resembling a fairy tale. The skies shimmered in a myriad of hues, ever-changing, akin to a scene conjured from a dream. Father, where are we? Yi Suifeng smiled faintly. This is the 9 heavens, also known as the edge of the world. Beyond lies the boundless chaos. Ye Huang gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the edge of the world? Ancient texts claim that the world's edge is limitless, devoid of anything. Only endless destruction and turmoil. Yet here, it appears quite the opposite, almost like a celestial realm. The brilliance before you may not be as enchanting as it seems. Yi Suifeng chuckled, then extended his hand, capturing a streak of purple light within his palm. The purple glow hovered serenely, seemingly harmless. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng retrieved a black staff from his storage ring. This was a weapon of exceptional quality, forged from the core black gold of the earth, reputed to be indestructible and eternally pristine. Behold, Yi Suifeng cast the black staff into the space of his palm, gently bringing it into contact with the purple, celestial light. At the moment of contact, the staff hesitated for a brief instant. Then, to Yi Huang's horror, the black staff disintegrated, transforming into countless fine particles that vanished from sight. This is the power of annihilation, Yi Suifeng explained. Yi Huang swallowed hard, her mouth agape. Father, I shan't be required to cultivate with such a thing, will I? It is far too terrifying. Yi Suifeng beamed. You will. But fret not. I shall reduce its power to 1/1,000,000th of its original strength according to your capabilities. As you grow, it will gradually enhance. I sincerely hope to witness the day you conquer and master it, he added. Yi Huang's expression was complex as she stood in a daze for a long while before finally nodding. I will not disappoint you. Chapter 36, The Ancient Arena. After settling Yi Huang, Yi Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Only a quarter of an hour had passed. The three remained standing there, awaiting his return. With only Yi Xiao sneaking bites of the grapes, Yi Suifeng had left beneath the willow tree. Upon his arrival, she hurriedly returned to her spot, dutifully bowing her head. Yi Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was indeed lively. However, he paid it no mind. Everyone possesses their own character. If everyone were like Yi Qian, taciturn and rigid in their actions, it would lack interest. Do not be overly restrained. We are all family. Feel free to be yourself. Yi Suifeng encouraged. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao immediately lifted her head, playfully patting Yi Qian beside her and exclaiming, I told you, uncle is quite easygoing. Yi Qian wore a look of helplessness. All right. Yi Suifeng surveyed the room, finally fixing his gaze upon Yilong. For a considerable period, Yilong had been the most outstanding junior in the family. His character was tenacious, his dedication to cultivation unwavering, and he approached tasks with prudence. He was also quite handsome, a dazzling new star of the Yi family and its sole pride. Until recently, Yi Huang and Yi Qian began to ascend in reputation, challenging Yilong's top position. However, based on Yi Suifeng's observations, this junior did not succumb to jealousy or other negative sentiments. Rather, he appeared to be much more cheerful. Perhaps, the title of the family's future bearer was not merely an accolade for him, but also a weighty burden. Now, with someone to share the pressure, Yilong's mindset underwent a significant transformation. His successful breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi transformation was undoubtedly related to this shift. Yilong, your foundation is solid. You have embarked on the correct path of cultivation. Thus, I do not wish to overly interfere with your journey. Speak up. What kind of training method do you desire? Think big, Yi Suifeng urged. Yilong had his own understanding of cultivation, believing that excessive involvement from outsiders could be detrimental. Therefore, Yi Suifeng decided to grant him the autonomy to choose. Yilong, clearly taken aback by this unexpected offer, was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Observing his anxiety, Yi Xiao hurriedly shot him glances and ultimately dashed to his side, playfully nudging him and saying, Don't be foolish, quickly name your desired technique. Your current low-grade gun technique is outdated. Yi Suifeng chuckled as he overheard. Is the gun technique you are practicing now of the low-grade level? Indeed, Yilong nodded. The Dragon Hunter gun technique was requested for me by my father a year ago, and I have now mastered it. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Yi Suifeng replied. I recall there being a high-grade gun technique in the family treasury. You should retrieve it yourself and mention that I sent you. Your father is really something. He clearly knew about this, yet didn't he inform you? How utterly foolish. That technique must have been the one sent by Gu Wanxin last time. I vaguely remember. Thank you, uncle. Yilong's expression brightened. Who wouldn't desire a high-level technique? A high-grade technique was something he had never dared to dream of. After expressing his gratitude, Yilong proceeded towards the door. Hey, where are you going? You haven't stated what you wish for yet, Yi Suifeng called after him. Yilong paused, slightly bewildered. Doesn't that technique count? Of course not. That is hardly a precious item. Yi Suifeng shook his head. I said, think bigger. The others fell silent, incredulous that a high-grade technique could be deemed unworthy. What then was truly valuable? Yilong found himself at a loss for words, while Yi Xiao peered curiously at the long spear in his hand. It was a premier-grade yellow spear, considered a treasure in the previous Yi family. It wasn't quite a spiritual weapon, however. Yi Suifeng interrupted her thoughts, saying, I will procure a more formidable weapon for you another day. Reflect carefully on what your current training lacks. You all should contemplate as well. The group fell silent, each pondering their own path. After a brief moment, Yilong finally spoke. Uncle, I have harbored a dream for quite some time. His eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he continued. When I was a child, I once read a book titled Biographies of Extraordinary Individuals. It recounted the numerous prodigies who have graced this continent over millennia. Their formidable powers and the impact they made upon their emergence left me in awe. I often wondered what it would be like to battle alongside them in the same era. Could I possibly triumph over them? Yilong tightened his grip on the spear and continued. Childhood dreams often seem absurd. As I grew older, I realized the chasm between us was vast. No matter how hard I chased, their silhouettes remained elusive. Yet, I refused to surrender. Even if I cannot catch up, I wish to discover where my limits lie. I must fight, to the bitter end. He raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. Uncle, if possible, I wish to have a puppet of my level, yet significantly more powerful than myself. When I conquer it, perhaps I will draw closer to those timeless geniuses. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. None had anticipated that this seemingly flawless elder brother harbored such an obsession. But was such a puppet truly attainable? Yes, I promise you, Yi Suifeng replied swiftly. Yilong was astonished. Really? Does such a puppet exist? Yi Suifeng smiled and shook his head. It exists, but a puppet is ultimately an inanimate object. Even if you defeat it, it does not guarantee victory over cultivators of equal strength. Yilong's expression grew complex. But you said you would grant my request. I did agree, Yi Suifeng responded, but it is not merely about finding a puppet for you. It is about helping you realize your first wish. The audacity to battle the greats of history is commendable. Yi Suifeng was naturally eager to assist in this endeavor. However, the others were left dumbfounded. Such aspirations seemed utterly unattainable. All right, let us depart, Yi Suifeng said, waving his hand, and he and Yilong vanished without a trace. Once they were gone, Yi Xiao leaned toward Yi Qinyao and murmured, Sister, Uncle was just joking, right? Yi Qinyao pressed her lips together and shook her head. I do not know. I cannot fathom how such a feat could be accomplished. Perhaps, when it is our turn, we shall understand. A silvery river stretches endlessly, arriving from the infinite and departing into the void. It remains eternal and unchanging. Suddenly, two dark specks materialize above its surface, Yi Suifeng and Yilong. Gazing upon the boundless river beneath and the vast emptiness surrounding them, Yilong's heart quakes with a desire to inquire about their whereabouts. Yet, recalling Yi Suifeng's earlier admonition to refrain from excessive questioning, he suppresses his curiosity. Once again, we meet, Yi Suifeng murmurs. I sensed something unusual about you last time. It seems you belong solely to this realm. Nevertheless, it suffices. The prodigies of this world are ample. With that, Yi Suifeng flicks his fingers, and the world around them transforms instantaneously. Beneath their feet, a colossal arena emerges, adorned with an intricate array of runes that nearly overwhelms Yilong, threatening to send him into unconsciousness. Fortunately, Yi Suifeng swiftly gestures, causing the runic symbols to shimmer and vanish, leaving only the expansive stone platform. From this day forth, you shall engage in battle and cultivate your skills here, Yi Suifeng declares. Yilong furrows his brow. But what of my opponent? They are here. Yi Suifeng replies with a faint smile, extending his fingers and gently grasping. Instantly, countless gray lines erupt, surging toward the shimmering silver river. Before long, one of the gray lines begins to tremble. Subsequently, a white figure emerges at the far end of the line, akin to a fish caught on a hook, landing upon the arena. This figure is a young man, exuding an aura of chill, his brow furrowed in confusion. Upon turning, he catches sight of Yi Suifeng and Yilong, who in turn behold his visage. Yilong stumbles back, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. Trembling as he points at the young man, exclaiming, the white-clad spear god, Bu Feishue. His voice trembles with astonishment. Bu Feishue, the paragon of a millennium ago, single-handedly vanquished all opponents with his spear. Once he had stormed a millennia-old sect, leaving a trail of bloodshed that forever altered its history. Later, he challenged the legendary Ninth Heavenly Tribulation, enduring until the very end. Yet, the might of the heavens is insurmountable. The final bolt of lightning proved overwhelmingly powerful, leading to Bufeishue's demise, leaving nothing in his wake. But why does he appear here? Yilong's mind buzzes with confusion. What has my uncle done? Who are you? Why am I here? Bufeishue's gaze is frigid, and a formidable aura of spear intent erupts forth. However, Suifeng merely waves his hand, and a thin veil of mist envelopes Bufeishue's form. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. It was not your turn to speak. Suifeng turned to Yilong with a smile, remarking, "Did you not express a desire to challenge them? Why, upon first meeting, do you appear so intimidated?" Upon hearing these words, Yilong was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and struggled to rise to his feet. "Now, that is more like it." Suifeng gestured with his fingers, summoning figures from the Silver River, who landed upon the arena. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, they were forcibly shut down as soon as they descended. The illustrious talents included Xiaoyuan, the god of death Tong Mia, the unrivaled Fu Ruhua, the son of Heaven Jinlin, and the legendary Long Outyin. Yilong gazed at the familiar faces, murmuring, his mind a blank slate. "Uncle, you truly managed to gather all the prodigies from the annals of history." There were even many he did not recognize. It was only when hundreds of figures had appeared that Suifeng finally ceased. "For now, make do with them. In the ancient arena, their cultivation levels are on par with yours. Simply envision whom you wish to battle within your heart. Should you advance, their powers will correspondingly elevate. Hone your fighting spirit well. I shall return for you in a month." With that, Suifeng's figure gradually faded away. Chapter 37. The Old Turtle. This lad possesses a rather masochistic aura. In the void, Suifeng floated leisurely above the galaxy. He had not anticipated that Yilong's aspiration was to engage in combat. However, given Yilong's current strength, clashing with those ancient luminaries would merely invite suffering, and it would be a brutal ordeal. One could only hope that this boy would not emerge from it traumatized. This river of time felt somewhat peculiar, as if it lacked vitality. This galaxy was indeed the river of time in this realm. The last time Suifeng traversed the causal lines in pursuit of the assailant who ambushed Suifeng, he had briefly tapped into the power of the river of time. Yet that instance had been but a fleeting glimpse. This time, he had come in person. Logically, the river of time is an inanimate entity, eternally flowing through the void, unchanging since time immemorial. Yet Suifeng always sensed that it seemed to lack certain life forces, exuding an air of desolation. Suddenly, he detected an unusual aura, causing him to frown slightly before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, a colossal black mountain loomed before him. The mountain was terrifyingly vast, its peak obscured from view, its depths unfathomable, resembling the very wall of the void, shrouding all vision. How could such a thing exist here? Suifeng was perplexed. The location of the river of time was a true void, devoid of anything but the continuum of time itself. How could a mountain be situated here? This does not adhere to the principles of the Great Way. No, that's incorrect. Suifeng furrowed his brow. Before him, what appeared to be a mountain seemed to emanate a faint breath of life from the obsidian mass. But what kind of life could be so colossal? Suifeng pondered for a moment, extending his index finger to gently touch his forehead. Instantly, his soul power, far surpassing the limits of the world, erupted with vigor. His spirit coalesced, transforming into an ethereal shadow, rapidly expanding around his physical form. One-fold, tenfold before long. The shadow of his spirit had grown to over 1,000,000 times the size of his corporeal body. Through the perspective of the shadow, Suifeng finally discerned the true nature of the Black Peak. "By the heavens, that is a toe!" Suifeng exclaimed, utterly astounded by the revelation before him. The enormous entity was not a mountain at all, but rather a grotesque toe. Beside it were 4 other digits with a vast, immeasurable foot arching above. At this moment, Suifeng's ethereal shadow was merely level with the toe. Goodness, what on earth is this creature? It seems nearly as large as the world itself. I must see what your true form is. Suifeng steadied his heart, and the shadow of his spirit surged once more. After expanding an indeterminate number of times, he finally beheld its shape. A giant, grotesque turtle. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing its form. Ultimately, he confirmed he was not mistaken. It was indeed a massive, ugly black turtle, its neck retracted, exposing only its smooth head, while its limbs dangled in the void. Below its abdomen lay the river of time, though from this vantage point, it appeared as a barely discernible white line. Most striking of all was its tail, short yet bifurcated at the tip, as if it had been violently torn apart. Suifeng's mind was filled with questions. What kind of being could inflict harm upon such a formidable turtle? Such a monstrous existence should not belong to this world, except for himself, of course. It seems this world is rife with secrets waiting to be unveiled. Suifeng stroked his chin, finding the prospect quite intriguing. Otherwise, over time, he would grow bored and find himself ascending to the celestial realm to engage the celestial emperor in combat. This old turtle is indeed rather extraordinary. Suifeng's spirit had meticulously scanned the entirety of the turtle's body. Each corner of this ancient creature was interwoven with the laws of the Great Way. With every breath, the very fabric of reality trembled, a terrifying sight indeed. With such strength, why would it still choose to seal itself away? When he first glimpsed the turtle, Suifeng had assumed it was merely in slumber. Upon closer observation, it became evident that it had ensconced its very essence, its soul, within this colossal shell, revealing only the faintest glimmer of vitality, which suggested it was not merely an inanimate object. Let's scrutinize it further. Suifeng extended his hand, resting it upon the old turtle's crown, intending to delve into its corporeal depths with his spiritual essence to discern the truth of the matter. Suddenly, Suifeng raised an eyebrow as his ethereal projection gradually dissipated into nothingness. Immediately thereafter, several potent consciousnesses traversed the void and intruded. They lingered before the old turtle's head, seemingly perplexed by the recent occurrences. Suifeng counted 5 distinct consciousnesses, each one undeniably surpassing the limits of this world's power. One among them was familiar to him. After undergoing tribulation, driven by curiosity, he had once extended his consciousness into the northern snowfields, whereupon a consciousness spanning the entire plateau surged forth from the far north, approaching him. That individual had now arrived here as well. The 5 consciousnesses manifested as luminous points, quietly suspended in opposition to one another. Do you wish to shatter the rules? Inquired the consciousness from the northern snowfields, taking the initiative to voice its thoughts. As their exchange occurred on a spiritual plane, it was impossible to discern gender or even ascertain if it was human. Shouldn't you be the one eager to break the rules? After all, you are on the verge of defeat, replied another. If a battle is to ensue, let it be. I abhor this tedious game, exclaimed a visibly irate figure. Calm yourselves. The disintegration of the world serves no one, said one who exhibited a more composed demeanor. My esteemed colleagues, the pressing issue at hand is to discern what transpired moments ago. Someone has acted against it. The final individual redirected the conversation. After a series of discussions, they all asserted their innocence. Yet this presented a curious conundrum. If it was not the 5 of them, who else possessed the capability to infiltrate this realm? A profound silence enveloped them. Suifeng, merging with the void, stifled a yawn. What are you all doing? Why have you suddenly lapsed into silence? Perhaps it is that entity, suggested the being from the northern snowfields. Strange indeed. Not long ago, I ventured into the realm of fate and discovered a small fragment that abruptly concealed itself within the mists. Indeed, I too have noticed that a new star, one that originally did not belong to this world, has begun to rise. I was asleep and completely unaware. The irritable one lamented, as always prone to vexation. 3 of them acknowledged that they had recently sensed some peculiarities. However, the inhabitant of the northern snowfields claimed to have observed nothing amiss. Suifeng had brazenly entered the snowfields without any pretense of concealment. He undoubtedly sensed something amiss, yet he chose to remain hidden, the motives for which remained unclear. After a further passage of time, as they still failed to uncover any anomalies, they altered their course and departed from the realm of the void. After their departure, Suifeng dispersed his ethereal shadow, revealing his true form above the river of time, a wounded old turtle. 5 individuals, each harboring distinct thoughts. Is this a game? Or merely a chess match? Congratulations to all participants. Someone has activated a cheat. Chapter 38. The Celestial Slaying Sect. Suifeng emerged from the void, having inadvertently stumbled upon a secret of this world during his recent encounter. Nevertheless, he resolved to set this matter aside for the time being. He was still enjoying his time in Xianxia City, planning to discuss the topic of cheats with those individuals when the moment arose. After all, 3 adorable companions awaited him at home. After a while, Suifeng returned to his courtyard. His extended sojourn in the void had taken longer than expected, and upon his return, Xianxia and the others were seated beneath the willow tree. Seeing Suifeng arrive, they quickly stood up. "So what do you desire? Have you made your decisions?" Suifeng invited. All right. I want a plethora of spirit stones, a mountain of them. I want to buy whatever I fancy." Xiaoxiao was the first to leap forward, her eyes practically emblazoned with the word money. "It's not your turn yet. Let Xianxiao speak first," Suifeng interjected, skipping over her. "You're being mischievous," Xiaoxiao pouted, returning to her place in line. Meanwhile, Xianxiao chuckled softly and said, "Uncle, I too have made my decision. I must confess, I do not possess grand aspirations like cousin Yulongtang. Even in my cultivation, I lack significant motivation, were it not for my father's stern demands. I might not even be standing here today." Xianxiao candidly expressed her thoughts, unafraid of inciting Suifeng's ire or jeopardizing her qualification for the battle in Xianxia City. After all, representing the family without a fighting spirit would lead to certain defeat. However, such a scenario was unlikely to occur. "Well, every individual has their own perspective on life. Your calm demeanor and thoughts are not surprising," Suifeng remarked. "Humans are beings rich in emotions and vibrant in diversity. If we all resembled one another, what would distinguish us from mass-produced tools? Now, tell me, what is it that you truly desire?" Suifeng prompted. Xianxiao hesitated for a moment before responding. "Uncle, my request may seem somewhat ethereal. If you find it inappropriate, I can readily change it." "Proceed." With a deep breath, Xianxiao stated, "I wish for a sense of direction." At this revelation, the other two were momentarily bewildered. "What on earth is this? Even Yilong had articulated his childhood dreams, yet yours is merely an abstract concept." Xiaoxiao felt dizzy, exclaiming, "My dear sister, are you certain you aren't deliberately trying to perplex uncle?" She struggled to comprehend. However, Suifeng could still comprehend Xianxiao's sentiments. Her demeanor was serene and tranquil, yet she was born into a prominent family, with a father who viewed cultivation as a matter of life and death, and was exceedingly strict. From a young age, she had to adhere to her father's wishes, engaging in relentless cultivation to grow stronger, surpass Yilong, and defeat all adversaries. For someone who abhorred conflict, this was indeed a considerable psychological torment, making the experience of losing oneself almost inevitable. Fortunately, Xianxiao was still young. Had this continued for a few more years, she might have faced the dire consequences of inner demons. Such occurrences were not unheard of. Yet, the direction of one's life is a quest that must be undertaken individually. "Xianxiao, I ask you, do you truly believe that I can provide you with a satisfying path?" Suifeng countered. Xianxiao fell silent. Being inherently intelligent, she understood that what she desired sounded simple, yet the reality was profoundly challenging. "Your future can only be determined by you," Suifeng stated. "I can offer you an opportunity for choice, but it may exact a significant toll." After much contemplation, Xianxiao finally nodded. "I am willing to try. If I continue in this haze, I fear I will truly disappoint my father." Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. To some, Xianxiao's thoughts might appear naive, but who among us has not experienced such naivete, especially when ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion? "Then follow me," he instructed. With that, Suifeng led Xianxiao, and they vanished from the courtyard. When they reappeared, they had ascended to the pinnacle of a mountain. The peak was lush and verdant, yet curiously, the adjacent mountain bore the scars of devastation, as if struck by lightning, with deep ravines and charred earth scattered about. Xianxiao gazed around in astonishment. "Uncle, what has transpired here? Is this the burial ground of great demons?" She recalled a passage from a strange tale. Suifeng cleared his throat, slightly exasperated by her choice of words. "This is merely the site of my tribulation. Have you forgotten my warning? Do not inquire," he said, his expression stern. Xianxiao promptly fell silent, though her eyes still sparkled with curiosity. Suifeng ignored her and instead turned his gaze skyward. Gradually, a mysterious aura emanated from him. Moments later, a grand portal materialized in the heavens, and a golden light descended from within, cascading upon Suifeng's shoulders. Behind that door, a magnificent celestial sound reverberated, stirring the soul. "Ah, we meet again." "Indeed. The portal in the sky was the celestial gate that appears following a cultivator's tribulation. That radiant light was the bridge of ascension. The last time Suifeng underwent his tribulation, he had no desire to ascend, hence he dissipated the celestial energy surrounding him, causing the celestial gate to lose its target and vanish. This time, he deliberately drew the celestial gate towards him, motivated by an object contained within it. The celestial sound, vast and profound, is not merely a melody, but rather the whispers of all living beings. It possesses not only the essence of ascension and the power of creation, but also a remarkably unique force, the essence of the mundane world. After enduring the tribulations of the heavenly trials, the celestial gate emanates this power with unparalleled magnitude. Suifeng requires this essence as a material. Forgive me, but I'm not inclined to ascend just yet. With that, Suifeng offered a faint smile, his finger poised as if wielding a sword, and with a decisive motion, he struck towards a celestial gate in the heavens. In that instant, the entire world seemed to pause. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the very fabric of the heavens and earth shuddered violently. The colossal celestial gate trembled, emitting a resonant sound akin to a lamentation. Moments later, the golden radiance upon Suifeng's shoulder abruptly contracted. Remarkably, after a fierce convulsion, the celestial gate plummeted from the sky. A vast shadow enveloped Suifeng, and from a distance, the area obscured by the celestial gate appeared to span several mountain peaks. Suifeng was astonished, realizing the true magnitude of this entity. Meanwhile, Xianxia was utterly bewildered. What was this? How could there possibly be a door in the sky? How could there be light within it? Such an absurdity, and yet, with a mere gesture from her uncle, it was brought down? Who am I? Where am I? She was completely disoriented. Come, Suifeng beckoned, extending his palm. The enormous celestial gate immediately shrank rapidly, transforming into a petite golden door that floated within his hand. He then danced his fingers, playfully molding the shape of the door, which swiftly lost its distant form. Ultimately, it metamorphosed into an exquisite mirror. I shall name you the mirror of mundane affairs. This mirror, crafted primarily from heavenly sound, with the celestial gate serving as a supplementary material, was interwoven with the laws of the universe. Its principal function is to refine the heart. Once one enters the mirror, it is akin to stepping into another realm, where one would experience an entirely different life. Suifeng glanced at the still-dazed Xianxia and gently tapped her, restoring her clarity. Are you prepared? Once you enter, everything will depend solely on you, Suifeng remarked. Xianxia gazed intently at the mirror before nodding earnestly. Then embark on your journey with diligence. Remember, regardless of what transpires, do not forget who you are. As he finished speaking, the surface of the mirror of mundane affairs suddenly rippled like water. Subsequently, Xianxia's figure gradually faded from view. Walk your own path, Suifeng sighed, turning his gaze towards the sky. The world had returned to tranquility. The place where the celestial gate appeared was left with only a faint trace of gold, which soon vanished entirely. I seem to have gone a bit too far. First, I toyed with the heavenly tribulation, then seized the 9-9 thunder tribulation. Later I teased the celestial gate, and now I have directly severed it. It seems I bear no grudge against them. Suifeng blinked and then chuckled. Well, the heavens are meant to be defied. Otherwise, one risks falling behind the times. If necessary, I shall compensate later when I ascend to the celestial realm. As he spoke, Suifeng suddenly paused, and his expression turned profoundly grim. Oh no, I have severed my own celestial gate. How will I ascend to the celestial realm now? Chapter 39. The Aggrieved Xianxia. With the earthly realm crafted from his celestial gate in hand, Suifeng returned home with a darkened expression. This time, it was indeed hasty. I inadvertently severed my path to immortality. What shall I do now? Am I to find someone who has successfully transcended tribulation and seize their celestial gate for my own use during their ascension? That might not be entirely impossible, though it lacks a sense of martial virtue. Never mind. Such matters can be discussed later. Regaining his composure, Suifeng reappeared in the courtyard, where only Xiaoxiao and Yiqian remained. Settling Yi Huang and the others had consumed nearly an entire morning. Reflecting on his own efforts for their sakes, he felt quite burdened. All right, it is now your turn. Suifeng extended a finger toward Xiaoxiao, who immediately beamed with joy, ready to speak. However, that finger began to shift, veering off, and ultimately pointing at Yiqian. Yiqian, you speak. Huh? Oh, Yi Qian clearly did not expect to be called upon first. Among them, he was the weakest. Yet, he was not one to be modest and stepped forward to say, "Uncle, my choice is to fully adhere to your arrangements." Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. These young individuals truly had their own distinctions. Each person's choice was remarkably different. Why? Yi Suifeng invited. Yi Qian quickly replied, "I simply wish to grow stronger. But my own knowledge and experience are far too shallow. Thus, allowing you to decide is the best choice for me." Yi Suifeng nodded. His decision was not incorrect. It may not be the most right answer, but it certainly was the most prudent and wise choice. "Very well," Yi Suifeng said, "but if I'm not mistaken, you wish not only to grow stronger yourself, but also to empower those who follow you, correct?" Yi Qian smiled and scratched his head, not denying it. "Educating the masses is no simple task," Yi Suifeng remarked. "I am willing to make that effort," Yi Qian declared resolutely. "Then let us consider," Yi Suifeng mused. "You must enjoy reading quite a bit, yes?" "Indeed. Which book is your favorite?" Perhaps the Tao Te Ching," Yi Qian replied. He lied. At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, "I heard from my cousin Yi Qianang that he actually enjoys reading supernatural tales, especially those featuring romantic liaisons between fox spirits and scholars. How embarrassing." Caught off guard, Yi Qian's face flushed crimson as he murmured, "I also have a great fondness for the Tao Te Ching, which contains much more than just fox spirits." Such a feeble excuse fell flat. Yi Suifeng reached out with a smile, saying, "Let me see what novel it is." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qian obediently retrieved a thick tome from his storage pouch, the Shanhai Tu Lu. Yi Suifeng casually flipped through the pages, discovering indeed numerous tales of fox spirits, flower sprites, and enchanting demons, though they were not entirely outrageous. They could easily pass scrutiny, even in a tomato. Furthermore, those stories comprised only a small fraction of the content. The majority consisted of accounts of strange phenomena from the Shanhai Yiji Lu, imparting moral lessons from the extraordinary. It was, after all, serious literature. "Wait a moment," Yi Suifeng said, taking a seat at the stone table beneath the willow tree. He then conjured a brush and a blank book, swiftly beginning to write. In the span of a single incense stick's burning, a brand new Shanhai Tu Lu emerged. Fresh from his efforts, Yi Suifeng stood and presented both volumes to Yi Qian. "Since you enjoy it, peruse it. I believe you will gain considerable insights. Though the extent of your improvement ultimately depends on your own efforts," he remarked with a smile. Yi Qian, puzzled, accepted the books. He understood that reading could impart knowledge. But how could it enhance his abilities? Did it conceal some unparalleled cultivation technique? He placed the two tomes side by side. Their covers were identical, without a hint of alteration. The only distinction lay in Yi Suifeng's calligraphy, which appeared more vigorous than the original. As Yi Qian contemplated, he suddenly noticed the characters Shanhai on the new book beginning to distort. Then, an endless tempest seemed to roar in his ears, accompanied by a faint briny scent that infiltrated his nostrils. Stunned, Yi Qian stood motionless, bewildered by the phenomenon. Suddenly, the tempest subsided, and the essence of the ocean vanished. His gaze gradually cleared, and he realized that Yi Suifeng had blocked the characters on the cover with his finger. "Once you return, take the time to ponder it," Yi Suifeng said with a smile. The tome he had meticulously transcribed was certainly no ordinary work. It was a product of the fusion of profound truths. Each character, every sentence, and each story within represented a distinct world, a unique path of cultivation. This book was, in essence, a supreme guide to enlightenment. If classified by the standards of cultivation techniques, it would be regarded as a top-tier celestial method, infinitely close to the essence of the Tao. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, it could only reach this level. For now, make use of it. My heartfelt gratitude to Uncle for his nurturing, having experienced everything that just transpired. Yi Qian came to grasp the extraordinary nature of the book. After respectfully bowing, he departed from the courtyard, leaving only Yi Xiaoxiao behind. Clearly, she could hardly contain her anticipation. "Uncle, I really want spirit stones, an abundance of them. Can you grant me this wish?" Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes, attempting to charm Yi Suifeng's heart with her adorable demeanor. "What do you need so many spirit stones for?" Yi Suifeng invited. "They can accomplish anything." Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "Is there anything in this world that spirit stones cannot achieve? If there is, it must be due to a lack of spirit stones." Yi Suifeng couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. Does that mean you agree to give them to me?" Yi Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. "No, I refuse," came the unexpected reply. "Why not?" You have already agreed to their requests. Yi Xiaoxiao protested, her face filled with grievance, feeling as though Yi Suifeng was deliberately targeting her. You are different. They possess a clear understanding of their own paths. What about you? All you do is play. If you can pass this trial, I might reconsider rewarding you with some spirit stones, Yi Suifeng stated. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. What trial? This. Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers, and instantly the environment around them transformed entirely. A gray haze enveloped them, with countless gray insects weaving through the air, occasionally interrupted by the swift passage of a shadowy figure. Where are we? Yi Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment. The dream void realm, a world that exists between reality and illusion. Here, you can play to your heart's content. Yi Suifeng had actually contemplated this on their journey. Since she loved to play, he thought it best to let her indulge. Sometimes the ability to play is a skill in itself. But what is there to enjoy here? Yi Xiaoxiao queried. Good question. Unfortunately, I shall not provide you with an answer. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Your trial is to learn how to have fun here. Now good luck. With that, Yi Suifeng made his exit, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao alone, staring blankly at the distant gray insects. Uncle, you are biased. Chapter 40. A visitor after expending considerable effort. He finally settled the 5 new stars at home. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, their future accomplishments would surely rival those prodigies documented in the annals of history. As for how far they could ultimately go, it would depend on their individual fortunes. Upon exiting the dream void realm, Yi Suifeng treated himself to a sumptuous meal at a roadside stall before returning to his study. Throughout his time in this world, he had spent the majority of his days within the confines of his study, engrossed in the study of martial arts texts, biographies, picturesque landscapes, and ancient legends. He had begun to form a general outline of the composition of this continent. The continent is known by many names, with various local appellations. Yet one title has persisted throughout the ages, the Great Universe Realm. This vast expanse is boundless, and no soul has traversed from one end of the continent to the other. Even the legends of distant lands are mere fragments of tales. Through extensive reading, Yi Suifeng has gleaned that the location of Yunxiao City lies in the northern region of the continent. This area is rife with sects and noble families, predominantly organized around a central grand city, surrounded by numerous smaller towns. A formidable alliance, known as the Nine-City Alliance, governs this region, with Sioux City being a member of this coalition. To the north of the alliance sprawls a serpentine chasm stretching 1,000,000 miles, the Qinggu Highlands. Beyond that lies the northern snowfield. To the east of the alliance is a collection of small nations embroiled in perpetual warfare. Yet they unite against foreign invaders with unwavering resolve. It is said that the cultural and linguistic heritage of this region starkly contrasts with that of the Nine-City Alliance. Yi Suifeng intends to explore that area during his leisure time. To the west of the alliance lies a vast and desolate arid land, sparsely populated yet shrouded in mystery. Rumor has it that the inhabitants there wrap themselves tightly in yellow cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. Quite intriguing indeed. In stark contrast, the southern region of the Nine-City Alliance presents a different tableau altogether. While the culture bears similarities to that of the alliance, the organizational structure is entirely reversed. The alliance is centered around cities, with powerful noble families wielding authority over them, while sects hold minimal presence. Take Yunxiao City, for instance. Despite the existence of several sects in its vicinity, the most prominent leader is only at the foundational level of cultivation. Conversely, in the southern region, the balance of power is tipped in favor of sections. Here, the core comprises various super sects nestled within the Ling Mountain Great Peaks. Noble families and states exist as mere appendages to these sects, and disciples venturing forth are treated with the pomp befitting princes of an imperial dynasty, wielding immense prestige. Determined to explore these diverse locales, Yi Suifeng resolves to traverse every corner of the great universe realm, for to visit without experiencing its entirety would be a grave oversight. Through his readings, he has gained a comprehensive understanding of the organizational framework of the great universe realm. Moreover, by delving into various cultivation texts, Yi Suifeng has deepened his comprehension of the realm's cultivation system, having fully grasped the essence of the techniques. It can be said that upon merely perusing any technique, he can swiftly master it and even modify it to forge more potent methods. Indeed, he is quite impressive. Calm. Yi Suifeng suppressed his arrogance and prepared to refine the Yuan Shigong further. Through the experiments conducted on 4 white mice by Feng Zhi, he discovered several nuances that contained minor issues requiring modification. However, This time, it would not take 2 months, nor would he need to seclude himself. In just 3 days, Yi Suifeng successfully completed the new technique and imparted it to Feng Zhi and the others through a conferral of enlightenment. The four, not disappointing his expectations, broke through in a matter of days, reaching the second grand realm of Yuan Shigong, the Danfu realm, akin to the gas transformation stage in traditional cultivation. The essence of this realm lies within the Dantian, but Yuan Shigong is more domineering and versatile. To commend their efforts, Yi Suifeng, in a moment of joy, taught them a set of sword techniques, the celestial slaying sword array, a low-grade heavenly martial skill, slaying immortals, exterminating immortals, ensnaring immortals, and severing immortals. Once fully cultivated, one could slay immortals. Of course, this was merely a counterfeit version. The true celestial slaying sword array could not possibly be executed in this world. Nevertheless, even the imitation is a formidable technique. Yi Suifeng's decision to impart such a skill was not only a form of praise, but also for the benefit of Yi Huang. After all, Feng Zhi and his companions now served as Yi Huang's protectors and sparring partners. The stronger they became, the more effective their training would be for her. "My dear daughter, do not blame me. I do this all for your sake," Yi Suifeng said with a mischievous grin. A few days after Feng Zhi and the others' breakthroughs, the family finally received long-awaited good news. Yi Suiyun and Yi Suibao, two key members of the family, had finally broken through to the Yuan-ing stage. A few months prior, Yi Suifeng had advised them to diligently cultivate and not fall behind in their progress, even setting a 1-month breakthrough goal. However, reality often diverges from expectations. Due to the family's recent activities, there were numerous tasks to attend to, leaving the important members busy from dawn until dusk, with little time for focused cultivation. Fortunately, they kept this matter close to their hearts. The breakthroughs of Suiyun and Suibao undoubtedly served as a reassuring balm for the other family members. After all, Yi Suifeng's strength was generally not visible, whereas these two interacted with them daily. Including Yi Suifeng. The presence of just these two Yuan-ing cultivators ensured that the Yi family need not fear the Li family or the Tang family. However, after deliberation, they decided to keep this information under wraps for the time being, waiting for the right moment to reveal it. Yi Suifeng had no objections. His only desire was for their happiness. As time slowly passed, the countdown to the battle in Yunxiao City reached its final 10 days. Unexpectedly, the Yi family welcomed a familiar guest, Gu Wanxin. Chapter 41, an overture. The head of the Yi family has indeed grown increasingly handsome. Haha, I truly appreciate your unpretentious flattery. Please take a seat. In the family's reception room, Yi Suifeng and Gu Wanxin sat side by side, while several maidens had already served fragrant tea. "I speak from the heart," Gu Wanxin remarked with a smile. "It seems that with every encounter, you become a touch younger. I wonder if it's merely my illusion, or perhaps you have recently experienced some joyful event." Yi Suifeng scoffed lightly and shook his head, saying, "What joyful event could there possibly be? I have an abundance of spirit stones, yet I find myself troubled by this very matter daily." Gu Wanxin chuckled. "Yi family head, your words are quite an affront to my profession." With that, she produced a storage ring and placed it on the table. Yi Suifeng picked up the ring and surveyed its contents. Once again, it was filled with a plethora of cultivation resources, and the quality surpassed that of the last time. There were a full 8 items of celestial grade or higher. Techniques, materials, sacred medicines, spiritual tools, and assortment galore. The pricing list was already prepared, and Yi Suifeng bypassed the detailed enumeration, directing his gaze to the total. A staggering 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. This sum, one could say without exaggeration, could procure several cities akin to Yunxiao City. The storage bag, if you please. Yi Suifeng wasted no time, requesting a supersized storage bag from Gu Wanxin, into which he deposited the 32 trillion spirit stones in one go. Even having witnessed such scenes multiple times, Gu Wanxin could not help but marvel. Just how many spirit stones does he possess? Has he secretly unearthed a bountiful spirit stone vein? In truth, the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion had conducted extensive analyses regarding Yi Suifeng, this superlative client, yet they remained unable to ascertain the source of his wealth. The most plausible theory suggested that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a secret realm housing a high-grade spirit stone mine. However, such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Ultimately, the Wanbao Pavilion abandoned their inquiry. A client of his caliber is rare, and they did not wish to provoke Yi Suifeng's ire out of mere curiosity, jeopardizing their partnership. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin recalled something. Ah, Yi family head, she said, due to the staggering sums involved in our transactions. The upper management of Wanbao Pavilion wishes for me to inquire whether it would be possible to conduct our exchanges using medium-grade or high-grade spirit stones. Of course, if that is not feasible, it is entirely understandable. This is merely for convenience. Each transaction amounts to trillions, and merely counting them requires individuals of at least the out-of-body stage. If we were to utilize high-grade spirit stones, the quantity needed could be reduced by a factor of 10,000, making it manageable for those in the golden core stage. Well, let me first exhaust my low-grade spirit stones, Yi Suifeng replied. That would be splendid, Gu Wanxin exclaimed, nodding with delight. Each time they transacted, they utilized low-grade spirit stones, and she was confident that Yi Suifeng's reserves could not be excessively vast. Once more, it should be the last. Yi Suifeng sipped his tea while observing Gu Wanxin, pondering the source of her inexplicable laughter. By the way, let me pose a question. I have observed that your Wanbage is, comparatively speaking, a rather unadulterated commercial organization. Is it not? Yi Suifeng inwided. Gu Wanxin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the foremost tenet of Wanbage is to maintain unwavering neutrality, never engaging in the conflicts of other factions. Our sole interest lies in spirit stones. This piqued Yi Suifeng's curiosity. Given your non-involvement in disputes, what purpose do you serve in accumulating such a vast quantity of spirit stones? This inquiry genuinely perplexed Yi Suifeng. Wanbage is an immense entity, with its presence felt in nearly every corner. The staggering volume of spirit stones in circulation daily is undoubtedly formidable. Hence, the question arises, where do the spirit stones they earn ultimately go, and to what end are they utilized? This matter weighed heavily on Yi Suifeng's mind, for he found himself grappling with a similar dilemma. Money, if merely confined within a wallet, remains nothing more than a mere numeral. It is the expenditure of funds that truly embodies the essence of wealth. Faced with Yi Suifeng's question, Gu Wanxin appeared momentarily stumped. Master Yi, I must admit, I have not contemplated this. Nevertheless, regardless of the means through which we acquire spirit stones, is it not all for the purpose of spending? Yi Suifeng slightly shook his head. Indeed, the question of how to spend money may seem absurd. Yet, once the numerical value of wealth surpasses a certain threshold, one cannot help but feel a headache at the thought of how to allocate it. He was certainly troubled by this. Utilizing it solely for resource purchases felt rather trivial. Otherwise, I could inquire further on your behalf. I recall there are indeed some extraordinary items that consume spirit stones at an alarming rate, Gu Wanxin suggested. Very well. I entrust this matter to you. It will be my utmost honor. Gu Wanxin accepted this task. Pausing for a moment, she added, Master Yi, in addition to our transaction today, I have brought you some news. Oh, Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow and extended his hand for the storage bag. Gu Wanxin hesitated, quickly waving her hand. No, this is complimentary. She internally sighed, realizing he truly did have an excess of funds. This concerns information regarding the Li and Tang families. Gu Wanxin stated. Yi Suifeng nodded. Very well, please proceed. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Yi Suifeng and said, Master Yi, in 10 days, it will be the biennial grand event of Xianxia City, the Xianxia City Battle. The list of participants from the 3 major families was recently announced. You are surely aware of the representatives from the Li and Tang families? Yi Suifeng's expression instantly turned serious, for he was unaware that Suiyun had brought the list a few days prior and placed it on the desk in his study. Yet he had been disinclined to examine it. As the head of the Yi family, is it not somewhat foolish to remain oblivious to the identity of one's enemies? What is the sudden relevance of this topic, Gu Wanxin? Yi Suifeng's expression shifted, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. However, in Gu Wanxin's eyes, it appeared quite different. It seems the head of the Yi family has indeed heard the news. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced a remarkable surge in cultivation, having broken through to the 8th level of Qi transformation. Meanwhile, the prodigious scion of the Tang family, Tang Xiaoqing, has, in the mere span of 3 months, ascended 4 levels, now reaching the 10th level of Qi transformation. Yi Suifeng nodded gravely. He had indeed been unaware until now. What are you trying to convey? He was unclear about Gu Wanxin's main point. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Yi Suifeng and whispered, head of the Yi family. Their cultivation levels are not merely as rumored. The Li and Tang families have suddenly gone to great lengths, pouring immense resources into their combatants. The extent of their investment is nearly equivalent to nurturing a golden core cultivator. I have reason to suspect that their actions are either in preparation for the significant battle at Yanxiao City or are entirely directed against your Yi family. With that, Gu Wanxin produced a small jade slip and placed it on the table. Due to my position, I have managed to gather some information about those 10 individuals. Gu Wanxin regarded Yi Suifeng with a knowing smile. Yi Suifeng smiled faintly and picked up the jade slip. So that is the case. Gu Wanxin is indeed extending a gesture of goodwill towards me. Weren't you just saying that Wanbao Pavilion never intervenes in the disputes of other factions? Yi Suifeng remarked with a playful smile. Haha, what you say is amusing, Gu Wanxin replied with a teasing tone. Between friends, what does it matter if there is intervention? Yi Suifeng, no dit genti, accepting Gu Wanxin's kudovi. After concluding their conversation, Gu Wanxin departed with satisfaction. Yi Suifeng toyed with the jade slip for a moment before tossing it into the nearby wastebasket. The Yi family no longer has any need for such traditional methods of conflict. Chapter 42, Coming Out of Seclusion. The days leading up to the battle at Yanxiao City are drawing near, and the city itself has become increasingly vibrant. Many young talents from other cities have arrived to witness this biennial grand event, eager to gauge their strength against one another. Li Qi is truly extraordinary. Having just turned 18, he is already a formidable presence at the 8th level of Qi transformation. In our Haiyan City, he would undoubtedly be among the elite. Exclaimed a dark-skinned youth from Haiyan City. Truly a product of a remote village. While the 8th level of Qi transformation is indeed commendable, he would not even be in contention for the top ranks in our Xianxia City, scoffed a noble young lady from Xianxia City, her disdain evident as though she were gazing upon a country bumpkin. However, within the jurisdiction of Su City, Huangyi City undeniably stands as the most prosperous and formidable, possessing the capital to look down upon other cities. While the young Master Tang, Xiaoqing from the Tang family, who at the tender age of 17 has reached the 10th level of Qi transformation, a voice from Yanxiao City, filled with reluctance, sought to elevate Tang Xiaoqing's stature. Yet, the young lady merely scoffed, stating, I shall say this, in Huangyi City, there are at least a handful of individuals who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 16. Silence enveloped the crowd. 16 years of age. At the foundation establishment stage, such is the mark of a prodigy. It is no wonder that Huangyi City is hailed as the closest entity to Su City. Yanxiao City and Haishi City still have considerable distance to cover. At this juncture, the noble young lady spoke again. Are there not 3 prominent families? Why have I only heard of the Li and Tang families? What are the talents from the 3rd family? She had come out for leisure, fortuitously passing through Yanxiao City, and upon learning of the biennial grand event, decided to witness the spectacle. However, the news over the past few days had predominantly revolved around the young talents of the Li and Tang families, while the 3rd family seemed to be conspicuously absent. That family is the Yi family, the weakest among the 3. If the Li and Tang families cannot compare to the families of Huangyi City, then the Yi family stands even less chance. That is utter nonsense. Our Phoenix Fairy, our Rumor Fairy, and the Dragon Master are all in seclusion. Should they emerge, they would surely leave Huangyi City searching for their teeth. A newly initiated cultivator from a Yi family retorted loudly. With only 3 days remaining until the Battle of Yanxiao City, they are still in seclusion? Are they perhaps waiting until the conclusion of the grand event to make their appearance? Another laughed. Indeed, tomorrow marks the Zue Menghui. If the Yi family members have yet to arrive, I suspect they are preparing to forfeit. The Zue Menghui is a grand gathering before the Battle of Yanxiao, organized by the proprietor of Zue Meng Tower, intended for the young scions of the 3 prominent families to meet in advance, thereby stoking anticipation for the forthcoming conflict. The Phoenix Fairy and the others will surely return. The Yi family cultivator, after delivering a fierce retort, slipped away, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Yet, the noble young lady from Huangyi City revealed a glimmer of interest. Phoenix Fairy, Rumor Fairy. It appears the female cultivators of the Yi family may be even more exceptional. She mused that perhaps, in the future, they might discover a suitable candidate for a consort among them. Consider yourselves fortunate. As discussions regarding the Yi family's combatants escalated within Yanxiao City, Yindu personally visited Yi Suifeng multiple times to inquire about their current conditions and cultivation levels, much to Yi Suifeng's vexation. Fine, the initial training should suffice. I shall see what they have accomplished. Having made his decision, Yi Suifeng's figure vanished from the study. He first arrived at the Nine Heavens, where he beheld Yi Huang, still absorbed in her cultivation within the bubble. Surrounding the bubble is an ever-changing kaleidoscope of radiant hues, each beam of light concealing boundless, formidable power and intricate rules. These luminous threads gently seep into the bubble, transforming into wisps of mist that swirl around Yi Huang's form. At this moment, Yi Huang's expression is solemn. Her eyes tightly shut. Flecks of violet mist are gradually inhaled into her being. It appears she has a particular affinity for the color purple. The 7 beams of light each harbor distinct energies. Purple signifies destruction. As Yi Huang continues to inhale the purple mist, a slender, petal-like purple mark flickers at her brow, oscillating between brightness and dimness. Indeed, she has already forged a connection with the path of destruction. It seems I must nurture her temperament henceforth, lest her wrath inadvertently shatter Xianxia city. Yi Suifeng smiles. The path of destruction is terrifying. Its might surpasses all forms of attack, standing at the apex of power. Even the most supreme techniques of the heavenly grade pale in comparison. The progress through the Qi transformation stage has been somewhat slower than anticipated. Evidently, this month, her focus has been predominantly on the path of destruction. In just a month, Yi Huang has leapfrogged from the 3rd to the 7th level of Qi transformation. However, this only reflects the effects of the purple mist's essence. Had she devoted herself solely to enhancing her cultivation, she might have already established her foundation. That is sufficient. Effortlessly defeating opponents of the same level is within her grasp. Yi Suifeng's figure flickers as he approaches Yi Huang, gently rousing her from her meditative state. Yi Huang opens her eyes, and the purple petals at her brow gradually fade, leaving only the faintest trace behind. Father! Yi Huang resists, her joy radiating as she gazes upon her father. Having witnessed the highest echelons of power in this world, she appears more composed than a month prior. Her once sharp edges now softened. Time is up, Yi Suifeng states. Is this the end of my training here? Yi Huang's expression reflects a hint of reluctance. She is acutely aware of the immense benefits her training here has bestowed upon her. What are you pondering? Yi Suifeng chuckles, then produces a vibrant, multicolored ribbon, extending it to her. Since you cherish this place, it shall be your exclusive training room. This ribbon is the key. As long as you silently recite it in your heart, you can return anytime, he explains. After investing so much thought, it is certainly not a one-time affair. He had prepared the key well in advance. Thank you, father, Yi Huang exclaims, elated, instinctively yearning to leap into Yi Suifeng's embrace as she once did. But ultimately she refrains. The 6 months of experience have indeed matured her. She understands that to attain true independence, she must not cling to the comforting warmth of her father's arms. Yi Suifeng lets out a slight sigh, stepping forward to envelop Yi Huang in his embrace. Little Huang, your future is destined for greatness. Boldly forge ahead. I shall always watch over you. Yi Huang buried her head in Yi Suifeng's chest, nodding slightly. After a brief moment, the two parted ways. Yi Suifeng then retrieved a pale, purple velvet robe adorned with a golden-red phoenix and draped it over her shoulders. Let us go and create your own brilliance. Chapter 43, The Wish. In the void space, the vast river of time, stretching endlessly from the ancient past to an infinite future, flowed immeasurably. Above this river, a grand arena, entirely composed of dark slate, hovered in midair. Within the arena, 2 figures clad in white engaged in a fierce battle. Each wielded a spear, and their clashes resonated with tremendous force. Bang! With a resounding thud, one of the combatants was struck hard and sent flying backward. He crouched down, struggling to regain his footing, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I told you, you could never be my rival. Surrender, Buffet Shui declared indifferently, standing with his spear at the ready. Since arriving here inexplicably a month ago, he had been locked in combat with this upstart. The boy showed considerable talent, rapidly advancing amidst the skirmishes. Unfortunately, their strengths remained incommensurate. I have already declared that I will never give up. Yi Long wiped the blood from his lips, rising with unwavering resolve and fervor. Come to me again, he bellowed, ready to charge forward once more. However, a brilliant light immobilized him. Yi Suifeng slowly descended before him. Uncle? Yi Long queried, a hint of confusion evident. Soon realizing that the time had come, it seemed to have made remarkable progress, Yi Suifeng observed, surveying him. In just a month, Yi Long's transformation exceeded even that of Yi Huang. His cultivation had ascended from the 5th to the 8th level of transformation Qi. More critically, he now exuded an aura akin to a divine spear, brimming with an insatiable thirst for battle. It appeared that Yi Suifeng's earlier concerns were unfounded. "Uncle, could you grant me a bit more time? I am on the verge of success." Yi Long implored anxiously, fearing that this return might be his last. Yi Suifeng smiled and produced a small token, handing it to Yi Long. "Do not rush, progress steadily. This is the key to the ancient arena. You may return to cultivate whenever you wish." Yi Long trembled as he accepted the token, excitement coursing through him at the thought of battling legendary figures from the past. "Thank you, uncle." Yi Suifeng nodded. "Let us depart." He then glanced at Bu Fei Shui, raising his hand to prepare for another seal. "Senior," Bu Fei Shui called out urgently. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, coming to a halt. Bu Fei Shui exhaled and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this place is where you cultivate your successors, is it not?" Upon noticing Yi Suifeng's silence, he continued, "Your methods are truly extraordinary, leaving the younger generation in awe." Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly, "Let us skip the pleasantries and get to the point." Bu Fei Shui cleared his throat twice, saying, "Senior, I merely wish to inquire when I might be permitted to return. Brought to this place inexplicably to accompany a foolish young lad in training." His pride made it impossible for him to feign indifference. For a month, each time he awoke, he sought a means to escape, only to find himself utterly unsuccessful. Gradually, Bu Fei Shui realized that the creator of this arena possessed formidable powers that far exceeded his imagination. His only hope for departure rested on Yi Suifeng. "You cannot go back." Yi Suifeng provided an answer that was utterly unacceptable to him. Bu Fei Shui's expression darkened. "Senior, is this not a bit excessive? Do you not fear the consequences of imprisoning others at will?" Yi Suifeng chuckled. "Oh, so you understand consequences." "Of course," Bu Fei Shui retorted coldly. "I once read an ancient text which stated that those with great destiny carry immense karmic ties. If one were to forcibly intervene, even a powerful being might not have a favorable outcome. Moreover, I wish to inform you that I have people backing me." His voice turned icy with a threat. Yet, he was not entirely wrong. The higher one's cultivation, the more entangled the karmic ties. The horrors that lay within these ties were immense. Hence, those who wielded power over the realms often operated from the shadows, positioning pawns across the board of existence. Bu Fei Shui was indeed knowledgeable. But this time he was mistaken. Yi Suifeng spoke slowly. "I do not care who your supporters are. My refusal to let you leave will not invoke karma. It is your return that would provoke it. Since you are familiar with the path of karma, you should comprehend the implications of my words." Bu Fei Shui furrowed his brow, and Yi Long, nearby, appeared equally bewildered. Suddenly, Bu Fei Shui's expression shifted dramatically. He took 2 steps back, nearly losing his balance. He pointed at Yi Suifeng, his voice trembling. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Yi Suifeng nodded gently. "Indeed, you are already deceased. I merely extracted your memories and cultivation, reshaping another version of you within this ancient arena. If you were to exit this arena, chaos would ensue. Do you understand? The individual behind you has already forsaken you." Bu Fei Shui's countenance turned frantic. He could hardly believe that he was indeed dead. Yi Suifeng observed him silently. In truth, such revelations should not have been shared with Bu Fei Shui, as they held little significance. Ultimately, he was merely a tool. However, it is of little consequence. This segment of memory can be forcibly erased. Yi Suifeng slowly raised his hand. "Senior," a hoarse voice emerged. "Could you do me a favor? If possible, in the days to come, I shall strive to assist your disciple in transforming into a true paragon of the world." Bu Fei Shui's gaze was steadfast as he spoke. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng nodded. "Speak." He was curious to discover what a deceased individual yearned for most. Bu Fei Shui lifted his head, his eyes brimming with nostalgia, murmuring, "I wish to taste the soil of my homeland. May I?" Yi Suifeng and Yi Long were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a request from Bu Fei Shui. "I thought your desire would be related to Shui Yin'er," Yi Suifeng remarked. "Shui Yin'er was merely a fleeting beauty. She does not warrant such deep affection," Bu Fei Shui replied. "Yet, in a fit of rage, you annihilated an ancient sect for her." Yi Long exclaimed incredulously. "The Xianxia sect?" Bu Fei Shui chuckled softly. "You expect me to spare those who took my beloved from me?" Yi Long's expression reflected disbelief. Was reality truly so? There was no romantic tale of chivalry, nor was there a poignant love story. The fall of the Xianxia sect was merely the consequence of provoking the wrong individual. "Very well, I grant your request," Yi Suifeng declared. "This task is but a trifling effort. Primarily, he found Buffet to be quite intriguing. Thank you, Senior. Buffet expressed his gratitude deeply. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, casting him into a deep slumber. Yi Suifeng waved his hand, and alongside Yi Long, they vanished from sight. On a return journey, noticing Yi Long's pensive demeanor, Yi Suifeng smiled and inquired, "What is it? Has the image of your idol collapsed, leaving you somewhat disconcerted?" Yi Long scratched his head. "It is indeed a bit surprising. However, it is not something I cannot accept. I only care about his strength and whether I can surpass him." Yi Suifeng nodded. In truth, individuals like Buffet possess a resolute heart and a brilliant life. If he remains by your side, it will greatly benefit your future path. Yi Long responded with a thoughtful hum. Suddenly, he looked up, astonished, gazing at Yi Suifeng. "Uncle, do you mean?" Yi Suifeng smiled faintly, offering no words. Was it not merely about resurrecting the departed? Was it not the work of a hidden hand? Was it not the path of cause and effect? As long as he wished it, no one could stand in his way. Chapter 44. The Five of the Yi Family. Yi Huang and Yi Long were personally brought back by Yi Suifeng. Yi Qinyao need not venture out, as she remained within the red dust mirror. In the courtyard, Yi Suifeng took out the red dust mirror, gently tapping its surface. A brilliant light flashed, and the figure of Yi Qinyao gradually materialized within the courtyard. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had yet to fully return from her trials. After a considerable time, she gradually regained her clarity. "Unde, ye Vinyao softly inwudet. Have you found your direction?" Yi Suifeng asked. Yi Qinyao remained silent, merely nodding gently. She stood there, serene as an ethereal being. Her bright eyes were strikingly clear, yet unfathomably deep, like a tranquil ancient well. It was evident that she had undergone a complete transformation. "Uncle, I may need to return to that place for further cultivation," Yi Qinyao stated, being the first to proactively express her desire to continue her training. "Is your direction still unclear?" Yi Suifeng asked with interest. "No, Jane Jiao Place. In the first layer of time, I understood the path my future would take. I wish to re-enter the second layer of time." "Oh, Ye Suifeng éclamet une surprise." The realm of mundane existence comprises 3 layers of time. In the first layer, a single day equates to a year. Originally, Yi Suifeng had intended for her to undergo a month of training in the first layer, which would amount to a full 30 years, sufficient time to discover her direction. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Qinyao sought more than that. In the second layer of time, a single day corresponds to 10 years. "Uncle, I wish to enter and complete my journey through the mundane," she declared, extending her delicate fingers. An ethereal silhouette of an ancient guqin gradually materialized before her. As she gently plucked the strings, an extraordinary melody filled the courtyard. The willow trees above them began to sway gracefully, seemingly animated by the enchanting tune. A single willow leaf fell upon Yi Qinyao's shoulder. Once withered, it began to transform, gradually regaining its vibrant green hue, ultimately bursting forth with life. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Yi Qinyao. Her cultivation surged dramatically, instantaneously breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. This momentum did not cease, escalating to the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. It was only upon reaching the 12th layer of Qi transformation that she gradually reined herself in. Witnessing this scene, Yi Suifeng smiled and nodded in approval. He refrained from inquiring about the direction Yi Qinyao had discovered. The essence of such matters is inherently elusive, and finding one's true heart is of paramount importance. The mirror of mundane existence has many functions. Ponder its significance carefully upon your return. Yi Suifeng gifted her the mirror, which had been intended for her all along. A word of caution: do not hastily enter the 3rd layer of time unless you are fully prepared. A moment's carelessness there could lead to becoming lost within. Yi Qinyao nodded. "Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware." "Very well." Yi Suifeng waved his hand, returned to reflect and prepare for the battle in 3 days. After sending her away, Yi Suifeng contemplated for a moment before turning and vanishing from sight. He subsequently appeared in a realm of gray, a dreamlike void. Uncertain of her whereabouts, Yi Suifeng pondered how the spirited little Yi Xiaoxiao was faring in this realm. To his surprise, as he scanned his surroundings, Yi Xiaoxiao's figure was nowhere to be found, replaced only by an endless swarm of gray, wriggling insects. Suddenly, a cerulean halo materialized behind him. A slender hand emerged from the luminous circle, brandishing a vividly colored dagger. aimed menacingly at his back. With a resounding clang, the moment the dagger made contact with Yi Suifeng's body, it shattered into a myriad of fragments. Startled, the little hand quickly retreated, causing the blue halo to shrink and vanish in an instant. Yet, simultaneously, another halo appeared above Yi Suifeng's head. A brick, adorned with the visage of a pig, came hurtling towards his face with great force. Shaking his head, Yi Suifeng seized the small hand, discarding the brick, and remarked, "Enough of this play." With a petulant huff, the blue halo expanded, enveloping Yi Suifeng entirely. The environment around him transformed dramatically. Here lay a fantastical world. The flowers and grasses underfoot were made of candy, while the nearby stream flowed with a rich, fragrant juice. Before him stood a quaint room crafted entirely from pastries. Beneath a massive gardenia, Yi Xiaoxiao swung languidly on a swing, surrounded by plump, bouncing little white rabbits, their antics utterly delightful. In Yi Suifeng's grasp was an absurdly comical monkey. Chirp! Yi Suifeng carelessly tossed the monkey aside and approached Yi Xiaoxiao, grinning, very impressive. "It seems you've learned how to navigate this place." The dream void, a realm straddling the line between illusion and reality, allowed one to conjure anything one desired. Clearly, Yi Xiaoxiao had made significant progress. "Oomph, you deceitful charlatan." Yet, in response to Yi Suifeng's praise, Yi Xiaoxiao turned her head away in a huff, clearly unimpressed. Amused, Yi Suifeng observed her transformation. After a month in this enchanted land, her appearance had changed remarkably. Her twin ponytails had blossomed into a cascade of lush blue-violet hair, nearly as long as her body, gently curling and swaying with the motion of the swing. A hint of gemstone blue adorned her lips, presenting a mischievous allure. "Once we return, I shall grant you 1,000,000 spirit stones as pocket money," Yi Suifeng declared with a laugh, knowing she must still be dreaming of spirit stones. Yet, having made a promise, he would not renege. In a sudden burst of excitement, Yi Xiaoxiao tumbled from the swing and looked up at Yi Suifeng, exclaiming, "How much?" "1,000,000. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao leaped into the air, embracing Yi Suifeng. "Uncle, you're so handsome. I adore you." Yi Suifeng, devoid of sentiment, pushed her away, retorting, "Not so fast. Just moments ago, you intended to strike me with a brick." "Hee hee, I was merely teasing you. Those were crafted from sugar," Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled. "All right." Yi Suifeng smirked. "The Battle of Yunxiao City is about to commence. Gather your strength. I have rewards at stake." "No problem. I shall stealthily raid the Li family's treasury upon my return, and let us see how they can fight then. And that insufferable Tang, Ying from the Tang family. If I encounter her, I shall strip her of her trousers and see how she remains so arrogant." Yi Xiaoxiao rambled on with a flurry of her grandiose schemes. Yi Suifeng, with his hand on his forehead, suddenly regretted allowing her into the dream void realm. He had inadvertently nurtured a little tyrant. Upon returning home, Yi Suifeng sought out Yi Qian once more. After a month of diligent study, Yi Qian had transformed into a more scholarly figure. Moreover, the manuscript Shan Hai Tu Lu, penned by Yi Suifeng himself, had significantly enhanced Yi Qian's abilities. His cultivation had now reached the 6th layer of Qi transformation. As for the other 4, Yi Huang stood at the 7th layer of Qi transformation, Yi Long at the 8th, Yi Qiniao had attained the 12th layer, achieving great perfection, and Yi Xiaoxiao at the 7th layer. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family had officially emerged from their seclusion. A tempest was on the horizon. Chapter 45, The Drunken Dream Gathering. The Drunken Dream Garden, an expansive amusement park constructed by the Drunken Dream Pavilion, is situated right at the heart of Yunxiao City. On ordinary days, everyone who enters the garden is of notable status and formidable strength. However, on certain significant occasions, the garden opens its doors to a broader audience, such as the biennial battle of Yunxiao City. 3 days prior to the battle, countless young talents are permitted to visit the Drunken Dream Garden, and over time, this has evolved into a tradition, earning the name Drunken Dream Gathering. Today marks the inaugural day of the Drunken Dream Gathering. A multitude of young cultivators poured in, eager to catch a glimpse of the core descendants of the 3 prominent families who were seldom seen. Naturally, forging connections with them would be most advantageous. Yet, the organizers had anticipated this influx. To prevent disturbances to their esteemed guests, the Drunken Dream Garden was divided into 2 sections. The outer layer was designated for ordinary cultivators, while the inner layer accommodated those of noble birth or those who had garnered some renown, along with exceptional talents from other locales. Among them were a dark-skinned youth from Haishi City and an arrogant young lady from Huangya City, each accompanied by their friends and attendants, claiming their own pavilions to relax. Suddenly, a voice rang out in astonishment. The Li family has arrived. The crowd turned, witnessing several young cultivators strolling leisurely. The leader among them, strikingly poised and commanding, was none other than Li Qi. Alongside him were Li Ran, Li Ming, and Li Suifeng. All 4 combatants from the Li family were present, excluding Li Xinga. Someone recognized them. A few days prior, the 3 prominent families had announced their respective lineups for battle. This was customary, a means to generate anticipation and showcase familial influence. The 15 contestants were already well known to the public. Amidst the crowd's gaze, the Li family strolled into the prepared pavilion. Goodness, Li Qi's presence is overwhelming. He must have received some extraordinary fortune, someone exclaimed. The youth from Blackstone City nodded gravely, indeed feeling considerable pressure emanating from Li Qi. However, the girl from Xianxia City merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away with evident disdain. Not even close, she remarked candidly. Some cultivators from Yuntian City felt indignation, yet found themselves unable to retort. After all, Xianxia City was undeniably superior to Yuntian City. Look, the Tang family has arrived. That's Tang Xiaoqing. After a brief moment, another voice called out, seemingly directed at the girl from Xianxia City. Indeed, it captured her attention. All 5 combatants from the Tang family were present. Leading them was a slightly round-faced youth, not particularly tall, holding a folding fan and wearing a warm smile. The other 4 included Tang Nian, Tang Mengxian, Tang Wuhua, and Tang Yingying, a total of 3 males and 2 females. Our Tang Xiaoqing is a prodigy at the 10th level of Qi transformation, someone deliberately remarked towards the girl from Xianxia City. So she scoffed. Yet such cultivation still failed to impress her. However, no one anticipated that after settling in, Tang Xiaoqing would directly approach the girl. Several young male cultivators beside her immediately stepped forward to create a barrier between them. Don't misunderstand. I'm merely here to greet you, Tang Xiaoqing said nonchalantly, smiling. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the little princess of the Nie family from Xianxia City. Nie Xiaoyin, right? You know me? Nie Xiaoyin raised an eyebrow. Only by hearsay, Tang Xiaoqing replied with a grin. Half a year ago, I had the fortune of encountering your sister, Nie Fangfei, and I've been hoping for another opportunity to meet. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoyin narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to pursue my sister? No, I simply don't dream. Nie Xiaoyin retorted with a scornful smile. Do you have any idea how many people in Xianxia City are lined up to court her? Among them are outstanding prodigies who have broken through to foundation establishment before the age of 18. What do you count as? Faced with Nie Xiaoyin's unabashed mockery, Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth, but ultimately just shook his head with a smile. We are merely friends. You can remind her when you return that she still owes me a drink. With that, Tang Xiaoqing cupped his hands and took his leave. Nie Xiaoyin snorted twice, her expression brimming with pride. This scene only served to further aggravate the cultivators of Yunxiao City. Could it be that even Tang Xiaoqing could not command the respect of this young girl from Xianxia City? If he cannot, then who can? What the Yi family? Why have they not yet arrived? Even if they do, what good will it do? If Li Tang cannot succeed, can they truly reclaim their honor? Perhaps the previous rumors hold a grain of truth. The Yi family may very well abandon this battle in Yunxiao City. The crowd engaged in fervent debate. At that moment, a group slowly made their entrance. They have arrived, but why only 2? Yi Huang and Yi Long led the way, followed by a retinue of their own followers. They casually found a pavilion and took their seats. The others were abuzz with speculation. This was the Drunken Dream Festival, a crucial event where families competed for influence. Yet the Yi family had sent only 2 representatives? Where was the enchanting Xianxia? I came here today specifically for her. Alas, I had hoped to rely on the Yi family to regain our standing, but now all hope seems lost. Nie Xiaoyin's face was also etched with disappointment. She had come see the 3 women of the Yi family to assess their suitability as her attendants. Yet only one had appeared, and apart from her beauty, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. What letdown. The reactions of those around them did not escape the notice of Yi Huang and Yi Long. Yi Huang shook her head and remarked, Sister Qingyao is truly wise. She wisely avoided such a spectacle. It feels as though we have transformed into rare and exotic beasts. On display for all to gawk at, she added. Yi Long chuckled, you'll grow accustomed to it. People like us will frequently encounter similar situations. The title of young prodigy is both a badge of honor and a form of restraint. Yi Huang nodded, as the Tianwan Hall gained prominence. She too had begun to understand the sentiment. though she was not yet fully accustomed to it. Sister Xianxia has changed so much. She seems to have transformed into an older sister all of a sudden. Xiao, too. When I saw her yesterday, I was taken aback. She looked like a little sprite. Ye Huang, remark it. Is she planning to steal your sword? Yi Long teased. I had a similar encounter. She attempted to make off with the long spear that my uncle had just gifted me, but I managed to catch her. After a month of intense training, everyone's transformations were quite significant. Take you, for example. You're becoming increasingly inscrutable, he added. Yi Huang smiled. The same could be said of you. The two shared a knowing glance and clinked their cups together. Yi Long suddenly noticed with surprise that there was wine in Yi Huang's cup. In the Yi family, especially among the core disciples, alcohol was strictly regulated, intended to prevent the core family members from indulging in decadence and excess. Cousin this, he began. It was a gift from my father, Yi Huang replied softly, savoring a sip that left a fragrant aftertaste. He said, I have grown up. I truly envy you. Yi Long exclaimed, glancing at the tea in his cup, which suddenly seemed far less appealing. Just then, an exquisite wine jug was presented before him. My father remarked that we have all grown up. Yi Huang smiled in response. Yi Long shared a knowing smile, lifted his hand to empty his cup, and filled it with wine, clinking glasses with Yi Huang once more. The exquisite spirit flowed down his throat, refreshing and invigorating, a true delicacy. A jolt of realization coursed through Yi Long's mind, soon followed by a moment of clarity. How could a gift from his uncle be anything less than extraordinary? By the way, Brother Long, Yi Huang inquired after finishing her drink, what exactly is this drunken dream gathering for? Are we merely to sit idly? Yi Long burped, reluctantly setting down his cup. Certainly not. Each drunken dream gathering serves to showcase the influence of various families. How is this influence demonstrated? It varies each time. He pondered before continuing. Sometimes it's a display of wealth, other times it's about treasures, or even the prowess of followers. We shall see how they choose to present themselves. Yi Huang curled her lip in disdain. How dull. It sounded like a child's game. Yi Long chuckled. Who can argue with that? Yet, this is what everyone relishes. We simply have to wait. At that moment, a young cultivator approached the pavilion where the Yi family was gathered. Fengji dutifully obstructed his path. What business do you have? Fengji queried. The young man, brimming with arrogance, disregarded Fengji entirely, gazing upward as he declared, You must be Yi Huang of the Yi family. My lady wishes to meet you. Yi Long furrowed his brow, regarding him intently. May I ask which family you represent? Before he could finish a question, a resounding thud echoed as Yi Huang slammed her palm onto the table. Without turning around, her voice was icy. This is Xianxia City. If she wishes to see me, let her come in person. Chapter 46. I am arrogant. Within the drunken dream garden, when one of Nie Xiaoying's followers approached the Yi family, nearly every gaze turned towards him. They were unaware of Nie Xiaoying's intentions or how the Yi family would respond. When the follower extended the invitation to Yi Huang, the atmosphere grew tense. Would this encounter unfold like the previous humiliations inflicted by the Li and Tang families upon this proud young woman? However, Yi Huang's reaction took everyone by surprise. This is Xianxia City. If she wishes to meet me, let her come in person. Such boldness was breathtaking. The cultivators of Xianxia City felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the voice of our city's elite. Yet, some were filled with concern. If they angered Nie Xiaoying, would misfortune not surely follow? All eyes remained fixated on the unfolding drama. After being rebuffed by Yi Huang, the young follower stood stunned, seemingly at a loss for words. What did you say? He questioned, unable to believe his ears. Since their arrival in the City of Clouds, they had descended upon it with an overwhelming force, and none dared to challenge their authority. Yet now, they found themselves publicly disregarded. Is my message unclear? Ye Huang, remarque it coolly, not deigning to cast a glance in his direction. Clang! Fengji stepped forward at the opportune moment, drawing his sword just an inch from its sheath, unleashing a formidable aura that reverberated through the air. Under the guidance of Yi Suifeng, the prowess of the four guardians had ascended to the 6th layer of the Danfu realm, akin to the 9th layer of the Qi transformation stage. However, they sought even greater strength. The follower of Nie Xiaoying had merely just stepped into the Qi transformation realm and could hardly withstand such pressure. In an instant, he was forced to retreat several steps. How formidable! Have they finally encountered a challenge? Let us see how he maintains his arrogance. The crowd erupted in applause. The young cultivator from the inner sect appeared flustered, his face alternating between shades of green and red, clearly embarrassed. I hope you comprehend that my lady is the little princess of a Nie family from Xianxia City. He attempted to leverage Nie Xiaoyin's name to intimidate Yi Huang. At that moment, Yi Huang finally turned, her gaze sweeping across him. He puffed out his chest, his expression one of pride, believing that the name Nie Xiaoyin would once again wield its influence. I too hope your lady understands that this is not Xianxia City, and her status holds no value in my eyes. With that, Yi Huang turned her back once more, resuming her drink. The young cultivator's countenance darkened, as if he could weep. I hope you do not regret this, he declared before storming away. Yi Long observed the composed Yi Huang with a complex expression and remarked, "Cousin, are we perhaps being a bit too arrogant?" Yi Huang shocked lightly. Yi Long nodded in agreement. His reputation had long preceded him, and he had witnessed many similar scenes. Generally, in such circumstances, there was an unspoken understanding. Even if enmities existed, appearances were typically maintained. Instances like Yi Huang's, where one boldly tore the mask off and acted without restraint, were exceedingly rare. He believed Yi Huang was simply lacking in experience. I have heard of the Nie family from Xianxia City. They are a remarkably powerful clan. We need not make enemies over trivial matters, Yi Long explained. However, Yi Huang merely shook her head gently. Cousin, times have changed. Have you not perceived the recent movements of our family? My father's desire is to enhance our strength, expand our influence, and broaden our territory to the greatest extent possible. Under such circumstances, how can we afford to be patient? Yi Long fell silent. The recent transformations within the family had indeed been rapid and overwhelming for him to fully grasp. Yet, he was still somewhat apprehensive about provoking a formidable adversary. Yi Huang sighed softly. Cousin, have you forgotten what father has said? Our Yi family no longer fears anyone. Do you not believe him? Do you truly wish to lead a life of safety and stability, shunning the thrill of vengeance? Yi Long was momentarily taken aback. Who wouldn't he desire the exhilaration of retribution? Yet, reality often forbids such caprices. A single misstep could plunge both oneself and one's loved ones into an abyss of despair. Unless, of course, one possesses an unwaveringly formidable ally. As Yi Long contemplated this, a sudden epiphany struck him. His uncle, wasn't he precisely that? His power was almost incomprehensible. Even someone as formidable as Bu Feishui was merely a tool in his uncle's hand. What was there to fear then? A long-suppressed vigor, the spirit of youth, began to rise within Yi Long. I may not yet be accustomed to such a life. Thank you for awakening me. He smiled and raised a toast to Yi Huang. Yi Huang replied with a grin. Regardless of who Nie Xiaoyin may be, we have no reason to cower. To do so would only disappoint our father. The two of them drank deeply and laughed heartily. Suddenly, a sharp rebuke pierced the air nearby. What a worthless fool. Nie Xiaoyin struck one of her followers across the face, rendering him disoriented and lost. Miss, that Yi Huang is utterly arrogant. I mentioned your name, and she disregarded me entirely, the young cultivator lamented, his voice quivering. Nie Xiaoyin's eyes glinted with cold disdain. Are you implying that my reputation is insufficient, leading to your humiliation? The young cultivator trembled, hastily kneeling and repeating, No, it is my incompetence, my incompetence. With a haughty sniff, Nie Xiaoyin rose and descended. She regarded her kneeling follower with evident disgust. She motioned, and two other followers helped him to his feet. Let us proceed. I wish to see just how audacious a mere Yi family can be. With that, they made their way toward the Yi residence. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to witness the impending confrontation. Soon, Nie Xiaoyin and her entourage arrived at the Yi family's domain, where Yi Huang and Yi Long also took note of their approach. As they stood firm, Nie Xiaoyin suddenly struck her follower in the back with immense force. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Hey Yi, how dare you injure my servant? What punishment do you deserve? Nie Xiaoyin shouted loudly. The onlookers erupted in outrage. To falsely accuse someone in such a manner was utterly outrageous. With a powerful background, one could act with impunity. The crowd buzzed with fury, never having witnessed such audacity. They turned their gazes toward Yi Huang, pondering how she would respond to this blatant provocation. Behold, this is the audacity displayed by scions of prominent families, they murmured. Yi Huang smiled at Yi Long and rose to her feet. From her elevated position, she gazed down at the diminutive figure before her. With merely a cultivation level of the second tier, he had managed to command respect from those far more powerful than himself. Truly, having a strong background allows one to act with unrestrained arrogance. Is he your subordinate? Yi Huang inwided. Nie Xiaoyin gazed at the composed Yi Huang, squinting her eyes as she replied, "Indeed, what do you propose?" Ye Huang chuckled it softly. "Since you acknowledge it." "Very well." She gradually descended, declaring, "Your man is arrogant and disrespectful, his every word and action utterly revolting. So much so that all the cultivators of Yinxiao City present are unable to even eat. Hence, since he is under your command, you shall compensate on his behalf 100,000 spirit stones as a form of emotional damages. Otherwise, you shall not leave today." Upon finishing her statement, Yi Huang waved her hand, and her companions, Feng Zhi and others, immediately surged forward, encircling Nie Xiaoyin and drawing their swords, exuding a menacing aura. Yi Huang stood with her hands clasped behind her back. This tactic was known as using one's own methods against them. "You slander me to my face. Then I shall extort you openly. I will be audacious. What will you do about it?" Chapter 47. The distinction surrounded by a throng of fierce and intimidating figures. Nie Xiaoyin momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Throughout her life, she had always held the power to declare guilt upon others. She had never encountered someone who would confront her so brazenly with extortion. This left her feeling utterly incredulous. "Yi Huang, how dare you slander me?" Nie Xiaoyin exclaimed loudly. "Slander? What slander?" Yi Huang shuruk. "I believe everyone present can attest to your boastful and contemptuous remarks, as well as your blatant insults towards the cultivators of Yinxiao City. Would you not agree?" Yi Huang glanced around at the assembled cultivators. "Yes, absolutely. It is utterly disgusting. Indeed, we can all bear witness. Such an arrogant individual daring to act so insolently before the proud of Yinxiao City. Humph, unworthy of mercy." The onlookers vociferously echoed their sentiments. Nie Xiaoyin's recent behavior had already ignited a fire of fury within them, and they had simply awaited an opportunity to vent their frustrations. Now, with Yi Huang standing in front of them, they felt emboldened to rebuke Nie Xiaoyin loudly. Yi Huang smiled slightly. "You see, this is the wrath of the people. Thus, without 100,000 spirit stones, you truly shall not depart." Listening to the uproar around her, Nie Xiaoyin's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. In her entire life, she had never encountered someone so audacious. 100,000 spirit stones were not a trivial sum for her. Yet if she were to relent here, where would her dignity reside? "Yi Huang, are you serious?" Nie Xiaoyin said in a low voice. What do you think?" Yi Huang replied, drawing her sword and pointing it directly at Nie Xiaoyin. The cold gleam emanating from the blade flickered in her eyes. "If you dare to harm me, I will ensure your Yi family is eradicated from existence," Nie Xiaoyin proclaimed loudly. "Then let us see," Yi Huang retorted, her smile fading as she took deliberate steps toward Nie Xiaoyin. With each step she took, her aura intensified. A nearly tangible sword intent descended upon Nie Xiaoyin, overwhelming her with a suffocating pressure. Instantly, a chill ran through her, realizing that this individual was genuinely intent on making a move. Panic surged within her as she retrieved a delicate jade talisman and forcefully crushed it. "Elder Wu, please come quickly," she cried out in desperation. In a refined chamber on the upper floor of the Dream Fragment Pavilion, an elderly gentleman with a benevolent countenance leisurely sipped his wine, reveling in the enchanting dance of the beauties below. Suddenly, a flicker of alertness sparked within him, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Who dares to harm my young lady?" he exclaimed as he soared into the air. However, just as he broke free from sight, he gradually descended once more. Accompanying his descent was another figure, whose hand rested lightly on the elder's shoulder, seemingly weightless, yet instilling within the elder an overwhelming sense of dread. "Let the children handle their own affairs," the newcomer declared. It was Yi Suifeng. The elder, aghast, could hardly fathom that within the seemingly humble Cloudy Sky City, such a formidable cultivator existed. His own out-of-body strength felt utterly insignificant before this presence, leaving him with no chance of resistance. The two resumed their positions by the observation window, as Yi Suifeng casually picked up a spiritual fruit from a table, his gaze fixed on the dancers below. "Senior," the elder stammered, swallowing hard, "this young man is truly inscrutable. I cannot discern his origins or allegiances. Those are the four renowned courtesans of the Dream Fragment Pavilion. Performing together, such a sight is rare, so take a moment to appreciate it," Yi Suifeng remarked, gesturing towards the beauties below. The elder, however, was anxious, his mind preoccupied with Nie Xiaoyin's plight. The shattering of her talisman indicated she was facing a formidable adversary, and if anything befell her, he too would share in the consequences. "Senior, I must intervene. I am her protector," he finally asserted, stealing himself. Yi Suifeng glanced at him with a smile, advising, I would strongly recommend against that. The entity backing that individual is both graceful and imposing, with depths unfathomable, and a temperament that can turn volatile. Your interference would only invite your demise. Thus, it is best for you to remain here and enjoy the dance. The elder cast a dubious look at Yi Suifeng, questioning if he was not, in fact, referring to himself. Regardless, he found himself too intimidated to act. What if the temperament truly turned fierce? Meanwhile, Xianxia, after shattering the talisman, awaited her protector's arrival, yet nothing came. Watching as Yi Huang approached her step by step, she felt the oppressive aura reach its zenith, leaving her breathless. The murderous intent radiating from him was palpable. In that moment, Xianxia was gripped by genuine fear, trembling uncontrollably. As Yi Huang closed the distance to merely 3 steps, she finally succumbed, collapsing onto the ground in despair. "Ooh, you are bullying me," she cried out, tears streaming down her face in a public display of vulnerability. Yi Huang was taken aback, inadvertently touching her nose, feeling somewhat awkward. "Where has your previous arrogance vanished? If I were to strike you now, would that not seem like bullying a young girl? Yet, I'm merely 15 myself." Yi Huang shook her head, retracting her sword. This Xianxia was simply a spoiled child. "I shall not trouble you. Present me with 100,000 spirit stones, and you may depart." Xianxia sobbed, hastily retrieving a storage pouch and handing it over. "This is all the pocket money I possess." Yi Huang opened it to inspect, discovering it contained over 100,000 spirit stones. Indeed, from a prominent family, her allowance was substantial. No wonder she behaved so recklessly each day. Somewhere far away, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly sneezed several times. Yi Huang produced the 100,000 spirit stones and returned the remainder. "Well then, since I have compensated for your emotional distress, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave." Lowering her head, Xianxia rose from the ground, daunted and without further words. She turned to slip away into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Her followers, equally embarrassed, fled in haste. "Haha, that is immensely satisfying. Hurry back to Huangye City. Yinshao City is not a place for you to flaunt your power. Such is the pride of the Yi family, truly exceptional." The other cultivators exclaimed with delight. Many praised Yi Huang, noting how, despite being humiliated by the Li and Tang families, she resolutely fought back. With a thunderous approach, she restored Yinshao City's honor. This was the true young talent in their eyes. Compliments flowed in abundance. Seeing this, Yi Huang waved her hand grandly, declaring, "This 100,000 spirit stones also belong to you all. Therefore, today's expenses will be charged to my name, Yi Huang." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement, marveling at the extraordinary nature of the Yi family's core descendants. In stark contrast, the Li and Tang families appeared quite impoverished, with only a few individuals maintaining amicable relations with them. Having concluded her business, Yi Huang returned to the pavilion. Observing the bustling atmosphere, Yi Long chuckled, saying, "It seems this dreaming intoxication event will end prematurely." "What do you mean?" Yi Long gestured towards the surrounding cultivators, stating, "Did I not mention that the competition in the dreaming intoxication revolves around family influence? The outcome is now clear. One must admit, your handling of the situation was exceedingly formidable." "You flatter me, cousin. I am merely relying on my father's reputation. Ultimately, I am not much different from that Xianxia." Yi Huang replied, shaking her head. "Not at all." Yi Long pointed to the injured Xianxia, abandoned by her followers, then glanced at those standing beside Yi Huang. "This is where your differences lie." Chapter 48. He is so handsome. Within the dreaming intoxication pavilion, as one performance concluded, the hall erupted in applause. Yi Suifeng also joined in the clapping. The dance of this world is indeed a remarkable spectacle. A few naturally beautiful maidens, with their exquisite figures, captivate the heart with every smile and movement. Their grace is effortless yet dazzling, subtle yet utterly enchanting. As Yi Suifeng remarked, they danced splendidly. The elderly gentleman beside him hurriedly concurred, though he was already drenched in sweat, restless and incapable of appreciating the beauty surrounding him. "What a tedious fellow." Yi Suifeng shook his head and said, "Enough, you may take your leave." The old man, as if granted a reprieve, fled the Zui Meng Lu. Soaring towards Xiaoyin's position, Yi Suifeng adjusted himself into a more comfortable posture, continuing to relish the next performance. With him present, no one could harm his daughter. At Zui Meng Yuan, the appearance of Xiaoyin transformed this year's Zui Meng Hui into a private affair for the Yi family. The majority of the cultivators from Yinxiao City stood in support of the Yi clan, a gesture of goodwill and confidence in their future. With such formidable core descendants, the prospects for the Yi family appeared exceedingly bright. Meanwhile, the other two families languished in solitude, merely entertaining themselves with their own company. How dull it was, especially since they were powerless against Nie Xiaoyin. Lacking both the strength and the audacity to confront the Nie family of Huangye City, they were left with no options. As the days swiftly passed, a small incident occurred near its conclusion. Tang Yining of the Tang family, a voluptuous 18-year-old, was known for her bold attire, often revealing much of her form. However, a sudden gasp arose from a group of cultivators, who began pointing and discussing animatedly, some even whistling with audacity. Upon looking down, Tang Yining realized that the delicate undergarment she wore had mysteriously vanished, nearly exposing her entirely. Shocked and ashamed, she was soon consumed by a wave of fury, vowing to catch the pervert who had stolen her garment. After an extensive search, she found nothing. As night fell and everyone prepared to depart, an ornate piece of undergarment tumbled from Li Qi's embrace. It was none other than Tang Yining's. In an instant, her anger erupted, and she was ready to confront Li Qi, almost igniting a battle in Yunxiao City, thankfully restrained by Tang Xiaoqing. Li Qi, bewildered, fervently insisted he was not the culprit. Meanwhile, within the Yi family's pavilion, a girl with long, purple-red hair chuckled merrily. You vanish all day, only to engage in such antics? Ye Huang remarque it, somahat sipikdes. Indeed, how amusing. Yi Xiaoxiao blew a large bubble with the candy in her mouth, candidly acknowledging it, while her gaze mischievously wandered towards Yi Huang's burgeoning bosom. You may give it a try, she teased. Yi Huang's expression darkened immediately. With a pop, the bubble burst, and Yi Xiaoxiao giggled. Not at all. We are united in purpose, standing as one against the world. Meanwhile, Yi Long instinctively tightened his belt. His cousin had become unsettlingly peculiar. Her remarkable skills were nothing short of mysterious, leaving him to wonder what their uncle had imparted to her. The dream of drunkenness had effectively concluded after the first day, with the core disciples of the three prominent families not returning thereafter. Only the remaining practitioners convened, discussing the events of the first day and the impending battle for Cloud City. Amidst eager anticipation, the battle for Cloud City finally commenced. The city was teeming with practitioners, with many from neighboring towns arriving, eager to witness the contest among the talented scions of the prominent families. Must it be this way? Ye Suifeng pondered it, gazing at the array of extravagant garments before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Sui Yun and Yi Huang, among others, stood nearby. Brother, this is a grand event. Everyone is watching. Please, bear with it, Sui Yun urged. The leaders of the three families would indeed make their appearances at the battle for Cloud City. Yi Suifeng had always donned simple attire, and should he present himself in such a manner, he would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. Some might deem him carefree, yet most would form their first impressions based on appearances. Very well, Yi Suifeng conceded, deciding to conform to local customs. It was not a matter of great significance. There was no need to present himself in a disheveled state or engage in any antics. After a brief interlude, Yi Suifeng emerged, attired in a refined outfit. Yi Huang and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Normally, Yi Suifeng embodied a Juswa Demanor, with little to distinguish him beyond his handsome features. However, after his careful attire adjustments, he appeared transformed, coupled with his increasingly youthful appearance. The title of Cloud City's most handsome man would have to yield. If you continue to look at me like that, I shall stride over bare-chested, munching on corn, Yi Suifeng declared with a scowl. The gathered crowd promptly averted their gazes. Their ancestor was known to be capable of following through on his threats. The thought of such a spectacle was too daunting to contemplate. As the sun reached its zenith, 5 exquisitely adorned carriages set forth at a leisurely pace. The battleground for the Cloud City contest was located at the Tungyun Arena, centrally situated within the city. In truth, it was merely a 15-minute walk from the Yi residence, and the use of carriages was solely for the sake of grandeur. Upon the arrival of the Yi family's procession at the arena, the audience above was already packed to capacity. Their arrival immediately captivated all attention. As in previous years, the Yi family was always the first to arrive. The Yi family is the weakest. Waiting for the other two prominent families is only to be expected. Otherwise, it would surely discomfort others, and they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. An elderly, long-faced cultivator stroked his beard and remarked, Silence. Who are you calling weak? Say that again. Suddenly, several sharp rebukes echoed from around him. The long-faced cultivator was taken aback, glancing around. He saw several young cultivators standing up, their eyes ablaze with anger, as if ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. He was startled. What is going on? Every year, it has been customary to jest about the Yi family. Why has it suddenly become taboo today? Observing the agitated crowd, he fell silent, bowing repeatedly and refraining from further comment. Look, there is the new head of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng. At that moment, someone shouted loudly, and the crowd hurriedly turned to look. A young cultivator was gracefully ascending the steps, making his way to the arena's podium. He exuded an effortless charm, as if descending from the celestial realm to the mortal world. He is so handsome. Is this truly the head of the Yi family? He appears far too youthful. I hereby declare that the title of the most handsome in the village of Dagua in Chitong Town, Xianxia City, is to be relinquished. In one corner of the audience, a few young men dressed in simple blue garments observed the bustling arena, nodding in appreciation. Indeed, this is a world that values appearances. You cannot deny that Yi Suifeng looks quite impressive, with an extraordinary presence. We should keep an eye on their talents. Perhaps we can recruit one or two into our academy. I find it difficult. The chances of encountering genuine prodigies in this small place are exceedingly slim. We must not overlook any potential. Otherwise, we may bring back ridicule. Rest assured, with Senior Zhang Dong here, we will not miss anything. In front of them stood a young man dressed in deep blue robes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 49. Yi Huang takes the stage. At the highest tier of the Tingyun Arena, there was a lofty observation deck, offering an expansive view, the perfect spot for watching the battles. On the observation deck, 3 soft chairs were arranged side by side, with fruits and fragrant tea already laid out on the adjacent table. This was the exclusive area for the 3 family heads. Positioned quite closely together, Yi Suifeng frowned slightly. He did not wish to be so near those 2 individuals. With a gentle flick, the 2 chairs beside him instantly shifted several meters away. Only then did he leisurely take his seat in the center. As for whether the other 2 family heads might have any objections, that was none of his concern. As the sun climbed high in the sky, the carriages of the Li and Tang families finally made their slow entrance. Their procession was far grander than that of the Yi family, complete with a ceremonial escort, extravagant and ostentatious. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, moments later, Tang Zheng and Li Liusu ascended together. When they beheld Yi Suifeng seated at the center, they were momentarily taken aback. Tang Zheng, in particular, exhibited clear displeasure, for that seat had invariably belonged to him. Nevertheless, with the presence of many, they refrained from squabbling over such trivial matters in front of the crowd, lest they become the subject of ridicule. Li Liusu greeted Yi Suifeng with a smile and allowed Tang Zheng to select his position first before finally taking her seat. As a grand bell tolled, the Battle of Yunxiao City commenced. Naturally, such a grand event warranted an opening ceremony, providing certain individuals an excellent opportunity to establish their renown. Prominent powers of Yunxiao City, such as Zue Meng Lu, Wan Baoge, and Mi Xiang Yuan, presented their unique performances. To Yi Suifeng's surprise, Gu Wanxian was revealed to be the host of this battle. Faced with an arena filled with thousands, she exhibited no signs of trepidation, engaging in lively banter. Coupled with her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, she garnered immense enthusiasm from the audience. As the opening concluded, the event transitioned into its main theme. Gu Wanxian began to announce the rules of the Battle of Yunxiao City. These rules were meticulously crafted to ensure fairness, ultimately determining the family rankings based on performance. However, Yi Suifeng found no interest in the details, as the descendants of the 2 families could scarcely pose a challenge to Yi Huang and her companions. Upon finishing her declaration of the rules, Gu Wanxian's voice rang out with fervor. Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the contestant from the Yi family. Yi Huang. Thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by a tidal wave of cheers. A figure clad in a purple robe ascended the stage with a composed demeanor, despite her youth, confidently facing the gaze of thousands. Fairy Huang, I adore you. Fairy, look at me. We met at Zue Meng. Go for it, crush them. The crowd's fervor was palpable. After the events at Zue Meng, Yi Huang's name had become the most celebrated among all contestants. Yi Huang offered a slight smile, gently raising her right hand. The arena swiftly fell silent, all eyes fixated on her gesture. Then, with a sudden fist clench, an aura of battle surged forth. The surrounding crowd erupted. chanting her name in a cacophony that seemed to scatter the very clouds above. "Ha ha, your daughter certainly commands a formidable presence, Yi Laodi," Li Lu Su remarked, half smiling, half serious. The spectacle had even startled him. He had never witnessed a young individual wield such a powerful aura and charisma. "Indeed, I take great pride in her," Yi Suifeng replied with a cheerful demeanor. Li Lu Su's facial muscles twitched, as per convention. Wasn't he supposed to exhibit a touch of humility? Why was he so readily accepting? "This is unconventional," he mused. Too strong a force is prone to break," interjected Tang Zheng from aside. "Indeed, but I remain indifferent," Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Both families found themselves in a moment of discomfort, lapsing into silence. "Uncle One, this is Yi Huang," he introduced. In the audience, a dark-skinned youth turned to the middle-aged man beside him and remarked, "Indeed remarkable." The man nodded gently in agreement. "Yes, she is the most captivating woman I have ever encountered." The youth, gazing intently at Yi Huang in the center of the arena, was visibly entranced. "Ah, Mi Feng, you've finally come to your senses," the middle-aged man chuckled. Mi Feng, feeling a touch of embarrassment, soon replaced it with a melancholic expression. "But she is truly exceptional. Uncle One, I am not worthy of her." "Fear not," the middle-aged man patted his shoulder. "You are, after all, the son of the city lord of Blackstone. And having only trained for 3 years, you have already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Yi Huang." Mi Feng wished to say more, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. "Enough. Once this grand event concludes, I shall speak with the head of the Yi family." Mi Feng turned his gaze back to the figure on the stage, ultimately nodding in agreement. The clamor of the arena persisted for quite some time. As it began to subside, Gu Wanxin, with a smile upon her face, continued, "Next, the Li family, who ranked second last time, shall decide who will face Yi Huang. This was one of the rules of combat. That will not be necessary," Yi Huang suddenly interjected. She glanced at the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing towards one individual among them. "I choose to challenge Li Qi of the Li family." Li Qi, who was seated below, was momentarily taken aback. They had initially planned to send out the weakest, Li Suifeng, to gauge Yi Huang's capabilities. However, they had not anticipated that Yi Huang would take the initiative to challenge. Gu Wanxin, slightly surprised, remarked, "Are you certain? According to the rules, if one challenges proactively, they must engage in the subsequent battle regardless of the outcome." "It matters not," Yi Huang replied with a confident smile. "Today, I aim to demonstrate that the Yi family is no longer what it once was." The noise erupted once more. To choose a series of battles requires not just courage. It is a matter of the future development of one's family over the next 2 years. And one cannot be too cautious. Observing Yi Huang's resolute demeanor, Gu Wanxin sikit softly. "Very well. Let's welcome the pride of the Li family, Li Qi." Li Qi's expression shifted. A few days prior in the Dreaming Garden, although he had only caught a distant glimpse, he sensed that Yi Huang was indeed extraordinary, leaving him perplexed. Yet, recalling his progress over the past few days, he tightened his grip on his sword and stepped onto the stage. "Go, brother Li Qi. Defeat that arrogant brat." Li Qing shouted, remembering the considerable setback she had suffered at Yi Huang's hands during their last encounter at Qingdu Heights. She had vowed to have Li Qi deal with Yi Huang, and now her wish was finally being fulfilled. She held complete confidence in him. Feeling the encouragement from behind him, Li Qi steadied his mind and stepped forward. "Let the battle commence." The first battle of the War of Cloud City has commenced. Yi Huang and Li Qi stand opposite each other, their spirits rising swiftly amidst a cacophony of fervent cheers. Yi Huang ultimately stabilizes at the 8th level of Qi transformation, while Li Qi surpasses the rumored realm, soaring straight towards the 10th level. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. Li Qi has concealed his true prowess. This could spell trouble for the Phoenix Fairy. Concern for Yi Huang mounts among the spectators. Yet, standing across from Li Qi, Yi Huang remains unflappable. "Prepare yourself," Li Qi declares, drawing his sword in an instant. His body flickers across the arena, manifesting numerous illusory figures that dazzle the eye. This is the Shadow Step, an advanced technique of the Xian grade. Li Qi employs such formidable skills right from the outset. Some recognize the martial art he wields. Amidst the astonished gazes, several of Li Qi's figures simultaneously unsheathe their swords, launching a coordinated assault on Yi Huang, seemingly intent on defeating her with the very first strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberates. Li Qi's multiple illusions gradually dissipate, leaving only his true form. However, His attack is firmly blocked by Yi Huang, who has yet to unsheath her sword. All show and no substance, she remarks coldly, a smirk gracing her lips. This is far from over. Li Qi shouts, and suddenly, his sword erupts with fierce flames, 3 fire dragons soaring upward, roaring as they charge toward Yi Huang. This scene evokes memories of her cultivation in the 9 heavens. The violet celestial light appears gentle, yet each inch is composed of countless diminutive divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons before her, when compared to those divine beings, resemble mere fleas next to a colossal Suifeng. She slowly extends her palm. Boom! A tremendous shockwave resonates throughout the arena. The fire dragons, proud and fierce, roar defiantly. Yet, a thin veil of light mist materializes in Yi Huang's palm, effortlessly blocking all the flames, steadfast as a mountain. The searing fire swiftly engulfs half of the arena where Li Qi stands. He hastily retreats. The flames quickly dissipate, but his garments are riddled with large holes, and his handsome visage bears marks of soot. Li Qi's expression darkens, fear flickering in his eyes. How can this individual be so formidable? It seems you have yet to fully master that sword, Yi Huang states calmly. The earlier fire dragons erupted from the sword itself, a manifestation of the weapon's innate abilities. This spirit sword is at least of high-grade Xian quality. Yi Huang glances at her own blade, originally a premium Xian grade sword. However, it had recently been refined by Yi Suifeng, transforming it into a true treasure of the highest Tian grade. Yi Huang, do not let your pride overwhelm you, Li Qi exclaimed, wiping away the soot from his face, his voice laced with fury. While being momentarily repelled was acceptable, it was intolerable for him to have this younger woman critique his cultivation. Then exert yourself more, Yi Huang replied coolly. Li Qi's anger surged within him. You have said it yourself. He clenched his long sword, launching into the shadow step once more. This time, the phantoms on the field multiplied, moving in unison, making them nearly indistinguishable. 10,000 swords forest. All the Li Qis shouted simultaneously. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in a myriad of ominous sword lights, surrounding Yi Huang completely. The dense array was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Once again, he unleashed a profound-grade sword technique, combining shadow step with 10,000 swords forest, creating a dazzling illusion of countless sword lights intertwining. He was evidently prepared, and it was unimaginable how Yi Huang would withstand this attack. The surrounding spectators wore anxious expressions, their hearts heavy with concern for Yi Huang. Yet, Yi Huang remained unfazed. Although she had only practiced in the 9 heavens for a mere month, she had encountered the essence of annihilation at the Dao level. The sword lights before her were trivial in comparison. With a single hand, she wielded her sword sheath, accurately identifying and countering each real sword light. Too weak. My father was right. You are truly too weak. As she deflected Li Qi's onslaught, Yi Huang remarked. Li Qi's rage intensified, unleashing all his power in a desperate attempt to breach Yi Huang's defenses. However, it was all in vain. Enough. Let's conclude this swiftly. With that, Yi Huang drew her long sword for the first time, executing a horizontal slash. In an instant, the myriad sword lights that filled the arena vanished without a trace. Li Qi's figure flew back like a kite severed from its string, blood spilling onto the ground. Brother Qi, Li Qingya gasped in shock. Kia. On the stage, Li Lushu finally lost the smile that was ever present on his face. Yi Huang slowly sheathed her long sword. In this battle, she had only drawn one strike. Moreover, throughout the confrontation, she had not moved from her original position even a single step. Chapter 50. Let your schemes unfold. Li Qi's instantaneous defeat rendered the entire arena silent. Everyone knew that Yi Huang was powerful. Yet, Li Qi was also a prodigy, not to be underestimated. He possessed a profound-grade movement technique and practiced a profound-grade sword technique, with both disciplines enhancing one another, all while wielding a profound-grade spiritual sword. In Yinxiao City, this was considered an extraordinary level of mastery. No faction, apart from the 3 major families, could produce such a formidable presence. Yet before Yi Huang, he resembled a feeble insect, ruthlessly toyed with and crushed on the spot. Yi Huang, how could she be so formidable? The Phoenix Fairy is magnificent. A voice, tinged with a broken tone, reverberated through the arena, immediately followed by a tumultuous roar akin to a raging sea. They cried out the name of Yi Huang, as if sharing in the glory themselves. The Yi family's seating area erupted in jubilation. Sui Yun, Sui Yu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui, who, the prominent figures of the Yi clan, were nearly moved to tears. Behold, this is our Yi family's prodigy. This is our future. Passion and fervor surged like an unquenchable fire, vibrant and undying. In stark contrast, the Li family presented a different scene. Li Qi lay bloodied at the edge of the stage, with Li Qing'er collapsed upon him, tears streaming down her face. Several clan elders hurried over to assess Li Qi's injuries. On the highest platform, Li Lu Su struggled to contain himself, almost leaping into the arena. That was his son, yet he restrained his emotions. In such a situation, a family head losing composure would be a severe blow to the clan's reputation. Soon, someone approached the stage and whispered to Li Lu Su, gradually alleviating his agitation. Yi Suifeng, your daughter truly strikes with ferocity. Li Lu Su said in a grave tone, having shed all pretenses. Not all, Yi Suifeng replied with a slight smile. He is not dead. He merely has 100 or so broken bones. You, Li Lu Su, filled with rage, nearly lunged at Yi Suifeng to deliver a punch. However, he restrained himself. After years as the head of the Li family, he possessed greater composure than that. An unrefined genius is merely a genius. I advise you to temper her actions, lest she invites disaster one day. Li Lu Su's voice turned cold, a veiled threat indeed. Yi Suifeng chuckled softly, remaining silent. Some individuals seem inclined to narrow their own paths. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng remained silent, his expression grave. Yi Huang was indeed unfathomable. One could not help but wonder if their own kin could once again stand tall among masses. At that moment, Gu Wanxin ascended the stage once more. She regarded Yi Huang with a complex expression. This girl had far exceeded her expectations. Yet what truly astonished her was the influence Yi Suifeng had exerted. Gu Wanxin understood that Yi Huang's brilliance was undoubtedly intertwined with Yi Suifeng. Yi Huang, do you wish to challenge once more? Gu Wanxin inquired. Of course. Yi Huang replied with a smile, glancing towards the Tang family's preparation area. The 5 individuals there immediately grew tense under her scrutinizing gaze. Following the previous battle, no one could afford to underestimate this formidable daughter of the Yi family. I challenge Tang Xiao. Yi Huang was about to declare her challenger when she suddenly paused. Casting a glance at her father on the high platform, she sighed and said, never mind, let them choose their own opponents. To the astonishment of the crowd, with Yi Huang's formidable strength, she could easily have chosen a powerful contender from the Tang family to vanquish, thereby clearing a favorable path for the subsequent 4 fighters from the Yi family. However, unexpectedly, she opted for an alternative route, granting the Tang family more choices, which they would undoubtedly exploit. Moments later, as anticipated, the Tang family dispatched their weakest member, Tang Wuhua, who had merely reached the 6th level of Qi transformation. Having suffered a dismal defeat at the hands of Li Qi, he stood little chance of victory. Clearly, the Tang family intended to use their lesser combatant to stall Ye's elite. This maneuver was entirely within the realm of reason. Yet the audience, indifferent to such strategies, quickly discerned the Tang family's cowardice, erupting in a chorus of boos. With a despondent expression, Tang Wuhua ascended the stage amidst the derision. The battle commenced. Tang Wuhua clasped his fists towards Yi Huang, imploring her for mercy. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful kick struck him squarely in the chest. Tang Wuhua was sent flying off the stage, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he lost consciousness. A swift defeat. After this, Yi Huang, uninterested in the outcome, gracefully turned and departed towards the Yi family's preparation area. Gu Wanxin, momentarily stunned, finally announced, Yi Huang triumphs over Tang Wuhua. Let's extend a warm welcome to the second fighter from the Yi family, Yi Long. The arena erupted in thunderous applause. Although Yi Long did not possess the same illustrious reputation as Yi Huang in Yanxiao City, his title as the master of the True Dragon Pavilion still resonated powerfully. As Yi Long ascended the stage, he coincidentally brushed past Yi Huang. It was uncle who instructed you to do this, wasn't it? Yi Long inquired. Yi Huang, made shuruk. He suggested you should have some fun too. Yi Long felt a pang of embarrassment. For uncle, was this battle merely a game? Very well. Let's indulge in this game. A torrent of fierce battle intent suddenly erupted from Yi Long's being. Throughout the ancient arena, he had faced countless defeats. Yet his indomitable spirit had been tempered to a brilliance akin to the sun. I challenged Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family. Before Gu Wanxin could utter a word, Yi Long boldly declared his target. He too sought a continuous battle. Moreover, he aimed to challenge the strongest among the younger generation of Yanxiao City. The audience's voices nearly became hoarse in their excitement. The Yi family's descendants were undeniably commanding. It was exhilarating. Under the spotlight, Tang Xiaoqing ascended the stage. I have long admired your reputation. The same goes for you. They greeted each other amicably. Yet, in an instant, they were locked in combat. Yi Long wielded his spear with grandiose movements, exuding an imposing presence. However, Tang Xiaoqing lived up to his illustrious name, having reached the 12th level of Qi transformation, concealing his true prowess. With a fan in one hand, his movements were as graceful as a breeze. Both combatants unleashed their techniques in a perilous exchange, their battle becoming a fierce stalemate, with no clear victor emerging. The audience roared in delight. This was the true spectacle they had longed to witness. The battle earlier featuring Yi Huang was exhilarating, yet transpired too swiftly, leaving one yearning for more. Yi Long and Tang Xiaoqing, both distinguished representatives of their respective clans, were renowned figures whose clash had been long anticipated by many. As time progressed, several bloodied wounds adorned Yi Long's form. However, his fighting spirit only intensified. With a spear in hand, he embodied the ferocity of a true dragon, instilling awe across the battlefield. Ultimately, amidst Yi Long's relentless onslaught, Tang Xiaoqing, caught off guard, was struck fiercely, blood spilling forth as he struggled to remain grounded. Yet, Yi Long's assault surged once more. I concede, Tang Xiaoqing cried out, his voice resonating with urgency. The sharp tip of the spear hovered perilously close to his throat. With a resounding thud, Yi Long withdrew his spear, causing a tempest to erupt from his center, dispersing dust and debris in all directions. The spectators' pupils dilated in shock as deep fissures marred the once solid arena. Yi Long triumphs over Tang Xiaoqing. Gu Wanqin declared the outcome of the fierce contest. Subsequently, akin to Yi Huang, Yi Long opted to allow the Li family to select their champion. The Li family, predictably, chose the weakest among them, Li Suifeng, to serve as fodder. Unsurprisingly, Yi Long dispatched Li Suifeng with ease, returning to the Yi family's preparation area. Thus, the Yi family, with one phoenix and one dragon, had secured 4 victories, their path ahead radiant with promise. Meanwhile, on the highest platform, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng appeared as though their faces had turned to the color of burnt metal. After all, their strongest warriors had both fallen. Brother Tang Xiaoqing has also been defeated, Li Liusu remarked suddenly. The two exchanged glances, a flicker of resolve igniting in Li Liusu's eyes as Tang Zheng nodded subtly. Yi Suifeng sat between them, feigning ignorance. Conspiracy? Scheme as you will. Chapter 51, The Law of Retribution. The Yi family celebrated a flawless victory, having vanquished the mightiest warriors of both the Li and Tang clans. This achievement propelled their acclaim to unprecedented heights. The only lamentation among them was the realization that such formidable power is typically reserved for the grand finale. Why reveal all trump cards at the outset, leaving little intrigue for the ensuing battles? However, the third contestant, Yi Qinyao, once again redefined their expectations, radiating an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Yi Qinyao chose to issue a challenge, yet left the decision of her opponent to chance. Previously, she had exhibited considerable prowess, prompting the Li family to err on the side of caution by sending forth the relatively weaker Li Ming, who was at the 7th tier of Qi transformation. Yet Yi Qinyao arrived with a devastating presence, exhibiting the pinnacle of Qi transformation. Moreover, her aura was vastly superior to that of Tang Xiaoqing. The audience was left dumbfounded. What was unfolding with the Yi family? Initially, it was believed that Yi Huang and Yi Long constituted the pinnacle of their combat prowess. However, an even more formidable contender emerged, leaving one astounded. Is this truly a vassal of the Yi family? The revelation is utterly staggering. Undoubtedly, under Yi Qinyao's unreserved assault, Li Ming could not withstand even a single move, being swiftly cast from a stage. Following this, the Tang family, with solemn expressions, opted to forfeit as they perceived that apart from Tang Xiaoqing, none could rival Yi Qinyao. Soon, the 4th bout commenced, with Yi Qian stepping forth as the representative of the Yi family. Drawing a deep breath, he ascended the arena with measured steps, fully unleashing his cultivation, 6th tier of Qi transformation. The audience exhaled in relief. This was the expected narrative. Go for it, Brother Yi Qian. Master Yi, we believe in you. 2 youthful voices rang out, their throats straining with enthusiasm. Surrounding them were many similarly spirited youths, their faces flushed as they fervently cheered. With a smile, Yi Qian acknowledged their support, signaling them with an assuring gesture. Senior Gu, I choose to challenge Li Xinj from the Li family, Yi Qian declared, naming his opponent. The Li family below erupted in ecstatic delight, for Yi Qian appeared to be the most vulnerable adversary, alleviating their previous concerns that he might select a less formidable opponent. Instead, he had chosen Li Xinj, a prodigious talent second only to Li Qi within the Li clan. It was nothing short of reckless. Let's teach him a harsh lesson, the members of the Li family exclaimed with fervor. Watch closely, Li Xinj remarked with a slight smile, gracefully leaping onto the stage, landing directly opposite Yi Qian. The fourth battle was officially underway. Once more, we meet. Vanquish foe, Li Xinj said, wielding a round fan, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. His fair skin and slightly opened peach blossom eyes gave him an air reminiscent of the legendary male fox spirit. I have vowed to bring you to justice with my own hands, Yi Qian replied in a low voice. Observers, overhearing their exchange, were filled with curiosity. Did these two harbor a previous grudge? Indeed, the young girl who had been cheering for Yi Qian moments earlier had reddened eyes, her face marred by unending fury. Oh, what transpired? Inquired a bystander. The girl, her expression sorrowful, recounted a tale of woe. She had once belonged to the jurisdiction of the Li family, hailing from Xianxia town. Her parents were humble garment craftsmen, and she had an elder sister. Although their family was not affluent, they enjoyed a modest yet harmonious existence. However, 2 months prior, the arrival of one individual shattered their tranquil household, Li Xinj. A core member of the Li family, his presence in Xianxia town thrilled many, as it represented a valuable opportunity for social advancement. Moreover, Li Xinj had come to Xianxia town specifically to commission a set of garments, drawn by the region's superior tailoring standards. Subsequently, Li Xinga explored every shop in Xianxia town, though he did not locate his intended target. Instead, he discovered another, the little girl's elder sister. Upon expressing his desire to have the sister serve as his maid, he was met with envious glances from onlookers. However, the girl's parents were filled with trepidation. Being honest folk, they had never contemplated marrying their daughter into a wealthy family. Consequently, Li Xinga was rebuffed. He bore no anger, even commending their principled stance and gifting them an exquisite jade pendant. Yet that very night, a band of masked assailants stormed the girl's home, stealing the pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister. The little girl hid beneath the bed, witnessing the horrific events unfold before her eyes. The following day, the town's officials arrived, hastily concluding that greed had driven the murders. From that moment on, the little girl wandered the streets, forlorn and abandoned. It was then that she encountered Yi Qian, a young man who, besides her parents and sister, brought her a sense of solace. Upon learning of the girl's plight, Yi Qian resolved to track down the greedy villains and bring them to justice. Despite the assailants' considerable experience, Yi Qian managed to uncover vital clues. Following the leads, he stumbled upon an unbelievable truth, Li Xinga. Li Xinga dismissed Yi Qian with disdain, even carelessly tossing the girl's sister aside. However, the sister was battered and traumatized, hardly resembling a human being. Ultimately, she perished in Yi Qian's embrace. Enraged, Yi Qian sought out Li Xinga, armed with a sword. Yet at that time, Li Xinga had already attained the formidable realm of Qi transformation, while Yi Qian was still in the Qi refinement stage. Unsurprisingly, he was swiftly overpowered, left severely injured and subjected to humiliation. Though on the brink of death, Yi Qian's gaze was resolute. I shall ensure you face justice, he declared to Li Xinga. Li Xinga, with a scoff, retorted, You'll never achieve that in this lifetime. He departed with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this tale, those surrounding the little girl were seething with indignation. How despicable, they exclaimed. I've heard whispers that Li Xinga often roams, abducting young women and indulging in depravity. And it appears to be true. He is nothing but scum. They cursed him vehemently, hoping that Yi Qian would deliver a fitting retribution. As Yi Qian gazed upon the haughty Li Xinga, he slowly raised his head. Today, I shall seek justice for all those you have wronged. With that proclamation, he clenched his fist and charged at Li Xinga. You overestimate yourself, Li Xinga sneered, casually flicking his fan, unleashing the full force of his Qi transformation prowess to collide with Yi Qian's fist. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Yi Qian's body was propelled several meters away, nearly flying off the stage. In the past, you were worthless before me. Now, nothing has changed, Li Xinga sneered. However, the retreating Yi Qian performed an unexpected act that astonished everyone. He produced a brush, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he began to inscribe characters in the air. A vertical stroke, a horizontal turn, followed by another vertical stroke. It formed a remarkably simple character for mountain. Yet, upon completing this stroke, a tremendous force descended from above. The spectators instinctively looked up, yet saw nothing. However, in Xianxia's eyes, a colossal black mountain emerged, bearing down upon him with overwhelming might. With a startled cry, Xianxia attempted to evade the impending mountain, but its descent was alarmingly swift. With a thunderous crash, it landed heavily on his shoulder, bending his back and compelling him to buckle his knees and kneel. "How can this be?" Xianxia exclaimed in horror. The mountain was eerily terrifying. It did not possess the ferocity of a real mountain, yet its weight drained every ounce of strength from him. Only by exerting every bit of his energy could he withstand the pressure without being crushed. Xianxia struggled with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, the mountain loomed at the brink of his endurance, inducing excruciating pain. "Do you see? This is the suffering of those you have harmed. They linger above you, gazing down upon you," Yiqian stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Xianxia looked up and was instantly gripped by terror. His shoulder was no longer burdened by a mountain, but by a multitude of familiar figures. Among them stood the sister of the little girl, her gaze fixed on Xianxia, tears of blood streaming down her face, silently accusing him of his transgressions. "No, this can't be," Xianxia screamed in terror. The sight sent chills down his spine. "This is all a lie. You cannot frighten me," he bellowed, unleashing all his fury as he struck at the ominous clouds above with his circular fan. However, he struck only air. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear and everything had vanished, along with the thousands of bewildered spectators. What had happened to Xianxia? No one knew. He suddenly knelt before Yiqian, flailing wildly, battling the emptiness as if a fool. "Look at him, like a simpleton, ha." The crowd laughed. Xianxia banta fabili, his face as pale as death. He realized that the earlier scene was merely an illusion conjured by Yiqian. Anger surged within him. He turned to Yiqian, a boundless fury threatening to engulf him. Yet at that moment, Yiqian inscribed a second character, C. A chilling breeze swept in, led by Xianxia. Not this again. Xianxia seethed with rage, ready to strike. Yet, before he could make a move, a ferocious wind howled, nearly toppling him. A damp, metallic scent, mingled with the stench of blood, invaded his nostrils. Beneath his feet, he felt the sensation of liquid flowing. Merely an illusion. Is that all you can muster? Xianxia bellowed, opening his eyes. Before him lay a vast sea, painted in crimson. It was blood. No wonder the sensation beneath him felt so viscous. The blood tide continued to rise, soon reaching his waist. He raised his hand, his palm slick with blood, trickling down slowly. "You once claimed that blood was your favorite. You revel in it. Then relish in it fully." Yiqian's voice echoed from all directions. "Just an illusion, merely an illusion. Once I escape, I will certainly kill you." Xianxia shouted defiantly, then closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. If he could just find tranquility, he would surely break free from this phantasm. The blood sea continued to rise, gradually engulfing his nose. The overpowering scent of blood, coupled with the suffocating sensation, struck him fiercely. Xianxia endeavored to soothe his emotions. It was merely an illusion, without lethality. Yet, the feeling of suffocation intensified. If this continued, he would genuinely perish, unable to contain himself any longer. Xianxia let out a thunderous roar, releasing a torrent of bubbles, and then desperately swam towards the surface of the sea. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free to reach the surface. A despairing emotion took root in his heart, spreading swiftly. Panic, fury, discomfort, regret, fear, these overwhelming feelings intertwined, allowing him to scent the approach of death. Ultimately, he was on the verge of losing consciousness. With a crash, Xianxia collapsed to the ground, inhaling the long-forgotten fresh air. "You claimed you tortured others merely to understand what despair felt like. Now, do you comprehend?" Xianxia lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He was utterly drained, unable to utter a single word. But Yiqian began to write again. This time, it was 2 characters. "I once vowed to bring you to justice. I believe that allowing you to perish amidst your most cherished element may be the finest conclusion." Yiqian's brush completed the final stroke. Fox immortal. No one knew what scene unfolded in Xianxia's eyes, but his demeanor sent chills through onlookers. He alternated between laughter and tears, his face a mask of anguish and fear, pleading for mercy. He laughed as he tore his own clothing, his fingers tracing crimson lines across his body. Weeping, he murmured apologies while he bent his toes and shattered his own kneecap. Enough! Liliosu on the high platform could no longer contain himself and shouted. If this continues, not only will Xianxia perish, but the Li family's honor will also be utterly tarnished. Yet the combat leader, Gu Wanxin, seemed oblivious, disregarding his words. Yi Suifeng, this has gone far enough. Liliosu directed his gaze towards Yi Suifeng, who was stroking his chin. This lad had surprisingly grasped the path of killing from the Shanghai Atlas. This was rather inconsistent with his philosophy. Well, it should merely be his obsession, Yi Suifeng contemplated. Yi Suifeng, are you even listening to me? Liliosu rose in anger. I am indeed listening, Yi Suifeng replied, lifting his head and speaking loudly. Yi Qian, enough, stop tormenting him. On the arena. Yi Qian nodded and erased the words Fox Immortal. Only then did Liliosu huff and sit back down. Just kill him, Yi Suifeng remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 52. It is time to change. In the cloud-soaring arena, Yi Qian stood in the center, holding a bloodied head aloft. Following Yi Suifeng's command, he charged forward and swiftly beheaded Xianxia. He tilted his head back, exhaling deeply, and casually discarded the head at his feet. Then, seizing the brush he had used earlier, he snapped it in two and smiled broadly at the little girl on the platform. Tears stained her cheeks as she buried her head between her legs and sobbed. Sister, your vengeance has finally been avenged. Yi Suifeng observed this scene and nodded slightly. Yi Qian's slaying of Xianxia was a victory over his own inner demons. Breaking the brush symbolized severing ties with the past and returning to his true self. This lad had contemplated it all before stepping onto the stage. Truly, I worried unnecessarily about whether he had succumbed to demonic influence. Thank goodness. Yet, someone was currently in distress. Liliosu's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Yi Suifeng. You have gone too far, he hissed. In battle, death is inevitable. Yi Qian simply could not restrain his hand. As the head of a family and one of the three figures in Yantian City, you should maintain your composure. Yi Suifeng grinned, ressembling à vilain. Liliosu, in exasperation, felt his veins pulsate, his teeth grinding audibly. Nevertheless, he held his tongue. I hope you do not regret your actions today. He delivered a harsh remark before sitting back down, falling silent. Yi Suifeng, uninterested in him, thought, only the weak endure. If you have the courage, come and face me. I promise to only use my tribulation stage strength. He redirected his gaze back to the arena. Yi Qian's slaying of Xianxia ignited a considerable uproar in the arena. The first fallen prodigy. All present were cultivators, passionate souls. Such a clash was indeed worthy of their attention, even if they did not fully grasp the intricacies of the battle. The outcome was clear. Yi Qian triumphed over Xianxia, as announced by Gu Wanxin. Following this spectacle, it was the turn of the Tang family. However, upon witnessing Yi Qian's enigmatic ferocity, the remaining members of the Tang family dared not engage, opting instead to forfeit amidst a chorus of disdain from the crowd. Next, it was time for the last representative of the Yi family. Let's welcome Yi Xiaoxiao. Amidst resounding applause, a figure leapt onto the stage. She was petite, with flowing crimson hair nearly trailing the ground. Her lively movements exuded an undeniable charm, and she was busily chewing on a peculiar candy that produced colorful bubbles. What a child, someone remarked. Those nearby cast scornful glances in response. Had not the previous four representatives of the Yi family imparted a lesson? How could their combatant be weak? Anticipation mounted as the adorably charming girl piqued everyone's curiosity regarding her abilities. Yi Xiaoxiao approached Gu Wanxin, beaming with delight. Sister Gu, you look stunning today, so fair and round. Gu Wanxin glanced down at herself, offering an awkward smile. Thank you for the compliment. It is merely attire for the grand occasion. She swiftly redirected the conversation. Do you wish to adhere to the usual rules, or shall you challenge someone else? Of course, I shall challenge, Yi Xiaoxiao declared, her large eyes darting towards the last remaining member of the Li family, Li Ran. A jolt of anxiety surged within him. The previous four from his family had not fared well. Yet, Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze flitted past him, ultimately settling on the Tang family's preparation area. Li Ran breathed a sigh of relief. You, Yi Xiaoxiao ochos her adversary, Tang Yingying. Taken aback, Tang Yingying huffed and sashayed her curvaceous figure onto the stage. The battle commenced. Oh, why have you changed your outfit? Just as Tang Yingying prepared to strike, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. Stunned, she glanced at the undergarment in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand. Embarrassment and fury flooding her senses. How dare you? I remember now. You were responsible for the incident at the drunken dream gathering. Anger surged within Tang Yingying, recalling the mortifying incident that had left her utterly humiliated. Indeed, how would you like to thank me? Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, forcefully tossing the undergarment into the audience, inciting a frenzy among certain formidable individuals. I will kill you. Tang Yingying, consumed by rage, drew her longsword and charged forth. Hee. A blue aura materialized beneath Yi Xiaoxiao's feet as the sword swung through empty air. I'm right here. The voice of Yi Xiaoxiao emerged from behind Tang Yingying, who found herself grasping a pink undergarment in her hands. Get it back to me. Tang Yingying rushed forward, fearing that she would soon find herself exposed before thousands. However, as a flash of blue light passed, she lunged and missed once again. Uncle Wen, what kind of trick is this? Mi Feng from Blackstone City inquired, his expression one of astonishment. The middle-aged man beside him, Mi Feng's protector, wore a look of embarrassment. He was responsible for Mi Feng's safety and guidance during this journey, which was an excellent opportunity to observe the talents of Yunxiao City in battle. Yet this time, the situation was uncanny. First, there was Yi Huang, who crushed her opponents without lifting a finger, leaving no explanation beyond her sheer strength. Yi Long and Yi Qinyao were manageable, but Yi Qian's methods were peculiar. He couldn't comprehend the type of skill Yi Qian employed. Now, Yi Xiaoxiao's actions were even more extraordinary, resembling the workings of a portal to the void. How could such a powerful technique be wielded by a mere girl at the Qi transformation stage? I'm still trying to ascertain, the middle-aged man replied. Did you not claim to know everything below the golden core stage? Mi Feng asked, puzzled. The middle-aged man twitched at the corner of his eye. You little rascal. Life is not easy. He refrained from speaking further and turned his gaze back to the arena. Yi Xiaoxiao continued to toy with Tang Yingying, each leap resulting in the appearance of another item, sometimes clothing, sometimes accessories, leaving Tang Yingying nearly empty-handed. Yi Xiaoxiao, you're going too far. Tang Yingying was on the brink of despair. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Don't be angry. As she spoke, a blue orb suddenly appeared in her hand, which she tossed toward Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying dodged, but when the orb passed her, it exploded, enveloping her in a pale blue arc. Sweet dreams, Yi Xiaoxiao declared, as Tang Yingying's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, soundly asleep. The spectators were momentarily dumbfounded. What was this? To put anyone to sleep at will was a remarkable ability. Seeing her technique succeed, Yi Xiaoxiao hopped over to Tang Yingying's side, gazing at her peacefully slumbering face. Fairy Xiao, please show some mercy. I concede on her behalf, pleaded Tang Xiaoqing from below the stage. Yi Xiaoxiao snorted. Your words are quite sweet. Very well. With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, she produced a colorful pen from seemingly nowhere and began to create an abstract masterpiece on Tang Yingying's face. Then, with a snap of her fingers, Tang Yingying stirred, letting out a soft murmur as she awoke from her deep slumber. Tang Xiaoqing hurriedly stepped forward to assist her. What has happened to me? Tang Yingying asked, her face filled with confusion. It's nothing, Tang Xiaoqing began, but upon catching a glimpse of Tang Yingying's expression, he nearly burst out laughing. We lost. Let's go. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself. Remember, do not look up. After Tang Yingying departed, Gu Wanqin announced that Yi Xiaoxiao had emerged victorious. Ultimately, only Li Ruan from the Li family remained. Before the match could commence, he hastily chose to concede. There was no other option. The members of the Yi family truly intimidated him. Thus, the Battle of Yunxiao City concluded unexpectedly, with the Yi family achieving an astonishing 10 victories. Due to the presence of all 5 members of the Tang family, the Li family was left with only Li Ruan, while the others were either dead or gravely injured. Consequently, the Tang family secured second place, with the Li family finishing last. Well, esteemed heads of the families, let us discuss the allocation of resources moving forward. Yi Suifeng remarked with a smile. Li Liusu, wearing a gloomy expression, glanced at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng gave a slight nod. Moments later, Li Liusu stood up. Yi Suifeng. The outcome of this battle in Yunxiao City is rather absurd. I believe the agreement among the 3 prominent families should be revised. Chapter 53, 2 Choices. On the highest spectator stand of the arena, Li Liusu's face remained dark, his piercing gaze fixated on Yi Suifeng. It is utterly foolish to allow a few inexperienced youngsters to determine the future development of our families for the next 2 years. Thus, I propose that this stipulation be abolished from today onward. Brother Tang, what is your opinion? Tang Zheng nodded slightly, saying, it does seem rather frivolous. Our three families govern an expanse of 10,000 miles around Xianxia City, and the responsibilities are immense. Therefore, it would be prudent to consider the overall strength of each family when dividing the stakes. He appeared deep in thought, clearly indicating that the two had already reached a consensus. Even if today's battle had concluded differently, such a proposal would likely have been made. Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The original purpose of initiating the Battle of Xianxia City was to encourage the younger members of the three families to strive for improvement together. It must be said, it was quite an astute strategy. Yet now, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng had evidently forgotten that initial intention. When they suggested that the division of benefits be based on the comprehensive strength of the families, Suifeng fell into silence, contemplating the unexpected advantage. Well, I concur with your views, Suifeng remarked. Li Liusu was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Suifeng, being a young man, to respond with impatience. Are you certain? He could not help but ask again. Indeed, Suifeng affirmed. With a definitive answer, Li Liusu's brows slightly relaxed. You possess some insight. Very well. Let's draft a preliminary proposal. In terms of strength, without a doubt, Brother Tang is the most formidable, followed by our Li family, and lastly, your Yi family, so... Wait a moment. Suifeng interrupted Li Liusu's words, turning his head to inquire, is this so-called comprehensive strength assessed based on the flesh upon your face? How has the Yi family been relegated to the last position? Li Liusu could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye, while he was indeed somewhat plump. He had not yet reached the point of being excessively overweight. Do you have doubts? He glared. Indeed, there are quite a few, Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Li Liusu suddenly chuckled. Suifeng, do not presume that your fortunate turn of events and newfound wealth allow you to act with impunity in Cloud City. This world has always favored the strong. The rules are eternally dictated by the powerful. With that, he waved his hand, and three gaunt elders appeared atop the highest platform. Suifeng. Upon seeing them, Suifeng realized that these were three terrifying beings at the nascent soul stage. How frightening! I was nearly taken aback. Then, Li Liusu turned to face the multitude gathered in the cloud arena. Everyone listen. All individuals not affiliated with the three great families must vacate the cloud arena immediately. We have some internal matters to discuss. His booming voice echoed throughout the arena. Subsequently, over 100 imposing cultivators descended into the center of the arena, ready to swiftly expel everyone. They were all from the Li and Tang families, the weakest among them being at the golden body stage. The crowd erupted in confusion, uncertain of the sudden turn of events. Yet under the pressure from their opponents, they began to withdraw in succession. This is bad. They're targeting the Yi family. Mi Feng exclaimed anxiously. Uncle Wen, think of something quickly. Uncle Wen's expression grew grave. The three individuals atop the platform exuded immense power, clearly above the golden core stage. He himself was merely at the late golden core stage, unable to conceive of any viable solutions. Sensing his silence, Mi Feng understood something. Suddenly, he dashed towards the periphery of the crowd, shouting, "Beware, Phoenix Fairy!" Just as he uttered those words, a hand struck his shoulder, rendering him unconscious at Uncle Wen's hands. Cradling Mi Feng's body, Uncle Wen cast a glance at the young figure on the platform and shook his head slightly. "Yi family head, I wish you good fortune." In another direction of the arena, several young men clad in simple blue garments were also making their way out. The Yi family seems to be in dire straits. Senior Zhang Dong, please devise a plan. Those few from the Yi family might well qualify for our academy. The tall Zhang Dong glanced towards the Yi family's direction, but ultimately shook his head. Tianfu Academy cannot intervene in external conflicts. With that, he turned and walked away slowly. Under the compulsion of the hundreds of strong practitioners, the cloud arena swiftly became desolate, leaving only the core figures of the three great families and many formidable cultivators from the Li and Tang families, glaring with fierce intent. Suifeng, do you now comprehend why I have placed the Yi family at the bottom? Li Liusu turned, looking down upon Suifeng from his elevated position. He spread his arms wide and declared loudly, "These individuals represent no more than a third of the combined prowess of our two families." And what of the Yi family? Established for less than a century, lacking in any substantial heritage. What do you possess to contend with us? What resources do you have? At that moment, Li Liusu exuded confidence and grandeur. Yi Suifeng rested his chin on one hand and suddenly smiled. We have me. You? Li Lushu laughed heartily. You, a mere half a year ago, were known as a waste, nothing more than a fortuitous upstart. I am grateful you lack the wisdom of humility and restraint, squandering your newfound wealth with reckless abandon. Do you comprehend the implications? It signifies that fate does not intend for you to hoard such riches alone. Li Liushu's face bore a triumphant smile. At that juncture, Tang Zheng also rose, speaking in a solemn tone. Yi Suifeng, the situation in Yunxiao City has long been stable, with everyone developing harmoniously. However, your recent actions have disrupted a century of peace. I do not blame you. Truly, what young person does not err? Yet your mistake lies in possessing wealth beyond your control, which inflates egos and breeds madness, causing you to forget that in this world, wealth is but an accessory. Only strength holds true significance. Tang Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sage steeped in wisdom. Ye Suifeng understood. Ultimately, you two are merely coveting my modest store of spirit stones, aren't you? To say it outright. Look at how distressed you both are scheming this and that. Are you not weary? You are absolutely correct in your assertions. Yi Suifeng stood and leisurely approached the railing of the observation platform, gazing into the distance. All along, I have understood that every world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The big fish devours the small consumes the shrimp, and the shrimp preys on the minuscule. I am not particularly fond of such a world. However, each individual is unique, and where there is difference, there is comparison. Where there is comparison, there is conflict, and where there is conflict, there is a hierarchy of strength. The ideal scenario is for the strong to establish the rules while the weak adhere to them, allowing for coexistence. Yi Suifeng turned back. You have articulated your points quite well. Li Liushu's face twisted into a cold smile. So, does this imply your agreement to our resolution? Indeed, Yi Suifeng nodded. Yunxiao City should undoubtedly embrace new rules and a new order. Li Lushu and Tang Zheng exchanged a glance, both nodding gently in agreement. How do you propose to handle this matter? Yi Suifeng regarded them and replied, I have devised two options. First, you relinquish all rights, properties, shops, and resources in Yunxiao City. Then take your people and depart from its jurisdiction, never to return. In consideration of our shared existence over a century, I shall generously offer each of you 100 million low-grade spirit stones as travel expenses. If there is any dissent, then let it all be destroyed. Chapter 54. The Change of Seasons. Upon uttering these words, Yi Suifeng cast a pall of silence over the high platform. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to comprehend what they had just heard. They believed Yi Suifeng was jesting. However, upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, they realized he was deadly serious. Yi Suifeng. Li Liusu's fury surged. You are truly courting death. We currently have 3. That is sufficient. Boom! Suddenly, Li Liusu felt an immense pressure descend from above, crushing his arms and bending his legs, forcing him to kneel heavily onto the ground. The high platform, reinforced by formations, was marred by alarming cracks. You have spoken enough. Yi Suifeng said coldly, his eyes glimmering with frost. Tang Zheng and the 3 elder beings in the nascent soul stage seemed momentarily taken aback. They turned to Li Liusu and found that the once spirited figure was now bleeding from his mouth and nose, trembling as he struggled to support himself. Ancestor! Kill him quickly! Li Liusu nearly screamed, his voice betraying the unbearable pressure and pain he was enduring. This fool seeks death. The 3 elders of the nascent soul stage acted almost in unison. Clearly, they were ancient beings who had lived for centuries. Their first strike unleashed profound and formidable techniques that bore down upon Yi Suifeng with overwhelming might. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust that soared into the sky within the arena. The spectators who had just vacated the arena had not gone far. They clustered at the periphery, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Upon hearing the commotion, they instinctively looked up. They've made their move. Someone exclaimed. The head of the Yi family is still too youthful. He should not act so ostentatiously. Someone sighed in dismay. Damn it. If anything happens to the Phoenix Fairy and the others, I vow to leave no stone unturned against the Li and Tang families. Certain young cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. Uncle Wen gazed at the rising dust and felt the tremors of the earth, letting out a slight sigh. There's no doubt a powerful being of the nascent soul stage has made their move. The head of the Yi family is in peril. In the distance, Zhang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn. He distinctly sensed an extraordinarily unique aura from the recent upheaval. That was a force that should not have manifested within Yunjiao City. What has become of the head of the Yi family? In the arena, the highest stands had cracked inch by inch, barely held together by the formations that participated, preventing a complete collapse. Li Liusu lay prostrate on the ground, bloodied and barely clinging to life. The three nascent soul practitioners who had just attacked lay scattered at the edges of the stands, their limbs broken and unrecognizable, clearly devoid of breath. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng remained leaning against the railing, his hairstyle untouched. As for Tang Zheng, he had already sunk to the ground, his expression transformed. Impossible. How could this be? He murmured, the scene he had just witnessed far exceeding his comprehension. In the face of a full-force assault from three formidable beings of the Yuaning stage, Yi Suifeng had merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispatching them all. It was utterly terrifying. If this were a nightmare, Tang Zheng could only hope to awaken swiftly. In the distance, seated within the Yi family section, Yi Huang gazed at her father on the high platform, her face brimming with admiration and pride. That was her father. I'm the daughter of Yi Suifeng. Meanwhile, the others around her were equally exhilarated. Yi Suifeng was, indeed, their unwavering anchor. As for the members of the Li and Tang families, including those powerful individuals beyond the Golden Body realm, they remained frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Their expressions were filled with dread, yet they could not muster even the slightest movement. You proclaimed yourselves that this is a world where the strong reign supreme. Yi Suifeng straightened his posture and slowly approached Li Liusu, looking down upon him. Li Liusu was still alive, struggling to turn his head to gaze at Yi Suifeng, who blocked the sunlight, his eyes brimming with boundless terror. Why? Why is he so powerful? Regret washed over Li Liusu. He lamented having set his sights on Yi Suifeng. A being of such caliber was simply beyond what the Li family could contend with. Spare me. Li Liusu's lips trembled as he tried to plead with Yi Suifeng, but he could scarcely form a coherent sentence. It's too late, Yi Suifeng replied coldly. He was capable of acts of mercy, yet he was not a benevolent man. The moment Li Liusu had threatened him through his daughter, the fate of the Li family had been sealed. Yi Suifeng crouched down. If it were I lying on the ground today, tell me, would you spare me? He chuckled softly. Indeed, you have long desired to see me torn to shreds. He opened his palm. A drop of Li Liusu's blood suddenly floated out, landing in Yi Suifeng's hand. The blood droplets swirled gently, rising and falling. In Yi Suifeng's grasp, it seemed almost alive. With each breath, a hazy radiance encircled it, enchanting and resplendent. You are not mistaken. The power here indeed amounts to only a third of the Li families, Yi Suifeng remarked, the flicker of red light in his pupils sending a chill through Li Liusu. What do you intend to do? Li Liusu finally shouted. Would you like to see? Yi Suifeng moved his hand closer to Li Liusu, the drop of blood magnifying infinitely in his eyes. Countless minuscule images became vividly discernible. He saw Li Qi, still unconscious. He witnessed the Li family's offspring arguing on the streets. He glimpsed the two ancestors of the Li family, still in deep meditation underground. He beheld his own form lying on the ground, and he saw the entirety of the Li family's lineage. No. Li Liusu had never encountered such a method, yet he vaguely comprehended what Yi Suifeng intended to achieve. It was my fault, I was wrong. Two streams of blood tears cascaded from Li Liusu's eyes. At this moment, his heart was enveloped in boundless remorse. Countless times, he had advised his descendants to exercise caution, to be prudent, to thoroughly understand the enemy's foundations before making any plans, lest they incur grave mistakes. Yet today, due to his underestimation of Yi Suifeng, he had committed an error that may never be rectified. Li Liusu locked eyes with Yi Suifeng, his gaze filled with endless pleading. Farewell. Not all pleas yield the desired outcome. The blood bead in Yi Suifeng's palm suddenly began to whirl violently, radiating an infinite brilliance. Li Liusu watched in horror as it spun to an extreme, then erupted with a deafening blast. All images shattered like glass. In the streets of Xianxia City, a young scion of the Li family wore a triumphant smile, while the individual he had just quarreled with lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Undoubtedly, he had once again triumphed in this confrontation, relying on the might of his clan. But suddenly his brows furrowed, sensing something amiss within his body. A slender vein emerged upon his face. He staggered, turning to survey his surroundings. Yet, all before him transformed into a world drenched in crimson. He wished to articulate something, but the abrupt wave of dizziness plunged him into darkness, causing him to collapse and lose consciousness entirely. The crimson veins on his face deepened in hue, ultimately becoming pitch black. The attendants around him rushed forward to assist him, only to discover that he had completely lost his vitality. Such a scene unfolded throughout Xianxia City, within the territories it governed, and even in some distant cities. All those of the bloodline connected to the Li family in Xianxia City perished within mere breaths. In the Tingyun duel arena, silence enveloped the Li family seats. On the high platform, Lil Yosu bore witness to one shattered vision after another. With blood tears in his eyes, he gazed skyward. Exhausting his final strength, he let out a roar. It was uncertain whether it was a lamentation against Yi Suifeng or a lament for his own choices. Subsequently, life extinguished. Yi Suifeng observed his countenance, shaking his head slightly as he rose to his feet. The Li bloodline was numerous, holding significant responsibilities in many areas of Xianxia City. Their sudden demise would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the city's governance. Yun Sui, Ye Huang, Ye Suifeng Kaudet. Yes, the two responded in unison. You will personally lead the Yi family members to stabilize the situation in Xianxia City, taking full control of all assets belonging to the Li and Tang families. From this moment forth, Xianxia City shall bear only the Yi surname. Chapter 55, A New Beginning. Chaos suddenly erupted in Xianxia City. Under the bright light of day, a significant figure fell dead without warning. Panic swept through the crowd, each person fearing for their own safety. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that the deceased were all members of the Li family. Bewilderment ensued. What on earth had transpired? On the bustling street, a carriage sped forth. Miss, should we not wait outside the arena? After all, it is the Yi family, our most esteemed guests, inquired a young woman dressed as a maid. There is no need to wait. The outcome is already determined, Gu Wanxin replied languidly, reclining against the plush cushions of the carriage. The image of that man lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. The powerful beings of the transformation realm knelt at his feet. The Li family? The Tang family? To him, they were but ants that could be crushed with ease. Xianxia City may descend into chaos. We must be thoroughly prepared, Gu Wanxin declared. Her loyal maid nodded in agreement. I hope the Yi family is unharmed. I truly admire Phoenix Fairy, and I have a fondness for the bubble-blowing Yi Xiaoxiao as well. I sincerely wish no harm befalls them, she said, her face etched with concern. Fear not, they will be safe. Gu Wanxin reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Yi Huang, Yi Xiaoxiao, and the other three had made a profound impression on her today. They were simply extraordinary. Such individuals, Gu Wanxin had encountered only once in her lifetime. His name was Shun Tianming, the core genius of the Wanbao Pavilion, who had ascended to the heights of the transformation realm at the tender age of 27. Could the Yi family truly rival an ancient force like the Wanbao Pavilion? Yet, she understood that the transformation of Yi Huang and the others was solely due to one person, Yi Suifeng. Perhaps I could consider involving my little niece, Gu Wanxin pondered. Outside the cloud-soaring arena, many anxiously awaited the outcome of negotiations among the three great families. Suddenly, several figures shot forth from the arena, dispersing rapidly in all directions. Is Phoenix Fairy? Someone recognized one of the leading figures. They're all safe. How wonderful. The head of the Yi family should also be unharmed, right? Obviously. The crowd cheered. The Yi family's methods and strength had won the admiration of the majority, and they did not wish to see such a family vanish. The outcome was unexpected. How had he achieved this? Uncle Wen felt perplexed. He could not fathom how Yi Suifeng had survived against three formidable nascent soul experts. Perhaps the Yi family possessed hidden strength as well. Young man, the goddess you admire may not be easily won, Uncle Wen remarked, glancing at the still unconscious Mi Feng before turning to leave. Let's go. The victor has been decided. Zhang Dong watched the Yi family depart and took a step forward. Senior, who emerged victorious. Surely, the Yi family must have triumphed. The other young individuals quickly followed suit. Zhang Dong nodded, preparing to visit the Yi family the following day. In the arena of soaring clouds, with a commanding voice, Yi Suifeng ordered all core members of the Yi family to depart, aiming to quell the chaos in the city and take control of Xianxia City. Standing atop the platform, Yi Suifeng turned his gaze towards Tang Zheng. At that moment, Tang Zheng had lost all semblance of his former pride, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained and filled with trepidation. Each death of a Li family member pierced his courage like a needle. Yi Suifeng was a force beyond his imagination. When Yi Suifeng looked in his direction, Tang Zheng felt his heart leap to his throat. Yi family head, I was wrong. Tang Zheng's voice trembled. Where did you err? Yi Suifeng, soudain dissimulait broadly. I. Tang Zheng hesitated, then fervently continued, I should not have heeded Li Liusu's deceitful words, nor allowed wealth to cloud my judgment. I should not have opposed you. Please, spare me and the descendants of the Tang family. Tang Zheng knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, his tears and snot nearly splattering onto Yi Suifeng's shoes. Those who came here today with intentions to harm the Yi family must perish, Yi Suifeng declared. Blood trickled from Tang Zheng's forehead as he regarded Yi Suifeng, comprehending the weight of those words. The Tang family would not suffer the same fate as the Li family, erased entirely from existence. However, the remaining members of the Tang family would forever be barred from cultivation. I shall give you a cup of tea's time to consider, Yi Suifeng stated. Tang Zheng lowered his head, lost in thought. For them, being unable to cultivate was akin to death. His fists gradually clenched, yet moments later, they fell in despair. Better to live than die, he reasoned. To be an ordinary person, distanced from the strife of the cultivation world, perhaps that, too, was a form of happiness. Nevertheless, he wished to make one final plea. Yi family head, Xiaoqing and the others are unaware of today's plan. Yi Suifeng scrutinized him and eventually nodded in agreement. You have 10 slots. Decide for yourself. Tang Zheng trembled, then deeply bowed. Thank you for your benevolence. His eyes brimmed with murky tears. In a short while, a piece of paper inscribed with 10 names appeared in Yi Suifeng's hand, with Tang Xiaoqing prominently listed. What surprised Yi Suifeng slightly was that Tang Zheng did not include his own name. The individuals listed were the most outstanding young members of the Tang family. Have you made your decision? Yi Suifeng inwaited. I have decided, Tang Zheng replied softly. Yi Suifeng nodded, preferring to keep his words few. He was now the villain. Whatever he said would ring hollow. Since a decision to kill had been made, then it must be executed. He extended his hand. Tang Zheng understood, biting his finger, trembling as he offered his blood into Yi Suifeng's palm. Subsequently, he snapped his fingers. At the Tang family seat, 10 young individuals suddenly regained their mobility, their faces etched with terror as they gasped for breath. Father, Patriarch, Tang Xiaoqing and the others gazed anxiously at Tang Zheng atop the platform. Xiaoqing, return at once. Abandon everything, lead our kin, and depart from Yuntian City, never to return. Tang Zheng spoke in a calm, yet firm voice. Tang Xiaoqing's countenance was laden with sorrow. Father, he croaked. Leave. Tang Zheng bellowed in fury. Tang Xiaoqing fell silent, kneeling upon the ground, reverently bowing his head 3 times towards the platform. He then rose, leading the remaining members of the Tang family away, not daring to look back. Just as he stepped out of the arena, a muffled explosion resounded behind him. From the corner of his eye, he beheld the place where the Tang family had once stood, now a river of blood. Xiaoqing, brother, Tang Mengxian hesitantly called out. Return. Tang Xiaoqing growled, resolutely advancing without a backward glance. At this moment, the arena was left with only Yi Suifeng and Tang Zheng. Yi Suifeng opened his palm, revealing droplets of blood that bore a dark mark. It was a bloodline curse, empowered by the will of the heavenly Tao, unsolvable in this world. The curse would manifest in 3 days, giving those who survived the Tang family ample time to endure the perilous onset. Yi Suifeng stated. Tang Zheng did not include himself in the list, which Yi Suifeng found quite admirable. Hence, he allotted them 3 days. Thank you. Tang Zheng lay prostrate on the ground, utterly motionless, having resigned himself. As such, the Li and Tang families were irrevocably erased from Yuntian City. Yi Suifeng let out a slight sigh, rising into the sky. Below him, Yuntian City gradually diminished in size. The arrangement of buildings within the city was laid bare before his eyes. The 3 prominent families firmly occupied the central position, though the Yi family's territory was the smallest. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng extended his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, inscribing a colossal character for Yi in the sky. Upon completing the final stroke, an endless radiance emanated from the character, resonating with the great Tao as heaven and earth trembled. A beam of white light shot down from the center of the character, illuminating the heart of Yuntian City, the very location of the 3 great families. From this day forth, this place would belong to the Yi family. A new beginning. Chapter 56, Chaos. In the dim, narrow tunnel, a loud crash echoed as a heavy iron door was forcefully flung open from the outside, and a figure darted through. It was a young man, his face smeared with blood, panting heavily, his eyes wide with fear. He sprinted through the intricate underground passage, continuously slamming through one iron door after another. As he ran, he frequently glanced over his shoulder, as if a monstrous flood were pursuing him. Finally, he arrived before a smooth wall of bluestone. The young man pressed against the wall, his hands and feet in a flurry, retrieving a circular, intricately crafted object from his bosom. He placed it against the surface and deftly manipulated its mechanisms. As the sound of clicks resonated, a slender crack appeared in the radiant blue stone, gradually expanding. Suddenly, from the depths of the passage, the chilling sound of footsteps echoed. The young man spun around sharply, his pupils constricting, and before the crevice could widen further, he exerted every ounce of strength to force himself inside. His ribs felt as though they might fracture. At last, he squeezed through, collapsing onto the ground. Raising his head, he found himself in a vast underground chamber, illuminated and fragrant. At the center, 3 ancient coffins were displayed, one on the left already ajar. "Ancestor, please save me. Save your family," the young man cried out, scrambling to the coffin side and pounding on the lid with fervor. Yet, no one answered. "Ancestors, wake up." He struck the coffin with such force that blood welled from his forehead. Finally, he managed to pry open a considerable gap in the tightly shut lid, from which a wave of deathly aura emanated. Still, silence prevailed. The footsteps behind him drew ever closer, despair overtaking his features. He turned, leaning against the coffin, gazing at the open stone door. As the footsteps approached, a figure cloaked in purple appeared within his line of sight. "So this is the essence of the Leaf family," Yi Huang remarked as she entered, surveying the surroundings, followed closely by a dozen followers. No wonder it was called the Essence. This place was at least dozens of zhang below ground. She stepped forward to stand directly in front of the young man, flanked by the 3 coffins. "You do not bear the Li bloodline, yet you call them ancestors?" Yi Huang inquired, bending slightly to scrutinize his face. The young man averted his gaze, murmuring, "My aunt is the legitimate wife of the 3rd master of the Li family." Realization dawned on Yi Huang. He was an outsider by marriage. When she and her second uncle, accompanied by Yun, stormed into the Li estate, only the outsiders and a handful of foreign recruits remained within the family. They were in disarray, oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. Yi Huang's arrival undoubtedly incited their frenzied assault. However, under the might of her second uncle, who was at the nascent soul stage, none could withstand the onslaught of the Yi family. In mere moments, they were routed, devolving into a relentless game of cat and mouse. Yi Huang had pursued the young man to this underground sanctuary. "Spare me, I only clang." A flash of sword light severed his head, which tumbled to the ground. Yi Huang sheathed her sword, her eyes devoid of any trace of mercy. If the ancestral figure of the Leaf family were truly awakened, it would spell doom for her and all those who stand behind her. Yi Huang sitreten it herposture, surveying the artificially created expanse around her. "Let us obliterate it with explosive talismans. The Yi family has no need for such buried legacies." Moments later, the earth quaked, accompanied by a tremendous roar as the majority of the Leaf family's surface structures collapsed with a thunderous crash. Yi Huang and Yi Suifen stood side by side, gazing at the unfolding scene. "I never imagined I would witness the day of the Leaf family's downfall in my lifetime," Yi Suifen mused. "Cousin Yilong and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family. Should we not hasten to join them?" Yi Huang invited. "No need," Yi Suifen replied, lifting his gaze to the colossal character for Yi suspended in the sky, a jade pendant at his waist glimmering with a faint glow. The moment that character appeared, he sensed a transformation in the pendant, which had now become a treasure capable of both offense and defense. Currently, neither the Li family nor the Tang family has a rival among them. The streets of Yinxiao City had descended into chaos. With the sudden demise of the Li family, the Tang family was thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. The shops once belonging to the 2 great families were now shuttered, their proprietors hastily packing their belongings in preparation for flight. In a lavishly adorned apothecary, a gaunt middle-aged man frantically filled his storage ring with various vials and jars, illuminated by its incessant glow. Just as he was about to make his escape after clearing out the shop, a deafening crash resounded as the entrance was forcefully flung open, and several figures obstructed his path. The leader among them was none other than Yi Qinyao. "Must I do?" Yi Qinyao paused momentarily upon recognizing him. This middle-aged man was Du Haisheng, a 5th-tier alchemist who had taught at the Yi family for many years before ultimately betraying them. He had clandestinely forged an agreement with the Leaf family, departing during the Yi family's most tumultuous period and taking with him a host of talented disciples. Along with numerous secrets, they had thought their paths would never cross again, yet fate had conspired to bring them together here today. Within a shop belonging to the Leaf family, it is you, Xiaoqing. Observing the group, Du Haixing remained surprisingly composed, chuckling. I never expected you to achieve such heights. Nor did I foresee you aligning yourself with our adversaries. Yi Qingyao retorted, the atmosphere thickening with tension. I was never one of your Yi family. Du Yisheng suddenly erupted, his voice rising. I was merely a guest invited by you. When better opportunities presented themselves, it was only natural for me to depart. People aspire to ascend, while water seeks the lowest point. Yi Qingyao regarded him coldly, devoid of any trace of emotion. That does not justify your betrayal of the Yi family's secrets to the Li family. At that moment, the three masters of the Yi family departed simultaneously, resulting in a loss that transcended merely the departure of instructors. Most significantly, they had betrayed the Yi family's numerous internal secrets. Du Haisheng fell into silence, unable to refute these facts. Betrayal is indeed betrayal. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, on the verge of erupting into violence. Speaking softly, Ye Yingyao remarked. Regardless of the past, you were once my alchemy teacher. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Leave everything behind and depart from Yanxiao City. With that, Yi Qingyao extended her hand, stating, from this day forth, we share no further ties. Du Haisheng, with a grim expression, caressed the storage ring on his hand. Within it lay the wealth of an entire shop, sufficient for him to live a life of luxury. Yet, in the face of the formidable Yi family, the likelihood of him being able to take it with him was exceedingly slim. After a brief moment, he too sighed, removing the storage ring and stepping forward to place it in Yi Qinyao's palm. Little Qingyao, you have been my most astute student. Before I depart, allow me to impart one final lesson. Never underestimate the treachery of the human heart. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed across Du Haisheng's face as he curled his fingers like claws, lunging for Yi Qinyao's neck. As a formidable practitioner at the Golden Body Realm, the distance was too short for her companions to intervene. If he could seize her, he would undoubtedly escape Yanxiao City with his riches. He moved swiftly, mere moments away from grasping Yi Qinyao's neck. Abruptly, a beam of light illuminated his face, freezing his actions. A mirror emerged in Yi Qinyao's hand. I have never underestimated anyone. My apologies, Master Du, she declared. As the red dust mirror shone upon him, Du Haisheng visibly aged, ultimately transforming into a withered corpse that collapsed to the ground. Outside Yanxiao City, a group of several dozen individuals was hastily fleeing towards the distance. After running for many miles, they finally slowed their pace. The Yi family hasn't pursued us, have they? One queried. No, it seems they have let us go. But we are now penniless. What shall we do, Brother Xiaoqing? Tang Xiaoqing stood at the forefront, glancing back at the faint outline of Yanxiao City. We leave, he replied, turning and taking measured steps forward. Chapter 57, Rebuilding. In the Yi family's patriarch's study, an octagonal formation plate adorned the desk, each corner encrusted with a radiant high-grade spirit stone. Complex patterns of formation connected the 8 spirit stones. Yi Suifeng channeled a current of spiritual energy, and the entire formation plate illuminated instantaneously. A familiar city materialized above the formation plate, its contours distinctly visible. It was none other than Yanxiao City. Yi Suifeng cast a spell, and the ethereal cloud city before him instantly expanded, revealing all the towers and streets, ultimately crystallizing into the architectural complexes of the 3 prominent families. A sense of futuristic technology enveloped him. Yi Suifeng marveled. This array plate had been discovered in the Tang family's treasury. It was in essence a map of Cloud City, albeit a comprehensive 3-dimensional representation, leaving one in awe. Many similar intriguing artifacts had also been unearthed from the vaults of the 2 great families. There were levitating boards designed for swift travel, simplistic pavilions that could be assembled in an instant, and even mattresses for massages, alongside large iron pots capable of automatic cooking. Although these items bore no relevance to combat or cultivation, they significantly aided certain aspects of daily life, profoundly reshaping Yi Suifeng's understanding of the cultivation realm. Was it not the case that this realm revolved solely around cultivation and conflict? Yet, he soon came to a realization. The civilization of this world had existed for countless millennia. Even if the primary focus was on cultivation and ascension, the nuances of daily life could not be overlooked. Take food, for instance. The abundance of ingredients led to an astonishing variety of culinary delights, far surpassing anything from his previous life. Suifeng's long-held desire to savor the world's delicacies seemed increasingly elusive. At that moment, Sui Yun entered the room. "How's it going?" Suifeng inquired without looking up. "It's mostly stabilized," Sui Yun replied. Initially, there was indeed chaos. Many shops belonging to the Li and Tang families were left unattended, and numerous opportunists seized the chance to engage in theft. However, with our intervention, most incidents have been quelled. Thankfully, those youths brought back a considerable number of cultivators a few months ago. Otherwise, taking control of the entire Cloud City would have been quite challenging. Managing a city requires manpower. The recently recruited loose cultivators have played a pivotal role. Now, the only family remaining in Cloud City is ours, and a multitude of cultivators are clamoring to join our family. Many have already begun referring to Cloud City privately as East City. Excitement radiated from Sui Yun's face. This scene was something he had never even dreamed of. I reiterate, establish clear hierarchies. Those who join now must be treated differently from the previous group. Do not employ any notions of equality, Suifeng asserted. Sui Yun nodded. Having resided in a position of authority for long, he understood that treating everyone equally was akin to serving a beautifully deceptive poison. By the way, elder brother, the Li and Tang families have completed their looting, and their original structures have suffered varying degrees of damage. Particularly, the Li family's underground space was blown up, nearly collapsing half of it. How should we proceed with that? Sui Yun inquired. Suifeng raised his hand, fixing the formation map upon the architectural complex of the three prominent families. The map had yet to be updated. Thus, all structures depicted remained intact. The positions of the three families were situated at the very heart of Xianxia City, encompassing a vast expanse of land. The Yi family occupied merely 1/5 of that space. "Level it all and rebuild," Suifeng declared. Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Elder brother, there are still many well-preserved buildings within. I am aware. It is precisely their presence that I find unappealing," Suifeng replied with an air of indifference. Sui Yun could not help but be astonished. Moreover, upon leveling them, let us construct a new estate centered around the current Yi family residence. As we have grown numerous and the space feels a bit cramped. With a sweeping motion, Suifeng traced a large circle on the map, its area exceeding that of the current Yi family residence by more than tenfold. "Elder brother, is this not a bit excessive? Our family has not yet grown to that extent," Sui Yun remarked, sensing a hint of exaggeration. "It will undoubtedly increase in numbers." Suifeng glanced at him. "I have heard that your wife is recently with child?" Sui Yun's face flushed crimson, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, well, the family has been flourishing, and I am quite delighted. An abundance of descendants is indeed a blessing," Suifeng added. "I hope you could spare some time to delve into the origins of life." "Understand?" Sui Yun, feeling a bit embarrassed, repeatedly affirmed, "Understand, I understand." Suifeng shook his head, noting that this world remained far less open regarding matters of intimacy than the previous one. He then turned his attention back to the map. At first glance, the architectural layout of Xianxia City appeared rather chaotic, with crooked streets and many dead ends, creating an unsightly impression. After some contemplation, Suifeng casually drew 2 vertical lines, centering them around the Yi family, thereby dividing the entire city into 4 sections. "Construct 4 main roads radiating outward from here. Then find a highly skilled designer to properly arrange the city's buildings for me. My requirements are cleanliness, orderliness, convenience, and accessibility. Do you understand?" Sui Yun's expression was one of incredulity. "Elder brother, do you intend to demolish the entire city and start anew?" "Why not?" Suifeng replied. "This chaotic appearance vexes me. I demand a complete redesign." As he spoke, he noticed that the Yi family's location was slightly off-center within the city, leaning toward the left, resulting in misalignment when drawing across from it to the 4 city gates. "What shall we do about this?" Sui Yun. "See how the wall is large yet not circular. It too must be demolished and rebuilt. I require a perfectly standard circle," Suifeng stated earnestly. Sui Yun was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what his elder brother intended to accomplish and dared not inquire further. Yet he knew that his elder brother's actions were undoubtedly grounded in reason, far beyond his comprehension. "I shall follow your instructions." "All right, I shall arrange it immediately. It is merely a circular city wall. Our Xianxia City shall become the most distinctive one on the continent." However, what Sui Yun does not realize is that his elder brother is simply succumbing to his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. "Let's proceed with this for now." Yi Suifeng diverted his gaze from the map, wary of conjuring any more ideas. By the way, how have the other factions within the city been faring lately? In Yinxiao City, aside from the three prominent families, there exist three other influential factions. The first is the Wanbao Pavilion, a central hub for cultivators, bustling with a myriad of visitors daily. The second is the Suifeng Tower, the city's most prestigious tavern, which also boasts an adjoining dream garden. The third is the Xianxia Courtyard, a realm of ephemeral beauty, which requires no further elaboration. Has there been any movement from the Wanbao Pavilion recently? Yi Suifeng invited. None. Replied Sujun. Ever since the battle for Yinxiao City, the Wanbao Pavilion has remained remarkably quiet, with its members seldom venturing outside, exercising great caution. Yi Suifeng nodded. This woman Gu Wanxin is quite astute. If I do not speak, she would undoubtedly refrain from acting on her own accord. Have Gu Wanxin come to see me tomorrow. This woman still holds potential for collaboration. And what of the Suifeng Tower and Xianxia Courtyard? Su Yin responded. Xianxia Courtyard remains rather well behaved, though the owner of Suifeng Tower seems to be growing restless. Reports indicate that he has begun acquiring nearby land, likely in an effort to expand. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Let us summon them all tomorrow for a discussion on life. Chapter 58, Rectification. Upon learning that the Yi family intends to reconstruct Yinxiao City, Dong Tianji was filled with excitement. As a sixth-grade array master and a highly skilled architect, he was determined to prove his worth after a previous disagreement with the head of the Yi family. Thus, he approached the second elder, Yi Suiyun, to express his intentions. Su Yun, relieved to find someone capable of undertaking this task, was delighted to hand over the basic blueprints and requirements to him. Dong Tianji was brimming with confidence. However, when he unfolded the blueprints, he was instantly taken aback. Whose ingenious design is this? He was utterly dumbfounded, having never encountered such a blueprint before. You place your family at the very center of the city without hesitation. Yet what is the purpose of constructing 4 direct roads leading to your family's abode? Are you not concerned about drawing too much attention? Furthermore, the so-called requirements of cleanliness and orderliness. Do you envision this as your backyard? Shouldn't the foremost consideration for a city be the distinction between the upper and lower classes? What truly left him flabbergasted was the circular city wall. Good heavens! Are you intending to create the most peculiar city on the continent? Dong Tianji felt overwhelmed. This task is indeed quite challenging. However, he truly does not wish to forfeit this opportunity. After much contemplation, he sought out Hu Chuang, a fellow master of artifact refinement of the 6th rank. This individual has traveled extensively, gaining a wealth of knowledge. Perhaps he has encountered such an eccentric architectural design before. It seems the designer of this city has given little thought to the safety of the family. Upon receiving the blueprints, Hu Chuang also furrowed his brow. Like Dong Tianji, he too believed that placing the family in such a conspicuous location was rather imprudent. Should a crisis arise, escape would become an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Thus, we must commence our approach from beneath the surface. However, Hu Chuang soon devised a plan, and he and Dong Tianji began to exert every effort to steer this fantastical design onto a more practical course. Meanwhile, the instigator of their troubles was leisurely sipping tea in the reception hall. Elder brother, they have all arrived, announced Sui Yun as he entered. Let's attend to them one by one, replied Yi Suifeng. In the reception hall, 3 individuals awaited Yi Suifeng's summons. One was Gu Wanxin, who had visited numerous times before, appearing relaxed and at ease. The second was a slightly portly middle-aged man with a fair complexion, adorned in exceedingly opulent attire. Glistening with jewels, he sat confidently, a smile gracing his face. He was Feng He, the proprietor of Suifeng Lu. The final individual was an elderly woman, seated upright with a serious expression, her murky eyes betraying a hint of unease. She was the creator of Xianxia Yuan, Granny Hua. Master Gu, it is good to see you. Feng He spoke first after a brief wait. You are quite the regular at Suifeng Lu. I recall you once accompanied the head of the Yi family, did you not? Feng He smiled, attempting to foster camaraderie with Gu Wanxin. Indeed, that was the case. Gu Wanxin replied, reclining in her chair. Haha, then it seems your relationship with the head of the Yi family is rather special. Gu Wanxin regarded him silently. Assuming her silence was acquiescence, Feng He inquired, do you know why the head of the Yi family has summoned us here today? Gu Wanxin did not respond, but shifted to a more comfortable position, smiling slightly as she remarked, Master Feng, have you not been in Yinxiao City recently? Feng He was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Master Gu, You are quite perceptive. How could you tell? Indeed, I returned to Linjiang City in the south half a year ago, and have just returned. I had no idea Yinxiao City had undergone such significant changes. Linjiang City, one of the 9-city alliance, lies to the south of Su City. It is said to be even more prosperous than Su City. Gu Wanqi nodded, chuckling softly. If you had been here recently, you would not have used the term please. Feng He frowned slightly. Master Gu, what do you mean by that? Gu Wanqi fell silent, unwilling to draw it too close to such a person. Feng He felt inexplicably perplexed. Why did Gu Wanqi regard him as though he were a fool? After a brief moment, he shifted his gaze towards Granny Hua. Granny Hua, as an old friend, I feel compelled to kindly remind you. It has come to my attention that the head of the Yi family possesses a noble heart, compassionate and devoted to the welfare of others, and cannot abide certain unsavory matters. You might want to be cautious with your words. While Feng He offered this warning, his eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. There existed a competitive dynamic between him and Granny Hua, and the prospect of his rival encountering misfortune delighted him greatly. Granny Hua merely huffed in response, falling silent, though her expression grew increasingly tense. Indeed, such rumors circulated widely. Should Yi Suifeng disapprove of the pleasures of the night, then? Granny Hua, please accompany me. At that moment, Sui Yun entered the parlor. Upon hearing her name, Granny Hua involuntarily shuddered, then slowly rose with a grave expression to follow Sui Yun. He, she's surely in for it. Feng, he smirked at Gu Wanqi. Gu Wanqi rolled her eyes and chose to shut them entirely. Whether Granny Hua would face trouble remained uncertain, but if you continued to behave in such a manner, you would undoubtedly encounter your own fate. In the inner hall, Yi Suifeng sat, holding several sheets of stationery. Guided by Sui Yun, Granny Hua entered. Yi Suifeng glanced up at her sit. Thank you, head of the Yi family. Granny Hua replied respectfully. Yi Suifeng turned back, observing her as he spoke. You established the Shangyun Garden in Xianxia City, did you not? Indeed. You abducted virtuous young women, trained them, and offered them as playthings to the affluent, all by your own hand, correct? The second question sent Granny Hua's heart plummeting to the depths. Head of the Yi family, all you need to do is answer, yes or no. Yi Suifeng interrupted her. I have indeed engaged in such actions. Granny Hua lowered her head. Yi Suifeng fell silent, an invisible pressure bearing down on Granny Hua, rendering her exceedingly uneasy. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her furrowed brow. After a moment, Yi Suifeng set down the stationery in his hand. From this day forth, do not let me uncover similar matters, understood? Granny Hua suddenly looked up, her expression one of astonishment. Is that all? She found it hard to believe. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, I understand. In fact, since the development of Shangyun Garden, we have ceased such activities. As long as you comprehend, Yi Suifeng stated, indicating she could take her leave. Granny Hua stood, offered a deep bow, and then exited the inner hall. I assumed you would eradicate Shangyun Garden, Sui Yun remarked with a smile. Eradicate? Why would I? Yi Suifeng shook his head. Such places exist for a reason. Destroy one, and another will inevitably arise. It would be better to find someone more compliant for easier control. With that, Yi Suifeng waved his hand. Bring in Feng He. This fellow seems rather inflated with pride. Chapter 59. The Heavenly Array Stone. I had long heard of the commanding presence of the Yi family's head. Upon meeting him today, it is indeed extraordinary, truly a young talent. With a hearty laugh, Feng He entered from outside. His face was aglow, and he clasped his fists, taking a seat opposite Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng remarked, You are quite the familiar one. Boss Feng. He glanced at the materials in his hands and directly broached the topic. I've heard that you've been acquiring land near the Drunken Dream Pavilion these past few days. Ha! It seems I cannot hide anything from you, young Master Yi. Feng He chuckled. The Yi family is formidable. In just a day, you have eliminated 2 other prominent families, which is indeed commendable. Such a significant event has presented me with a tremendous business opportunity, prompting my actions. Feng He sat confidently in his chair, observing Yi Suifeng as if he believed that the latter would find his so-called grand opportunity enticing. Yi Suifeng, however, was puzzled by his misplaced confidence. After a moment of silence, noticing Yi Suifeng's apparent indifference, Feng He spoke again. Head of the Yi family, this opportunity could lead us to substantial profits together. Yi Suifeng raised his hand. Enough. I have no interest in your so-called opportunity. Feng He was momentarily taken aback. Head of the Yi family. That involves a significant amount of spiritual stones. If we join forces, my estimates suggest the profits could reach at least 100 billion annually. Don't tell me you're not interested in spiritual stones? Feng He decided to dangle some bait. Having spent several years in Yinxiao City, he had a basic understanding of the economic situations of the three major families. The Yi family's annual revenue hovered around 10 billion. Even with the recent elimination of the other two families, it would not multiply significantly. The increase in wealth was not as simple as one might imagine. Therefore, he believed that the prospect of 100 billion annually would surely tempt Yi Suifeng. Unfortunately, having been away from Yinxiao City for too long, he was unaware that times had changed. My interest in spiritual stones is not as pronounced as you imagine. The reason I summoned you today is for another matter. Yi Suifeng set aside the materials and produced a design blueprint, placing it on the table. Yinxiao City is preparing for reconstruction. In your drunken dream, pavilion obstructs the construction of the main road, necessitating its removal. Name your price. Feng He stared at the blueprint, momentarily at a loss. Such a large-scale reconstruction of Yinxiao City? Does the Yi family possess such financial capability? Head of the Yi family, this seems rather inappropriate. When the Drunken Dream Pavilion first arrived in Yinxiao City, we made an agreement to not interfere with each other, no matter what. Feng He gradually let go of his smile. With whom did you make this agreement? The Tang family among the three major families. As Yi Suifeng gently shook his head, he reflected on his experiences since arriving in this world. He had encountered few fools, yet the man before him, Feng He, undoubtedly qualified as one. Currently, the master of Yinxiao City was the Yi family. Anyone wishing to conduct business there must adhere to their arrangements. Either propose a price and sell the Dreamland Pavilion to us, or pack your belongings and leave. I offer you but a single opportunity to choose. Having spoken, Yi Suifeng disregarded him entirely. With a sudden motion, Feng He sprang from his chair, fury radiating from him. Yi Suifeng, do you truly believe yourself invincible? He exclaimed. My superior is in Linjiang City, and, just as he began to vent his anger, a suffocating sensation enveloped him. He then witnessed a golden orb, emanating a radiant glow, drifting from his dantian and slowly settling in Yi Suifeng's grasp. It was his golden core. Yi Suifeng held the golden core tightly, producing a low-grade spirit stone to place alongside it. One golden core, complemented by a spirit stone. Will this suffice to acquire all assets of your Dreamland Pavilion? If so, sign the agreement and take them away. Yi Suifeng's patience was wearing thin. Had he known the caliber of his opponent, he would have refrained from meeting him personally. Such individuals were plentiful, and their intellect clearly diminished over time. He yearned to conclude this matter swiftly. Feng He stood rigidly, his mind racing in terror. That was a golden core. How could Yi Suifeng so easily seize it? What had transpired in his absence from Yinxiao City over the past 6 months? I will sign. Feng He stammered. Soon, an agreement was finalized, and Yi Suifeng acquired all properties of the Dreamland Pavilion for the price of a low-grade spirit stone. Afterward, Feng He finally reclaimed his golden core, holding the searing spirit stone with only regret in his heart. Had he known, he would have heeded Yi Suifeng's word from the outset and sold the Dreamland Pavilion to him. Following Feng He's departure, Yi Suifeng rubbed his temples. Such matters would henceforth be entrusted to Sui Yun and the others. They were exceedingly mundane. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared at the doorway. Master of the Yi family, Gu Wanxin said, her hands clasped respectfully before her. I hope you can be a bit more reasonable. I have had quite enough of troubles today. Yi Suifeng gestured for her to take a seat. Gu Wanxin smiled warmly. It is rare to see you in such a state. She settled into a chair. Is it because of Feng He? Please do not mention that fool, Yi Suifeng replied. Now, let's turn our attention to you. Why have you sequestered yourself within the Wanbao Pavilion, neither stepping out nor engaging with anyone? Gu Wanxin responded, I have been awaiting the master of the Yi family's instructions. You belong to the Wanbao Pavilion, not to my Yi family. There is no need for you to heed my commands, Yi Suifeng remarked, taking a sip of tea. Gu Wanxin chuckled softly, then sighed gently. Master Yi, if you do not take me in, I fear that before long, you shall never see me again. Why? Yi Suifeng inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Do you recall the last time you tasked me with investigating the whereabouts of the spirit stones from the Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanxin asked. Yi Suifeng nodded, having been quite curious at that time about why Wanbao Pavilion would exchange so many resources for spirit stones, which were not sustenance. Have you found any clues? Indeed, Gu Wanxin replied, producing a box crafted from an unknown metal from her storage ring and placing it upon the table. Every transaction at Wanbao Pavilion leaves a trace. After bribing certain individuals, I uncovered something extraordinary. Each year, A significant portion of the spirit stones generated by our branches mysteriously vanishes during a specific time frame. Subsequently, a new item appears on the material list, known as the Tianjin stone. My intention was to unravel the mysteries concealed within this phenomenon. So I seized the opportunity to connect with the individual responsible for managing the Tianjin stones. Gu Wanxin gazed at Yi Suifeng, her hands resting on either side of the box. However, I did not anticipate discovering such a secret. With that, she gently pressed her hands down. Accompanied by a series of clicks, the metallic exterior of the box transformed continuously, resembling countless delicate building blocks. Ultimately, it morphed from a rectangular shape into a taiji-like formation. Suspended above the formation were three objects. To the far left, a small cauldron with 3 legs and double ears sat adorned with intricate array patterns that crisscrossed one another, sending shivers down one's spine at a mere glance. At the center, a 9-tiered pagoda, transparent and resplendent, was surrounded by wisps of ethereal clouds, exuding an air of mystery. To the far right lay a luminous stone, which appeared somewhat familiar. "This is the Tianjin stone," Gu Wanxin remarked, her face alight with disbelief. "It is only now I comprehend that Wanbao Pavilion's immense profits from spirit stones were merely for this diminutive Tianjin stone. Indeed, this Tianjin stone is formed by the fusion of countless pure spirit stones, requiring at least 1 billion top-grade spirit stones to create a single piece." Gu Wanxin exclaimed, astonished. "Without your presence, the entire Wanbao Pavilion in Suifeng would have sold approximately 1 billion top-grade spirit stones worth of goods in a year." Yi Suifeng was equally taken aback. Realizing the manner in which Wanbao Pavilion managed spirit stones was indeed astonishing. Furthermore, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Tianjin stone appeared somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow as another luminous stone materialized in his hand, identical to the one atop the formation. "Master Yi, you possess such a rare treasure from the heavens and earth." Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. The celestial array stone is distinct from celestial treasures. It is a material of the utmost caliber, possessing unique properties. It can only be owned by superpowers akin to the Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Suifeng remained silent, coming to a sudden realization. No wonder he hadn't heard the name of the spirit crystal for such a long time. People referred to it as the celestial array stone. He glanced at the balance in his wallet. 36. 5 trillion. Chapter 60. The Tower of Origins. Yi Suifeng initially believed that, given his extravagant spending habits, he would soon exhaust the remaining spirit stones in his wallet. Little did he expect that the spirit stones themselves were merely a fraction. Alas, how narrow-minded he had been. If Gu Wanxin spoke truthfully, a single spirit crystal equated to 1 billion superior spirit stones. Therefore, how many superior spirit stones would 36, 5 trillion spirit crystals yield? And how many inferior spirit stones? What to do with such an abundance of wealth? Anxiously awaiting a solution, how does Wanbao Pavilion convert celestial array stones? And why convert spirit stones into celestial array stones? What is the purpose of the celestial array stone? Yi Suifeng stored the spirit crystals away, bombarding Gu Wanxin with a series of questions. Gu Wanxin reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the celestial array stone and remarked, "Initially, I too harbored such doubts. This matter is of such high confidentiality within Wanbao Pavilion that I presumed it would require significant effort to uncover any clues." Yet, unexpectedly, she glanced at the small cauldron and tower on the array plate, smiling wryly. "I cannot discern whether this is fortunate or unfortunate. The methods for converting spirit stones to celestial array stones, along with the functions of the celestial array stones, are all contained within this box. Thus, Master Yi, should you choose not to shelter me, I will find myself without a grave at Wanbao Pavilion." Her original intention was merely to borrow the celestial array stone, allowing Yi Suifeng a glimpse before contemplating her next move. However, she never anticipated that the box concealed monumental secrets. She was acutely aware that by stealthily taking this box, her life was no longer her own. Yi Suifeng remained silent, slowly extending his hand as the small cauldron on the array plate floated in his palm. It was then that he realized this was not a tangible cauldron. In truth, it was a blueprint, a meticulously detailed, three-dimensional diagram. Yi Suifeng unleashed his vast spirit, enveloping it instantly. Within a few breaths, he comprehended everything about the small cauldron. Thus, he understood. This small cauldron was called the Spirit Power Furnace, serving a singular purpose, the conversion of spirit stones. Understand her regulations, 100 inferior spirit stones could be transformed into 1 medium spirit stone, and 100 medium spirit stones could become 1 superior spirit stone. Furthermore, 1 billion superior spirit stones could yield a single spirit crystal, which is synonymous with the celestial array stone. The essence of the spirit furnace is entirely constructed from celestial array stones and formations. The formations serve as the core, while the celestial array stones act as conduits, linking to the laws of the heavenly path. The formations, meticulously arranged by human hands, take root atop the heavenly path through these stones, drawing upon the power of the rules. Thus, they can transform the very nature of spirit stones. It is no wonder that spirit crystals are referred to as celestial array stones. These stones can directly connect with the laws of the heavenly path, serving as conductors of the rules. Consequently, cultivators can harness forces beyond human control, achieving incredible feats of creation. Now, let us proceed to the trial. The spirit furnace comprises 3 levels, each distinguished by its efficiency in transformation. The highest grade furnace requires 10,000 celestial array stones, equivalent to a decade's worth of revenue from Sioux City. Such a staggering amount. With a grand gesture, Yi Suifeng, amidst Gu Wanxin's terrified gaze, caused 10,000 celestial array stones to float before them as if they were worthless. Following this, he swiftly performed a series of intricate incantations, imprinting formations upon the inner walls of the celestial array stones. The complexity and difficulty of the formations required for the spirit furnace were truly astounding. If Dong Tianji, a master of 6th grade formations, were to undertake this task, even with flawless execution and without rest, it would take at least several millennia to complete. Yi Suifeng himself encountered considerable difficulty, spending an entire incense stick's worth of time to finalize all the formations. At last, with a commanding voice from Yi Suifeng, a small azure cauldron, roughly the size of a human head and adorned with 3 sets of ears, gently descended onto the table. With its landing, a resonant sound reminiscent of grand celestial music seemed to resonate, symbolizing an unparalleled treasure. Gu Wanxin stared blankly at the small cauldron, her mind echoing with the vision of the 10,000 celestial array stones floating in the air just moments before. Very well, let us give it a try, Yi Suifeng declared with a snap of his fingers, instantly restoring clarity to Gu Wanxin's spirit. She quickly focused her attention. Yi Suifeng then pondered briefly before opening his wallet and liberally pouring low-grade spirit stones into the cauldron as if discarding refuse, leaving Gu Wanxin dazzled. He continued until he had added 100 trillion stones, at which point he halted. Within the cauldron lay a vast storage space capable of accommodating even this monumental quantity. With a mere thought, he activated the first formation. In the span of a tea break, the radiance of the formation gradually faded. As Yi Suifeng extended his consciousness, he discovered that all the low-grade spirit stones had transformed into medium-grade spirit stones. Upon counting, there were precisely 100 billion. Intriguing. Yi Suifeng chuckled softly and activated the second formation. Within a few breaths, they had transformed into 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. The efficiency was commendable indeed. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly, activating the final formation. The small cauldron flickered with alternating light and darkness. This process lasted for a considerable time, akin to half a stick of incense, before gradually coming to a halt. En énigmatique aura surgi forte. With a wave of his hand, a newly forged celestial formation stone appeared in his palm. Quite satisfactory, he mused, feeling content with the small cauldron. At last, he could manage the inferior and medium-grade spiritual stones in his wallet. Those items were numerous and rather bothersome to behold. If Gu Wanxin were aware of Yi Suifeng's thoughts at this moment, she would undoubtedly cling to his leg, exclaiming, "Brother, let me bear your burdens." After experimenting with the spiritual power furnace, Yi Suifeng turned his gaze toward the small tower at the center. The cauldron was designed to merge celestial formation stones. Thus, what was the purpose of the tower? He pondered. Gu Wanxin nodded with a complex expression. "All right, let me take a look," he said. With a mere thought, his spirit enveloped the small tower entirely, revealing all of its information. The Tower of Origins. This was a 9-tiered treasure tower, composed entirely of celestial formation stones and formations, akin to the spiritual power furnace. Each tier of the Origin Tower served a distinct purpose, and with each ascending level, the quantity of celestial formation stones required increased tenfold. Furthermore, with each elevation, the effects of all preceding layers also multiplied tenfold. First tier, it can produce 1 drop of spiritual essence per year. requiring 1,000 celestial formation stones. Spiritual essence. An exceedingly pure liquid that can be directly utilized for cultivation, alter the spiritual density within a certain range, nourish spiritual artifacts. An enlightened spirit beasts, possessing myriad applications. Second tier, it can produce 1 drop of body refinement essence per year, requiring 10,000 celestial formation stones. Body refinement essence. It refines the body and can fuse with any auxiliary body refinement treasures, amplifying their effects several-fold. It can also enhance one's innate cultivation talent to a certain extent. Third tier, it can produce 1 drop of soul essence per year, requiring 100,000 celestial formation stones. Soul essence. It refines the soul, enhancing comprehension. The fourth tier is life essence, a liquid representing the essence of life, capable of healing wounds and promoting the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. Fifth tier, innate essence. It can cultivate various innate physical constitutions. Sixth tier, sacred essence. It can cultivate extraordinary divine abilities. Seventh tier, essence. It can transcend the limits of life, becoming a true child of the heavenly Tao. Eighth tier, rule essence. It can be used to master the principles governing heaven and earth. Ninth tier, it can produce 1 drop of heavenly Tao essence per year, requiring 100 billion celestial formation stones. Heavenly Tao essence. It governs the rules and creates new ones. Upon finishing his examination, Suifeng finally comprehended the situation. No wonder these superpowers could dispatch a mere core disciple to effortlessly outclass the unparalleled geniuses of ordinary major factions. Emotions. The reason lies here. Chapter 61. First, let us start with 10,000. After thoroughly reviewing all the information regarding the Tower of All Origins, Suifeng rested his arms on the table, propping his chin, lost in contemplation. If the information is accurate, a 9-story Tower of All Origins can generate 100 million drops of spiritual essence, 10 million drops of body refining essence, and 1 million drops of soul essence annually. These 3 types of essences are fundamental to cultivation. Just imagine how many formidable warriors they could create. Not to mention the subsequent innate essence, sacred essence, and transformative essence. With such resources at their disposal, even the most prodigious talents could be nurtured. If it weren't for Gu Wanxin fortuitously discovering at this time, the numerous spirit stones and spirit crystals he possessed might have gathered dust for an interminable period. Master Yi, I am truly sorry, Gu Wanxin said, gazing at the silent Suifeng, her face filled with remorse. I was so astonished just now that I forgot to inform you that the Tower of Origins is the treasure that requires the most investment of heavenly array stones. We Shuti have squandered those 10,000 heavenly array stones on the spiritual power furnace. It's all my fault. Her tone was laden with self-reproach. Huh? Suifeng was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing the misunderstanding. She thought he was left with merely 10,000 heavenly array stones. It's quite all right. You have been immensely helpful this time. Suifeng replied with a hearty laugh. Gu Wanxin blinked her eyes. Master Yi. Call me Brother Yi, Suifeng said. By the way, you shouldn't be older than me, right? He had not inquired about Gu Wanxin's age and was now prepared to regard her as a friend, naturally refraining from such probing. It would be quite impolite to use spiritual perception to ascertain such details. Gu Wanxin looked at Suifeng, not disclosing her age, but merely smiled gently. Brother Yi. Suifeng nodded. By the way, where did you acquire this box? Such an item seems rather out of place within the confines of Su City, Suifeng inquired. The box contained all the information regarding the spiritual power furnace and the Tower of Origins. How could such a monumental secret be carelessly transported? It was from a steward of the Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin explained. He has been responsible for the allocation of resources and the collection of spirit stones within the Su City area. At the time, I merely thought there was only a heavenly array stone inside the box. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin furrowed her brow and continued, Perhaps this matter is somewhat related to you. Brother Yi, how could it possibly concern me? Suifeng asked, puzzled. It's like this, Gu Wanxin smiled. In the past 6 months, your expenditures have been exceedingly extravagant, and the higher-ups at Wanbao Pavilion have taken note of this. Moreover, all that you have paid with are low-grade spirit stones. You may not know, but the warehouses over in Su City are filled with large storage bags brimming with spirit stones. Therefore, I believe they might have brought over the construction methods for the spiritual power furnace and the Tower of Origins for ease of transport. Suifeng caressed his chin thoughtfully. This explanation seems rather far-fetched. They could have simply brought a ready-made furnace without the need for design blueprints. However, at this moment, they cannot elucidate why the Wanbao Pavilion would act in such a manner. Never mind, the schematics are now in hand. The steward of the Wanbao Pavilion must possess significantly greater prowess than you. How did you manage it? Suifeng inquired once more. Gu Wanxin paused for a moment, hesitating before responding. Brother Yi, as you know, in such matters, being a woman offers many advantages. Although she did not articulate it explicitly, Suifeng surmised the underlying meaning. It stands to reason that a woman without connections would require some means to survive amidst the intricate forces of the Wanbao Pavilion. Her ascent to the position of Pavilion Master was no small feat. Suifeng held a deep respect for individuals of her caliber. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. You need not undertake such endeavors any longer, Suifeng declared earnestly. Really? Brother Yi, I cannot thank you enough. The burden that had weighed heavily on Gu Wanxin's heart finally lifted. Yet, a hint of melancholy crept onto her face. So, does that mean I will be living in the Yi family from now on? Suifeng regarded her with a smile, replying, if you find it disagreeable, you may remain at the Wanbao Pavilion and continue your dealings with the Yi family. Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback, having taken something so significant from the Wanbao Pavilion. I surely cannot return, can I? Suifeng chuckled lightly. As long as you desire it, there will be no issue. I will handle the matter. Gu Wanxin stared at him, wide-eyed, throughout the years of navigating the sordid transactions of her class, teetering on the brink of death countless times. No one had ever spoken such words to her. It was a comforting sentiment. Thank you. I will still return, but... Gu Wanxin suddenly felt awkward. Well, Brother Yi, it's not that I dislike the Yi family, nor do I think poorly of them. I just... All right, Suifeng interrupted with a smile. I also need you to temporarily remain at the Wanbao Pavilion to procure supplies for the family. Gu Wanxin's expression lightened with a smile. Very well. Then let us hurry back and reopen. Someone has been waiting for you for quite some time. Suifeng closed the box and handed it to Gu Wanxin. Who? She asked. The one from last time in Su City. Oh right, Shen Tianming. He must be here for the box. With that, Suifeng touched her forehead lightly with his finger, leaving a faint red dot. He then retrieved 100 Tianjin stones and handed them over. Deliver this to him, and say it as if nothing ever transpired. Otherwise, I shall purchase the entire Wanbao Pavilion of the Jiuqing Alliance with a single low-grade spirit stone. Suifeng asserted. Are you truly serious? Indeed. Rest assured, with this in hand, there is no need to concern yourself with safety. Suifeng gestured toward her forehead. Gu Wanxin nodded vigorously, her steps quickening as she exited. After she departed, Suifeng exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. This time, Gu Wanxin had truly rendered invaluable assistance. The cultivation of the Yi family's offspring had encountered a significant bottleneck. The investment in resources had reached saturation, and any further augmentation would fail to elicit a qualitative transformation, unless one could procure more rare resources, or, akin to Yi Huang and Yi Long, cultivate individuals based on their specific needs. However, that would be exceedingly tedious, and Suifeng was no caretaker. He was responsible solely for the most exceptional core disciples. Thus, the origin tower of all things arrived at the perfect moment. How many should be constructed? A 9-story origin tower necessitated a staggering 1 trillion celestial array stones. Let us commence with 10,000. Any more would lack sufficient space for storage. That amounts to 10 trillion celestial array stones. This time, Suifeng was truly making a significant investment. In Yunshao City, at the Wanbao Pavilion, all guests were inexplicably ushered out. Shen Tianming sat in the central area of the first floor, his expression grim. Beneath him, the steward in charge of managing spirit stones lay on the ground. Bloodied and broken, utterly incapacitated. He waited, his anxiety mounting. The second 9-story origin tower of Wanbao Pavilion was on the verge of completion. There could be no mistakes on my watch. We must become the first force in this continent to possess 2 9-story origin towers. Chapter 62, Mirror Lake. For 3 consecutive days, Suifeng immersed himself in the study, tirelessly refining the origin towers. For him, the crafting of such constructs was relatively simple, yet the complexity was overwhelming. Each level encompassed thousands of varied formations, intertwining in a dense and intricate manner. To refine 10,000 towers was akin to requiring a student to transcribe the characters Long Xing de 1,000 times. Ultimately, Suifeng managed to refine 10 towers at once, completing the full set of 10,000 9-story origin towers within 3 days. Upon concluding, the study was filled to the brim with origin towers. Merely lifting one's head could result in a collision with the back of one's own skull. Unfortunately, these constructs possess their own spatial attributes and could not be stored within a spatial ring. How to manage these items? Suifeng found himself in a quandary. Handing over 10,000 origin towers to Suifeng was certainly out of the question, as it would likely frighten him to death. A unified solution was imperative. As he pondered, Suifeng rose and ventured outside. With each step he took, the floating origin towers clinked together, and many unwittingly obstructed his path. Move aside, you cursed origin towers. Moments later, Suifeng exited the study. He decided to inspect the progress of the new city. With a thought, he flashed into the sky, overlooking Xianxia City. Compared to 3 days ago, the transformation of Xianxia City was nothing short of remarkable. The ancestral residences of the Li and Tang families have been utterly leveled, replaced by towering walls that encircle the area completely. A group of figures is currently arranging formations upon the walls. This signifies the establishment of the New Yi family, radiating from the New Yi residence. For remarkably broad thoroughfares extend straight towards the 4 cardinal directions, leading directly to the outskirts of Xianxia City. At the terminus of these roads, 4 brand new city gates stand completed, while the new city walls are beginning to take shape. A multitude of individuals congregates there, resembling foremen overseeing the construction. Suifeng recognizes 2 of these figures as Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang, whose contributions are evident in numerous designs throughout New Xianxia City. Within the city, construction is rampant. Expansive, irregular structures have been dismantled, giving way to newly erected pavilions, all arranged with meticulous order. The overall appearance is significantly more pleasing than before. Suifeng notes inyardly, marveling at the astonishing pace of construction. Upon reflection, it is understandable, as this is the realm of cultivation, where individual power is immensely potent, rendering heavy machinery unnecessary. Tasks can be accomplished with but a wave of the hand. Furthermore, this world possesses specialized construction teams equipped with unique puppets designed for building. A handful of these can manifest a brand new edifice in mere moments. Thus, the framework of the new city has risen within just a few days. The subsequent tasks involve setting up formations and reinforcing the walls, all of which are under the purview of Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. After observing for a while and noting no significant issues, Suifeng diverts his attention. He merely provides the requirements and awaits the completion inspection. The details are naturally handled by his subordinates. Currently, his primary focus is on arranging the 10,000 origin towers. Initially, he contemplates their storage. Ordinary storage spaces are insufficient, necessitating the creation of a specialized space. This is quite straightforward, though such a space effectively resembles an alternate world, making it rather inconvenient for storage. Moreover, the production of low-tier essence is exceedingly rapid, rendering it impractical to distribute it among the entire city, though he has no intention of doing so. The first tier of the 9-layer origin tower produces 100 million drops of spiritual essence annually, which, if aggregated, amounts to approximately 1,000 cubic meters. With 10,000 towers, the annual yield reaches 10 million cubic meters. In just over a year, this could yield a volume comparable to that of Westlake in his past life, and this is spiritual essence. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Suifeng suddenly experiences a moment of clarity. Ah, Westlake. Perhaps we could create a lake of our own. He gazes at the recently flattened grounds of the Li and Tang families, and an idea blossoms in his mind. Abruptly, he vanishes from sight, reappearing behind the Yi family's old residence, on the expanse of pristine land. This place is quite suitable. Suifeng extends his finger, tracing a perfect circle upon the ground before pressing his palm downward. Boom! The earth trembled, and the freshly leveled ground suddenly caved in, revealing a colossal pit plunging hundreds of feet deep. What has transpired? Is a formidable force upon us? The townsfolk, engulfed in panic, rushed out, some still in their night clothes, having been roused from slumber. In the aftermath of the earthquake, several figures ascended into the sky, hastening towards the Yi family estate. Suifeng was the first to arrive, gazing in shock at the abruptly formed chasm. However, upon turning his gaze, he spotted Suifeng lost in contemplation, which gradually eased his anxiety. All is well. Continue with your affairs, Suifeng urged the approaching members of the Yi family, settling beside Suifeng. Brother, at least greet me, Suifeng exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation. I was merely testing the sturdiness of the newly constructed buildings, Suifeng replied, his demeanor unruffled. In truth, he had become so engrossed in thought that he had momentarily forgotten the commotion. Yet, Suifeng refrained from pressing further, instead inquiring about the purpose of the vast pit before them. I intend to create a large lake, Suifeng revealed. With a newfound space at home, I plan to establish a grand garden where I can stroll leisurely during my spare moments. Brother, matters such as these can be conveyed to me without your direct involvement. Suifeng remarked. You do not comprehend, Suifeng countered, shaking his head. Wait here a moment. I shall explain how it shall be done. With that, he rose and soared into the void, approaching the enormous character for Yi. He then gestured, summoning thousands of origin towers from his study, which formed an extensive procession, ultimately converging before him. Let them be placed here, he commanded, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the void, creating a pitch-black spatial realm. Subsequently, he pressed his hand upon the character, causing countless fragments of space to align along its contours, gradually coalescing. In no time, the white character was adorned with a delicate golden edge, emanating a faint glow. This was a newly established realm, and the immense character served as its gateway. Enter, Suifeng urged, kicking the foremost origin tower. Thus, the long line began to move, each tower passing through the character's gateway into the ensuing space. Once all the origin towers had entered, Suifeng swiftly followed, arriving within the realm. It was not particularly vast, comparable in size to Xianxia City. Next came the establishment of a passageway. The ancient Xianxia translocation array seemed perfectly suited for this task. Recalling the intricacies of this formation, Suifeng traced patterns in the void, and soon, a massive array materialized upon the ground. A dark pit gradually emerged, closely resembling the immense chasm he had just created with a single strike. After a moment's reflection, Suifeng cast a seal, dividing the pit into exactly 10 layers from top to bottom. Then, Suifeng manipulated the origin towers, causing them to gracefully float in concentric circles above the pit. With a commanding shout, all the origin towers connected to the pit, each level aligning perfectly. The first level of the origin towers connected to the second level of the pit, and so forth down to the 9th level, which linked to the very bottom of the pit. Come forth, Suifeng declared, clenching his fist as he began to slowly channel the essence into the corresponding levels of the pit. On the ground, Suifeng, who awaited Suifeng, suddenly sensed an unusual transformation in the vast pit before him. He looked up and beheld a mysterious white mist enveloping the area just below 10 meters from the surface, shimmering with faint starlight, reminiscent of the Milky Way. What could that be? He was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Suifeng's figure appeared beside him. Water. As Suifeng's words echoed, crystal-clear spring water manifested out of thin air, cascading into the pit. In just a few breaths, the pit was completely filled. The once gaping pit had transformed into a grand lake. Ah, this is splendid, Suifeng remarked, nodding in satisfaction. He had connected 10,000 origin towers to this lake, ensuring that all future essences produced would be stored beneath its surface. Moreover, each level corresponded with a specific essence. The first level was the lake water, the second was the spiritual essence, and so on. Let us construct a garden around it, perhaps with some fish and lotus flowers, and plant willows and various flowers around the perimeter, Suifeng suggested. Indeed, Suifeng replied, savoring the fragrant aroma wafting from the lake, incredulously asking, Brother, this lake water must be extraordinary. Suifeng nodded. Under the nourishment of the 9 levels of essence, the surface layer of the lake water had indeed transformed into a rare treasure, where ordinary beings might experience intriguing changes while residing within its depths. Draw forth several small rivers from this lake, create some artificial hills, or whatever fanciful designs you desire. Ensure that the lake water flows throughout the family estate. Understood? Suifeng nodded in agreement. Brother, such a precious lake deserves a name. Suifeng grimaced. He found naming to be a tedious task. Well, observe its vastness and roundness, and its crystal-clear surface, like a mirror. Let us call it Mirror Lake. Chapter 63. It is time to depart. With the main construction of Mirror Lake completed, Suifeng encountered a new dilemma. Although the lake was substantial, it could hardly accommodate the production of essence from tens of thousands of origin towers working over time. Especially with the spiritual essence, it would likely become saturated within just half a year. Alas, having too much of this essence serves little purpose. Let the excess disperse throughout the territory of Xianxia City, he mused, contemplating for a moment before springing into action once more. He subsequently devised a time formation, whereby at specific intervals, the mirror lake would spontaneously evaporate a portion of its water, merging with the vapor in the sky, and subsequently transform into rain that would descend upon the earth. Each month, within the dominion of Cloud City, a rain infused with the essence of spiritual energy would nourish the land. Every quarter, a transformative rain, infused with body-refining essence, would fall, reshaping all things. Annually, a soul rain, imbued with the essence of divine spirit, would descend, enlightening all sentient beings. Every 3 years, a life rain, enriched with the essence of life itself, would grace the land, extending longevity. Each year, 3 innate stones would fall. Those who obtain them would awaken their innate bodies. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones would descend, and those who acquire them would awaken divine abilities, reaching sanctity. Every decade, 3 stones of creation would fall, and whoever claims them would become the true chosen one. Collectively, these phenomena would account for 1/10 of the output from the Origin Tower, while the remainder would be utilized or reserved by the Yi family. As for the more precious essence of rules and heavenly path essence, they would be withheld from the outside world for the core members of the family. Even so, it can be anticipated that, in the near future, Cloud City will witness a flourishing of talent, transforming into a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. To seek talent is one endeavor, but to create it is another. Suifeng similet wrele. After accomplishing all these tasks, he entrusted the remaining matters to Suifeng. In the following days, the entirety of Cloud City was immersed in a fervor of construction. With the completion of the circular city walls, a brand new metropolis rose majestically. The visage of the old Cloud City had been thoroughly enshrined within the annals of history. The internal stability of Cloud City had been largely established, having eradicated the remnants of the Li and Tang families, consolidating all their shops and lands. However, chaos still reigned in the territories beyond the city, necessitating pacification. Sui Bao and Yi Huang were already prepared to venture out today. In the study, Sui Yun reported on recent developments. Yi Suifeng, feeling somewhat bored, nodded in acknowledgement. Currently, the Yi family dominated Cloud City, with no faction capable of rivaling them. Unification was merely a matter of time. Once stability was fully achieved, perhaps it would be time to explore other realms of the world, be it the chaotic eastern nations, the sacred southern sects, the exotic western lands, or the vast northern snowfields. He wondered what unique delicacies they might offer. Elder brother, are you listening? Sui Yun's voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts. Oh, yes, I am, Yi Suifeng replied, regaining focus. Hasten your actions. Those who display arrogance should be dealt with swiftly. In the future, Cloud City will undoubtedly not lack cultivators. Sui Yun nodded in agreement. By the way, elder brother, someone visited this morning and wishes to meet you. Who is it? Yi Suifeng invited. A group of young individuals clad in azure garments, all hailing from the esteemed Tianfu Academy, approached. The leader, a striking figure named Zhang Dong, exuded an air of distinction and possessed an enigmatic level of cultivation. Tianfu Academy? Yi Suifeng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion, for he had never encountered this name before. I had not heard of it either until I inquired further, replied Sui Yun. It is a formidable force on the continent, with a vast presence across various regions. Those who gain admission to the academy are undoubtedly exceptional talents. I surmise their visit aims to recruit some individuals from our ranks. Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. With the family's growing strength, it was inevitable that they would encounter higher-tier powers. Tianfu Academy was merely the first of many. He felt little resistance towards the idea of family members joining the academy. Though the Yi family was flourishing, true growth often necessitated stepping beyond familiar confines. Even the sacred grounds occasionally dispatched disciples to the mortal realm for trials. Let them come, Yi Suifeng declared. After a while, Yi Suifeng found himself in the reception hall, where the group of young scholars sat expectantly. All appeared to be in their 20s. Yet even the weakest among them had attained the golden body realm, while Zhang Dong, at merely 25 years of age, had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, just a step away from the divine transformation realm. Compared to Shun Tianming of the Wanbao Pavilion, he was equally formidable. This only underscored the exceptional nature of Tianfu Academy. First, allow me to congratulate the head of the Yi family on unifying Yinxiao City, Zhang Dong began, his demeanor calm and courteous, though tinged with an air of scholarly gravity. Ever since the Battle of Yinxiao City, I have longed to meet you. However, I am acutely aware of the tumultuous circumstances surrounding the Yi family, which is why I have only now dared to intrude. Not all, Yi Suifeng replied. If you have matters to discuss, please speak freely. Indeed, the head of the Yi family is forthright. Zhang Dong clasped his hands in respect. I shall be direct. Tianfu Academy embraces talents from across the realm. In observing the Yi family's descendants during the Battle of Yanxiao City, I perceive them as hidden dragons waiting to ascend. Thus, I wonder if you, esteemed head of the Yi family, would consider allowing them to cultivate at Tianfu Academy and transform into true dragons? Zhang Dong's tone was polite, yet there lingered an underlying sense of superiority in his words. Hidden dragons waiting to ascend, he implied, and Yanxiao City merely serves as their wilderness. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Which of them do you have in mind? Specifically, the 5 descendants of the Yi family who participated in the Battle of Yanxiao City. Zhang Dong responded. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng mused, is not entirely out of the question. However, such decisions must ultimately reflect their own desires. As Yi Suifeng concluded, one of the Academy's students suddenly sprang to his feet. Hey, did you hear that? We are Tianfu Academy. For you to have the chance to enter our ranks is a blessing for you. And you still hesitate? The young man wore an expression of disbelief, as if Yi Suifeng had uttered something utterly preposterous. Guanmu, silence yourself. Zhang Dong reprimanded sharply before Yi Suifeng could speak. Taken aback, Guanmu gazed at Zhang Dong, exclaiming, Senior, he is merely a chieftain from a rural area. Such pretentiousness is truly disrespectful to our Tianfu Academy. Leave. Zhang Dong's face darkened. Under Zhang Dong's fierce glare, Guanmu glanced at Yi Suifeng, scoffed, and stormed off. I sincerely apologize for the spectacle, Zhang Dong said, clasping his hands together after Guanmu's departure. Yi Suifeng, resting his chin on one hand, smiled and remarked, You must rein him in. He carries an excess of arrogance, stemming from his origins in a prestigious sect from the south. Zhang Dong responded. Yi Suifeng remained silent. Noting that this group shared a common demeanor, Zhang Dong included, constantly boasting of their backgrounds. However, such an environment indeed serves as a fitting arena for young individuals to hone their skills. Master Yi, you mentioned we should consider their own wishes. Where are they now? Zhang Dong inquired. They have ventured out of the city and will not return anytime soon, Yi Suifeng replied, sitting upright. You should return and wait. When they come back, I will inquire. If anyone is willing, they will seek you out. Having grasped the essence of Tianfu Academy, he prepared to conclude this meeting. Feeling no particular fondness for this group, Zhang Dong appeared somewhat taken aback by Yi Suifeng's words. However, after a brief moment, he rose to his feet. I shall not impose any further. Yet, we can remain in Yanxiao City for no more than 5 days. If we do not receive a response, we shall have to return. Yi Suifeng nodded, acknowledging, understood. Subsequently, Zhang Dong clasped his hands again, leading the other young individuals away. Yi Suifeng quietly watched them depart, and after a long pause, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. It is time. Departure is imminent. Chapter 64. Aspirations aplenty. Under the concerted efforts of Yi Huang, Yi Long, and the core members of the Yi family, the rebellious forces within the realm of Yanxiao City were eradicated in just 4 short days, alongside the involvement of the Li and Tang clans. The names of Tianluan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion resounded far and wide. Once they returned, Yi Suifeng promptly summoned the 5 members of Yi Huang to the courtyard. Having endured the battle for Yanxiao City and several rebellions, these 5 brilliant gems of the Yi family had completely flourished. Yi Huang and Yi Long experienced rapid advancements, each breaking through a minor realm nearly every 2 days. At this moment, both had attained the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyao had successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Xiao and Yi Qian, although slightly less advanced, had also made significant progress. Moreover, with their unique abilities, it can be said without hesitation that, even within the confines of Su City, they have no rival among their peers. Well done, Yi Suifeng commended. The group instantly felt invigorated. The acknowledgement from the clan leader was indeed a rare honor, a supreme accolade for them. The matters concerning Yanxiao City have essentially reached a conclusion here. Now, share your thoughts, Yi Suifeng inquired directly. The sudden question rendered them silent. However, after some contemplation, they realized that Yanxiao City was rather insignificant. Even Su City was merely a peripheral region of the continent. In the absence of competition and adversaries, their progress will be significantly hampered. Noticing their silence, Yi Suifeng spoke again. A few days ago, someone from the Tianfu Academy approached me, expressing interest in having you join. The academy is located in the southern part of the Nine Cities Alliance, a place teeming with talent and fierce competition, a splendid ground for honing one's skills. What do you say? Is there anyone who wishes to go? Upon hearing Yi Suifeng's words, the group exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to decide. Father. After a brief pause, Yi Huang finally spoke. Will you go? Yi Suifeng slightly shook his head. That place is meant for you young people. What purpose would I have there? Am I to engage in trivialities with those who hold themselves in high regard? I have my own plans. To be frank, if I were to attend Tianfu Academy, aside from playing the fool or teasing the female instructors, I would find little else to occupy my time. Yi Huang responded with an "Oh, then I shall not go either." Yi Huang, Yi Suifeng frowned. You cannot forever dwell under my protection. Neither can you all. Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback, then hastily waved her hand. No, that is not what I meant. I meant, if you go, then I shall consider it. If you do not, I shall pursue my own aspirations. Observing Yi Huang's beaming countenance, Yi Suifeng felt a sense of unexpected delight and curiously asked, What do you wish to do? I want to lead the members of Tianluan Palace out from Yinxiao City. Yi Huang stood tall, her cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. I wish to make the name of Tianluan Palace resound. I wish to establish the name of the Yi family. I want to make my name known. I want the entire world to recognize that Yi Suifeng's daughter is called Yi Huang. A regal aura erupted from Yi Huang. A smile gradually appeared on Yi Suifeng's face. And how do you intend to accomplish this? Conquest. Yi Huang replied without hesitation. Then, with a smile, she added, In fact, during the journey home, while quelling the rebellion, I contemplated this. We cannot remain secluded at the world's edge, overlooked by others. Therefore, I shall strike out from Yinxiao City and continue to fight until everyone knows of us, knows of our Yi family. Yi Suifeng fell silent for this time. His daughter truly surpassed his expectations. He recalled the moment he first entered this world. That girl, frail and self-effacing, harbored a tiny flicker of fire deep within her heart. Now, however, that flicker had blossomed into a roaring inferno. It brings me great joy to know you feel this way. I support you, Yi Suifeng declared. Yi Huang's face instantly brightened. Thank you, father. Yi Suifeng nodded and then turned his gaze toward Yi Long, inquiring, And what of you? Holding his long spear. Yi Long turned to look at Yi Huang. With such resolve from the master of Tianluan Hall, how could our true dragon pavilion lag behind? Uncle, my thoughts align with Yi Huang's. We must venture forth from Yinxiao City and establish our renown. Perhaps influenced by Yi Huang's fervor, Yi Long echoed her sentiment. Brother Long, are you trying to compete with me? Yi Huang tisit, head is sparking. Yi Long chuckled. What? Are you afraid I might outshine you? The two exchanged glances, neither showing any sign of fear, a dragon and a phoenix, their fighting spirit ablaze. Enough, Yi Suifeng interjected, observing these two outstanding juniors with a gentle smile. The world is vast, and the paths you have chosen are still long. Why not each select a direction and see who can laugh last? Both nodded in agreement. I shall choose the east. Sioux City lies in that direction, and I wish to witness the prowess of the 16-year-old foundation building that Nieshine speaks of. Yi Huang proclaimed first. Very well, I will head west. I have heard that the two cities in the western part of the Nine-City Alliance are fierce and formidable. I shall challenge them. Yi Long replied promptly. Excellent. Yi Huang acclaimed. Let us encircle the region of the Nine-City Alliance. Whoever reaches the southernmost point first shall be declared the victor. Cousin, what say you? Her face radiated provocation. Agreed. Yi Long readily accepted the challenge. The two most brilliant juniors in the family had made their choices. Yi Suifeng then turned his attention to Yi Qinyao, his niece who had undergone the tempering of the red dust mirror. Uncle, I wish to try my hand at Tianfu Academy, Yi Qinyao stated directly. Yi Suifeng was once again taken aback. He had anticipated that, given Yi Qinyao's temperament, she would be the least likely to make such a choice. Why? For the red dust melody, Yi Qinyao explained. In the red dust mirror, I experienced countless things. Yet, no matter how real those experiences seemed, they ultimately remain illusory. To perfect the red dust melody, I must do so in the real world. Yi Suifeng understood. Yi Qinyao had embarked on a path uniquely her own. The red dust melody was her way. Very well, Yi Suifeng had no reason to refuse, and then he turned his gaze to Yi Qian. And you? Yi Qian pondered briefly before responding. I wish to remain in Yinxiao City. The others cast bewildered glances. It is indeed challenging to make progress in Yinxiao City. I cannot let go of Xiao, Yi, and the others, Yi Qian explained. Xiao Yi is the little girl he once rescued. Her family was brutally slain by Xianxia. Perhaps what they said before was true. I am merely a dean. Yi Qian chuckled and stated, therefore, I have decided to establish an academy in Yanxiao City, providing those children who aspire to cultivate with an opportunity. Dean, I shall embrace this title, he said candidly, with a sense of relief. He has also discovered his own path. Very well. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly. Yi Long patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Go ahead and pursue it. I have always supported you. We support you as well. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions, Yi Huang added. Yi Qian looked at them and nodded firmly. The four had their own plans, leaving only Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Suifeng turned his gaze towards her. Uncle, I want as well. No, you do not. Before she could utter another word, Yi Suifeng directly denied her. I intend to embark on a journey. You shall stay by my side and not go anywhere else. Yi Xiaoxiao was instantly taken aback, her large eyes filled with grievance. Why is that? You have agreed to their requests, yet I am denied. Uncle, why do you always treat me differently? She lamented while wiping away the few tears that had squeezed out. Them? Yi Suifeng scoffed. They have all found their ideals and ambitions. What do you do besides play and cause trouble? A few days ago, the Wanbao Pavilion was robbed. Was it you? Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent. Gu Wanxin had her clothes stolen after a bath. Was it you? Again, silence. And what about Dohua, who awoke to find himself surrounded by pigs, with his own face drawn as a pig's head? Was it you? Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. But I have also made contributions. Oh, what contributions? Do tell, Yi Suifeng inquired, stroking his chin. Yi Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest. A few days ago, while Sister Yi Huang was suppressing the rebels, I single-handedly took down over 100. Upon hearing this, the others nearly burst into laughter. Dear sister, such words are not to be spoken. They are easily misconstrued. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Enough. In any case, you are not going anywhere. Stay with me to refine your character, lest you bring trouble upon yourself in the future. Chapter 65, The Confounded Elder. The 5 members of the Yi family embarked on their respective paths. Only Yi Xiaoxiao remained dissatisfied. However, she truly did not know what path she was meant to tread. Observing the spirited young successors, Yi Suifeng felt a profound sense of contentment. By the way, I have something to give you all. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng unfurled his palm, revealing 4 exquisite little towers that materialized in his hand. These were indeed the origin towers. Over the past few days, he had contemplated the future paths of several individuals and thus took the opportunity to forge 4 9-tiered origin towers. Regardless of the circumstances, cultivating resources are indispensable. Extend your hands, Yi Suifeng instructed. The others obediently complied. Then, he extended his index finger and gently tapped each person's palm. In a mere moment, a delicate character resembling a leaf appeared in their palms, a small space indeed. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng placed the origin towers within that space. The functions and usage of the origin towers reside within. You may familiarize yourselves with them upon your return. And this as well. Yi Suifeng then produced 4 rings, which he similarly deposited into the palm-sized space. These contain a bit of spirit stones to serve as your expenses for this outing. It is imprudent to venture forth without some coin. The others nodded, retracting their hands, leaving one small paw awkwardly suspended in the air. Yi Xiaoxiao inwided. Her face a mask of confusion. Yi Suifeng cast her a glance. You are with me, yet you fear the lack of spirit stones? Yi Xiaoxiao shuruk. Internally repeating to herself, it will become a habit. It will become a habit. All right, prepare yourselves. Those who should depart must do so, and those who remain will stay. Yi Suifeng declared. Thus, the paths of the 5 were entirely clarified. Only Yi Qinyao was bound for the Qianfu Academy. It is hoped that these little ones may venture far along their respective roads. In a pitch-black expanse, a powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted. Soon after, 2 resplendent orbs pierced the darkness. When the brilliance faded, it was revealed to be a pair of luminous eyes. I have finally broken through. With a flourish, a circle of candles was ignited, illuminating the space. Here, it turned out to be a spacious chamber, surrounded by thick, blue stone walls. At the very center of the room sat a man appearing to be in his 50s, clad in an ample white robe, embroidered on the back with a golden leaf symbol. 3 years, swifter than anticipated. The middle-aged man rose, a layer of dust cascading down. Li family, Tang family. You can no longer underestimate our Yi family. His eyes gleamed with determination as he waved his robe, and the heavy stone door gradually creaked open. Upon stepping outside, He was astonished to see another figure clad in identical attire standing nearby. Second brother? He approached in confusion. Xianxia? The man turned his head. Any family member present would be astonished to discover that his visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Zhenzong, one of the three elder statesmen. The man who had just emerged was indeed the second elder, Yi Zhengyao. You two have broken through? Yi Zhenzong inwided in astonishment. Indeed, Yi Zhenyao's spirit was invigorated. Second brother, have you also broken through? He exclaimed. Haha, we no longer need to worry about the Li and Tang families. Yi Zhenzong nodded. 3 years ago, the three elders had entered seclusion with the aim of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, thereby shattering the dominance of the Li and Tang families in terms of supreme combat prowess. At last, they had succeeded, yet an inexplicable unease lingered within him. Second brother, what troubles you? Yi Zhengyao inwided, puzzled. Yi Zhenzong shook his head. I do not know. It just feels odd that this breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was so smooth. Yi Zhengyao furrowed his brow. Now that you mention it, that is indeed strange. Over the past few years, I had shown no signs of a breakthrough, but just a few days ago, I suddenly sensed an enigmatic aura that stirred my spirit and led to a smooth breakthrough. Yi Zhenzong nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the uncertainty reflected in each other's eyes. After a moment, Yi Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps it is merely the spiritual energy of this place that has suddenly surged. Let us return and see how things stand at home. Yi Zhengyao osimidet. With elder brother around, there is surely no cause for concern. By the way, aren't we waiting for grandfather? The three elders were Yi Zhenzong, Yi Zhengyao, and Yi Zhenzu. You truly believe we could all break through together? Grandfather was only at the mid-golden core stage when he entered seclusion. He simply grew weary of the mundane conflicts. Yi Zhenzong chuckled. Let's go ahead. Yi Zhengyao nodded, and soon, both figures vanished into the fabric of space. At the Yi family estate, Yi Suiyu was seated in his study, allocating resources for the family's forthcoming arrangements. Suddenly, a stirring within his heart caused his expression to change drastically, prompting him to leap out of the window. Before long, he arrived at the ancestral hall of the Yi family, where two figures gradually materialized. Father, third uncle, Yi Suiyu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and quickly bowed. I am the younger generation, Suiyu, and I congratulate both elders on your successful emergence from seclusion. Yi Zhenzong looked at his son, his eyes filled with delight. Very well done, Suiyu. You have reached the late golden core stage. He was surprised. He remembered his second son had merely been at the foundation establishment stage before entering seclusion. It was astonishing that in just 3 short years, he had advanced to the late golden core stage. Is this what they call late bloomers? Ha! I told you, with elder brother overseeing the family, there would be no issues. Yi Zhengyao approached Suiyu and asked, Where's your uncle? Quickly, summon him to greet us, haha. Confronted with this question, Yi Suiyu dared not look up, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yi Zhenzong and his brother sensed something amiss. Suiyu, where's the head of the family? Yi Zhenzong asked sternly. Suiyu's throat felt parched as he struggled to speak. Father, third uncle, the old family head. He has passed away. The atmosphere grew tense. What did you say? Yi Zhengyao seized the collar of Suiyu, his eyes, akin to copper bells, brimming with bloodshot intensity, fixed upon him. What did you say? What has happened to my elder brother? Suiyu averted his gaze, stammering, The old patriarch passed away unexpectedly a year ago. You speak nonsense. Yi Zhengyao thrust Suiyu aside, a formidable aura erupting within the ancestral hall of the Yi family. Anguish intertwined with fury, exploding within his chest. Calm down. Yi Zhenzong restrained the raging Yi Zhengyao, his expression grim as he glared at Suiyu. Who was responsible? The Li family? Or the Tang family? His own wrath was palpable, if they were indeed behind it. He vowed to pursue relentless vengeance against the two prominent clans. Suiyu, sitting on the ground, was reeling from Yi Zhenyao's sudden outburst, his chest churning with pain. No, it was not them, he hurriedly clarified. The old patriarch ventured deep into the Chenggu Heights a year ago, but was ambushed by a 6th-tier demonic beast, the Blood Fiend Tiger, and tragically lost his life. Upon hearing this, both Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhengyao were momentarily stunned. How could they have imagined that their elder brother had perished in such a manner? Elder brother. Yi Zhengyao knelt upon the ground, his face etched with desolation. Yi Zhenzong, too, was engulfed by sorrow, furrowing his brow as he inquired. If the old patriarch is gone, then who is the current head of the Yi family? Is the old patriarch's son, Yi Suifeng, Suiyu replied. Father, we have adhered strictly to the family regulations. Yi Zhenzong exhaled in relief. Had it been Sui Yun or another daring to covet the headship, he would have shown no mercy, even to his own son. Fortunately, the Yi family had long understood the significance of unity and had not engaged in any unbecoming behavior. Yet, could Yi Suifeng truly bear the weight of such a complex familial legacy? If memory served him correctly, elder brother Yi Zhenguang's son possessed an utterly ridiculous lack of talent in cultivation. Since the old patriarch's departure, has the family encountered any significant turmoil? Yi Zhenzen questioned. Sui Yu shook his head. Not particularly, or perhaps there has been. Is there or isn't there? Yi Zhenzen's brutal furuit. Did the Li and Tang families take this opportunity to bully us? Yi Zhenyao's demeanor turned fierce, a visage ready to devour. Sui Yu's expression became peculiar as he blinked and stuttered. Father, second uncle. The Li and Tang families have been annihilated. Yi Zhenzen. Yi Zhenyao. What transpired? Who was responsible for their destruction? The two were utterly astonished. In Yunxiao City, who possessed such formidable power? Could it be that another formidable cultivator had arrived in Xianxia City? Sui Yu scratched his nose and slowly replied. It was our new patriarch, Yi Suifeng. The two elders, who had just broken through to the Yuan-ing stage, were enveloped in an inexplicable atmosphere. He possesses such capability? How did he accomplish this? Did neither of the two families intervene? They simultaneously inquired. They did intervene. As Sui Yu spoke, he recounted, immediately following the battle at Yunxiao City, the two prominent families unexpectedly turned hostile, revealing 3 nascent soul cultivators who besieged our patriarch, Yi Suifeng. And then what happened? Well, Sui Yu hesitated. I didn't quite see it clearly. It seemed that my elder brother merely raised his hand, and those 3 nascent soul cultivators instantly spewed blood and perished. All the members of the two families present were immobilized, unable to move. In an instant, my brother decreed the annihilation of the entire Li family lineage. In another fleeting moment, he decimated half of the Tang family, leaving the rest sealed, forever unable to cultivate. Upon hearing Sui Yu's account, Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhenyao stood frozen, unable to move for what felt like an eternity. At that moment, it was as though they had been placed inside a colossal bell, with a massive hammer incessantly striking the outer surface. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 66, The Promise. When Yi Suifeng learned that the two elders had emerged from seclusion, he was indeed taken aback. Throughout this long period, he had entirely forgotten that several of his elders were concealed beneath the ancestral shrine of the Yi family. Brother, the elders are currently at the revitalization courtyard. The revitalization courtyard was the place where the 4 brothers of Yi Zhenguang had grown up, ever since the 3 elders entered seclusion and the previous patriarch passed away. It had remained sealed. Then let us proceed there. Yi Suifeng sighed softly. Faced with these elders he had never met, he truly felt uncertain about how to confront them. How shall we approach them? In the main hall of the revitalization courtyard, Yi Zhenzong, Yi Zhenyao, Sui Yu, Sui Hu, and Sui Bao were gathered. Upon hearing of Yi Suifeng's deeds and the current transformations in the Yi family in Yunxiao City, the two elders felt a profound complexity of emotions. It was merely a matter of closing the doors to seclusion. How had the entire world changed upon their return? Initially, they found Sui Yu's words hard to believe. However, when Sui Yun and Sui Bao, both having broken through to the nascent soul stage, arrived, they gradually accepted this reality. Yet the acceptance weighed heavy on their hearts. Their most revered elder brother had passed away, and a nephew, who had always been a source of frustration and never regarded with favor, had soared to unimaginable heights overnight. His methods were nothing short of miraculous, bordering on the extraordinary. Why had the world changed so swiftly? They truly did not know how to confront such an incomprehensibly powerful nephew. Father, my elder brother has indeed changed, but his heart remains with the family. Sui Yu discerned their doubts and offered an explanation. Indeed, without my elder brother, there would be no glory for our family today. The other two echoed in agreement. The two elders exchanged glances, each seeing a shared emotion reflected in the other's eyes. The prosperity of the family and the unity of the clan. Was this not the very goal they had long sought? Perhaps. Some burdens that needed to be relinquished should be entirely cast aside. At this moment, 2 figures emerged from outside, Yi Suifeng and Yi Suiyan. Suifeng congratulated the 2 elders on their successful emergence from seclusion. Upon entering, Yi Suifeng respectfully performed a bow. Although his soul had transformed and the emotional ties had faded, they were still his elders, deserving of the appropriate gestures. Please take a seat, the elders invited as they rose. Heeding their words, Yi Suifeng stepped forward and settled into a seat beneath them. Everyone else may leave, Yi Zhenzong instructed, and one by one, Sui Yun and the others exited the main hall, leaving only the three of them. A brief silence ensued. I remember the last time I saw you. You were always buried in books, shunning conversation and the limelight. Yi Zhenzong remarked it. Yi Suifeng instinctively touched his chin in contemplation. Indeed. However, people do change, he replied. Yi Zhenzong laughed heartily. Precisely. Change is a fundamental aspect of humanity. Yet, I never anticipated such monumental shifts in this world. We have witnessed the Yi family reach unprecedented heights under your stewardship. We are genuinely thrilled. Yi Zhenzong skillfully reframed personal transformation as a reflection of the world's evolution, deftly sidestepping any potentially awkward topics. Gradually, Yi Suifeng began to relax. I'm a member of the Yi family. Naturally, I feel an obligation toward its growth. Your return is a boon, and with 2 more elders, the family will undoubtedly flourish further, Yi Suifeng declared. Though a hint of awkwardness lingered, he could not voice a refusal for the 2 elders to continue their roles. Their lives have been dedicated to the family. Yet, Yi Zhenzong chuckled lightly. That won't be necessary, he stated. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow in confusion. We're growing old. Yi Zhenzong continued. To be candid, upon our return and witnessing the family's transformation, we were not only astonished, but also apprehensive. Why is that? Yi Suifeng inwided. Yi Zhenzong smiled gently. As I just mentioned, the world is changing too rapidly. Our perspectives can no longer keep pace with the family's development. Therefore, why should we retain the title of elder and issue perplexing commands? This family is now entrusted to your generation, and I have absolute faith in you. Yi Suifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yi Zhenzong's nonchalance in relinquishing his elder status, especially after witnessing the current prosperity of the Yi family. What tremendous resolve this required. They truly were the pillars of the Yi family. Uncle, there's truly no need for such measures, Yi Suifeng began. But Yi Zhenzong raised a hand to halt his words. Simply being able to call me uncle is more than sufficient. His face was adorned with a smile. If my elder brother were to have a spirit in the heavens, knowing of your remarkable achievements, he would undoubtedly be filled with joy. Yi Suifeng remained silent, as this sentiment weighed heavily upon him. I have heard of your father's passing. It seems there are some hidden circumstances? Yi Zhenzong suddenly inwided. Indeed, Yi Suifeng nodded. The blood fiend tiger should not have appeared in the outskirts of Qinggu jailing. However, our investigation yielded no further leads. Your participation was notably absent during this inquiry, remarked Yi Zhenzong. Yi Suifeng rubbed his nose at that time, as you know. My cultivation was too weak, so. Suifeng, Yi Zhenzong interjected with newfound seriousness. You possess the capability to uncover the truth, do you not? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Suifeng replied, I should be able to. Promise me you will investigate this matter thoroughly and discover who is truly behind it. Can you do that? His tone was almost pleading. Yi Suifeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Yi Zhenzong's earnest eyes, which concealed a profound sorrow, rendering him at a loss on how to refuse. Very well, I shall make the trip. If someone is indeed orchestrating these events from the shadows, I will ensure they receive their due punishment, Yi Suifeng affirmed with determination. A sense of relief washed over Yi Zhenzong's expression. That we can rest easy. Yi Suifeng nodded. This matter shall be entrusted to me. You have just emerged from seclusion. Take some time to recuperate. I will have Sui Yun construct a villa by the Mirror Lake. It is a tranquil and elegant place. Yi Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. After spending so long underground, I have grown weary of tranquility. Then what do you seek? Yi Suifeng inwided, puzzled. Yi Zhenzong exchanged glances with Yi Zhenyao and nodded. The world is vast. We wish to explore it. After a lifetime of toil, we have yet to truly savor the beauty of life. They both chuckled heartily. Observing them, Yi Suifeng was unsure how to respond. How about this? I will prepare some provisions for your journey. Just as Yi Zhenzong was about to refuse again, Yi Suifeng interjected. Please do not decline a younger generation's respect for their elders. Yi Zhenzong was taken aback, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, we are family, so there is no need for excessive formality. Indeed, Yi Suifeng smiled. Moments later, Yi Suifeng emerged from the main hall, only to find that Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhenyao had vanished without a trace. Sui Yun and the others wore expressions of helplessness, as the 2 elders had already instructed them to tend to their own affairs. Yi Suifeng dismissed them and turned his gaze towards the distant mountains in the north. It was time for him to depart. The first destination would be Qinggu jailing. Chapter 67. Departure. The following day, at the Yi family gate, two ebony steeds stood majestically at either side of the grand entrance, one black and one white. Two groups of riders had assembled, and from within the gates emerged Yi Huang and Yi Long, each mounting their respective steeds. They rode forward, facing one another directly. "Cousin, this pure white steed suits you remarkably well," Yi Huang remarked with a smile. Clad in white garments, Yi Long, upon his noble mount, exuded an air reminiscent of the legendary figure, the white-clad spear god, in his youth. "I never expected you to choose the most spirited one," Yi Long replied with a grin. Their laughter echoed, yet a subtle sense of reluctance flickered in their eyes. Having grown up under the same roof, their bond was forged through both rivalry and the camaraderie of countless battles fought side by side, intertwined with familial affection. This farewell left them uncertain of when they would reunite. "Cousin, do not let me outshine you when we meet again," Yi Huang teased, dispelling the melancholy of parting. Yi Long chuckled in response. "You have more people from Tianwan Hall than we do. If you find yourself short on funds, I shall lend you some." As he spoke, he retrieved the storage ring gifted by Yi Suifeng, casually toying with it. "I suggest you keep it safe. We have a whole family to support." Yi Huang laughed. "Huh, in the Dragon's Pavilion, we are meant to forge our own fortune. This meager travel expense from our uncle is hardly sufficient," Yi Long stated, his consciousness probing into the storage ring. Upon catching a glimpse, he swiftly raised his head, gripping it tightly in his hand. He had always presumed it merely contained travel funds, but if his eyes did not deceive him, the sum appeared to exceed 1 billion, and it seemed to be composed entirely of high-grade spirit stones. Noticing his astonished expression, Yi Huang erupted into laughter. "It seems this is the first time my father has given you pocket money." Yi Long's mouth twitched at the thought. Who give pocket money this way? "Cousin, we must not disappoint his expectations. Until we meet again," Yi Huang said, clasping her fists in farewell. Yi Long mirrored her gesture, discreetly returning the storage ring to the depths of his palm. Subsequently, they turned their steeds, one group heading east and the other west, galloping forth. In no time, they had exited the city gates. Among Yi Huang's entourage, a dark-skinned youth cast a lingering glance toward Xianxia City. "Mi Feng, keep up," Zhang Fei called out. "Oh, right." Mi Feng quickly turned and rejoined the group. After the battle at Xianxia City, he chose not to summon Uncle One to seek out the head of the Yi family, but instead decided to join Tianwan Hall. He aimed to stand shoulder to shoulder with the figure that resided in his heart through his own efforts. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Xianxia City, a group of young individuals clad in azure emerged. Among them, a transcendent figure dressed in light blue stood at the rear, seemingly out of place amidst the crowd. It was none other than Yi Qinyao. In the quaint academy, Qinyao, do not mind that Guanmu, for many here are quite amiable. A young girl approached her. "It matters not," Yi Qinyao replied with a gentle smile. "I have merely never ventured so far from home." "It is all the same," the girl laughed. "Most of the academy's inhabitants hail from distant lands. My hometown lies far, far to the south." The girl's words, abundant and amusing, gradually alleviated the sorrow of homesickness that lingered in Yi Qinyao's heart. After a while, Yi Qinyao inquired with a smile, "What is your name?" "Me?" The girl giggled. "I am Yanxi. Do not worry. Once we are at the academy, I shall surely look after you." At the northern gate of Xianxia City, an ordinary donkey cart ambled out from within the city. A seemingly young and unremarkable man leisurely guided the cart, which towed a dilapidated, roofless carriage filled with dried straw. Inside the carriage sat a petite figure, cloaked entirely in a black mantle, with only a small face peeking out. That face bore large eyes filled with helplessness. Her lips pouted high. "Is this really how we are to set forth?" Yi Xiaoxiao's tone brimmed with reluctance. "What do you wish for? To be carried in a grand sedan chair? We are embarking on an adventure. Do you not understand?" Yi Suifeng replied without looking back. Yi Xiaoxiao seeked deeply, resting her chin in her hands, with many of her aspirations yet unfulfilled. Following her uncle, it seemed there would be no opportunities in the near future. "Brother Yi, wait for me." Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Moments later, two figures, one large and one small, hurriedly approached. Yi Suifeng halted the donkey cart and turned to see Gu Wanxin. Behind her trailed a demure young girl, appearing gentle and composed. "Brother Yi," Gu Wanxin gasped as she ran up. "What is it?" Yi Suifeng inwaited. "There is something I have long wished to convey, but I have never found the opportunity," Gu Wanxin said, somewhat shyly. Yi Suifeng's heart skipped a beat. Was a romantic drama about to unfold? Surely not, dear sister. After speaking, Gu Wanxin drew the girl forward, saying, "This is my niece, Gu Yulan. She is quick and bright. I believe having a compliant maidservant by your side would greatly facilitate your endeavors." Yi Suifeng understood now, but he had long grown accustomed to solitude. The presence of another might prove inconvenient. "Thank you for the kind offer, but I must decline," Yi Suifeng replied. "She is very obedient and could assist you with many mundane tasks," Gu Wanxin urged fervently. However, Yi Suifeng shook her head and replied, "No, I prefer solitude. She is capable of crafting an array of delectable dishes from countless regions." Yi Suifeng added, "She has also begun to collect various culinary traditions from around the world, diligently studying them." Yi Suifeng continued, "I believe that on the journey of exploration, the presence of another person can indeed unveil a myriad of vistas." "Xiao, what are your thoughts?" "Xiao." Moments later, a slender figure joined the humble donkey cart. Following the expansive road, 3 individuals and a donkey set forth slowly towards the distant mountains.